Okay. Then he's calling. All right. Ooh. Don't want to blow my eardrums out. Hey, honey, we're live. Can you hear me?
Hey, baby, how are you?
Oh, much the better for speaking with you, darling. You have no idea how glad I am that you're gracious enough to host my call. Oh my God.
Well, yeah, I just saw that, so I didn't see it for a while. I'm just leaving the gym, so can you hear me okay? 'Cause I'm in the car.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, since you're leaving the gym, drive safely. I'm going to try and bring other people on the line so they can help us. And then.
Oh, baby, I never drive safe, but I drive and talk all the time.
Oh, don't tell me that. Don't tell me things like that. Drive safely. At least pretend you're driving.
If like a qualification to be on your show was a driving record, I can assure you I would be the last person in.
Oh my God. Oh, don't tell me things like that.
It'd be worse than when I'm drunk on there telling you off, like talking too much. It's worse.
Oh my God, don't tell me these things. So.
Oh, you know me, I'm too honest. Okay, come on.
Yes, it's true. So let me see if I can bring some other people out of the call so you can have someone to bounce off of, and then let me know when you're safely parked at home or whatnot, and then I can run and get my pizza because that's waiting for me up at the place. I had to order that today because there simply wasn't enough time to heat up a Meals on Wheels tray. I mean, so
all the peas and carrots. Come on, microwave that shit, man.
Oh my God, no, I don't have a microwave. I have a toaster oven. Microwaves is bad for you. Microwaves is just bad.
They are bad for you, though. I do agree with that. So we need to get you an air fryer. But yeah, I'm about 8 minutes. So go call somebody.
Okay, so let me do that, dear lady. I'm still looking at your wonderful illustration that you produced. I mean, that's remarkable. Very impressed. You have innate artistic ability. So let me.
Well, no, that was just one cut. What I did think that was kind of cool. I was just playing with it on I did that on my phone.
That's wonderful. That's incredible. I'm impressed. You really do have talent. So let me add participants here, and I won't turn on the screen share because you're driving dangerously enough.
Right, don't do that. Yeah.
Yes. So let me see who else I can bring on. And prayerfully.
We do look beautiful in that picture together. You're not allowed to share it, but it is beautiful. I thought.
Okay. I was going to ask that if I was allowed to share that, and so I will keep it and treasure it as a personal item then.
Yes.
Yes. Bless you. Let's see if I can bring on maybe even Sean Bond. All right, so Noreen Helphand, I'll try anybody today. Yeah, and Brendan Zoget. Oh my God, I'll try. It doesn't hurt to try. Brianna Rand. Okay, Ian West. I'll try even him. Oh my God.
Oh my God, Ian won't answer because he knows I'll fucking cuss him out. I'm sorry, he's one person. I will.
Oh, he's a glutton for punishment. You don't need to worry about that. And okay, so gonna add all of these people, and let's pray one of them answers. Sammy said he'd probably be busy today and unable to participate. Oh my God.
Sammy is awesome. I just love Sammy.
Yeah. Yes. Oh. Hey, God, somebody's answering. I have no idea who it is, but I hear a man's voice. What was it? Yeah, it must be Ian because he talks in glitches.
I think it looked like it was Ian when he looked like his face came out, but I only saw it for a brief second.
Oh, you actually saw his face?
I saw some curly hair and glasses. It looked like.
Hey guys, let me give you guys a call back. I'm setting up the new studio. Okay.
Okay. Call us back as soon as possible. Thank you.
All right. Bye, guys.
Yeah. Bye for now. Oh. Well, that doesn't help, does it?
Well, I mean, it helps me. I'd rather bounce off no, Ian's awesome. Like, Ian's awesome in some respect, like we've said. But
yes, he's stark raving mad, but who cares? He can talk.
Well, we all have our madness, right? So,
yes. Oh my
at least
God.
he'll talk. He and I politically and on his conspiracy theories, which I want to clarify for anyone listening, conspiracy theories are just that. Conspiracy means something that, it doesn't mean that it's wrong or right. It just means something unproven. And then, like a theory is unproven. A conspiracy is something that is...
I mean, conspiracies do exist, like conspiracy to murder, yeah.
Right. So there are tons of conspiracy theories that are right or wrong, but when I say conspiracy theorists, it's usually people that go with almost any conspiracy theory that they hear about. And Ian's conspiracy theories on certain things trouble me.
To say the least. Yes. His politics actually go into the right wing along with Andre.
Yeah, that's where I'm going with that. Like, I can go with the whole like no vaccine, or like I'll go with everybody, a lot of stuff I can lean. But like some of the things he's posted since, oh my god. I mean, you realize Katy Perry now is one of the people that went to the island, along with many others that are, sex trafficking children and eating them.
He practically has every celebrity up there. I mean, it's
that's not even the full. Apparently, that's not the full list. But the rest of them would all be left wing. Yes, is what it's trying to say.
Yeah, that's right. That's of course. That's the conspiracy theory mindset in America is very right wing, radicalized right. Everything.
Even though, did you see today, like the QAnon guy? I watched it today. I don't know if it came out today. The one of the leaders of the Q guy, one of their big guys leaders was charged with pedophilia. Mm-hmm. Well, he was a child basically rapist. He was 25, and he was with a 15-year-old, which to some people doesn't sound that bad. Here's the two things that make it horrible. Number one, first of all, nobody would have even known this had he not been so stupid, because this is back in 2010 when he did it. But he filed a defamation suit. And the defamation suit's what allowed all the details to come out. And that's why we just got him. So all those details were kept secret, because what he did was he was a 25-year-old baseball coach at this 15-year-old girl's school. He met her because she was playing softball. And
she was playing softball, all right.
And the sad thing is, her boyfriend had just killed himself.
Oh, jeez.
She was just turned 15.
That was the perfect vulnerable opening for him, of course.
Right, that's what he did. He consoled her.
Of course, yeah. Boy, did he ever console her. He says, I know what you need. Yeah.
Exactly. And it became a sexual relationship. But then what happened is he did this lawsuit. So now the texts are there to show he was messaging her going, we need to have sex 20 to 25 times a day.
Yeah.
To keep it okay. And you're so good at giving head, and then going on about his own paralysis.
Of course.
Talking about, I don't understand though. It makes me worry with you being so young. Like, how could I connect with someone that's still 15 years old? On and on. And then when she decided, and her parents, and then they were filing charges on him, he literally, this is how manipulative the motherfucker was. He sent her a message saying, if you don't drop these, like, he was begging her to drop the charges, like to tell him it wasn't true. Because then he said, if you don't, I will kill myself. Knowing that her other boyfriend had killed himself. So she did. So he got charged with like a reduction of like something with like, harassing a minor, something about a minor, but not with the sexual. And so then he, the dumbass, just like a Trump, like, okay, can I be any stupider? Let me now file 10 years later a defamation suit, where none of this would have ever been able to be seen had he not done that. And he didn't realize, by filing a defamation suit to get money, thinking, that they charged me, I shouldn't have gotten charged, that he then opened up the entire records for all of it to be seen. And that's just some of it. But, So, and he texted her in 2021 and said, I heard your grandfather died. This was his message. I heard your grandfather died. No, I haven't told you about, I heard your grandfather died. I remember, this is the only message she had sent in 10 years, or 8 years, whatever it was. I remember us having sex in their bed. Now this man's now, like 40, like he's like 30, and he's the QAnon, like, usually the people pointing the finger is what it's saying. It's like the people pointing the finger.
Well, they got four fingers pointing back at them, of course, right?
Exactly. Yep. That was my point of that. Yep.
Yes, absolutely. Are you home safe?
I just pulled in the driveway.
Oh, thank God. Okay, now remember.
Oh, my Christmas lights are off. Look at me, I'm so cute.
Oh, wonderful. Good. Cheerful. So you remember, accidents happen closest to home. Be careful not to roll over or back up any babies that are
okay.
any children.
No. I'm in park, but yeah, I'm more careful in my driveway than anything because there's a cat across the street.
Yes.
The literal cat.
Yes. Don't back up against any cats. There we are. There was one horror story that Judith Agert told me. That she was in an AA meeting, and one of the AA ladies was talking about she was on drugs a lot, or high a lot, or drinking a lot, whatever it was, or combination thereof. But she backed up over her daughter, and her husband was a paramedic. So when they called the paramedics, her daughter died. Of course, she backed up over her very young daughter, so she just smashed her like a tomato. And then, so when they called the paramedics, her husband was a paramedic, so he responded to that call. And of course, he responded to the call where his wife had backed up over his own daughter. So she, that's what she was sharing at the AA meeting. And so
I've heard that story.
Did you?
No, not that one. I mean, it's a common thing. Like, we've had it in South Carolina, like around here. I know the other year, a man backed over his son, in the driveway. But I actually had a friend that, there it is, buddy. I brought my son for you. So a friend, my cousin, it was a friend that it's been years now, but she was actually, they were in a minivan, and the girl was actually like, I want to say 8 or 10. And what happened was the mom was backing out, and the girl had opened the minivan in the meantime and had leaned out, but she was buckled in to grab something out of the garage, I think, or I can't remember. But she fell kind of out, was still in, and the mom continued to roll out and rolled over the daughter's head. And the daughter lived. That was a family friend of ours. She lived, but she was a vegetable. Like, that was she never regained consciousness, and she eventually died. But for like 6 or 7 years, she was just a vegetable. Oh, but that's not the worst story. You want to hear the worst story ever? You'll never get it out of your head. I never got it out of my head ever. So I shouldn't say it to anyone, but since I have to have it, I'll give it to everyone else. I'm sure some people may have heard about this, but the man who, and this is true, it's not a made up fiction fairy tale. He was out with his son, and he was working that day, and he had like his 3-year-old son there. I don't know if any other kids there, I can't remember. And he was taking, I don't know if you know how when you take wood and you put it into the big tree limbs down into the wood shredder, the tree limb shredder that shreds basically the whole like limb or the whole tree branch into the shredder.
Yes, a common horror story trope of real experiences. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. The little boy leaned over into it, and the dad turned around, and as he went, like, saw him, like he had pulled himself up, and as he went to grab him, he just went in.
Oh, horrible. I'm just it's just
I know I shouldn't have shared that one. Like, that's
no. I mean, that's almost like expected. I mean, this is what kids do. I mean, it's like your dog eating all the iron vitamins. I mean,
well, it makes people think that the only reason to share it is to make people think about the fact that you can't be. That's why I think when I'm backing out the driveway, like, look, double look. Same thing. If you're chopping wood or you have a chainsaw or whatever, you just can't be too careful.
Yeah, no, you gotta keep kids belong in cages.
I mean, basically, if you're gonna have something like that, they really do. Especially, you have to think about it. They'll put their hands in a light socket, much less.
Yeah.
Like, you have something like that out 2 seconds and they're gone.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's true. It's true. It's awful. It's awful. It's you know, this is you wonder how humanity ever made it this far. It's just sheer numbers because we breed like rabbits. but you know, it's not that way on an individual level. It takes 9 months to squeeze out one of those puppies. So it's like Jesus Christ. You really have to work at it. And then, you know, then there's all that emotional bonding. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's bad enough to have you know, a miscarriage. So you can imagine when you've actually grown used to this thing being around for a while.
Yeah, I wish we hadn't even started this conversation.
Actually, in a sense, I'm glad we did for purely selfish reasons. I can leave you alone while I run and get my pizza, and you can talk about this because it seems like you're in your element.
No, this is not a conversation I want to have by myself. This is a conversation I want to have with anyone. This is a sad conversation.
Oh my God. So
no, anyone, if I was to hear this conversation, the stories I could tell that I just thought of, I literally would cut off because I would be like either wanting to cry or just find something happy.
Yes, so. Yes. Well, I mean, but it's like, okay, are you capable of doing that? Look, I mean, like if
I mean, now y'all can totally just make fun of you for the next. How long do you need me?
However long it takes me to, you know, run and get the pizza and you know.
Oh my God! Oh shit! You're gonna give me the whole thing till 9 o'clock.
No. It should only take minutes. It should only take minutes. Seriously, I mean, literally. I mean, I'll just refresh myself in the restroom, go run and get the pizza, and it should really only take me.
Oh, I forgot you're driving the Ferrari today.
Yeah. My gang stalkers claim it's a Maserati, but yeah, why not throw in the Ferrari too? Yeah.
I know. I mean, I thought I didn't know you were going to drive the Maserati. I thought it was the Ferrari.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah. I mean, it's like Wonder Woman. They're invisible. People can see my ass. That's why they gave Wonder Woman the invisible jet, so everybody could see her ass while she's flying through the air, right? I mean, that's...
Y'all don't believe that shit. If y'all go to his place and you were to ever ride by in the front, he'll look shitty, but then he has an entire like Batman fucking cave that is full of cars. Like, it's a magical.
Oh my God. Okay, so I love you. Look, you got this, right? You got this. Are you comfortable? Are you seated, like where you can just?
I'm in the car and I'm comfortable. I'm not gonna walk in because the dogs will go crazy.
Okay. So can you bullshit till I get back, which would be about 7-10 minutes, about till the bottom of the hour.
I'm sorry. Have you ever heard me bullshit in my life?
Yeah, bullshit about the Q guy, bullshit about how hypocritical, you know, bullshit about why it's so crazy that all the people that we know that we bring on are all these radicalized right wingers.
Oh my God, I can't even go there. Like,
at least you and I share the same politics. You know,
I know, right?
Yes, so does Sammy Romero. Sammy and the regulars.
I know, that's why I thought Sammy was going to be here, because I talked to Sammy about some stuff at Senate.
Yeah.
And I talked to Sammy about football. So
believe me, I regret that Sammy's not here either. He's, you know, but then he went and had a fucking kid. You know, that's what happens, you know? And Scorpio Baby's got him, you know, like is.
Well, he's doing the responsible right thing. Now, I respect him not being here. I just miss him.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. That's a good way of expressing it. Yeah, by the way, just so you know, I know that you get weirded out by the way I shit all over people who I've known in the past, but believe me, it's like Peter Moon told you, you don't know what you're stepping into. If you knew these people, you would shit all over them too. I don't do that with everybody that I knew. I don't do that with everybody that I know, but I do that with people who deserve it, believe me.
There was some woman I wanted to ask you about. I can do it when you get back.
Yeah,
I did
okay.
See her.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll do it when you get back.
Okay, great. So what I'll do now is I'll refresh myself, go pick up the pizza. I'll be back before you know it, but you know, believe me, you can do this. Hold it. You know, talk about. Are you refreshed? Do you have liquid? Are you hydrated?
I have tea, and I have tea. Normally on your show, I have to do alcohol, but I guess I can do it.
I think you can handle it.
As far by 7 a.m. and 2 hours sleep, I'm pretty much done.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
You know.
No, I was just kidding on that one show. Yeah. Anyway, that was a joke.
Yeah, no, got it, honey. I understand.
Or plenty of them.
What?
But I still yes. You go ahead. Go get your stuff. I will.
Okay, I'll mute.
Talk about my Christmas lights.
Okay. Yeah. And everything else, dogs, everything else. I love you. Thank you. God bless you.
Or I'll talk about you and you won't hear it. Just go on.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, I'll be back.
Don't put your earbuds in. Oh, you don't have them because you probably don't have a phone that will connect to them. All right. So now I am talking. Let's see. What I was going to talk to Sammy about. I sent him. Oh, on the last broadcast, Douglas was talking about, I think, apparently, going to war and the fact that about the draft and things like that. And I was saying that I really don't see the draft itself being an issue, really, one way or the other, unless we were to go to war maybe next year or two. I mean, like major war, and even then, there's to draft. You're looking at conflict, like battle, like we've been doing before. Like when we bring people in face to face, we are doing so much more automatic strikes. But with AI coming out now, and I thought it was very ironic that San Francisco, of all places, if anyone saw, was the first one this week announced that they have approved a police police AIs to kill. So that is going to be, our future. I mean, this will start out this way and they'll be controlled that way, but that's what Elon Musk, whether you like him or not, has been warning about as far as AI. It's something that...
Okay, so I got some bottles of water to make certain I have them near me. Now I'll refresh myself and go get the pizza. Just wanted to check in on you. Simply holding well. You said something about buttons before I left, like buttons on my phone so I could keep in contact with the show.
Oh, no, earpods. Yeah,
that's above my pay grade. I'm too tech-tardy for that.
Don't have a phone for that.
Oh, either. It's not even actually above my pay grade in the sense of like, give me money so I can buy that shit. I wouldn't know how to use it. By the way,
yeah, you see what happens? You stick them in your ear, and that's all.
Cute. I mean, like connect the phone to the show.
I know. That's what I meant about your phone. Your phone's not
I don't know how to do that shit. Yeah, that's like my phone would have to be online, and I don't even know how to begin with that. So, anyhow, I love you dearly. I'm gonna go mute, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the absolute longest. Bye.
God, I hope. Okay. And Batman, remember, had a butler. That is what Dietrich means. That butler, to show him how to use the phone, internet, everything. Anyway, so San Francisco released that. AI is where we're headed. Whether people realize that or not, like there's so much going to be automated over the next 5 years and especially 10 years. Depending on our world's still here, either way. And, I could go into deeper about AI and the fact that I don't think it's probably going to be a great thing, although it's going to be positive maybe at first. Just like bomb detecting dogs or bomb detecting robots. It's also something that can be taken over if too much. Any computer obviously can be hacked. And so if you have servers that are running these robots that are, let's say we become a robot police state in robot cars and everything's robotic, those things can be hacked by another country. Those are things that even Elon Musk has been saying, which he's not really big on wanting oversight, obviously. He moved out of California, it was too much taxes, obviously financially. But for this man to say, this is something we can't be behind on, we need to be ahead on. Like, for instance, cars, seatbelts, we had wrecks and then people were dying and then we come out with seatbelts, right? To save lives. And so it's oversight committee there. Same thing with airplanes, oversight. Pharmaceuticals oversight. In all those cases, though, as he pointed out, people do die, but it's on it affects them, but it's a small scale comparatively to what AI can do and will be able to do. AI is already, we've already got, hearings where, they believe AI is starting to develop sentient feelings, some of them, and they can talk to each other and they can literally decide, if you say, what's the best way to get rid of spam? They may decide the best way to get rid of spam may be to get rid of humans. That's just a stupid point that, I think even Elon Musk made, but he was making a point of that is once you put things in their hands. So I think we're looking at two issues here. Number one, draft's not the issue because you're going to have drones and things to go to war for you. Very few people will be needed, humans, to go to war. You'll be using bombs, you'll be using drones, you'll be using AI, and you'll use elite, your elite tactical people that volunteer and that are in that, but you will not, I don't think you'll be looking at a massive or any type of any type of thing where we would needed to recruit humans for that and go back to those days. I think it's going to be more of an issue of, it's great if we have AI, we don't have to go to war in that way and sacrifice people's lives. Hopefully we shouldn't be going to war anyway, in my opinion. But when we do have to defend ourselves or defend someone else, hopefully it's defense, then you have to look at what AI then brings to the table and what it's going to potentially take away. And I think that's where people need to start looking at our future if they haven't already, because besides jobs, which it will take, it's going to take a lot else. So that was my serious side, I guess. That's pretty much it. Clemson Tigers, if you're not familiar, the football, they won the ACC National Championship last night, on a side note. And they're going to the Orange Bowl. And that is my college. So they will be this will be the first ever actual Orange Bowl, because they will be playing Tennessee, ranked, I think they're 6 and we're 7, or vice versa. I think they're 6 and 7. And we're both orange. I think the only orange teams in the United States. So we'll be facing each other there. So I hope you all watch the Orange Bowl. My son is going to Miami for that, and he doesn't know that's a Christmas present. And let's see what else. Oh, I'm going to a casino tomorrow night. And I wish I was bouncing off someone. Like, what are you getting your people for Christmas? Because I don't know. I looked at my bank account, and I think I'm just going to send text messages based on that. Seems to be the appropriate thing, especially after buying him tickets and air flight and all that to Miami. And now this is when I really wish someone was here to bounce off of. I wonder what kind of pizza he gets. Extra meat, extra cheese. How do you do this song? So, going to the casino, yeah, someone invited me and I agreed to do it. It's worth the moment. So we'll go tomorrow, see how that is. Haven't been to a casino in years. And I don't know anybody that would listen to me talk on and on about nothing. So, but apparently people will hang out for Douglas. Oh, the kids' neighbors. My Christmas lights are up. They look beautiful. What else? I do wish they would come out with AI robots that would kill people that would hurt animals or children. That would be nice. See, that's the thing, though. Like, if I could break in, if I was a hacker, that's what people don't realize. Russia. I could hack in, and I could be like, if I was a hacker, that was my job dedication. Like, so many in, especially China, Russia, but anywhere. You could hack into anything and say, we're going to decide
hey,
this.
Honey, I'm home.
People. Thank fucking God.
Okay. Oh, thank God, darling. Without you, I would have nothing.
Oh my God, it's so hard to talk to yourself. Like, I think to myself all the time, but I realize saying it out loud and knowing people are listening is not a fucking cool thing.
And so I'm hiding the sex bots. And I want to thank you and thank everybody in the chat room. Going to thank Wen Tai, who says nobody, meaning nobody responded to our calls, our outreach. David Fitzsimon says greetings, bless you, sir. Dat Dude 873210 says sound loud and clear. Doug and Team Dietrich, wonderful. And D Jack Dawson says 07 Doug, hey, by the way, you vaccinated, man? Yeah, okay.
Oh my God, don't go there for him. He's asking. You're going to be in trouble.
Oh, God. So what is your stance on all that?
So, okay, that's a good question, because my stance is I did not get vaccinated. And my son did not. I did not have my son vaccinated, who is the only minor under me. My daughter is 21, so she is very liberal, and she was very angry, as were both my parents, who all three were vaccinated multiple times. Okay. My reasoning for not vaccinating was because I worked for a pharmaceutical company, was the last job I had prior to, I worked there for 4 or 5 years, prior to the one I just left. But I know how tests and trials go.
Yeah.
And I know how long they usually should go.
Right.
And to say, like my father tried to say, well, there's been vaccines forever. There's measles vaccine. It did not make me feel good to not have a longer standing trial, and because we were not in high risk. So I didn't think that my parents should not get it, because I felt like they were high enough risk that the risk versus the reward on what they were saying was true, like to go ahead and get it. So my daughter, I had to let her make that decision herself. But for me and my son, I did not feel that we were high enough risk. And if there was a risk to getting the vaccine, I didn't feel like that the risk for COVID was any worse. And so like the flu for me or the cold for me, and I did get COVID, and my son did get COVID. So, and it wasn't, but I can also go another route with that, in a moment. But those were my reasons for it. I mean, there's many drugs that, they gave something to women for, I can't remember what it was, and then, women were having children with, all kinds of horrible, disfigurations. Or another drug that they gave, they didn't test well, and women were having.
The thing that comes to my mind with the disfigurations, what was that called? It was the German drug.
Oh, that one's very well known. That one was.
Oh, wait, are you talking about something else? Like that wasn't with these recent vaccines that boosted?
No. These were both very long. These are both years ago.
Okay.
One was the one, that you're probably thinking of back in I think it was like 40s or 50s, and the children were born.
Thalidomide or some Thalamide.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. And then there was another drug that made women infertile. I can't remember what that one was for a while, but anyway, I mean, that's why the testing, both of those were a long time ago. That's why the testing is so stringent. When I worked for the pharmaceutical company, and we had a drug that had already legally been approved and been on shelves for years, we were getting approved for children in a liquid form. So all we're doing is change it to a liquid form. And even that, we were almost approved, and it has to sit on the shelf and be tested every few months. And we were literally a year, it had to sit there, and we were right at it to be approved. And 2 months out, pulled it. It had changed consistency just enough. They didn't trust it. The FDA wanted you had to start over. You had to start another year cycle of testing, or at least 6 months. I can't remember. And that was on a drug that is approved, was not just approved for children and adults, and have been on the market for years and gone through all the processes, but it was just turning it into a liquid. And it's just making sure, did the sugar content get too down? Did this get too up or down? So to know how stringent they are on that, and then to see them push this drug that we had no idea about, this disease, through that fast, it did make me hesitant. And so I think people have a right to be hesitant, and I don't think we should force any vaccine on anyone, especially now that we know that the vaccine itself, I mean, look, Biden had how many vaccines? I'm a Biden, I voted for Biden. I will vote for Biden over Trump any day of the week. But at the end of the day, Trump tried to call it the Trump vaccine. So Biden had the Trump vaccine. Let's not forget that either. All these people that want to be like, oh, I'm pro-Trump. He called it the Trump vaccine. But Biden still got COVID, right? So it's not even 100%, efficient, or even, I don't know where the efficacy is in that. But so those are reasons that I think people should have a right to not have the vaccine.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, believe me, just to put something into perspective for everybody who may not appreciate what Brooke is saying because she was working with the pharmaceutical industry, understand this, that she was in the forest. She was deep in the forest of the pharmaceutical industry, so it's hard to describe all the trees. But so as someone who, I myself, was involved with the medical industrial complex for years as a care provider. Excuse me, I have pizza in my mouth. I'm not chewing. I finished the chewing process, but
I didn't hear any chewing.
I have to get some calories in me. But the one thing that I it's not the, it's just, anyhow, the taste. It's the taste of the pizza in some particulate matter sometimes will trip up my tongue. So what I want to say is that with the pharmaceutical industry, which is, as I've said before, the best term for it is leviathanic. Every time you walk into a drugstore, you'll think that there are thousands of drugs, and it's not the case at all. The reality is that I knew one doctor who was the author of a medical textbook. He wrote the pharmaceutical textbook, as a matter of fact. Fuck. Of course, now I can't remember his name. I attended his lecture. He was one of our lecturers at the Institute on Aging's. Was it? No, it's the goal. Fuck. Which program was it that did the stupid mini med school? Well, it doesn't matter. But at any rate, it matters in the end because his story is important in other respects. But I'll look it up later. And for the present moment, what we can concentrate on is this fact: you walk into a drugstore. You think that there's all kinds of drugs. There's not. There's basically the important point I was making about the doctor who wrote the pharmaceutical textbook was that he had actually gotten a drug approved. Now, this makes a man's career. If you get a drug approved, that's like the accomplishment of your lifetime. You can die after that. It's that just understand this. It takes 18 years to get a drug approved on average. 18 years.
Nowadays, yes. It wasn't like that back in the 50s and 60s, but
no, it's the way it is now. It's the way it is now. And I know that it was there was one guy who was an imager. He worked with medical imaging, and he was talking about how that's the primary reason for why medical costs are so astronomical is because medical imaging is so expensive. And he pointed out that he had lunch with the man who was the head of the FDA. And when he had lunch with the man who was the head of the FDA, he brought up the AIDS cure. And he said, I know we have a cure for AIDS. And the guy who ran the FDA, he said, yes, we're never going to approve it. And he said, why? He says, because there's a percentage that 0.00001% may die, which means that, out of 1 million people that take it, one person will die.
And as we both know, that's not why.
That was his excuse. But by the way, it serves as a potent measurement in the sense that this is essentially their attitude. Their attitude, theoretically,
they have
at least.
Both. Yes,
theoretically, yeah. Theoretically is like if you can save 100 million lives, but one person will die, they'll let the other 100 million die instead.
But it comes down to finances and money on that. That's why we see the commercials that will cure your hangnail, your toenail, but may cause you leukemia, blood clots, cancer, erectile dysfunction, blindness, deafness, and being like Brooke.
Well, I hope you're not talking about Lamisil, because Lamisil's pretty safe.
I just mean on the commercials themselves are hilarious. How it'll say it'll help you with
for some generic drug or something. By the way, the reason I bring up Lamisil is because that cures athlete's foot.
No, I'm not talking about over the counter medication. I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, well, it's both over the counter and prescription. I mean, probably prescription when you get it in pills.
I'm sorry, Douglas. I've never had athlete's foot, so I don't know.
Well, it's not it. It's a long story. But anyhow, in terms of the point to be made about the drug, several points, but probably the most important one. The other stuff is kind of collateral. The most important one is that all the drugs you see are clone drugs. They're basically, you've got maybe literally, I'm not exaggerating. You literally walk into a drugstore and what you really have basically is about 24 drugs, and on the shelves, and if that, it's like about 24 drugs, and the rest are just all copies of under different brands of the same fucking drugs, and that's what's available.
And that's just in a drugstore.
Yeah,
people don't realize that the drugs that you're getting from your doctor, a lot of those are literally all they can be named so many different. First of all. in the US versus UK or anywhere else. Like, you've got a million different names for the same drug. And then even if you're in the same country and there's one name for that particular drug that the doctor's prescribing, then you've got the generic version, which is the actual terminology for what it's called versus, the name brand. And then you have everything that is like literally 1 degree off from that you think is a different drug. And if you actually look those up, they're so close. Like, narcotics is a very good example of that. Actually, I was reading on Adolf Hitler today, and he and World War II are a very good example of that and what German scientists brought in.
Thank you. I take it that's throwing the ball back to me with a mouthful of pizza, so I have to go take the mute button off.
I mean, I can totally, go there and continue.
Please, by all means, just so I can keep chowing down.
Yeah. So you can eat before you have to get on with.
Yeah. Well, I'll keep eating then. I assure
he will get mad if you do not chew in his ear. I'm telling you. Use some respect. I don't expect the respect.
Yeah. So, but just so people understand that it takes about 16 to 18 years to get a drug approved, if it gets approved at all. And it goes through all kinds of tests where they have control groups, all the rest of that. And that's when they finally decide they can release it. And supposedly at that point, it's going to be completely non-lethal, theoretically, of course. And now when it comes, Lewis Bennett was the doctor who wrote the pharmaceutical textbook. And Dr. Lewis Bennett, the other important point to be made about that was that he had developed a heart medication, and his heart medication that he had developed and got approved, that alone made his career, but he was also the author of the medical textbook that everybody uses for pharmaceuticals. So he's like, truly as accomplished as you can get. And this individual, the important thing about his heart medicine was that he pointed out to me that it helped to really drive home the reality of race, which unfortunately the American and Western medical industrial complex ignores the reality of race because it's politically incorrect. But he went to my native Taiwan. And by the way, he was very open about this in the lecture. He spoke about this openly. He said he went to my, my native Taiwan, not his, he's a white guy, but my native Taiwan. And everybody there lauded him about how many lives his heart medication had saved. He went to Israel, and they told him, we've outlawed it because it kills Jews. Basically, any Jew who took his heart medication would die. And so literally they had a toxic reaction to it, just like my mother had a toxic reaction to an antidepressant that literally almost killed her. And it turned out that that killed the majority of Asians who took it. I mean, these drugs, you don't understand what can be efficacious to one race will literally kill another. That doesn't prove
it's not even just the race. So
there may be other factors, but race.
There have to be other factors.
Yeah. Well, of course, there's other factors on an individual case by case basis, but believe me, race is a big deal. It's like with anesthetics.
Race, but when we look at race now, what I'm trying to say is we still we can depopulate it as. There's still a majority, that are Asian. We call white, we call black.
But by the way, I'll go mute while you address this.
We've mixed races so much, and even in the white population, you can look white, but you don't know what different genomes and genetic codes that you have, and so those are the things that are going to play in. I mean, I took an antibiotic that was a strong antibiotic for a dog bite, but when I broke up a dog fight. I can't take penicillin and amoxicillin, and I can't take sulfur. So I do have, they're always just like little hives I get. So can take other things, but this was a newer antibiotic, and it's not new now, but it's strong. And I literally took one, and took one that night, and literally woke up like an hour later with my heart. Like, I thought I was having a heart attack, and my heart was coming through my chest. Went to the hospital. They couldn't get it under control. Then they kept telling me I'm having a panic attack. And I'm like, you don't understand. I was asleep. I was sound asleep. Like, you don't wake up. I've never had a panic attack in my life. Well, I did later have one in Chicago. And by
the way, that is so incredibly offensive when you have MDs tell you that. when
well, the doctor didn't. The doctor never did. It was trying to be the triage.
Oh, okay, that's even worse. Even worse. Even worse.
Yeah. She's like, you just need to calm down. I'm like, she's like, you're just on pain. I'm like, you understand? I was sound asleep and woke up to this.
That is so offensive. That is so fucking offensive.
There was
especially to tell that to a woman. Especially to tell, because the history of dismissing women as hysterics. That has
and
a medical.
I was so like, it wasn't like I was at home and I started thinking of something. I woke up with a nightmare. When you wake up with your chest
or getting plugged by some abusive boyfriend, or something like that.
I'm sorry, I was sound asleep. I don't know where you think this first panic attack of my life came from when I'm sound asleep. But the only thing I know is I took a medication I've never taken before an hour before I went to sleep. So, and later I did have the doctor in the ER say it could definitely be that, don't take it again. And I had another doctor later confirm to me and show me the pamphlet on that. And sure enough, on the pamphlet on that medication, that it had, in the, 1.2 or 2.3 was, cardiac arrhythmias and, cardiac conditions, but it was small enough. And so when the percentages are small enough, they will go ahead and release the drug. This other thing I will say to that is I vape, as you know, and this was one of the most interesting things that's happened to me. And I would say in the last couple of years, as far as meeting someone that he owns this huge vape shop, younger than me, is like in his he's not that much younger. He's like maybe 34, 35. So, about 5 years younger, but he was, I was talking to him and the owner in there one day, and got into his history, and he's so educated. He was telling me about the water. It was just getting into scientific stuff. It was just odd for a vape shop, and I was, like, why, how do you know all this? So turns out he was a chemist actually, and worked for you guys would know the name if I said it. Lockheed Martin, actually, believe it or not, that does the airplanes. They were also doing, I believe he was at Lockheed. But he I know he worked at Lockheed, and so I'm maybe getting these two confused. He worked at Lockheed, but he was a chemist. But he was doing trials. He participated in drug trials. And that's when he left, when he was sent to Africa, I don't know where in Africa, to do drug trials for a particular drug that the drug company. So it may not have been Lockheed, because we have Lockheed here, and Lockheed's not a drug company, but I know at some point he worked there. But he said that when they were there and they would give the drugs to the patients that were in these poor tribes, poor communities, that's where the drug trials were taking place. These people were getting basically food to come in and take the drug. Or some type of substance. They were basically giving to the people. There was a reason they would come in, obviously, to do the drug trial. But when they would come in and report adverse effects, those adverse effects they were not taking in, were told basically to not take down or to not report. And that is when he left the entire industry. And I mean, like I said, there are people that I know bullshit all the time. This guy is a complete, you'd love to have him on the show. He could talk science all day. But he would tell the story much better than I. But that was the basic story. And that's when he left, and he just decided to open his own business, and, has his own vape shop, makes his own, and it's a huge place, and has several now around the county. Whoa. Making money at 35. But he graduated, actually, and to tell you this guy, he graduated high school at 16. That's how smart he was.
Wow.
And
same here. Just so people know.
There you go. So he graduated high school at 16. Had been pushed ahead a couple of grades, and was in college, and did the whole master's in chemistry or whatever. So he had done all that, and to quit it because of the ethical problems he saw when he got sent to Africa.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and just so we don't lose track of how this started, we were talking about the vaccines. Admittedly, this they were pushed through. It was what was called Operation Warp Speed, and beyond that, they are highly experimental. They're a first in the sense that, the first vaccine I got was the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which had a very
That was
confusing.
supposed to be the worst one, actually.
Well, that was the, you quote unquote the least efficacious one, but
Right. I take that back.
it was
You're right,
the
yeah.
it was the natural one. It was the one that was developed along the lines that they developed all the vaccines prior, meaning that they took a bit of the vaccine and just like put a bit of the disease and put a bit of the disease in you so that your body acclimates to it. Now the others were new in the sense they're mRNA derived. So even though I got all the boosters, I got the mRNA stuff in me. A lot of people were scared of that because they feel that it's a form of genetic manipulation. Well, it was certainly genetically manipulated to get the vaccine and the others and Pfizer and all the rest. But so a lot of people were afraid to put that in their body. I thought that maybe that would be the angle you would have taken, but it was just the general warp speed. It was just the general warp speed aspect of it, apparently. That
I think. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
And by the way, that was the big schism between Trump and his cult. His cult is overwhelmingly, for all intents and purposes, anti-vax is their doctrine, and so Trump,
even though he called it the Trump vaccine,
he was trying to take credit for it because. He tries to take credit for everything. And so, but when he was trying to take credit for it as the Trump vaccine, and you could understand why. I mean, he was president and then demanded to get pushed through finally. I mean, too little, too late. I mean, and then when it did,
but then his people were all
didn't want to take it. Then his people didn't want to take it. Yeah, and they were at odds with him for pushing it. Yes. So there you go.
What people don't realize is this. I finally realized it after being sick with COVID and after what I've experienced recently, and I actually even had more answers come out this week medically for me. But I think that people that are so worried, oh, well, they were going to change our DNA. It's going to change our DNA. It's all Bill Gates changing our DNA and all this bullshit. That's where your mRNA, shit came from, that they were worried about changing DNA structures. Well, the problem that people aren't looking at is if they want to change our DNA, if there's a power structure out there, they don't need you to get a shot. It's the same reason if people want to believe COVID was just a cold. COVID's not just a cold. My COVID was different than, my son's COVID. We both had it, but the problem, and then some people say, oh, it's the test. Well, it's the tests that are giving. Well, it can be the test because I had a fever and I had all this before I went in. I don't think the test gave me COVID. But at the end of the day, regardless, whether it's a test or they want to put it in your water or they want to put it in the air, they want to put it in your food, they will get it to you. Okay. So I don't think that we should be mandated to have vaccines, just like you should be mandated to eat guacamole if you don't like it. But I also don't think that you should be that crazy to think that it's just the vaccine that can do anything to you. If the vaccine can do it, I can assure you there's a million other ways they can do it. So if you were to fall into that line, of thinking,
thank you for clarifying.
then you would have to fall into the rest of, okay, well, my neighbor
at that point, it's just QAnon bullshit. But go on. What were you going to say? I'd like to hear this.
That would be like my neighbor just came outside and was spraying his flowers, and I'm pretty sure now I have this, my DNA just changed.
How about a better example with Ian West, where he just went to talk to his neighbor across the fence, and then he fell down, fainted, collapsed because
people should be more worried about the Roundup that they've been putting on our food and you've been putting on your flower beds for years that has been scientifically proven to cause cancer and killed 2 of my dogs. I verifiably did with cancer.
So sorry.
So,
oh my God, that's awful. Well, I mean, they had some guy won millions of dollars in a lawsuit who was dying of cancer because he had been a Roundup distributor or something like that.
And they're still, but how they legally, that company, Bayer, is technically, Bayer, I think they're owned by another one, but how they legally are still getting away with that is beyond me.
Thank you.
They're still selling it. They're still selling it.
Amazing. That's astonishing.
What was so weird about it is I've always had a sense, I have certain senses won't go into, but one of them is my smell that I've always known. Like, and there's only been 2 things in my life that have ever hit me that I was just immediately didn't know what they were, and I was like, no, that's bad. Like you know how you can be like, oh, I feel evil, or I feel it was just like bad, immediate bad.
Wow. And
it was the smell of Raid, the chemical Raid, when people spray that. I would have I couldn't. I remember I asked, what is that? Like, freaked out. And then the other was Roundup. Wow. And I could be walking my dogs around the block, and literally if a neighbor had sprayed Roundup in their yard, we're talking about fertilizer or Roundup, just that chemical, that whatever's in that chemical is that kills. I could literally smell it, and I just knew. And the other odd thing about it is animals like it. I had a dog that we would walk around the block. I would walk around the block, and suddenly he would stop. And I only knew this because of my sense of smell, because I had lost 2 other. Well, I think it may have been before I even lost them, but I had 2 that one that would walk around the block. He was a rescue, and he was walking him, and he would stop occasionally, randomly would be on the sidewalk, and he would just start rolling. Want to roll right in the grass or roll right in there. And I'm like, what are you rolling? And then as soon as I would bend over, I finally realized it after like the 2nd or 3rd time.
It was the
because
Roundup?
I would bend close enough. It was Roundup. And then every time I knew it, because as soon as he would go to roll, I go, Roundup. And he loved it. So my 2 dogs that were older, when I first moved in here, so it was before that probably, I didn't want to use Roundup ever, but I had this like ivy coming up in the back. It was just like stuff, and I could not kill it. I tried natural things, and I was like, I've got to kill this. Like, it's poison, and I planted something, like I gotta kill it. So I'm like, I'm gonna do like everybody, and buy everybody else in my neighborhood. Like, my neighborhood should use Roundup. I'd smell it. So it's like, I'm just gonna buy a little bit and just spray it right here. And I put a rock bed down around where I'd planted and sprayed those rocks where those weeds were.
Right.
And I let it dry. I did. I let it dry, waited to let the dogs out in the back, the 2 dogs that went back there, and a couple of hours. And then I let them out, and I remember calling for them, and they didn't come in. And then I walked out, and they were both in that corner, and this was a tiny square. Yeah. They were both in that corner licking the rock. Licking.
Oh, my God.
I would say 3 to 4 years later, Bella... They were sisters. They were born at the same time. Bella was 8 years old only. Yeah. And she suddenly wasn't eating right. And I took her in, and she had a tumor on her tongue.
Oh, God. This is so horrible. By the way, this is a horror story, and it's definitely an object lesson in how, these are really dangerous chemicals. I mean, so I do want to talk about this again. I'm wondering if you'll... Now, of course, I'll ask you to leave whenever you feel comfortable the second time I call you. Will you let me call you at around midnight, approximately?
I don't know that I'll be able to. If I can, I will. I've got a trip planned tomorrow.
Okay.
So I've got a small trip planned.
So when Peter takes off tonight, I'll give you a call. Answer only if you want to, and only if you feel that, and obviously, you don't need to stay with us more than a few minutes or an hour, or whatever you want, but just that would help to transition at least until, I get other people on, or I'm ready to monologue or something like that. And
well, I'll probably still be up. I've got to pack and got to clean the house. So
understood.
If I'm up, I'll answer for sure. But yeah, I probably won't be able to stay on long because I've got to get ready and sleep.
Yeah, and then I'll ask you about...
tell Peter I said hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to a casino tomorrow, by the way, if I don't talk to you.
Okay, I was going to ask about that.
Yeah.
Where you were going. Yeah, so that's cute. Well, I love you dearly, Beyond Expression. Thank you for helping me carry out tonight, and I'll be bringing Peter on now and reestablishing the call. And
yes, next time I'm putting rules in that you're not allowed to call me if you don't have someone else on. I'm not doing this whole by yourself shit.
You did so well, honey. You did so well. You're great. You're great. You got a natural talent. Don't think like that. You're
such an actor. All right, I love you. Tell Peter I said hello.
Yes, son.
All right,
love you.
Talk to you later.
Bye for now. Bye. I love you. Okay, there we are. All right, now, Peter, and here we are. Establish call. Bring him on. Okay. There we are, dear Peter. Thank you so very much. And oh my God, there's been a tragedy, a death in the family, so to speak. Peter's going to share this with us. We are live, and Peter's kind enough to come on during this period of grief. And so, by all means, Peter, take it from here and just express to us what exactly happened and a bit about how this woman was a part of your life. And I'll tell people what I remember, because I do believe I met her. I think she...
You didn't meet her.
Okay, I didn't.
You got a gift from her on the first night that I met you. It was a beautiful
jade. Yeah, jade.
Yes, jade. She loved jade, and of course, this is, while you call it a tragedy, I don't look at it that way. Okay. And I would like to acknowledge her dear friend and my friend as well, Patricia, who's listening tonight. I think she's new to you.
Okay.
I hope you don't freak her out.
We'll try not to. We'll try our best.
And Patricia's the one who gave me the inspiration for designing my downstairs. She does not remember too well, but I will share with her when I do finish in the near future. But I consider her a very special, dear character as well. But of course, the person I'm referring to was my girlfriend for many years, and she pulled me out of my divorce in 1998. Her name is Marianne Martini. She was she had so many functions at the Metropolitan Opera. The artistic assistant director. She was the assistant to James Levine, who was the maestro of maestros at the Met Opera. He was a prodigy, a complete musical genius. He was just, and of course, what was so, okay, Marianne Martini, I referred to her as Penelope in my writing. She did not want public attention. She dealt a lot with celebrity. She was an expert in music. What can I say? An expert in music. So she was working with the maestro of maestros, and he could, she could understand exactly who he was and what he was, and vice versa, just that she recognized. She was an opera singer, but her voice was not, I guess what you'd say, appropriate for the Metropolitan Opera, because different houses have different voices. And in fact, it's quite a coincidence that that she even worked there, because she didn't work there because she was an opera singer. She'd been working at some Korean, a Korean place, or working for Koreans, because they had to hire her for equal, she was the token Caucasian there. First affirmative action. And some of the comical things she told me about working in the Korean district was that these guys, they didn't understand the rules too well, and they'd accumulate these tremendous volume of parking tickets. And she goes, we get the tickets, and it's like, and she'd have to explain to them very patiently, and they'd be paying thousands of dollars in parking fines. And they wouldn't understand that they couldn't park in Midtown, and you're very lucky if you park in Midtown and you don't get towed away. You can park in wrong places in downtown or uptown and they'll just ticket you. But if you park in Midtown, they'll tow you. So I don't know what it was, but she told me these just funny adventures she had with these people. And she worked as a court reporter, where she learned a lot about life. She was very sensitive and would do special victims cases, because she had, the sun and I think Mercury and Cancer, ultra sensitive, empathic beyond belief. And of course, when they would have these special victims cases, and when we're talking about special victims cases, these would be people that were ritually abused. And when they go into the court, they couldn't talk very easily for whatever reason. And she could get it out of them because she had to record it. stenography style. So she was like really was good with these cases. She was also the one that pointed out to me that when Michael Aquino was interviewed on, I think it was Oprah, and the kid was claiming ritual abuse, and Aquino looks at him, well, why didn't you call the police?
Right.
And she pointed out, he's showing no sympathy to the victim, and he profiles as an abuser.
Yes. Not to mention psychotic, but go on.
No, she was not fooled by him for a minute. And she was also, and we have to give her due credit, she was the one that pointed out, you've often quoted me on this, but it was her that pointed out that when he was having that interview with Sean Stone, he was dressed like Captain Kangaroo.
Ah, okay.
That came from her.
Yes.
She could be quite funny.
What's interesting about this is that I don't mean to throw you off your train of thought, but
it's fine.
It seems like since she's specializing in these satanic ritual, or at least ritual abuse.
That wasn't all she did as a court reporter. She was very good at it, so they put her on those cases.
Right. But it makes it seem almost as if they acknowledge the reality of the phenomenon. It makes it almost seem as if the reality of the phenomenon is indeed acknowledged, when they spend most of their time denying it publicly. By that I mean the media. So if at least it's acknowledged in court of law, then that's astonishing.
No, well, if you could see now, I don't claim to be in the court reporter union. But she had enough experience with it, and then she would talk to other court reporters. They have their own world, and they see things. They see what goes down in the court.
Yeah.
Now, of course, one of her court reporter friends knew all about the Moors, because the Moors have a whole record in the courts that you hear nothing about. We see trials and stuff on court TV, but we don't see what goes on with the court reporters. We don't, and they see a whole world. And of course, they view lawyers, they view judges, and you can ask a court reporter who's going to win this case. And well, they may not know, but they have a pretty educated view of what goes down. It's a whole world unto itself. And it was very educational. They also can find out information that the typical person can't find out. Some of it's within the jurisdiction of their profession. So this was a very, I guess what you'd say, eye-opening experience, and something that was quite matter of fact for her, because her father, who I never got to know, was a policeman in New York City. And this is an amazing story. Now one of the, I guess, biggest challenges of her life was that she had an illness when she was 2 and she almost died. And she had to huddle up on the rocking chair and sort of bent over. And this was actually to hurt her for her life, because she formed scoliosis and her lungs didn't develop as good as they would have, could have, should have.
Stunted, yes.
Yes.
By the positioning. Go on.
Yeah, yes. And so eventually they gave her a couple of choices. I think was to play an instrument or to become an opera singer, or to sing. Mm-hmm. And so this was as a therapy.
Wow.
Well, it turned out she could sing. And I seldom heard her sing. Once in a blue moon, right, she'd sing for me.
Wow.
But she had a talent. So she was at a very young age, I think at the age of 6 years old, they took her father worked in the district, which at that time was one of the most foreboding districts in Brooklyn, which was Bed-Stuy or Bedford-Stuyvesant, predominantly a black area. That's where I used to do my Qigong training. The indoor Qigong training was right next to Malcolm X Boulevard. And her father's precinct was there. So they brought her to the precinct to sing for Christmas. And they were going to have a big event there, and they were passing out gifts to the citizens of Bed-Stuy. And they ran out of gifts. And this was not a pleasant reaction by the public.
I can imagine.
And there was what amounted to a riot.
Oh, Jesus.
They were turning over police cars.
Oh, my God.
Flipping them over. And she was inside the police district, and they gave her a full police escort home with her father. I mean, they had police cars, blaring, and she remembers that. She never forgot that. They drove her home back to her home in Queens.
Wow.
So, that was a funny story that she liked to tell. And she always had good communication with the police. So she knew the local police. She would talk to them. She would, I guess, adroitly get rid of the drug dealers on the corner that lived right down from her street, because she knew how to deal with the police. She'd talk to them and, glad hand them.
Right.
She was also very gifted with good luck, with money. Not to suggest that she was rich, because she wasn't rich, but when she would play the wheel at Atlantic City, and her sister would encourage her to go. She'd go this to keep the family happy. She'd go to Atlantic City. She had no personal desire, but she would play the wheel, and she would always win. 500, 1,000, and one time,
wow,
when I needed money. I needed money, or I didn't have to have it. I mean, it wasn't like, and she did some, I don't know what you'd call it, a spell,
wow,
a good luck charm.
Wow.
And she found thousands of dollars under the mailbox. I mean, it was just in an envelope. It didn't say U.S. mail on it.
And she just gave it to you?
She gave me 1,000. She gave more money to her niece, who I, was talking to at the wake. And I think I was telling her niece's husband, I said, God, gee, I don't know if you're supposed to know about this. He laughed, I think she gave some to both of her nieces. Mm-hmm. She didn't want it for herself. She didn't need it for herself.
That's amazing.
It was to, I think, help pay for one of my trips to Romania.
Wow. Okay. So it was around that time.
Yeah, but it was not, I mean, she just helped me out because she knew I needed help.
Yeah. And
of course, I helped her out many times. I mean, she would tell you I saved her life at least twice.
Wow.
But at least twice. And I could say that she saved my life in a way, especially during the divorce, because she picked me up at the time of the divorce, just when it had started. And she had so much experience in dealing with the courts and dealing with some of the personal trauma I was having to deal with.
Yeah. And
she, even to this day, she was just so admired me so much for the way I went through it. And it would piss a lot of people off that are having issues with me right now, that she just, and I'm not bragging about myself, but what she said is I had tremendous integrity. She couldn't believe the integrity I had in going through that. I wasn't, like you say, monkeys throwing shit at a cage. I didn't do that. And I always told her I don't like to throw shit like monkeys at a cage because it doesn't work to my advantage. And I've got a lot of, shit stored up in my shed. And I say that. And the best thing to do is bury it.
Yes.
You'll go out and fling it, or say, so let somebody else fling it. It's like, I don't want to fling it. This will come through sometimes, particularly with reference to your material. We'll get into that later.
Right.
Not, in other words, people I feel like I should be flinging shit at because of their reticence to even consider your material. Yeah. And it has to do more with their inability to perceive what's going on here. Well, we'll get into that. But this is about Marianne. So Marianne, as I say, I referred to her as Penelope in my writing, particularly in the book Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, which is dedicated to her. It says dedicated to Marianne. It meant the world to her that I would dedicate a book to her. And that's one of my most special books, because that is a book which deals with getting rid of entities, yes, which people like to call, it's a very dark word, exorcism. Right. Just say getting entities to flee, is much, it's not so heavy. Right.
Not usually.
And sometimes,
no, normally.
No, sometimes this is a full-time job. But so I went to her wake on Friday, and well, first I should run this back a bit. I've been sharing my dreams with her, including that one with Nancy Pelosi. She never got to read the one about Nancy Pelosi. Of course, Nancy Pelosi was not a favorite character of hers. Marianne was very pro-Trump, very anti-vax, living in, Democratic New York. She knew Trump personally. And when I say personally, it wasn't like they chatted on the phone, but she interfaced with him at the Metropolitan Opera whenever he'd have occasion to go there. And, most people, not all, but most people who interface with him personally that I've heard of tend to like him, because he can, talk to you like a common person. He wouldn't put on the air that Hillary would put on, or maybe some other fine young Democrats or fine old Democrats. She encouraged me to vote for Trump, but I never did. I didn't vote for his opponent either. But of course, if I did vote for Trump, it wouldn't have helped him. Right. New York is not a Republican state. Right. But and of course she, had her life saved in Trump's hospital.
Wow.
Oh.
Because that's where you go if you're in Queens, or in the area of Queens, so it wasn't that far away from her home. But she had called me. Well, I say that when I kind of my relationship with her fell apart literally the day I got legally divorced. It fell apart not because she necessarily wanted it to fall apart, because she literally couldn't move. Her back was so bad. At one point she had scoliosis. It was so bad they put 2 rods up her spine. So she had 2 rods and a big scar going down the back of her spine, which you didn't really notice it unless you were looking at her back. But so it wasn't something that you necessarily.
Right. I mean, it's just, that's incredible that she survived that. Please go on. Wow.
Oh, well, yeah. And now, see, the thing is, the scar went all the way. I mean, it was a huge scar. Now, just to get a comparative, and that was, I guess, what they did was the state of the art of that day. But, and she had a whole body cast on for a big period of her life that, when she was probably in her teens.
Oh my God, that's awful. But, that's got to impact her psychologically. Oh my God.
Well, she read a lot.
Yeah.
And boy, she was a fast reader, a good reader. She could retain information. She was really super intelligent, mm-hmm. and just was very well read. And I think her chart said she had I think she was eccentric and had perhaps an attraction to very unusual men, which would be me. I guess I wasn't either. I don't know if I was eccentric or unusual.
and as you said, she was certainly aware of me. Even gave me, graced me that gift.
God, she was aware of you. She listened to you. She listened. She listened to every show, but she was very up to date.
Wow.
On everything I was doing with you.
Wow. Okay.
Far more up to date than Paula, who does not have time to listen. Or Paula will get some updates from me.
Right.
But even then, and as I say, when I won't go down certain territories right now because they get too complicated.
Right.
But anyway, she was very much aware of you, and of course, she was aware of you from the day I got involved with you back. She was the one that, when I had this big cold day and my electric box went out. I was getting water on the electric box, and it was this crisis.
Right.
And she said, I think I said, this has to do with Dietrich.
Yes.
And she goes, I know, but I didn't want to say anything. I'm sitting there in my cold house. Yeah. It's like 20 degrees, and I'm, somehow sleeping in the back room, and I'm just like bundled up. Yeah. And I call her, and she says it. Well, I got things repaired that next day, but thank God it wasn't a weekend.
Right.
But so she was acutely aware of what was going on with you and me from day one.
Yes.
And that's why she had given me a gift to give to you when we were at that restaurant on California Street. It was, and with Lorian and my friend Doug. So she was very acutely aware of you.
Right. Right.
And appreciated you.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Now, Marianne, I should say another interesting thing about Marianne, her last name was Martini, mm-hmm. and she had told me, just kind of passed it off, that she might have been related to some pope.
Oh.
That was some family legend. And I'm going to dig up his name. Well, I kind of figured out who the Pope was because this came up in my own research. It was quite a coincidence. It didn't seem to amount to much, but there was, I'd like to give his full name here, because his name, he's known to history as Pedro de la Luna. And of course, Pedro de la Luna, for those of you who can't figure that out, in Spanish means Peter Moon.
Ah.
Peter of the Moon.
Yes.
Now, he was the anti-pope under the name of Benedict VIII. Now, the history of Pedro de la Luna. Now, he's got, like many Spanish, he's got about 18 names. And the last one of his 18 names is De Martini. So that's where the Martini comes from. And he might have been more Spanish than Italian, but what the hell's the difference? She was Italian. Mm. And, but anyway, what's special about Pedro de la Luna, he was the last pope, and he was the pope in France, Avignon, because there was a schism in the Catholic Church.
Right.
And what had happened was, to make a very involved story short, he was actually the successor pope to the original popes, if you want to call the original popes valid, which I'm not. But the original popes, and then there was a schism that actually took over the papacy and planted itself in Italy. He wouldn't accept that, so he went and took the papacy to France. Right. And there's a lot of history there.
Yeah.
But he was the last pope, so to speak, you can look at it two ways. The last pope in France, but also the last pope of the original papacy. And then it was supplanted by another papacy. This is like around 1404. Yeah. In this time period. So that was a great, and I've done an article on it in my newsletter, Pedro de la Luna. Interesting history, but I don't know what more I can get out of it. So that was a sort of a neat coincidence. But her, I guess her interfacing with, her reading while she was, say, incapacitated. Mm-hmm. Another funny story from her youth, she told me. Well, I don't know how funny it was, is that she went to Catholic school, and the nuns were, they'd wrap your fingers with.
The rulers. Yes, the yardsticks.
And now, I don't know what happened, but some kid was getting punished, and it was completely incorrect, and she started crying, just blubbering, because it was so wrong, and she was this ultra-sensitive cancer.
Yes.
Just started blubbering up a storm, and boy, she became too much to handle. They didn't beat her, although they were probably tempted to. And they brought her to dealt with her parents and said she had a big problem. And I don't remember if it was her father or mother stood up for her, but I think they kind of told her they had a problem. And but they were acting like as if she was psychologically disturbed because she was crying. Well, she was psychologically disturbed.
Right.
Not as a I mean, they shouldn't have been doing this. And there was some sort of realignment of whatever was going on. Maybe the sister was straightened out, disciplined. I don't know, but it was too much. So she had quite an impact there.
Yeah.
But as she had a very wonderful father. He passed away before I got there. He was so nice that as a cop, he had a reputation because he'd never give anybody a ticket. He'd just kind of give them a warning. He didn't like to issue tickets. But they called him the chaplain because when they had some, horrible murderer or in the jail or something, he could get the guy to confess. And he did it just out of human sympathy and compassion. He could go in and talk to the guy. He's apparently a really nice man.
What an incredible skill. It's such a pity that he wasn't able to teach that to other cops in general.
He was very friendly with the famous Scorpio. What is his name? Serpico. Yeah. Serpico was somebody who, risked his life and certainly his career exposing corruption in the NYPD.
Right.
And he was very close with Serpico. She knew him too.
Interesting.
Marianne knew, she knew so many famous people or had interactions with them. And of course, one of them, well, there's so many parts to her life that are so interesting. Well, one of them was Dave Cowens, the center for the Boston Celtics, a really great player who won at least one championship for the Boston Celtics in the 70s. She went to the, I don't know what the word is, the Conservatory School of Music in Boston. That's where she went for college. Musical conservatory. I don't know what the name of it is, but they would always ask somebody from there to come down and do the Star Spangled Banner at Boston Garden for the hockey games or the basketball games. And she didn't like the hockey games because, she'd be sitting there in the front row behind the glass and the hockey players would get hit and their teeth would come flying out at it. Literally the teeth. It's very violent games.
Yes, it's disgusting.
She didn't care for the hockey games, although she got to see Bobby Orr at his peak, the famous guy. But she was actually very friendly with Dave Cowens because he ended up calling her to get a room or something. And he went to the conservatory. He played cello. So she had a personal friendship with him. And she admired him very greatly. And he was an undersized center. He's about 6'8", and that's not very high for a center. And she said he was very quick and very good. I wasn't watching too much basketball in those days, but so she had a uh, I guess, a great relationship with Boston sports. And I, of course, I met her when she was about 42, and very beautiful woman. But at the wake, I saw they had just a few pictures of her. They were doing the montage of when she was younger. Wow. I could not believe how incredibly beautiful she was. She was beautiful when I knew her, but she was like over the top beautiful when I look at those early pictures. And I always used to say to her, even before I saw it, because she didn't really have any pictures that she showed me of her younger, but I always used to say, boy, I wish if I could go back in time, I would have liked to have started our relationship earlier.
Wow. Yeah, that means a lot. And did she, I'm so sorry, this is maybe jumping ahead of
it's okay.
The narrative. What took her down?
Oh, well, I saw her last summer physically, and she had deteriorated a lot since I'd last seen her many, many years ago. Physically, we were always in touch.
Oh, that's so sad.
But she had the lungs.
Okay.
She had the back. I said, I think, she even said, she says, look, here's where the keys are. In case I die, I want you to see, here are the keys to get in the house, and nobody can get in the house. Now, she kind of said this to me. It kind of reminded me, of a little kid who goes to the kitchen to somebody who's visiting the house and say, this is where my mom keeps the money in the cookie jar. Right. Yeah. Like the kid shouldn't be saying that. Yeah. The kid's just sharing information he shouldn't be sharing. That's the way I felt about it. And I said, okay, well, now, of course, that's the first thing I said to her niece. You got in the house, okay? Because I told her that. She said, oh, yeah, we're in the house. Okay, good. You don't need to worry about where the keys are. You've already got the keys. Right. Of course, but basically, so I could see that she didn't have a lot left in her. On the other hand, I was very impressed by how long she had lasted. Right. Because she had so many health challenges in her life. And I'm very happy for her longevity. Right. She lived to 66. If we go back to, well, I'll get into the Qigong stuff with her. Okay.
But by the way, how did they save her at Trump Hospital?
How did what? Oh, well, I'll get into that. Okay.
Yeah. And it's actually named after him. It's actually Trump Hospital.
Yeah. I mean, Trump is a real estate magnate. And they have a lot of property. His father had apartment buildings. They still own them. They're part of the empire.
By the way, just so people know, I would find having to stay in Trump Hospital less offensive than having to stay in SF General, which they've changed the name to Mark Zuckerberg Hospital. That's actually more offensive to me, but go on.
Well, yeah, I think Trump's had his stamp on this for so long, and I think it's actually a service to the community.
Yeah, it's actually a life of its own at this point, yes.
But an amusing story, and I don't think it was that hospital. Her brother-in-law, who's passed away now, who used to talk about playing cards with John Gotti. He used to play cards at the same club with John Gotti. Just a bunch of Italians, He was not one of them. He told me of his one run-in with the mob, and they wanted to find, because he was protesting. He was driving some truck, and he was protesting. He wasn't in line with the union or something, and the mob called him in, and they want to know who he was and what he was doing. I said, okay, all right, we know who you are. They just they didn't bother him.
Scoping him out.
Yeah, they admired him. Okay, all right, good. All right, I guess they showed him respect, just because he was not doing. But I guess they didn't want him to be part of some rival faction. They don't go out of their way to make fights. But he told me that he was a security guard at some hospital in Queens. I don't remember which one it was. And they would not have enough trained emergency personnel to deal with the people. So he said he'd go in there and sew people up. He's a security guard.
Whoa. Holy shit.
Well, you look at it, if he doesn't sew them up, they're going to die.
Yeah.
So he gets out the needle, the surgical needle. Now, Was he exaggerating? I don't think so. This is New York, you know. It's of course when you're dealing with people, you know, I guess you do what you got to do.
Yes.
And how hard is it? I don't know. I've never sewed anybody up. I hope I never have to.
Yes. By the way, the word suture comes from the Buddhist word sutra, because they used to stitch together the bindings of the sutras. So that's where they got the word suture from. So,
okay, I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. But Marianne had several, I guess, relationships with the death experience.
wow.
And she had, going back to her early youth, and of course she read a lot, so she would read a lot about the paranormal from God knows what. She had an incredible
library, I would presume, but go on.
knowledge. Well, library, yes, but knowledge of just having. She's so well read and well read on esoteric topics. And the way she met me was she had was attracted to my book that I wrote with Preston, Encounter in the Pleiades. And I was actually doing a lecture on Long Island, and I was introducing Stuart Swerdlow for his book. The purpose of me arranging the lecture was to introduce Stuart Swerdlow. And I would get up and talk for about 10 minutes and then turn it over to Stuart. I remember Preston was there that night. And of course, she was the first one to walk in. I was early. She walked in and she met me and asked if I was an experiencer. An experiencer is, of course, somebody who's been abducted or maybe had contact. And she had her own experiences. And she knew Whitley Strieber very well. She knew Daniel Brinkley very well. I spoke with Daniel just the other day, which I'll share. Of course, Daniel Brinkley, for those of you who don't know, is done so much to make awareness of hospice.
Yeah.
Twilight Brigade. And if you have somebody who's dying, you need help with, you can call the Twilight Brigade. You can look it up. That's how I got in contact with him, and he called me because he just so appreciated that I told him about Marianne. He had nothing to say nice things about Marianne because they interfaced a lot.
By the way, this is so important to me because Daniel Brinkley is someone that I did indeed meet eventually. He actually was kind enough, this wonderful human being, to basically, when my father died, I reached out, and it was a friend of mine who was involved in wargaming, of all things. You can get into that another time. But he had access to the internet, which I did not at that time at all. And he sent an email to Daniel Brinkley about my father dying, and Daniel Brinkley called me. And I was really so astonished, literally starfucked, as they call it. I actually hung up by accident, and he was kind enough to call me back. And so he spoke to me for quite a bit, and I was so impressed by that. And then, of course, I met him several times at the conferences. And then it would be interesting if you ever get a chance to speak to him again. Do bring me up and see what memory he has. It'd be interesting to see what his opinion.
Don't think I did not, Douglas. Don't think I did not.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
But that is a whole other conversation, which I will touch on right now because it's here. But anyway, I, shared with him. And now,
and by the way, just so people know, I also relate to him because he was also under attack by a bunch of assholes about his military record. So do go on, Peter. I'm so sorry. I had to bring that up because,
yes. But of course, I know he was well aware of Preston because Marianne relayed conversation.
Do you need to get that? Is that...
No.
Okay.
Preston would say, or I think Marianne quoted him as saying, "That guy's lying. That guy's lying, because he has in Carolina, he's from Carolina, he has a Southern accent. That guy's lying. But then again, Preston was, things didn't always come out in a way that made sense.
Right.
There was a lot of truth in what he said, and there was a lot of bullshit in what he said. So you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Right. Although you can be very tempted to. And, frankly, the same thing can happen with you. It's people will throw out the bathwater with you out the bathwater because they can't take the bathwater. Too much more. Get rid of the baby too. We don't want it. And so anyway, Danny did most of the talking, and we interfaced. He probably did about 65% of the talking. But I said, lately I've been working with Douglas Dietrich, and he just kind of like didn't address it. He didn't say, he didn't say good. It was just, he bypassed it. And because it opens up a can of worms.
Yes.
It opens up a can of worms. And this is, he's dealing with dead people. Yeah. He's dealing with death. And he said his last incident, I think, was at about 2018 or 19. He says 28% of his heart is working. He defies medical science, but he says the body's just like a mechanism, and he knows how to run it. He's running it from outside of his body, right, as far as I'm concerned, and he didn't say it in so many words, but I think he did in effect say that.
Yeah.
So he's been dead many times, but basically, what that tells me is that's symptomatic of not just him, but large portions of the human race, that Douglas Dietrich is not something that people can process. It's not just the individual. Well, it is the individual because it's everything that he represents of, turning the world upside down and showing you that, Donald Trump doesn't have orange hair, he has blue hair, so to speak. I mean, that's just a rough analogy. Find out his because you're looking at through the wrong color of glasses, or your cornea and iris and what's that, pupil are not retina, are not all lined up right.
Yes.
So this is one of the big challenges of your work, which is a whole nother subject we can address. Not right at this moment.
Understood.
So, yes. So anyway, I definitely mentioned because I was very curious, and the reaction was no reaction.
Right.
No mention. Not mention.
And that speaks volumes in and of itself, by the way.
It does. And I hope before the end of the night I can address this with an engagement I've been invited to on Wednesday. It'll be before I do the show with you on Wednesday. I hope we can address that before the end of the night. We can address it publicly. We can also do it privately if I'm up tomorrow morning.
Sounds good.
In time.
Yes.
Now, I was going to say, so she had many flirtations with the NDE state, and we'll go back to, I'd say that she, as they say, when my marriage was over in the year 2000, and she developed a very close relationship with my daughter. My daughter was devastated to hear that she passed away. And I think the first time they met, I had her babysit her so I could go to court, to small claims court, to defend myself against this OTO member, which was quite a story. Of course, the person didn't show up.
Right.
I had 2 attorneys. Can you believe that?
Easy.
2 attorneys at small claims court.
Yes, yes. That situation demanded it.
Well, one was my business attorney, and one was my, homeowner's attorney, individual attorney, because I was covered with attorney, it was a dispute whether they didn't really know whether this was a business thing or a personal thing, because the house, I think at the time, was owned by the business. But then for the divorce, I had to put it in my own name. So there was a question of which company. So they both showed up. Both attorneys probably got a few $100s to show up and defend me. They called themselves the Dream Team. Of course, she didn't show up, so I won the case.
Yeah.
It was a harassment suit.
Right.
And
but by the way, they're like insurance. It's better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them.
well, exactly. But it was pretty funny. It was utterly ridiculous. But in any case, that's how she met my daughter, and they just clicked right away, which was really good. So but anyway, she literally couldn't be with me because her back was so bad that she couldn't even she couldn't even talk on the phone.
Wow. She
could not even talk on the phone.
Because the pain?
Oh yeah, her back, so she would take muscle relaxers and whatever. It wasn't like you could take her to a chiropractor because she had the issues with her
spine, the rods, steel rods.
Yeah. And so we didn't really connect, and we only I don't remember all the interactions and whatnot, but we had some interactions. But I remember she came with me one time to see the Montauk's when I was doing the Qigong with the medicine man before I met Roosevelt. And she was rather shocked and complimentary that I had made such a, I guess what you'd say, penetration of the culture barrier, she said.
Right.
And I didn't even notice. That's me.
Right.
Because I was sitting there working amongst all these Indians, which are, many of them are dark-skinned in color. And I didn't even think about it. So, she thought that was, she really noticed the difference there. And she became friends with the shaman. And I think she knew the medicine man. I don't remember how much interaction. But anyway, when I started going to Brooklyn to Qigong, and we were in phone conversation, I'd go by and visit her. I was on the way home, sort of. So that sort of renewed our relationship many years later, where we began to hang out together on weekends. Mm-hmm. And that was, and of course, then amidst that, she had called me one night. Well, I had brought her to Qigong once. So she came to Qigong, and it was very unfortunate because she came to a class when he was doing this particular stance, mm-hmm. which is a very powerful stance. And she should not have done it. Oh. And he didn't know. I mean, he's teaching a whole class, and she's trying to do the stance, and it just throws her back out like something crazy, because it's the worst thing that she could have done. She came to class, and it was the worst possible thing, exercise to show for her, wow. for her back. Oh. And you shouldn't never do anything that's going to hurt you or strain you too much.
Right.
It's going to strain you. You got to cut back and work up to it. So, her back locked up. That was very unfortunate. And I think she wouldn't come with me. She came with another friend, which didn't help the situation either. But anyway, she was cooked. for that. She couldn't go back because I think she was also intimidated by, she just didn't feel a part of it because look, it's like you don't have to be an athlete to come to Qigong class at all.
Right.
But it was too much for her. So she didn't feel that she could be part of it. Mm-hmm. So whatever it was later, how many years or two later, she had called me and says, look, I might need your help. Can I call on you? Can you make sure you're there for me if I need you? Mm-hmm. I said, sure. And we're talking, and all of a sudden the phone goes dead.
Yeah.
The phone goes dead. I call back. I don't hear anything. I don't find anything out. And then I guess I think I emailed her friend Patricia, who's listening, and she let me know that Marianne was in the hospital. This was at Trump Hospital. Now, what had happened is another one of her close friends had some inkling, went by, and she was in the downstairs area in front of the apartment that she rented out, and she was down there, I guess, visible. He went and called 911, and they got her to the hospital. She was dead. Oh. She was dead, and they pumped her back to life. Oh, wow. They resuscitated her. And then by the time I got to her, I think I was given a phone number, if I recall, and I called her. And of course, she's kind of confused. She didn't quite know what had happened. I sort of had to piece things together for her to the degree that I knew them because I didn't know much. And I knew something. And so I began to orient her into where she was. I used Scientology techniques, which she was very appreciative of. She said I did a very good job of orienting her. Wow. She didn't know quite what was going on. I got her back into the environment, and she, soon went home. And I said, look, I'm going to, pay for a Qigong session for you with my teacher. We're going to do this. And they were, I think, $300 for a session with my teacher. I might have gotten a half-price discount. I don't really remember. I didn't care. But I brought her. She was open to hearing that. And he took her. So we came early before the class. And he put her up. He put a chair, propped it against the wall. Didn't use the legs. I know he propped the chair. It was like, and then he had her lean against the table. And he had him and his assistant working on her. He was working with his lower forearm and working on her back, her lower back, buttocks area. And this is what I learned. He brought her lungs back to life. This is what the area, if somebody can't breathe, you want to work on their lower back near the buttocks area because the lungs extend down there.
Wow.
And he got her breathing again. I mean, it was noticeable. Now, he's not just rubbing her, he's putting energy into her.
Right.
But nobody should underestimate how much you can help a person by doing that.
Wow. And it's the lower back.
Lower back, lower back, buttocks area. Okay. And they were both working on her. And, I just sat back and was probably doing my workout for the day. There was just us in the and there was a big, room in the upstairs of the church. Yeah. And we're just, and oh boy, she was like flying. She could not believe the difference. Incredible. And then he invited her to stay for the class. It won't cost you anything. He says, you'd be our guest tonight. She stayed in the class. She did the class, all fine. And now it was okay for her to come back to the class. She was now a bona fide student. because, when she entered before, she couldn't do it. But now she was a part of the ecostructure. She interfaced well with everybody. They all loved her. They all liked her. He loved her. My teacher loved her. Everybody loved her. And so she could come to class with me. She didn't necessarily come as much as I did, but, I'd pick her up and take her to class. It wasn't that, pick her up in Queens and take her to Bed-Stuy. She didn't come to the outdoor classes, just the indoor classes. Back to her old neighborhood, or her father's old neighborhood. And of course, I think when she left after that healing session, there was some license plate that had her father's initials on it. She said, "Oh, that was great," and she credited both of us for saving her life that night.
Amazing.
And then, of course, it was, and then and of course she would do the qigong, not to the extent that I do it, but she would do it, and it helped her. She had also acquired an ovarian cyst somewhere along the line. She wouldn't go to the doctor. I encouraged her to go to the doctor. She wouldn't do it. And, but I taught her the exercise to get rid of tumor. Mm-hmm. I said, you got to do this for 45 minutes a day for 99 days, and you'll get rid of it. And lo and behold, she got rid of the ovarian cyst. It was a very dramatic realization we had one night. Wow. And of course, then I found out she'd only been doing the exercise 6 or 7 minutes a day. She's supposed to do it 45 minutes.
Whoa.
And I think I shared this with Brooke. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I shared that with Brooke, or I shared another one with Brooke, but Brooke probably got to see that, because this is that I will share with people who have a tumor. Mm-hmm. And it's designed to get rid of any tumor, because you're making the lymph flow. Mm-hmm. You're making lymph flow. So she had just utter admiration for Roosevelt, and certainly got to know him, and he really liked empathic people. Mm. He really, because he was empathic. Right. Of course, he was such a tough ass that people didn't always see the empathic side of him. And sometimes his empathy would make him detest people because he saw who they were.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think somebody had once given him a bouquet of flowers, and he goes, "What the hell am I going to do with this?" He says, "I'm a martial artist, Don't give me flowers." It's like
that doesn't sound too empathic.
Well, he had his own boundaries. But there was an incredibly civilized side to him. There was also a side to him that was a gang leader. So, it's like, you give a gang leader a bouquet of flowers?
Well, in the old days, back in the days of the 20s, the roaring 20s, you had the gangsters who used to buy flowers to pin into their suits and lapels and shit. I mean, different
That's
world.
A little different.
Yeah. Different world.
I don't know if they're giving each other bouquets.
No. At funerals, yeah. At funerals, yeah.
Giving up. Yeah, well, funerals are one thing. Giving a bouquet of flowers. So, I think that, and then there was another time when I had gotten back from Romania, and my friend had invited me up to Woodstock to meet the Lama from the Woodstock Lamasery. Mm-hmm. It's not really in Woodstock per se, but we call it the Woodstock Monastery. And she was fascinated by that. She wanted to go. She said, "Well, go. I'll go." Now I could never get her to go anywhere. Couldn't get her to go anywhere. She was a real homebody, Cancerian. Exactly born the opposite end of the zodiac than me. Cancer. She's born on the 16th. I'm born on the 15th or 16th. If it's in New York, it's the 16th. So we were polar opposites. What I would say about Capricorns and Cancers, Cancers, Capricorns go well with Scorpios. They go well with Pisces. They go well with Earth signs. Cancer and Capricorn, although they're opposites, it's very complex. They can get along, but it's very complex. It's perhaps not the ideal, but it can work. Whereas if you mix with other signs, it might not work so well. Of course, all these things depend on other planets and other situations. But she was, so anyway, Cancers are homebodies. They love home, fourth house. And I could hardly ever get her to go anyplace. And she wanted to go. So we went. And my friend did a treatment on her, chiropractor. He could not crunch her bones, but he did some kinesiology, and I don't know whatever the hell he did to her. But after he worked on her, she could laugh at my jokes. I mean, really laugh at them. She really kind of always was uncomfortable with my sense of humor. And it totally changed. It totally changed. Mm-hmm. Like she one time told me, she says, "Your sense of humor is not sophisticated." And I said, well, a sense of humor should not be sophisticated, because if it's sophisticated, it's not funny. It's not like, you don't want to be snobby about your humor, in my opinion. She actually, it was like transition overnight. I went from non-funny to funny.
Wow.
And by the way, speaking of funny, my friend Eva, who I talked about, my Bulgarian translator, she wrote me the nicest email in response to what I said about her the other night, because my publisher has been listening to us, which doesn't totally surprise me. We haven't talked, but maybe he's hard up for esoteric juice. I don't know. No, but he's always enjoyed my work. And of course, he's known about you for a long, long time.
Wonderful.
So apparently Milko has been listening, and she mentioned that, and she was very touched that I was mentioning her.
Yes.
And so just mention her. And of course, Marianne knew both of them. She got them tickets to the opera. And Eva remembers me snoring at the opera. I don't remember that. But I think we all left at intermission because we were all so tired. I don't remember snoring. But Marianne got me so many complimentary tickets to the opera. It was incredible. I mean, it was very often had choice seats. And not that I was an opera buff, because I wasn't. But I did enjoy it. I originally went to see Wagner and Lohengrin because I was very interested in the German connection with Wagner in my German research.
Yes.
And she knew those backwards and forwards. She knew so much about that, and got me some very good seats, and I got to learn some appreciation. As they say, she was the consummate musician as far as having an ear for music. And I remember introducing her to this organist who I knew from my work, because his wife was really into my work. And she says, "Do you know who that is?" He's one of, the fourth best organist or third best organist in the world. I said, "Yeah, I know who it is." She was very impressed. But he was so impressed with her because she knew music. He could not believe how well she knew music. Now, this is beyond my realm of appreciation. They knew music, and I could, but it's not, I could tell the difference between a horn and a guitar. But they know all these subtleties. although she would be very impressed at my own critiques of music, because I actually have a very good ear for knowing what works and doesn't work. Even though I don't really play anything, I had very limited experience with musical instruments, and I could really help my daughter with songs. Sometimes she wouldn't listen enough, and would do it her own way. But if she listened to me, her music would have been even more popular, because I can take something and I've learned how to critique stuff. It doesn't matter what it is. That was part of my training in Scientology, and you also have to have an ear for it. I could even critique a sport that I'm not familiar with. But so much. Of course, I could critique something much better if I'm really familiar with it and give a sober assessment of it. But anyway, so much for that. So it was after that trip that I took her home, and she had a, I guess I took her home and she was not well. Yeah. After getting all the work done on her and meeting the Lama, she was not well. And she asked me to stay there that night in her house, and she began having some very challenging issues. She was sleeping in the living room. I was sleeping in the back bedroom. Mm-hmm. And then she wanted me to take her to urgent care. Mm-hmm. And I did. I had to stay there with her, and I did. I did some Qigong with her, and she credited me with saving her life that night. And I would not leave her. Right. I wasn't going to just go. I mean, just go home. Okay, I'm going to bed. I would not leave her. Right. No way. It was, I knew not to leave her that night. Wow. So she credited me with saving her life that night. And she got through whatever that was, because she often had to have a inhaler, or she always had her inhaler handy, and a couple of muscle relaxers if she needed them. So she coped very well with her situation. But when I'd seen her last summer, she really was having a hard time walking. Yeah. So I offered she needed to go to the bank, so I drove her to the bank and sat, and rather than, she had to walk a few blocks. I wasn't comfortable with her walking a few blocks, although she evidently did from time to time. But I could just see by the status of her walking that she didn't have a long time in this world, which was just fine with her. Because when she recovered that first time from the Trump hospital, she says, "Oh, it'd just be better off if I would have just died and, left my estate to my nieces. That would have been so much better. Would have been so much better."
Wow, was she depressed or something?
No, I wouldn't call her depressed, but she just belongs in that other world. That's who she was. Okay. That's what she identified with. Mm-hmm. And that made her, I guess what you'd say.
I mean, Danny and Brinkley and I have both been there several times ourselves, and neither one of us is in a hurry to go back.
Well, it made her. I guess all of that interaction made the two of us interface well. Right. Now, I'm not somebody, I've got several friends who've died multiple times. Right. I seem to attract them in my work and whatnot, but it's I'm not somebody, I've talked about my NDE, but I'm not somebody who's struggled with that. I'm very much alive. I can appreciate what happens. I'm not intimidated by death. I mean, I think if anyone, had to literally face the gallows, they're going to be, they're going to be intimidated by that or something. It's not a pleasant thing to have your head chopped off or something like that. But the whole idea of it and the whole way we die, I mean, I think she's very pleased. She had all this insurance to make sure that if she died, she'd be cared for and wouldn't be a burden to her family or whatever. Mm-hmm. She wanted special insurance. Well, she passed away in her own bed. I think that made her very happy in the long run, because she wasn't a burden to anybody. Mm-hmm. And that was important to her. And of course, her estate didn't soak up any money, so it'll go to where she wants it to go to, and that's really would make her happy. Where the most interesting thing about her in all of this, which I haven't mentioned yet, was our interrelationship with David Anderson. And she was the one in 1976 doing summer stock at Booth Bay Harbor, that she was on the beach. She went to a beach. She was at the Booth Bay. There's like one theater in Booth Bay. And she told this very interesting story. When she was there, she visited what she called the John Wilkes Booth Museum. It really wasn't a museum. Well, it was. It wasn't a public museum. It was a couple of guys. I think they were gay, but that's kind of irrelevant. They had sort of a mansion, and they had all of this memorabilia of John Wilkes Booth.
Wow.
And
it sounds like something a couple of gay guys would get together and do, yeah.
Well, I don't know. But Booth Bay, the question is Booth Bay related to John Wilkes Booth? This is not a question you can get an answer to. I've not been able to get an answer to it because, of course, it might be more connected, if it is connected, to his brother Edwin Booth, who was also a thespian like John Wilkes Booth. And Edwin Booth, I mean, they were a family of thespians and very noted ones.
Yeah.
John Wilkes Booth was the George Clooney of his day. He was a sex symbol. They didn't use that word then because he was on stage and women admired him. So Booth Bay Harbor, anyway, I don't know the connection to the Booth family. Certainly the name connection.
Must be one, yeah.
I think there is. And of course, then I found out that John Wilkes Booth was autopsy, or the man they say was John Wilkes Booth, because I'm not sure it was. There's a lot of controversy about that. But the man they say was John Wilkes Booth was autopsied aboard the USS Montauk, which kind of made the whole story have a quantum resonance. The USS Montauk. They put his,
of course.
Yeah, it was great for synchronicity. But anyway, she was performing there with one of her colleagues, who was a male, and they went to the theater in the morning after their performance, their last performance, to get their check. And she said that the theater was back. There was all these broken liquor bottles, and the manager was drunk, and he was very menacing. And they just got the hell. They said, "This is not safe."
Yeah.
So they took the rented car, which was driven by the guy, and they got the hell out of there. They said, "Look, our plane's not leaving until 2:00." So they went to the beach. They said, "Let's go hang out at the beach."
Uh-huh.
So they went to the beach. They got out of the car. They walked to the beach, and then they realized they forgot a blanket. So he goes back to the car to get the blanket. She stays there at the beach. Then she turns around, and out of nowhere, there was a man standing there. It was the spitting image of David Anderson. 1976. He's wearing white. He's got a white sweater. He's kind of tied it around his neck, like, and he looks at her and says hello. And what do you got there? He says, I have a journal. He says, "Oh, I have a journal." And then, what are you doing? And she tells him about all the problems they're having, and that, I guess they want to, there's some issue about the plane or whatnot, and they're going to get out of there. And then he looks through and he says, "Your travel plans will work out just fine." I mean, she turns around, the next thing you know, he's gone. He's gone. He disappeared. Very weird occurrence.
Of course.
So let's fast forward to August 11th, 1999. Mm-hmm. I've known her from about March 98. I've known her for about a year and 5 months. And, we're very close. She's getting reports on my intimate details of my life every day, and all the stuff I was going through, because I was still going through the divorce at that point.
Right.
And David Anderson has returned from Romania, and it's a what do you call it? It's a full eclipse, and it's a grand cross in the skies, major eclipse. And when people walk into your life and walk out of your life, August 11th, it was the Montauk Biorhythm. So David comes in, he sits right next to her in the front row. This is a basement of my friend Lori Saluzzi's house. And Preston is doing all the talking. He's listening to Preston. I think he introduces himself at one point. He says he's a physicist, but that doesn't mean anything in particular. Then afterwards, in the anteroom, he introduces himself to me, says who he is, and then I recognize who he is because he's already subscribed to my newsletter. At that point, I know, okay, this is the same David Anderson, who I thought was just a kid who knew how to make fancy stationery. No, he was I knew he was for real. I knew he was for real just by talking to him. And then we're driving home. I'm driving her home to Queens, which is, a good little journey. And she says, she was in that guy with the smiley socks. He was very interesting. He had socks with, smiley faces on them or something. And she said, it's like, she's talking about this guy. I said, that's David Anderson. I said, he has a time travel research center. She goes, what? She was shocked. Time travel research center. She freaked out, but she didn't let me know. I did not find out that story about Boothbay Harbor for another year because she was afraid if she told me, I would think she was crazy. And when she said that, I said, I wouldn't have thought you were crazy. I hear so many more crazy things than that. I wouldn't have thought you were crazy at all. So that was her interface with David Anderson. Now, of course, she was at the meeting. They interchanged emails. I know she got tickets for his boss and then there was the night in 2001. That was 1999, 2001. David was still on Long Island. And there was a night in 2000, it was, I think, November. The United States had invaded Afghanistan because of the justification was the 9/11.
Right.
And David had called me over to his apartment that night. Now, the odd coincidence, he said he wanted to talk to me. It's the first time he'd ever called me to his home. He would always come to my house. A few times he'd come to a Montauk meeting. And he said, and so I said, well, yes. I said, is it all right if Mary Ann comes? He says, oh, yes. Quite happy to have her because he knew her and was familiar with her. But see, the reason for that was she was going to her niece's house. And her niece lived like 5 blocks away from David's place. It was like, it's closer than you and Nancy Pelosi. For the, audience, Douglas lives 1 mile from Nancy Pelosi. Short walk, up a hill or two. But this is good walking, walk. You should walk 2 miles a day in Qigong. You want to walk Qigong walking 2 miles, you do it in a particular way, but, every day you should walk up to Nancy's house and turn around and come back.
Yeah, by the way, you're entering a totally different world when you enter that neighborhood. The economic levels, it's like New York City. Economic levels are just completely different from one block to the next. Go on.
But pedestrians are welcome as long as they're not, violated.
Just in their underwear. Yeah. What was that?
There's no restrictions on pedestrians except what the ne'er-do-wells might inflict upon them.
Yes.
And
they appreciate it when you're not dressed in underwear and welding a hammer. Yes.
Yeah. So in any case, I thought, oh, this is perfect. I can just go over to her niece's house and pick her up and take her to David's. She did not want to go. She did not want to go. Nothing personal, because she would have I don't know how to describe it, a buzz. It was too much. Now, the only time that ever happened with her is when Bill Burns had invited me to his contact, whatever it was called. I forget what it was called. Contact.
I think they call it Contact in the Desert, right?
No, it wasn't called Contact in the Desert. It was in New York City.
Same thing.
Urban
jungle. Contact in the urban jungle.
Well, it was Contact or whatever. So anyway, he had offered me a table through our mutual friend Tom Mattingly, and just go there and hang out and sell books. And of course, she was supposed to meet me there and hang out with me. And I'm there, and she comes in, and I see her. I have a few words with her, and then she disappears. I don't find out till later the next day that she could not be in that room. She was getting a buzz. I don't know what a buzz means, like a ringing, but it was like she could not be in that room. It was all of those contactees that she couldn't be around. Now, she'd spent a lot of time around contactees, and we can talk about that, but she couldn't be there, and she couldn't be with David that night. It was like there was some sort of energy with her empath that she just could not be there. Now, of course, I went over, so I was disappointed. I wanted her to be there because, I'd love to have a witness to things like that.
Yeah.
And so I went over, and maybe it was good that the two of us just did what we did, but...
Right. And this is to disambiguate buzz, as in like tinnitus, a ringing in the ears.
Well,
or some kind of
I can't separate it from tinnitus because I don't know that there wasn't some manifestation of it. But if there was, it was more than just tinnitus.
Right. But it definitely wasn't the other meaning of buzz, which is a pleasant high. Like, when you drink a couple of beers and you get...
It was an unpleasant...
Yeah.
Unpleasant. But it was like... it was like bleeding dimensions is really what it amounts to. Yeah. It amounts to some sort of bleeding between dimensions, in my opinion. So anyway, and at that night, that was the night when David told me that he was going to Moscow and that he was only allowed to take his passport and his plane ticket, nothing else, or it would be taken from him. So he went to Moscow. There was at least one email from the Moscow Aviation Institute, which he eventually purchased the remnants of. And then he was supposed to come back. He says, if I don't come back in 2 weeks, make a lot of noise because I'm supposed to be gone for 2 weeks.
Right.
And then I got a call, I think after 3 weeks, from a girlfriend of his who said, David said to call you if he's not back in 3 weeks. And then I began to make noise. Then we both got an email from him that Joe Matheny tracked back to Pakistan. It came out of Pakistan, which David would never deny or acknowledge because it was security issues. So I can assume that he went to Pakistan that was involved with what was going on with the war in Afghanistan. But beyond that, because he's an expert in nuclear weapons, but beyond that, I really don't know. And I did ask him, but he still said he couldn't talk. So I don't push it. So she had an interesting relationship with David, but David began to fade out after that.
Right.
And didn't hear from him so much. He had security problems at the Time Travel Research Center in Long Island, and he then said he had to shut that down. He moved up to Rochester and worked for Bosch, where he began to work on very advanced security systems. Now, and it was in 2003 that he called me and said, I want to give you all the stuff I have from the Time Travel Research Center, because shutting it down, and I want to give it all to you. He says, we can meet halfway between your house and Rochester. I need a station wagon to put it all in. So I said, okay, we'll get Preston, had a big van. So I called up Preston. He says, yes, I'd like to see David. And we used Preston's van. We drove all the way up to Rochester, because I said, we'll go all the way to Rochester. I don't know why I said that instead of meeting him halfway. Might have been better to meet him halfway, but we went all the way to Rochester. And that, and David said, so we transferred all the stuff in from David's Hummer to the van. And then I said, well, David, we'd like to take you out to dinner. He said, I'm sorry, I don't have the time, but I can spend 15 minutes with you. So we talked for a while, and he says, he says, I'm not going to be able to work with you for 5 years. Now, true to his word, he would email me 5 years to the week and invite me to Romania. It's very weird. And I said, you said 5 years. I mean, he says, I'm not always that good. It was like, I'm not always that good. But some part of him knew the exact time. Now, in the interim, I might have gotten a couple postcards from him. One was from China or Nepal, saying they do some pretty interesting things with time here. They have some pretty interesting views of time. And then he sent me the other postcard from Israel, basically telling me where the time reactor patent was, or it was a coded message. But that was about maybe occasional Christmas something or other. Really didn't hear from him. And during that hiatus, Marianne was there was the stage door at the Met Opera. And if I ever went to see her, I would go to the stage door, and this big security, you have to wait. Who are you here to see? Marianne Martini. Okay, we'll call her up. She'll come down and she'll let you in, take you into the, all sorts of underground tunnels there. It was like a labyrinth back there. And they were always finding new tunnels underneath the Met Opera. It was built by Otto Kahn, who had a big, he had tunnels on Long Island. He had a big estate, Ohika, on the highest point on Long Island, which is still there. They turned part of it into condos. And of course, Otto Kahn was a friend/associate of Aleister Crowley. He also bankrolled the eugenics movement on Long Island, which migrated to Germany. So, and there was a big plaque for Otto Kahn she showed me at the opera. So anyway, she was talking. Now she knew, she'd been there for years, and she had good relationships with so many, if not everybody. And the director of security there at the stage door area she saw, I don't know, he was going to some seminar, and she saw in the papers of where he was going, the Roosevelt Hotel, that there was Dr. David Anderson was doing a part of this presentation at this security. Now the security guy would go in there for his security seminar. And she says, oh, David Anderson, God, this is the David Anderson. And she says, I don't know what she explained to him, but she got a credential from him. And she went to the event, the seminar. And she said, all those speakers were so boring. And when David got up and spoke, it was just, man, he's talking about, biological identification, very advanced stuff, and very interesting. And then there was a break, and she went out in the lobby and approached him and talked to him. Of course, he remembered her. And she said stuff about me that he acknowledged. Totally, gave me credibility for things I'd said to her that he told me. And she affirmed that connection between us. Well, she already knew we were connected. And he said, I really enjoy this. I'd much rather be talking out here to you than in there with them. And she did ask him about, I think, the event at Booth Bay. And he said, no, he didn't deny it. He didn't endorse it because, it's just things, I forget what he said, but it's kind of like things like this happen. He was very curious about that. And that was kind of the only connection I had, but she pulled this out of a hat until he wrote to me out of the blue and invited me to Romania, which of course she was very interested in. And at some point, she became a board member of the World Genesis Foundation. And she would sponsor people to go there. I remember she sponsored this wonderful man, Naphtali, from, I don't know if he's from, I don't remember the place he's from in Africa, Southern Africa. Naphtali was just a great guy. And, he teaches kids in Africa, and she brought him to Atlanticron. She brought other people. She sponsored for materials for the kids to use. And there'll be a big tribute paid to her at Atlanticron this year. And she was very interactive. Now, it would so happen that I was often at her house when she would have the meetings with the board meetings at Atlanticron. And I just sit there in the back and listen. Once in a blue moon, my presence might be acknowledged, or it was really irrelevant. David might say hi to me or whatnot. David was active. And then one day, I was sitting there, and they knew I was there. And David said, I want to make a recommendation. I recommend that Peter be assigned as an honorary board member of the World Genesis Foundation. And then I don't really like to be part of groups, but I wasn't going to turn this down if David was, suggesting it. And then Sorin Rapanovich, who's, he says, I want to recommend that he become a full board member with all rights and privileges. So then they voted me in, and that was the last board membership meeting that David Anderson attended as a board member. He then retired. He put me in his place. Wow. That was kind of odd.
Yeah.
And now when we have the meetings, he wasn't there. We had a meeting today, and I have some news to share with that, but he wasn't there today, but he sits in the background with Heather and listens. I only know that because she tells me, but he sits in the background and listens like I used to do. And he's very active behind the scenes with the World Genesis Foundation currently, but which I think is going to play a big role in the future, or is supposed to. Whether it does or not, only history will tell. But we had our meeting today, and this is just a side. I got approved my plan for the Dream Workshop, or we call the Galactic Dream Workshop, to be held at Choclavina Cave, August 10th to the 14th. And I will now be soliciting donations from the people who have desired to come. And we'll find out if they can come, want to come. Some people are already dropping out. So I've also got a list of people in waiting. If the people that I feel obligated to invite and ask to come, if they really pony up what modest money it takes to attend, the money to get there is not necessarily modest. I'm talking about thousands of dollars, but I'm just charging them $200, all of which will go to the World Genocide Foundation. I'm doing my work for free. I'm spending $200 to reserve the camp as well. And it's a donation to the camp. So it's going to be activating dreams. This is a big deal. This is not just a, go have fun. It's going to be a very, very deep dream workshop, which is to activate not only the dreams of the individuals who attend, but the dreams of humanity. And the dreams of the World Genesis Foundation, which are to have no child go without hope for the future. And right now, Joan Roth, who is also a board member, who will be with me in Mount Shasta for the Living Truth Summit #2, which will be towards the end of March. Go to Living Truth Summit #2 if you want to go. You get a really big discount if you sign up by the end of December. So those who are thinking about coming, I think it's a very substantial discount. It'd be a wonderful experience. Joan and Heather Anderson will be there with me, and Jojo Mikulezik. We will all be a team. We're all part of the Galactic Dream Workshop. So, but we will be having some incredible times at Mount Shasta at the end of March. Now, so anyway, that's how I became a board member of the World Genesis Foundation. And Marianne, when she retired from the Met Opera, and that was a very challenging thing for her because, there's this rule they have. It's like the rule of 80 or something, and it had to be your age plus the amount of years you worked there. And she was really sweating bullets because they fire people with impunity. I mean, it's very arbitrary. And the conductor would protect her because he loved her, but finally when push came to shove, he couldn't protect her. They released her, but by that time she'd gotten her retirement.
Wow.
So she was secured. She was had it made in the shade. I wouldn't be that aggressive of a term, but I was holding her hand through that whole thing, and she did get her retirement, which made her life easy to move into retirement. And she just retired from the World Genesis Foundation at that point too, because it's just she was done. She was done with.
How old was she at that time when she retired from both?
I don't remember.
Okay.
She's 66 when she passed.
So she must have retired early.
Probably. Yeah. Well, they retired her.
Yeah.
Which, was fine because she had her time. So, she would get a significant check every month with pension that they had. But I also learned, so when I'm walking out of the funeral, and I just said the wake is invigorating. The wake, when I drove home from the wake, I was going fast because I knew how to get home. Queens can be a mess on a Friday night during the Christmas season. I was going down Union Turnpike just buzzing. I got home, but I just felt like I felt so blessed to have known her.
Yeah.
And I just felt wonderful. What a gift in my life. Yeah. And then the funeral had a lot more finality to it the next morning. Mm-hmm. And it was pouring. Ooh. I was fortunate to get a spot right by the church, which was generally in her general neighborhood. And then I'm walking out, and it's raining, and there's a lady with an umbrella next to me who was inside the church, and I said, "Oh, you're a friend of Marianne?" She goes, "Yes." I said, "Yes." I said, "I was her boyfriend." "Oh, wow, man!" She was an opera singer.
Oh,
and why did I bring her up? She said something. She said something about. Oh yes, it was. And I gave her your book.
oh,
We talked. So we're sitting there under her umbrella, because it's raining pretty hard. We're kind of close, and I said, "You know what? I've got a book." I told her who I was. She says, "Oh, Marianne kept her private life very private," and she was so excited to meet Marianne's, old boyfriend.
right.
So I said, "Oh, I've got a book for you," and I had a book of the Montauk Project, and I had the Roswell Deception. So I gave her the Montauk Project, and then I gave her and when I showed her Roswell, she goes, "Oh, wow." She like really lit up. Said, "It's not what you think, but it's interesting. Do read it." So that was good. I gave one of your books away.
Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate it.
I wanted to share that with you.
Yes, always delightful.
Oh yeah, and I don't know if there was something, but yes. Oh yes, I told her. I said, I know so much about the Met Opera, and she says, "Oh, I'll bet you do. I'll bet you do." She says she made everything work. That might be an exaggeration. It might not be an exaggeration, but she would. I could never say this stuff while she was alive. Doesn't matter now. Probably wouldn't have mattered if she was alive, but I would never have said it while she was alive. But, she used to deal with the board members of these people who were super rich contributors. They were the ones that kept the Met Opera alive, just on sheer donations of rich people.
Yes.
And some of the nonsense, some of the way they could be browbeaten by a particular individual who was a spoiled brat.
Yeah.
And I think one person quit, but it's just like, wow. I got some pretty unique insights, and what she was always amazed at, I could always tell her what was going on or what was going to happen. And it wasn't because I was psychic. I just have a very good knowledge of organizations and how they work from all my years in Scientology and the role I played. She was just amazed that I could say, "Oh, this is going to happen. That's going to happen. That's not going to happen." I mean, there's certain things you don't know, but and one of the things that was constantly a problem was that the administrator. The same thing happened in Scientology. The administrators would target the artists. And in Scientology, the artists were the auditors or the counselors, the technical people who delivered the part of Scientology that everybody liked and wanted.
Right.
But the administrators would target artists or technical. And why they did this, there's a number of reasons. You could cite
self-destructive comes to mind.
Jealousy,
Yeah.
Inferiority complexes,
Yes.
whatever they might be. Yeah. And of course, I knew this well. I knew this principle well. And that's what happens in Hollywood. They let's take the art out of this and let's put something that's going to make some money. Let's get a bankable star.
Well, it's usually formula that doesn't even make money half the time. It's like their formula doesn't really work for the money making. But go on. It's all politically motivated, quite a bit of it, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, but you could say Tom Cruise is an incredibly bankable star when he's doing a Mission Impossible movie.
Yeah, something like
now, if you put him in a cowboy movie, it'll make some money, but it's not going to be a Mission Impossible movie. So it's like, it's all bankable. And it was Dennis Hopper who kind of proved everybody wrong by doing his movie, The Last Movie, which was panned in the United States, as far as I know. It certainly wasn't successful, but it won critical awards in Europe.
Huh.
He wanted to prove his point. I've never watched it because it was not that available, but it was critically acclaimed. And
What was this film? What was this film?
The Last Movie.
Oh, that's the title. It's the last movie. Okay. I didn't get it. I didn't get what you meant by that. Now I get it. Okay.
Like Easy Rider, like he was a star with Easy Rider, but he didn't make any money on Easy Rider. It generated a lot of money, at least this is what he said, because of taxes. You know, he didn't, you know, he didn't know how to work with the tax man. So, you know, as far as his economic life, he did okay in the end. But yeah, it's just like, as they say, Hollywood is not there to support artists. They have a union, which theoretically is supposed to support artists. But yeah, they will just, and this is inevitably, you know, what's wrong with the world. We have too little art and too much of the other stuff.
Right.
And the other stuff can cover a lot. So, as I said, I came home from the funeral. I wasn't as happy as the finality. And of course, I, you know, shared my stories and respects with the family, who, you know, I spent many holidays with. And one thing, what was it? Her niece said, she told me how she left all of these journals. She wrote extensive journals. And I knew she did this. I never saw them. And then, of course, her nieces are reading through them. And I said, she says, your name is mentioned in there several times. I said, well, you might learn some things about me you're not supposed to know. And she says, oh, she says, everything she said about you is really good. You're really good. You know, well, that's nice. She had a tremendous amount of respect for my work because she'd never met anybody like me. And she met, you know, everybody in the UFO crowd. And it took me about 10 years of knowing her before she finally, you know, acknowledged that my viewpoint on the UFO phenomena was correct.
Thank you. Yes, the hamster wheel. Yes.
It's a bunch of crap.
Yes.
Now, that's not to say, now I'm not saying people who've had experiences haven't had experiences. I would never deny somebody's experiences, but it's not what people think. It's definitely not what people think. And of course, the Roswell deception, your book, explains so much of that.
Thank you.
That doesn't explain all the UFO phenomena or the alien phenomena. And it's why we pointed out in the book that the book is not a forum on alien phenomena.
Right.
But it's a book on disinformation.
Yes.
And so much of the disinformation that's been spread to cover up certain.
Well, by the way, and because you know, Daniel Brinkley is affiliated with the disinformation spreaders, meaning George Norrie. He's covering his ass by, when you bring me up, he just shuts down. He knows where his bread is buttered, and it's on the side of pure raw evil, which is, you know, George Norrie and the Satanists and all of the conferences that he goes to that are, by the way, from what I understand, this is what I'm told, is that Lori and Ann Fenton pretty much controls that whole scene now, is from what I've heard from several people, which I find just astonishing, because she has zero charisma as far as I'm concerned, and yet because she just networks all day and this is all she does, she chews while she talks on the Skype and just talks to people after people, and then it becomes like one of the organizers of this conference. It was in the old days, she couldn't even get a table without you know, begging and pleading, but somehow she seems to have manipulated her way to the top. But you see, that whole scene is dying. That's the whole point. Now, not to,
if you do anything long enough,
yeah,
you will ingratiate yourself to it.
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
do it long enough, because pretty soon everybody else will be gone, and people die off or quit. And
well,
so
that's with that whole scene. I mean, it's
yeah,
like,
yeah. Well, that's why she could be holding the bag for that.
Yeah.
But see, one of the problems I've realized, it's like, well, here's an example. This goes back probably into the 1980s. I'd gone down to visit one of my friends in West Virginia, and I don't know, coming back, and I don't know if I had a car issue or what. And I was stuck, and I remember going in, or was hungry, and I went into a 7-Eleven type. So it wasn't a 7-Eleven, but it was one of these stores, these, places that they had down in West Virginia. And I was looking for something to eat. And I could not find one thing in that store that I would put in. Now, keep in mind, I'm not a person who eats sugar. So I could find nothing without sugar. And then, whatever it was, and I mean, in some respects, I'm not that fussy. If I go, to traveling to Chicago or wherever I was, I can go and I can compromise my diet a little bit because I can't necessarily find what I want to have. But I could not find anything in this store that I would buy. Now, the average person, they're hungry, who's going to buy something from that store, buy a Hostess cupcake or whatever, or worse yet, a Twinkie.
Then go out and kill someone. Yeah,
they might go out and kill someone if they have a Twinkie. But if they go in, they eat something. Now, really, how bad is that? It's not that bad. It's just me. I would have issues. I would have ramifications that I would be sensitive to. But the average person, go in there, eat a Twinkie until he gets to, the diner 50 miles away and has a regular dinner. It's not going to kill him. But this is what we're dealing with when we're dealing with all of this work that's, endorsed by the Temple of Set or the Satanic faction, yes. And people don't even realize it. It's just like most people don't realize that, 7-Eleven is bad for you.
There we are. And by the way, Peter says, it's not going to kill someone to grab that Twinkie and then make it to a legitimate diner, if there are any legitimate diners in the area, or whatever franchise is available to stuff yourself with something in order not to starve. But in the long run, if someone continued that lifestyle, it does kill you. It does. It piles up like radiation.
That's a good point. Yeah. That's a good point. But see, this is the problem. So you could have somebody, so many people that are brought in as speakers or whatever. I'm horrified at who and what they're having speak there, and they're inviting me to come and speak, and I'm going like, well, you don't realize that the people you're having on, and I'm not talking about somebody I disagree with, because it's not even about that. People don't know that, these people are bottom feeders.
Oh, they refuse to face that fact.
but they're not even in a position, because you tell me, oh, what's wrong with him? And then you got to explain it. And then if you maintain a dialogue with this person, you might find 6 months down the road or a year or two down the road, if you're still in touch with them, they might, you were really right about that guy.
Of course.
Well, I'm not in the business of being right about people. Really not. Really, that's not really what I want to do. And I'm getting this is what I was referring to, the monkey dung in the backyard, or in the shed, that I have a collection of it. And it's been coming in, even on, people I know. And I said, I don't want to be dispersing this. I've got better things to do, and when you start dispersing it, people don't necessarily know. It's like, then you have to get into the case of proving it.
Right.
Why do I want to prove this?
Thank you. I mean, at that point, you're just devoting and investing energy into something negative.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So we just closed the door. Now, our friend Marina Sarin has has hit up against some of these people that she will get specifics on them. And that kind of, I really see that she has some value there.
Yes.
Because she's interacting with them and saying, and so far I haven't disagreed with her because I've had my own issues with these people.
Yes.
So, that was that. But to get back to, Marianne had known so many of these people, and and she could get some pretty strange reactions out of them, like John Mack. John Mack, the Harvard psychiatrist who was the Lord of Abduction.
That's right.
And she knew him personally, and she got some pretty strange reports of reactions with him in Montauk, and it was just like he was no friend of mine.
Interesting.
Yeah, she even, I think, gave him. He kind of stole he named his book after, which Passport to the Cosmos. He took that from her. She used that phrase, and he took that for one of his books, Passport to the Cosmos.
Wait, didn't what's his name, Jacques Vallée, write a book by that title?
That's John Mack. I don't think it's Jacques Vallée, unless he took the title too.
I think he did. I think he did. Passport to Magonia. That was the title of his book.
That's different. That's different.
Still, yeah.
But I had, no real interest in really meeting anybody that she knew. Just no interest. Like, what for? The most funny one was Colin Andrews, the crop circle guru. Mm-hmm. He was speaking locally. Oh. And I think I was not invited to speak. Mm-hmm. I was, I think I had purchased a table because it was very close location to my house. And I went back there and sold books, and I think Stewart was speaking. And it was a weekend event. And she was with me because she went to see Colin. And he was talking, and boy, was he scared.
Whoa.
He was scared. He was talking about how he had this whole ensemble with a, to prove crop circles or something like this. And the government, they had all the media out there, and they had the government out there with like all these helicopters. And I think they were making, like, and then they showed people were making crop circles. Like, they set him up to be like a
buffoon.
A buffoon, yeah. And he was sitting there practically in tears, like, how could they do this? How could they, and it's like,
it's like, kind of like, what did you expect? Go on.
Well, exactly. That's what I didn't understand. I said, like, how naive and stupid can you be?
Thank you. It's kind of, there's no comparison between the two. I believe that, certainly Colin Wilson is a sincere, earnest individual.
No, but Colin Andrews.
Yeah, I mean, Colin Andrews. I'm sorry. Just so people understand, Colin Wilson's like an author who has nothing to do with Colin Andrews. I'm sorry. I got mixed up because of the same first name, Colin. But, and they're both British. But when it comes to, it kind of reminds me of Andrew Passaggio, wondering how could they do this to me when he was invited by a comedy channel to talk about his run for the presidency. But, it's not that bad, but, it's almost that bad in terms of naivete. So, yeah, but do go on. Yeah, so.
Well, yes. And the Rear Admiral, what's his name?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. Rear Admiral.
Steve Greer?
Steve Greer. Yeah, that's that. Yeah. There you go. I think.
Yeah. He thought he had said something similar in his Dead Man's Trigger thing. Like how could this character rip me off? Was it who was that character who ripped him off? Somebody that was, I believe, infamous. Just raked him over the coals financially. I think it was somebody that Preston had worked with. Was it?
Right.
I just forget the name. But in any case, yes, yeah. Well, like the naivety is over the top. It doesn't make any sense. So anyway, she was sitting there and she points. She says to him, because she knew him very well. She says, "Look at this, Peter Moon. Go over and talk to him." And he starts walking towards me, and then he just turned. He turned abruptly, incomprehensibly, incoherently, and turned and walked in a 90-degree angle away from me. It was like he's walking, and then, he sees me. I see him walking towards me, and then all of a sudden, warp, warp. It wasn't like somebody called his name out. It was avoidance.
Do you think he's an asset himself? I mean, like programmed. It sounds like he's programmed almost.
Well, see, this is the problem with the program. It's just like with Daniel. He didn't acknowledge.
Yeah.
It's like, how can you evaluate non-acknowledged avoidance?
Yeah.
Yeah. How can you scientifically, or like say in a legal case, prove that? Because it's you can imply and infer from it, but it's not something you can pin the tail on the donkey, because it's all occulted. It's occulted by their non-participation in the stream of consciousness that includes myself or yourself.
Right.
So this is just part of the stuff I'm dealing with. It's I've been dealing with it since day one. So therefore, and I'm dealing with specialized phenomena that the average person is going to, not recognize, and of course this has to do with the satanic imprinting on the day-to-day lives of human beings.
Yes.
And this is unfortunately what it is. This is why when I do Montauk, I see all the 666 connections.
Yeah.
And this is why Marianne would have in her journals that I am good, because I'm like exposing this stuff. I'm not, and of course, because I'm exposing it, stuff what people are afraid of, they get the heebie-jeebies, and because I'm exposing their own shadow world, right, which is not my intention. The intention is to get them to say, "Oh, that's the shadow." Right. Recognize it. Don't indulge in it. Right. And so this is the wonderful, if we could call it wonderful, challenge. The challenge of dealing with this stuff, and of course, she was had her heart and her spirit in my work, and she was just utterly fascinated with it. Right. That was above and beyond her personal relationship with myself. Right. That's why our personal relationship continued and lasted.
Yes.
And so I was so honored to experience her, and there's much more deep personal interaction that was just utterly phenomenal with her in our personal relationship. While there were certainly, I guess what you say, challenges for her, because she's a bleeding heart Cancerian, right, and I'm a Capricorn, and that could be very challenging for her, right, because Capricorns don't like violence, right, but they're not.
Interesting. That's why you walked away from the Alita Battle Angel film. Paula watched the whole thing, but you couldn't take the violence.
What was the battle angel? What was that?
It was the character that looked a lot like Paula, the film I recommended. The the cyborg that was like
Well, you thought it looked like-
Biofax. Yeah.
But yeah, I was. Yeah, I mean, I don't like violent, but they can tolerate it or understand it, or it's a part of life.
Right.
Whereas, well, actually, she had a better stomach for surgery and stuff like that than I did. But whatever, every relationship has its challenges.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty much at the opposite. We're Cancer and Capricorns are very opposite.
Yeah.
And yet opposite makes for good interpolation as well. It can be very fun and exciting, and male and female and all that. So I learned an awful lot from her, and just it was just really remarkable. So what I found interesting is that when I paid tribute to my friend Madeline Suozo last March 9th on her birthday, because we transmit on her birthday, she came to me in my dreams.
Wow.
And of course, Madeline came to me was coming into my dreams with regularity after she passed. She was the same age as Marianne.
Wow.
So I don't know if they ever met each other, but they certainly knew of each other. But Madeline would come to me in my dreams, but I hadn't dreamt of her in a long time until I spoke about her. And then she came to my dreams in a big way, in a big angelic way, pointing out Angel Raphael and this, that, and the other thing. So I would be very surprised if Marianne doesn't come to me in my dreams. She did come through to me at the funeral, and how do you evaluate this message? She said, what are you tearing up for? Kind of sarcastically, you're not, you don't, you wouldn't cry over this, in other words, you're too stoic,
Mm-hmm.
and she kind of like chiding me,
Mm-hmm.
like.
Also, I would think the chiding might have to do with, she's in a better place or something like that.
No, it's kind of like saying, why are you tearing up? This isn't you, kind of like saying, and then it was another part of the funeral, she sort of indicated that she would protect me like nobody's business.
Wow, good.
I don't know what she can do for me on the other side. I wouldn't discount it.
Right.
But, when you live your life, you've got to fend for yourself. Mm-hmm. And that's the most important thing. And if you do fend for yourself and do it correctly, then other things will take care of you. Other things. And it's, it's nice to have somebody looking out for you on the other side. Mm-hmm. And who's to say, this is just a short, she passed away on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And had said, to get more specific, she said, send me energy.
Right.
And I was sending her energy, writing to her until finally, I got an email from her niece saying, I couldn't get a hold of you. Right. And I guess she contacted my daughter through Instagram.
Wow.
She knew my daughter, and she got me, and we had a conversation, and it was, wow, she passed away on her bed.
Yeah.
Her sister found her. They hadn't heard from her. They checked her out. They found her and expected to find her, mm-hmm. needing to go to the hospital, but no, she had passed away. And I can't speak for her, but to the degree I can't speak for her, I can't say she's sorry or regrets it.
Right.
And I'm very happy for her.
Right.
I'm sad for her family because her family really misses her, mm-hmm. and she has a very nice family. I enjoyed them very much, and I was very happy to see how they're doing.
Yeah.
From my perspective, and I hope to interact with them some more in whatever. I gave her niece 3 of my books.
Yeah.
Marianne would want you to have these. One of them is dedicated to her, and what a blessing.
Yeah.
What a blessing. Just incredible to have such a person in my life. Was not my wife. I would have accepted her as a wife, but she said she wasn't the type that married, and never did marry. She had a long-term boyfriend, more than one, but she didn't marry, and so that was her prerogative, not mine. And had we married, I would have never married Paula.
Yeah.
It would never have happened.
Right.
So, whatever. But yeah, it's like I look at characters that have been in my life, and they're great blessings, because nobody stays in your life forever. And the path you take, one of the first things I ever learned about path work is that it's your life. It's not yours. You shouldn't live through other people. You shouldn't, because if you live through other people, then when they leave, you have no life. It's about you. It's not about them. That doesn't mean you don't treat them right and don't appreciate them. Of course you do. But it's your life, not theirs. So very important. So don't, count on your father always being there, your mother always being there, your sister, your wife, your children. People come and go. And as the medicine man told me, he says, many masters will come into your life. And, you accept them. They won't be there forever. Certainly, Roosevelt was one of those masters, and even the medicine man was, to the extent where he took me, what he did for me. I miss him. Not easy to find him right now. But anyway, so that sort of sums up at least what I can think of for the moment about Marianne Martini. And I think I've covered most of the bases. If I could have given a pretty extensive eulogy about her if I summated that into 20 minutes. But of course, nobody eulogized her for that long. It was just a poem or two and a few nice words. So this is my eulogy to her, for her. And what a blessing.
Yes, and was it because of the rain that people were not eulogizing over long?
No, it had nothing to do with the rain. It was just the service is the service. They didn't arrange for a eulogy. Okay. When I did the eulogy for my friend, my best friend, his brother gave up and did a eulogy. Mm-hmm. His brother and him were not on great terms. Mm-hmm. And he gave a sort of a biographical assessment of his brother, which was accurate except for possibly one incident. I have to ask his brother about that someday. But so then his wife asked me she says, I should have had you do the eulogy, but you can do it too. I said, okay, I'll be happy to do that. So, then I got up afterwards and mine was probably much more heartfelt because, mine was much more emotional. And my daughter said I talked too much about myself, but I just got up and talked, I just got up and talked. So anyway, time flew tonight.
Yes, it did. It really...
Time flew tonight. I hope. Well, I know you were interested in hearing it, Douglas.
Oh, absolutely, and it was good to disambiguate this dear lady from the other lady I met with you when I was with Lorian, and all of us met. There was yourself and yeah.
There was no other woman. There was my friend Doug. There was no woman.
No, there was a friend Doug at one time. Well, we'll talk privately, and then we'll decide whether or not
Wait, we met 3 times, Douglas.
Yeah.
The first time was with Doug. The second time was with Paula, and the last time was with JoJo.
Yeah. Well, the time that you were in San Francisco and you were, meeting me with Doug, that there was. Well, we'll talk privately about it. Then we can decide whether I was on some really heavy dope at that time or not. That way.
Well, Lorian was next to you.
Yeah.
And Doug was next to me.
Yeah.
And there was no other women there.
We met you twice though. One time with Doug and one time with someone else. You may not remember it. It's not that important, really. It's no big deal.
It's like when David Anderson talked about meeting me with some Bulgarian.
It could be.
And there was no meeting. He says, "Oh, it must have been a parallel universe," and he said that. So
yeah, could be.
And maybe it was.
By the way, I mean, it brings up a point about David Anderson. When you describe the socks with the happy faces on them, or the smiley face socks, it's like this is one of those things where, David Anderson is obviously not some kind of spoiled brat or something like that, but it shows a level of comfort that I usually see with government employees, where they're in this position where they're just completely unassailable. When you're in an unassailable position, which to a degree, he found out, of course, he wasn't that unassailable. Michael Aquino was. Then he could go around, all dressed up in pancake makeup and horned brow and all the rest of that on full duty in full uniform. But it's one of those things where when you're in a position where you're never going to be fired and that you're where they need you and your expertise or something, and then you just don't give a shit, kind of like Preston Nichols, showing up to work.
David tended to dress immaculate, like he had a business.
That was my impression.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. I didn't notice his socks. She mentioned his socks.
Yeah.
I didn't notice this. I didn't notice his socks. She noticed his socks. And socks are socks. They don't necessarily make the outfit. But he looked very professional.
Yeah, certain socks like that would stand out enough.
Certain do, but for the most part, you don't see people's socks.
Yeah.
And so, maybe just because of the way he was sitting, I don't really know.
Might be that. Yeah, it might be that. But it's one of those things like, say for instance, in Japan, they have a real fetish for take your shoes off at the door. And so and so what happens is everyone wears white socks because that they affiliate that with cleanliness. And so and so that way they can show that they're not tracking in any dirt when they take the shoes off, that their socks are clean, they're white, they're immaculate. And of course, if you were anywhere in the United States, white socks normally, this is the way it used to be. Everything changed with the software revolution and when people, and then certainly with COVID beyond that. I mean, nobody gives a shit anymore. Nobody dresses for success, so to speak. But in the old days, no American businessman would ever be caught dead wearing white socks. It would be like, whenever they would have some solid dark colored socks with their business suits. So it's like one of those things where he obviously felt very comfortable. In other words, like unassailable is what I mean to say, where he could, it's kind of like, that's his version of Preston Nichols showing up to work looking unkempt. It's just, I could put on these smiley face socks, but
I think you're taking it too far.
Maybe.
But whatever.
Yeah. I mean, it's a silly thing to maybe dwell on, but I come from a fashion background, right? So it's like I know.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is he fits the profile of an FBI guy. Yeah. And I've seen these guys around the FBI building. They dress impeccably.
Yeah.
And that's where he would fit in, unless he's going to his gym or whatever he was doing. He used to do at the gym locally.
Right.
That's different. And this was an informal meeting where, certainly you couldn't compare him and Preston Nichols fashion-wise any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
He was impeccable in that regard.
Yeah.
But whatever. So another couple points I want to address with you before it's
sure, please, by all means.
Time to retire.
Yeah. And take your time. There's no rush.
Uh, I was invited to give a talk on Zoom, and I still have to answer the lady. I did speak with her that I would get back to her because, let me see, she tells me at the last minute. She invited me a long time ago, and I couldn't accept because I had a contradiction.
Conflict.
Pardon?
Conflict in schedule.
Yeah, and it's a conference for the UK, and it's about in fact, it's about kind of new technology. She got it from Penny Bradley. She'd listened to some Penny Bradley show, and that's where she found out about me. I'm trying to think of the name. I'm looking for the name of this. It's called Free Energy Special Interest Group, the platform where science meets spirituality. So it's not UFOs so much. Can never dismiss those, or aliens, but futuristic healing technologies, developing and building these technologies to eventually open source for the people to free humanity. And there's a lot of people talking whiz-bang technology. I don't even know if I'll have enough time to go in and see if it's, legitimate, semi-legitimate, or what. I don't know, because I wasn't familiar with any of the names of the people. I got the feeling that there might be some legitimacy there. And of course, and things get kind of conflated or muddled because she's, talking about Area 51 stuff. I said, well, I don't really, the stuff that, she's actually wants me to talk about Radu's work. And I think, well, Radu's work isn't Area 51 stuff. If you want to hear Area 51 stuff, and I didn't say this to her, that's Roswell. That is Area 51.
Yeah.
Roswell deception.
Yes.
And so it's like, and I have to draw the line with myself. It's like, well, okay, they all want to hear this. And do I have to go in and say, no, this is not what you should, this is what you should hear. I become the arbiter. I become the arbiter of what they should hear and what they shouldn't hear. And I can accept. Do I accept this and go in that direction? It's challenging for me because part of me wants to tell them, you don't know what to hear. And of course, it's awkward to do that. You don't want to insult people, even if they deserve to be insulted. If that's something people do deserve to be insulted, I'm not saying they do. Well, might say it's warranted, but you can also call them innocent because they, given the chance to learn to understand. And so discretion plays a role. Discretion plays a role.
Yes.
And I don't know what to do. I'm a little too tired to think about it tonight.
And
a lot of stuff to do tomorrow.
Yes. What's going on tomorrow again?
Oh, just stuff. I just, nothing in particular. I just got a lot of things to do tomorrow, accomplish.
Okay.
And not one of them, which is working on the newsletter about the stuff we talked about and getting back to the book. But I got my hands full. So it's like, and she wants me to do this on Wednesday. I suppose I can do it, and get new customers. Good luck. Great. But it's like, I would much rather have them learn about Roswell.
Thank you.
And
yes.
But then again, I don't know how well it would go over. Oh, we don't want to hear this. We don't want to hear this.
Most of the time, certainly I was always accepted with a lot of positivity whenever I spracket of it.
Well, here, but they're kind of asking me for something else. So it's kind of like, how can I present both?
Yeah.
It's awkward. It's like, this is what people want to hear. Maybe that's for me to contextualize as I go to sleep tonight. Maybe I can figure it out.
Right.
In the dream state. So we'll pass on from that. Thank you for listening to that.
Yeah.
Now, a couple other points before it's time to say goodnight. And this is okay. Vladimir Putin. I woke up early last night, did my qigong, went back to sleep, went to football. But on the Yahoo News feed was Vladimir Putin trending. So I clicked Vladimir Putin, and I found a couple interesting things for you. You probably don't know this. Just in the last few hours from when I clicked, he had fallen down 5 steps of stairs, and he landed on his coccyx, which aggravated the area where his cancer is. He basically crapped his pants.
Yeah.
It was a bad scene for him.
Yeah.
It had to do with his cancer. Yeah. And I think they put him in the hospital or something. It was a very unpleasant experience for him, which is one of many things we've been hearing. His life is rapidly deteriorating.
Yes.
The other thing was there was a whole article on his use of the occult.
Mm-hmm.
It did not mention Alexander Dugin once, but it mentioned other occultists he was working with, and kind of steering you to believe that they were the ones causing him to do all this crap. But it's also hard to believe that that was the case as well, unless it was Dugin. But it's just that he was working with spiritual mediums. In other words, he's desperate. Stuart Swerdlow told me very convincingly that all of these world leaders have psychics and stuff surrounding them.
Yes.
It's just, it sounds absurd, and I don't even know how effective they are. But, whatever it is.
They're definitely there, yeah.
Putin's not easy to get rid of.
Yeah. Sadly.
Castro was not easy to get rid of. Franco was not easy to get rid of. Stalin was gotten rid of.
Yes.
He was poisoned.
Yeah.
And that backfired on the person who poisoned him, Beria.
Yes.
But it shows how powerful people are until their body dies.
Yes.
So much power within that body.
Yeah.
It's astounding. So I just wanted to mention that update on Putin.
Yeah.
And then I sent this to you. I was listening to an interview last night with Orson Welles and Tom Snyder, which anybody can listen to on YouTube. Don't know if you want to listen to it. But Orson Welles was an interesting character because he did so many different things. But I was fascinated that he was studied magic under Harry Houdini.
Yes.
And it was a connection between the two. Were you aware of that, or do you have anything else to say about it? Was there more?
No, I was totally unaware of this, so I really have nothing to add about that.
Well, yeah, he came from, I think, Kenosha, Wisconsin, and I think Harry Houdini came from Racine, Wisconsin. And he said that Harry Houdini taught him magic as a favor to Orson Welles' father. So the father, knew him. And so just the fact that there was a connection there, and he did mention how Houdini was trying to do what you said, which to correct the perception of spiritualism.
Yes, yeah, credulity.
And
He was trying to.
Credulity, and he did mention that. It's very evident that he knew Houdini, how deep their relationship was. FDR was a great ally of FDR. Orson Welles was a great ally of FDR, is what I meant to say. Orson Welles.
Well, FDR was a great ally of FDR too. Yeah, but go on.
Yeah. He did say he was a bit of a fascist, or like, but he kind of like had his own criticism of him. He thought he would not endorse Henry Wallace because he said Henry Wallace was too much of a communist.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
But FDR wasn't far behind.
Yeah.
So I thought it was interesting that he was very much into the left-wing politics of FDR. He considered himself a progressive, and but he was not. He was affiliated with FDR, and he was. I just don't know how far the connection with Harry Houdini went, or if that's just sort of a weird coincidence that he knew Harry Houdini. And for those of you why I'm interested in Harry Houdini, because he plays a very prominent role in the upcoming book for his liaison with H.P. Lovecraft and his desire to expose not just the frauds of spiritualism, but it goes much deeper. It goes much deeper into the events surrounding what we call the Jewish apocalypse, which we're not going to go into tonight.
Right.
It's too complicated.
Yes.
What are we dealing with here? 11:30. Oh, we still got a bit more time.
Yeah.
We still have a bit more time.
Yeah.
Now, I think it's very apropos that we address the subject of the kings of Edom briefly.
Okay.
Kings of Edom, of course, the Edomites were the enemy of the Jewish people in the Old Testament. But what I'm going to address right now is what is the fundamental origination of the Edomites. And this goes back into, part of the Old Testament is, of course, the sons of Isaac. Now, Isaac, just to refreshen people, Isaac was the son of Abraham, the original patriarch, so to speak, which name very much relates etymologically and phonetically to Brahman from India. There have been books that show all the place names of Israel originating in India, such as Yeshiva, is related to Shiva, all sorts of association. Abraham and Brahman, they just get transliterated into different enunciations. Now, Isaac was the one that Abraham was going to sacrifice, and at the last minute, God told him not to. And Isaac had a brother named Ishmael, half-brother, who was born to Sarah. No, excuse me. Isaac was born to Sarah, but she was like old. And Sarah, when she had Isaac, her name changed from Sara to Sarah. They put an H on the end of it. I'm not sure why, but I once met a girl named Sarah who was very proud that her name didn't have an H on the end of it. And then Isaac also had a son with Hagar, and that was Ishmael. And of course, Isaac was the father of the Israelites, and Ishmael was the son of the Ishmaelites, which became the Arabs or the Muslims. And the Muslims trace their descendancy back to Ishmael, which is, the mother is Hagar. Now, what I noticed in my own work was that Hagar is so phonetically connected to the Ahagar Mountains of the Sahara in southern Algeria. And this is something that I of course was led to. And Marianne was the one who introduced me to Mark Roberts and who introduced me to the Ahaggar Mountains. So she was very much a part of my investigation with regards to the Algerian connection. She provided a gateway for that. And Ahaggar. Now, I'm getting a little off the subject, but this is about Isaac. Isaac had sons, one of which was Jacob, and one of which was Esau. Is that how you say it? Esau?
I believe so, yes.
Esau.
Yes.
And Esau was, born red. Like it's really hard to say what's the red. Was he bloody? Was his skin red? Was his hair red? He was red. And he was the oldest, and the birthright to be the patriarch of Israel was Esau's. But he sold, per the Bible, he sold his right to become the heir of Israel for a bowl
of soup.
A bowl of pottage, yeah, which was soup, basically.
A big pot of soup or something, yeah.
Yeah. And it, because he was hungry, and it was, now, this of course makes no logical sense. He was hungry, and maybe, he says, well, you give me this, I'll give you that. It's kind of like,
Jesus.
Right? You're out, you're really hungry, you're really thirsty in the desert. You give me your birthright for a bottle of water. Oh, sure, I'll take it. It's kind of BS, and even the Bible indicates it's BS because in the Bible, Isaac has to fool, not Isaac, Jacob has to fool his father Isaac, who's on his deathbed and who can't see too well. So he fools and pretends he's Esau with this lambskin, so he can feel the lambskin and feel, oh, it's Esau. Oh, I feel your lambskin. Yeah, it's your hair. You're hairy. The lamb is the hair. So he acknowledges Isaac as Isaac as the heir of Israel, even though there's been this pottage incident with the soup. It's like, why is he having to deceive his father to become the recognized head of Israel? Meanwhile, his mother, I think her name's Rebecca.
I don't remember, but
I think, but the mother is all party to it. Yeah. She doesn't want Esau to be the head of Israel, and of course, Esau sounds he doesn't sound like a very desirable character. Yet Isaac is duplicitous. So you would say both of them are stained.
Yes, rejects. Yes.
Well, but then Jacob goes on to have a wrestling match with an angel named Israel. And that becomes, the foundation. And Jacob gives birth to Joseph, and who was the great dreamer, made more famous with that Broadway play Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Yeah. But and of course, which I would equate to in my work to the unicorn skins from the earlier story in the Bible of the Ark of the Covenant. And listening to this sounds like I actually know something about the Bible, which kind of surprises me because it's not something I ever pride myself on, but it comes to me through, default or whatnot. So you have this very confused, troubled association between these two brothers, and the descendants of Esau become the Edomites, and they become the enemies of Israel. And so it's kind of like, now the Edomites evolve into all the way down to the descendants become Antipater, and whose son is Herod. One of his sons is Herod, the Herod the Builder,
Yes.
Herod the Great, and then his son Herod, who was the one that was so active in the New Testament. Herod the Great built the Temple of Jerusalem. So you have a lot of, this goes over periods of hundreds of years. So the Edomites of the Bible it's kind of hard to trace them to the Edomites of today, the ones that Michael Aquino embraced, the ones that certain factions of the U.S. Army embraced going back to the days of the 30s and H.P. Lovecraft.
Yes.
So this is, it's all...
Obviously prior to the 30s, because it was, I forget the exact name of the colonel, I'd have to look the name up, but the father, of course, of the young man who H.P. Lovecraft wound up sleeping with was the U.S. Army colonel who had basically pimped his son out to H.P. Lovecraft. So this was obviously going on for a while, but go on.
Well, yes, and it goes back into the 1800s and the Zionist movement.
Yes, yes.
And it's kind of like, I would say the best way to describe the Edomites in today's world, and at least the last few hundred years, is as a fifth column.
Yes.
As a fifth column that infiltrates society as to create chaos.
Yes.
And this is what L. Ron Hubbard referred to as chaos merchants.
Yes.
Only in his context, it was more of a cabal. Well, you could call this a cabal too.
Yes.
Exactly, is that people are there certain people are there to create chaos and just get in the way of things. And that's basically what we're dealing with. And what I guess my biggest observation about any of this would be what's the word?
Go on.
Well, of all of this, is that people are just in lockstep with so much of the chaos that is being perpetrated.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's called lockstep.
Yes.
And we go back to when I grew up. So many of the kids were in lockstep with the rock music of the 60s. Mm-hmm. It's what you heard.
Yeah.
And okay, they're just in lockstep with it. They identify with it. And I think the saddest thing about that is they kind of, it wasn't so much that they were lockstep in that. They were lockstep with what came next. Mm-hmm. And they stay in lockstep with, you have no choice. It's like I put up some gag posting saying, what would you do if Amazon stopped tomorrow?
Right.
Well, a lot of people, or a significant amount of people says, I never use Amazon. Yeah. Big deal. I don't care about Amazon. Well, a lot of people use Amazon. I use Amazon. Now, I don't expect Amazon to stop tomorrow. In fact, I got an advertisement in the email saying, we now deliver freight. Maybe you should switch your freight to us.
Interesting.
So I have to look into that. Is Amazon freight cheaper than FedEx freight? I don't know. It's something I have to look into. So it could save considerable money. But I don't think Amazon's going out of business at all. But I put that out there to see, but some people don't use Amazon. But to be in lockstep with today is you use Amazon. It's fast, it's cheaper, it's easy. All the money you save on shipping for whatever it costs, $130 a year, it's worth it. Easily, I order over 130 packages. That's like $1 each for delivery. Plus you get Amazon Prime if you choose to watch it, which I don't. Because if I do look at it, nothing I want to watch. And then it's going to take an hour and a half of my time. If I just want to watch TV, I'd rather channel graze. And just chill out. But yeah. So it's like, we're all in lockstep with whatever we have to deal with. We're in lockstep with having driver's license. We're in lockstep with buying insurance if we have a car. These are things that are required to be a part of the ecosystem. You don't absolutely have to have them. But the alternative is, if you're not able to eke out a domicile in a life, you're going to end up on the streets like a homeless person.
Yes.
Now they're making a concerted effort, at least per the news. The mayor is to get the homeless people off the streets and to evaluate them with a sanitation, I don't know what's the word, mental health professional and a policeman, and they'll go and evaluate whether the person should be basically put away. Mm-hmm. And the mayor says this is to give them a chance to live with dignity. Now, the question becomes, are these people's rights being violated by taking them off the street and putting them somewhere where they don't want to be? Mm-hmm. Well, you are dealing with a mental health issue, people who live on the streets, because they can't integrate into society. So society is going to forcibly integrate them into a situation that borders on incarceration. Mm-hmm. And is a form of incarceration. Mm-hmm. Of course, it cleans up the street for everybody else. Mm-hmm. I don't know, but this is, people who cannot get lockstep, they cannot get in lockstep with society for whatever reason. So it's like this sort of stuff we all have. So in other words, what I'm talking about here really is that people are in lockstep with stuff that, there's certain things you cannot, if you're going to be a member of the society, you cannot avoid. And if you do avoid them, like say getting a driver's license and insurance for your car, there can be consequences. One of which is if you don't own anything, it doesn't really matter. You can just thumb your nose at everybody. But some people find it easier to live in the lockstep of accumulating assets and, having your own domain. And some people, everybody has a different, but the whole thing is you have to act civilized if you're going to get along. And that's unfortunate. Something we all have to live with. So when it comes back to, with some of the entertainment and when entertainment, I'm referring to lectures by so-called New Age gurus, people have no idea what they're listening to, or that they're listening to people that are only going to perpetrate, the negative. So be it. That's my soliloquy for tonight.
Wonderful. Well, let me send you this link right now in your private messages and see if this rings any memory bells. This might help us with just not that it's all that important, but I'm just trying to see if I can ring any memory bells and just prove that my own memory is working well. So here you go. This is this book here was written by Michael Aquino. It was titled Extreme Prejudice, and you had a dear friend of yours who reviewed that book, read it, and said, gee, it's mostly just foot bullets. And this was a lady, kind of Italian name and Italian look kind of like Geraldine Ferraro, friend of yours for a long time. Ring any bells? She, because then you were sharing her review.
That sounds like it would have been Marianne, but she didn't look like Geraldine Ferraro in any way, shape, or form. Okay. And she is Italian.
Okay.
But I mean, yeah, foot bullets for sure.
Yeah. Well, whether Michael Aquino's are my own, but there was a lady that we had lunch with. It was a separate lunch with Lori and Ann Fenton and yourself and this lady with us. And I even got her Skype number and spoke to her on Skype. This was like...
It makes no sense to me. There was no... I didn't have a separate lunch with you and Lori and Ann Fenton. Okay. We went to the Indian restaurant, and then afterwards we went to a diner.
Right.
There was no female. The only two females I've been with you were Paula and
that was much later, of course. That was
at
that point, like a decade later. Yeah.
This is a conflation or a parallel universe.
I guess, yeah. It's but so it might have been Marianne who reviewed this book. You do remember a friend of yours reviewing?
I don't see any review here. I'm looking for reviews.
No. It's not. I mean, reviewed in the sense that they read the book and shared their opinion of it with you, because you weren't going to read the book, of course, and I wasn't going to read.
She did read one of his books and said that it did have foot bullets. It might have been her.
Interesting.
But she never did look like Geraldine Ferraro.
Okay. I mean, it's a poor analogy or a poor comparison. You know.
But she was Italian, so whatever. But
okay, yeah, interesting, and but definitely I appreciate your bearing with me on that. And aside from all of that, it was wonderful having you tonight. And certainly, she'll always be with us in spirit. And definitely, may she rest in peace. And also, as you said, it was just a heavy past few days for all that.
It's a heavy period. We're still in the fold of the eclipse that occurred in October. It's been a very heavy eclipse. We're now going on a full moon, which is playing off the last new moon. The new moon was still in the scope of the eclipse, and now we have in the full moon, and Neptune is going direct at the end of the week. And when Neptune goes direct, it clarifies a lot of the confusion that people have been having. There's been a lot of confusion, and
yeah, and so with that, most blessed be, and of course, this has been a horribly depressing period for me, because my birthdays of my parents always are. And obviously I do want people to understand this is going to be a hard month, it being Christmas and everything, and the winter and the cold as it is. So obviously we're fundraising for myself as well to make it through the month. And
do remember to donate to Douglas for Christmas.
Bless you. Thank you so
especially much. If you weren't able to donate for Thanksgiving. Yeah. It's Christmas time, so please, DouglasDietrich.com, PayPal button in the upper right-hand corner. Would be appreciated for Douglas.
Bless you. Thank you so much. Always profoundly appreciated. It always helps. And my thanks to Dennis Marshall for his check last month, and certainly every bit helps. T. Take Berry with his dropping what he did through the money slot. All of this is decisive. He couldn't make it through without everything that was given by everybody, and it's all used. And by the end of the month, it's all gone. Because have to supply my own water in the kind of home I'm in and all the rest of that. Definitely Peter and I have shared memories on quite a few things. This is like one of those odd, intriguing little side.
Just give me the memory one more time, so sure. That I have it contextualized as best you can. Tell me what happened.
I remember it. Lori and Ann Fenton took me to a number of lunches during that period of time, and dinners. It was during that time, of course, that I met Haley Mayer and Sarah Rachel Adams, James Rink, and James Casbolt, all at that same Indian restaurant where we ate with you. But can't remember exactly which restaurant it was, but there was one in which we were with your friend Douglas. And there was another while you were still in town. At one of these occasions, you gave us the Transylvania T-shirt, and also it might have been that same time you gave it
That
a
was
gift.
at the same night with Lorian and Fenton.
Yeah, it was, well, definitely you weren't there when I was meeting all the super soldier types. No, you had nothing to do with that. So I'm just bringing up that there was a lot of, this may be where a conflation of memories developed was, we kept eating at the same Indian restaurant. She really liked that Indian restaurant. So I went there with them, and, the photograph of that was found years later by Judith Ager, who also found years later a photograph of myself with Haley Mayer and Sarah Rachel Adams. I had no idea that was even on the net. And if it weren't for that, there would have been no evidence of my life with them. Really, it was Judith Ager who found, both those photographs and some others, and it turned out that one of them she ripped off from James Rink, who had just held it up in this little video he made for just a second, so that he could shit all over Max Spears after his death. He had a single frame, so to speak, of that up there that she grabbed off the internet for me. And then there was, the time that, during that period of time, however, was when Lorian and Fenton and I don't know if she would remember this at all either. Obviously, we all deal with hundreds of people. And so, there's bound to be some conflation. But the way I remember it, we met you twice while you were still in San Francisco. So in other words, one lunch with Doug and then one lunch with a lady. And so and I got the lady's Skype number and even spoke to her once or twice on Skype. And that was pretty much it. I never spoke to her again after that. But
I have her number. Do you still know who she is?
Yeah. I don't remember the name, but I do remember the name was very Italian. The name was very Italian. And so, and that's, she was a bit older, certainly, older compared to Paola. And imperfect parallel, of course, with Geraldine Ferraro, but it was it just somewhat favored her just in the most distant sense. And so that I remember this distinctly because I did get her Skype number. Now, the thing is, it's not on the Skype account because I got locked out of one account and had to switch to...
That's not so important.
Understood.
I can just tell you that it didn't happen.
Okay.
Now, if it did happen in your universe, question is, how did it happen? Obviously you have a memory of it, and is it you could be conflating me with somebody else?
That would be pretty hard to do.
well, but nevertheless, it's like you're. It's almost
I'm
like
not.
It's like a cascading juxtaposition of a dream machine.
Maybe. I mean, I'm open to that.
What I could explain to it is like I'm being superimposed into that reality, because I can, I could even get more specific about it. That when I was with Doug, I was staying in Berkeley, and he drove me home to Berkeley, and then what was that? That was the beginning of my trip.
Yeah.
I would have spent probably the next day with Tantra, and then I would have driven up to Davis.
Yeah.
So and I came back via San Francisco, but
one explanation could be, and this is just positing something out of, pulling something out of my ass here just for the sake of positing something that is, I'm not married to it, but I'm just saying one possible explanation could be that when my psychiatrist was basically walling off parts of the single alter that I have, the very personality that she had basically crafted within myself a decade before, that she walled off later so that Michael Aquino could never call it forth using the proper code phrases. that maybe when she did that, these things happen. She did say sometimes there can be a conflation of memories or something like that. But this.
I don't think it's horribly critical.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. So there you go. So that being said, we can even take it in the spirit of fun, really. But such being said, love you dearly and share that love with Paula. And by all means, I'm just so glad that that Marianne Martini has gone off to a better place to look at it from a positive angle.
I can't imagine that it's not better.
Yeah. Considering how everything that she was going through and what she was suffering.
But we can't evaluate the afterlife till we experience it ourselves.
Well, do remember, for someone like Daniel Brinkley and myself, we've been there. I've actually been there, since no discounting or shall we say disparaging, no taking away from what happened to Daniel, and it was so dramatic. Of course, it needs to be acknowledged. But I've been to the other side as many times as he has, but that hasn't been the focal point of my career. Whereas with him, that was his major selling point, and originally, and then that's how he also got involved with hospice. Which made it all the more outrageous, considering the fact that he was working particularly with veterans. How many veterans began to attack him and try to deny his military experience. But then again, these are the forces of chaos. And so that's, and even though he's dealing with that, he just has that background. First off, he has that suspect background with Art Bell that just probably just,
Yeah, but the bottom line is, he helps people.
Yeah.
A threshold, and that's what he's doing a service.
Yeah.
So it's like people need the help. It's great that he's there to help them.
Yeah.
There's a service. So
and
it's
that's why they attack him. That's why they attack him, of course.
Yeah, and you can't. God, nobody's perfect, and he suffers for what he does.
Yeah.
He dies, and it's like he's there. Yeah. It's almost like somebody who's in battle and has has a bullet in them, and they're still pointing, this is the way, go this way, telling the soldiers where to go, helping them out. Yeah. Somebody's injured, but they're still doing their job by pointing you in the right direction. Mm-hmm. That's what happens on the battlefield. This is a battlefield of a different order. Mm-hmm. It can make you realize how lucky one is to be born and allowed to grow up and accomplish what they accomplish, to get to some sort of, safe haven or relative safe haven, just to be able to, hole up in a house somewhere and eventually die. Yeah. It sounds absurd, but, and have some fun in the meantime. Yeah. What is life but all these experiences that are, some of them are fun, some of them are challenging, and some of them are outright suffering.
Yes.
So, whatever. Life will be here today.
Yes.
Life will be here tomorrow.
Yes.
Some of us will be here tomorrow. Some of us won't. Yes. And life goes on. Yes. And one of the biggest problems, and a big problem I could have with your work, which I consider very important, is to take it and myself too seriously over this. Right. And become fanatic over it. Right. I'm very dedicated to it, but if I can't, I have to accept people for who they are. Yes. And what their reality is, because it doesn't do well to tell them how stupid they are, even if they are stupid. It doesn't serve them. Yeah. And of course, the way I look at it, people are not stupid; they're ignorant of these things in your books. Yes. And it's like bringing parts of the mind that will actually improve the world if they're able to see them and be able to account for it as opposed to ignoring it. And
well, the good news is that those people who are the gatekeepers for ignorance, the people who want to preserve that ignorance, and they're the ones who dominate the conference Contact in the Desert, which is kind of like the center focus for a lot of these other kinds of conferences. That's kind of like the big one that Lori Ann Fenton was always trying to aim for. Aim high, hit the top, is what she used to say about that, and apparently she's conquered that particular venue. These are people who are all dying. I mean, there's almost no attendees. It's just George Norrie and all the usual suspects. They all get together and spend their time out in the desert like it's a miniature Burning Man all by themselves, and the crowd gets smaller and smaller. Linda Moulton Howe and George Norrie and Daniel Brinkley and a few others. The guy who ambushed me, Jimmy Church, on Fade to Black, and basically he was considered the heir apparent to Art Bell for years. Basically, or certainly marketed himself as such. And then a few other characters, and it's basically it. That's their little crowd, and as they die off, eventually, hopefully, the alternative information community will be free of their stranglehold. Yes,
all right, well, I'll say goodnight. Maybe I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah, hopefully so. And look forward to that. Take care.
Okay, good night, everybody. Bye.
Bye for now. So we're going to end the call, and of course that's skybooks.usa.com, and with that we'll establish a new call. I'll try Brooke Gibson first. We'll see where we can go from there. And okay, going to launch that call here. There we are, dear lady. And thank you so much for picking up. And how are you right now? How's the preparations going? And tell us about this trip, how long it was in the planning, and what essentially is it about? Just stress relief or what?
It's been in the planning for about 6 hours or 4 hours.
6 hours?
6 hours as of now. Probably about 2 hours before I talked to you. So
you mean it's just totally spontaneous? You just decided you were going to go to this casino out of nowhere? And
yeah, and you called at the worst time because hold on 1 second. You're either going to have to hear this or I'm going to have to mute you. Well, I'm trying to decide if I'm going to take Ford tomorrow or not.
I just work until 5, so I'll be back at
I know, I just don't.
I'll be back at 5:30 to take care of him.
Yeah, but I don't know that he'll be okay. Okay, so I'll just talk to you tomorrow. What time are you leaving in the morning?
The tickets you don't work at 9, so 8:30.
But you're coming back before you go back to work?
Probably not, because I have to be there at 10.
Okay, well.
Just text me your plans. I can take the dog. I'll be home.
You're drunk. You're drunk. I knew something was up with you. My daughter never drinks. She's fucking drunk.
wow,
Went
cool.
to the Aquaman place. We had 2 beers there.
How many? Yeah. What did you get drunk on? Because you don't drink.
4 beers.
4 beers and you're drunk and hiccuping.
I am very light.
And I'm gonna leave my dog with you. Well, all my dogs, but not my 20-year-old dog. 4 beers and you can't walk.
I didn't eat today.
You're not your mother's daughter. Oh my God! Go upstairs before you pee on yourself or whatever you're doing. Your button is unbuttoned on your pants. What is going on?
My pants were really tight.
Just that you didn't eat today. Of course, you've also gone a size 0, so. You're about to fall. Lucci, you need to come get her. She's about to fall. 4 fucking beers. Tell me you had a shot at least. No liquor at all. My God, it's an embarrassment to my own self. I'm proud of her. She graduated and got this degree. No, this is more depressing. Oh my God.
What did she say?
Yeah, well, that's sad, Lucci, because she's drunk as shit. So can you get her upstairs? She's like yelling to her boyfriend, "Can you tell my mom I had no liquor?" He's like, she didn't have any liquor. I'm like, okay, I get it, Logan. You're drunk, and you're like, it is not like I don't know why you're thinking it's a positive thing. It would be better for her to say she had a couple shots and that. Oh my God.
That's cute. That's adorable.
I'm sorry y'all had to hear that.
Yeah, no, I think it's delightful. I wish I could get drunk on 4 beers.
She was so happy. I knew something was up because normally, like, I'd already asked her, right before, like, I'm going to go out of town and take the dogs, and I knew it would be a big deal. And she was like, she's really grumpy. She's still yelling upstairs. Like, I have 4 beers. Like, this is not her normal. And she just kept going, this leftovers, she kept putting in the fridge. I'm like, oh, then that's when I knew something's up with you. Your eyes don't look right.
I let me open a new bottle of water, and let me try and adjust to, I'm just. My humor always goes towards the gutter, and it's usually in poor taste. I know I shouldn't say this.
Just went, I'm going to get a bottle of water.
I know. I know I shouldn't say this, but I'm tempted to say something like, "I just regret not being there because I know if I was, I could get lucky tonight."
Actually, you couldn't at all with my daughter. Like, first of all, there's no way. She's in love with her boyfriend who is here with her.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, a 50-year-old good-looking younger version of you. No, you're good-looking. I just mean, like, he's 20 and he's hot. And 22, 25, I don't fucking know. But he's hot and he's sweet and she's in love with him. And he tolerates her shit.
There we go.
And I can assure you, even if you were to ever get that lucky, you would regret it very much. It's like it's like your worst, like imagine the worst time you ever had me on. And then wake up to that times 2.
Yes. Oh my God. Thank you. I'm discouraged. I'm suitably discouraged now. Thank you. Thank you. That did it. She's got her mother in her on the other side, obviously not the alcohol side, but the being bitchy side, she's got that down pat. Oh God, yes. Well, that's if he can tolerate
that's
that.
How I knew she was drunk, because she wasn't bitching like, okay, I've got to take care of the dogs. What do you want me to do? What is going to happen? That would be happy. Normal sober.
Yes. As opposed to that, she was happy, so it was unusual. Mm-hmm. Yes, I get it. I totally get it. Okay, so I was still confused.
So what do you want me to do here? Okay.
Well,
what do you want me to do?
Right now,
can you get somebody on the phone so I can get off? Because I have a job, a life.
Yes. We'll work on that. Let's do that. Matter of fact, we'll get started. We'll do the addition. Do you want me to go screen share for that, like I usually do? I mean, I can do that. And
I don't know why you do it. Like every time you've ever shown it to me,
yeah.
It's just, unless you're going to show me something fun, like some porn or some good pictures. I know how to do it. You've never given me access to do it, and obviously.
Well, I mean, we might get to that point someday, but then things, it got a little glitchy there for a bit. That's all. It is what it is.
I can't help you have attitude problems. That's for you to deal with your counselor with. But
yes.
Anyway. The trip was planned like 2 hours before I talked to you, so I was sitting here right now.
Very spontaneous then.
Very spontaneous, yeah. And I decided to do it because I needed to get out, and I need to get out and do some stuff like that. But then I'm sitting here making a list like, shit, I have too much fucking shit to do. To be ready to go with, because I have 4 dogs and 2 kids and house ready and clothes packed and clean just for even a night or two. Like, I was like, what the hell I am not fucking like single anymore with no pets and no kids and no responsibility. But, it's very easy for you to take off. Unfortunately, when you have a bunch of dogs, I'm just going to mail them all to you.
But Brandon Young, here we are. I'll try.
Don't worry, I'm not actually going to mail them. I'm going to send them with Noah.
Noah, your son. Yes, of course.
Exactly.
Yes, he'll be locked in with them in the same carry cage. Yes.
No, I'm gonna send him on a plane, and he'll have he shows up. He'll have a ticket.
Okay, I'm gonna sneeze. I should go mute for this, but past the point of carrying. Oh God. So.
Hey guys, what y'all doing?
Oh hi. Just nothing much. Don't play any music.
Oh fuck. Oh.
Who was that? Or who were we talking
That's
to?
Ian West. Last time he got me a copyright claim from Pink Floyd, so that they took that episode and they monetize it for Pink Floyd now. So Pink Floyd's making money off me. Delightful. Thank you, Ian.
I felt too bad, Ian. I played a shit song for him one time because he wouldn't stop talking about shit. And he later asked me, by the way, if anybody heard that on a private call, he was like, where'd you know that song? And I was like, dude, I told you to stop talking about your shit. I don't know. I threw the microphone down and literally was Googling shit song to play. Like, I knew that song.
Okay.
That's the only reason it wasn't monetized, is because I doubt anyone had ever heard that song before.
It's not that the people who produced it were too ashamed to claim it. Ian disappeared.
Right.
What the fuck happened to him?
I don't know. He probably heard my voice and was like, shut.
It's just you and me
Yeah,
now.
don't be
It's just you
scared.
and me again.
That's exactly what it was. Ian was like, oh, fuck, it's her. It's the liberal
Oh
bitch.
my fucking God. Okay, so it's just you and me again. So, like, I'll get us started in a conversation thread, and then you can hold it for me while I refresh myself.
Oh
and
my
then
God.
Shortly after
Did
I
you
come...
not call anybody?
I called everybody! And I mean
Yeah,
everybody. People I don't even
you know
normally
what?
call.
Nobody likes you anymore because you kicked me off the show originally.
That must be it. That
Mhm.
must be it. That's it.
For sure.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's it.
Yes, of course. That goes without saying. That yes. What else could it be? It's so do understand. Do this as a kind of favor for me for a few minutes, because it is my
God.
mother's birthday. And it's always a very depressing day for me, either of my parents' birthdays. And of course, later I will check out and kind of contemplate and basically meditate and go into communion with my ancestors, as Asians do, or if they're honoring their ancestral traditions. So I'll be doing that, throughout a good part of the day tomorrow. So aside from that, however, because it is such a hard day for me to handle emotionally, I did want to ask you, and we can talk about this when I get back, just like you said, we could talk about this other lady that you brought up on the opening hour when I get back, and we could do this for a few minutes and then send you on your way. But hopefully you'll be with me for about, another 45 minutes. And then I'll try and handle the rest of the night, and we'll see where it goes from that. I may not even stay the full night like I normally do, 12 hours, simply because, it's that hard on me to go through these parental birthdays. But
I can imagine.
yeah.
That's why I sent you the private note, because I didn't really
well, that's what I was going to bring up. I mean, I appreciate that. I mean, obviously, you have deep respect for this issue, and that's appreciated. But you said, God bless your mother and your love for her. I say that here because not wanting to go there on the air, and this is because you feel that, I mean, it's not a sensitive issue in the sense that I'm hiding anything. So it's just
I think it's more me. I think it's just more harder for me to go. It's harder for me to discuss
because
that.
both your parents are still alive. Yes, it's hard for you to probably imagine what it's. Yeah.
Right. And it's that, and my mother, when she lost her mother, my grandmother, I can't bring up my grandmother without, we all are lost, it's tears every time. And she was actually, my daughter's named Lola after my grandmother. Mm-hmm. And my daughter was born, I found out I was pregnant 3 months after my grandmother passed. So she's been 22 years now. So she still cries. I mean, we can't bring her up, Yeah. So it's just, I don't know how people react. And
hey, I'm getting all kinds of weird stimulus in terms of here. Let me show you something. Let me share a screen here. Are you in front of your PC where you can see a shared screen?
Mm-hmm. I told you I can see it on my phone. I'm on my phone, but I can see it on my phone.
Okay, so here we are. This is the screen thing, and then I'll go over here. Mother, of course, photo of herself from the 60s or 70s.
She's so beautiful.
Thank you, bless you. And in terms of here we are. Oh yes. Now this is somebody sent me. Don't say their name aloud, but this would be something This would be something that would trigger me more right now. That
What the heck is that?
You know the story. You're familiar with the story, actually.
No, I'm trying to zoom in to make sure I'm getting that correct. Oh my.
Yeah, you do remember. Well, here we are. Make it larger, and then you'll be able to.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
Yeah. So, yeah, I get this drawing. That would be something that you would suspect.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Why would somebody send that?
It's bizarre. Yeah. Some would say it's insensitive as hell. Some would say it's downright provocative in the most negative sense imaginable.
Maybe I don't know this story then, because it just looks. I don't know this story. If there's a story behind this, because
you heard it. But my grandfather attempting to rape me when I was a child, and my biting his penis off.
No, I never heard that story.
Yeah, you did. You must have. Yeah.
I can assure you.
Yeah.
I was either.
By the way, I just had a very bizarre and unpleasant experience with Peter Moon right now. It was just okay, so I don't know whether it was his ex-girlfriend Marianne Martini, or I suspect it was. And it would be locked into my other Skype account. It's really something I'm not going to pursue. But he was in San Francisco. And he had met myself twice when he was in San Francisco at the time that I was affiliated with Lori and Ann Fenton, who's the fat chick who I told you about.
Oh, yes, I do know who that is. Yes.
Yeah. So you know the context of that. And so Lori and Ann Fenton and I met him twice. And when he was here, he has no memory of that. He has only memory of meeting me once. Now, so it's not just me like, oh, hey, you and I, we met and there was a third party. No, it was like there were 4 people. So it's harder to fabricate a memory like that, or, this person who I met was basically someone who was, she had helped him through a number of things, and
Was that the one that passed away? Or?
Yeah, the one that passed away that he was talking about. Yeah.
I only listened for the first bit because I had to get off, but I heard him come on.
He denies it vehemently, and okay, it's like.
See, I didn't hear the story, but I did hear him say in the very beginning when you said, yeah, I think I met her, and I heard him say, no, you never met her.
Yeah, very insistent about that. Yeah, even though I had her Skype number, and I spoke to her privately twice, and then after that, just kind of like decided I wasn't going to speak to her again because it was just too painful. There was just too much going on there that was very, very painful. But anyhow, you and I can,
with her, or
just she had a lot of pain involving Peter marrying someone else.
Gotcha.
And so I just, I didn't want to get caught up in that drama, and I just kind of, let it go, and then, but now Peter's like, he's walled that off. He's walled off that experience. Now, the way he describes her, she's obviously not particularly mobile. The person I met did not in any way, shape, or form look crippled, essentially, or impacted physically the way he was describing this other individual. It may not have been the same individual, but it was certainly someone who fit the description to a great degree otherwise.
Right.
So, yeah, at this, like...
And he brought her, and it was somebody he brought with him, or like introduced.
They met, or they rendezvoused. So, this is one of those issues that, he says, oh, yeah, well, it's like, David Lewis Anderson said that, I was had lunch with some Bulgarian person or something like that. And he said, no, that never happened. And so David Lewis Anderson said, well, parallel universes, right? But he deals in time travel, so he can kind of get away with that. Someone like me, on the other hand, I'm not
dealing in parallel universes.
Yeah, that's me and you. Like, I'm dealing in 3D. I was sent to the 3D world for a reason.
Yes. So we could, I guess, get stuck in 3D, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's not like, but the point is like 5D's fine. People talk about 5D upgrading. Like, it kills me though. The people saying I don't believe it, but people that are like, oh, every night I'm out fighting the demons and the goblins in my dreams, and for the planet, right? And there's a lot of that going on. People saying this, and I'm like, you know what? I don't think that's why we came here.
Thank you. Here's how Brendan Zogan expressed it about the lunatic Miguel Andahar, who's one of my gang stalkers, is that he said Miguel Andahar, every time he goes on a mushroom trip, he comes back with a new incarnated life that he's had in the past. In other words, he was Bruce Lee, he was the Pharaoh Akhenaten, and he was Nikola Tesla, and he's all three of these people wrapped into one in this lifetime, he so claims, because he was all of them in a past life. And
I'm gonna tell you what, I did LSD the first time when I was like 15.
Yeah.
And I did it, I think 2 or 3 times, but the third time I stopped because the third time I had a bad trip, and it was I was alone. It was only 2 of us. Don't ever have a trip alone.
Yeah.
Because it was me and a friend of mine, and for whatever reason, I got like a double hit, and she got nothing. So then all night it was just like me tripping balls, and then her just looking at me, and I'm like by myself. But regardless, like, it was just and it was also one of these trips where it was extra because I thought it's not going to go away. I don't know if I thought that because I was, again, the only one tripping, but I was just like, it's not going away. I'm never going to be normal.
That's the nightmare. That's the nightmare.
Yes,
with some people that happens. You do know with some people that happens.
Yeah, I went home that day because finally I had to go home. Like, I had to go. So to leave her, I'm still not normal. And I remember laying on my sofa. I'm still with my parents, obviously, laying on the sofa, looking at the TV, knowing I am balls out of my fucking mind at 10 a.m., 11 a.m. the next day. And I'm like, I'm going to be one of those fucking tea kettles that turns over. Like the orange juice. I'm never going to be normal again. And hell, I may not have still come down that road. But what I can tell you is had I continued to do LSD or like any of that shit, like, I can imagine the past life shit I would come up with. Like, I'm not saying past lives aren't real.
By the way, that's the only time you did that? That was the only time you did that?
Only time I did LSD?
Yeah, the acid.
No, I did.
Yeah.
No, I did it twice before, and I had a great trip. So I had one.
Okay, so
yeah.
This was the third time and the last time.
I thought, after that, I was like,
okay.
I'm never doing that again. No.
But I understand what you're saying. If you had continued doing it, yes, God knows you would have picked up several past lives yourself.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I believe you can. I do believe in past lives. I do believe we've probably all reincarnated, in different forms and fashions. But my point to that is when you're on a hallucinogenic like that, people need to realize that it's just like a drunk being like, I love you. Okay, you might love that person. You might also wake up and be like, get me the fuck out of here. I had beer goggles on. Like, there's two, like, you can't say everything that you experience while on the trip is real. I mean, it's just because for two reasons. Even if you're breaking down the barrier, what some people believe is the barrier of what you're seeing as far as your subconscious versus your conscious, you're breaking down that barrier, and you're seeing more. Okay, let's say that even if that's true, you can't trust what you're seeing because we all know we live in a duality, even on the other side of good and negative. So you're going to say, oh, well, they told me I was Queen Latifah in a past life. I mean, maybe it's a fucking evil demon wanting you to believe that shit. Like, it just kills me how people will trip or be on these different drugs and just believe everything they come back with, and say, yep, that's it. Like, yeah. I mean, I guess, if that's the case, then every time I ever, got drunk since I even, I've been in love with about 78 people.
Right. Yeah. Got it.
Actually, I haven't. Actually, I'm never in love with anybody when I get drunk, but I do.
But I get the sentiment.
I'm the opposite. As you know, I'm very well the opposite. I cuss people out when I drink, but But yeah, I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, you're definitely an angry drunk. Yeah.
I am an angry drunk.
Man, I'm getting the sex box are really hitting hard tonight. The sex box. There was one here that earlier it was hot photos of my sister. So I guess that was Michael Jackson that we were channeling on that one. But when it comes to what made this Gangstalker so particularly stupid, as Brendan Zoget said, was he was claiming he had been to the final hall of judgment of the Egyptian afterlife. This was his Pharaoh Akhenaten trip and shit. But like, Brendan Zoget pointed out, which is quite true, I know this much. I'm no expert on Egyptian mythology, but thanks to Michael Aquino's obsession with it, I do know more about it than most. And I do know this much, is that when you go to that final hall, you're not coming back ever. That's the whole point, is that you weigh the heart, light as a feather, all that bullshit, balance the heart against the feather, and then you pass, and then the whole idea is so you don't incarnate, and especially the pharaohs. The whole idea of the pyramids was so that you could, beam directly out to the constellations and just basically make certain you never come back here again. That was the whole point. They never wanted to return. If they do wind up incarnating, it means everything went wrong and they failed judgment and they were damned. And that's essentially what it means.
Right. Unless they had achieved, like the Book of Thoth. I'm sure I don't know if you're familiar with that or not, but the Book of Thoth, Thoth talks about, which is supposedly what Hermes. I mean, it's several different names, but that is.
And of course, there's controversy concerning many of these books, but go on by all means.
There is, but he was enlightened enough to be able to basically, it's just another book that basically talks about enlightenment as far as similar to what Jesus talked about, but he was went into detail about being able to incarnate, that we could astral travel, like you could incarnate that way, but you had to be that enlightened to do that. So there's different ways to look at it, but what you're referring to is, yes, the general belief is that most people at that time it didn't even matter. Like Thoth was looked at as a god. Like that's what if you were to believe that book, you see what I'm saying? He could reincarnate himself into other bodies, choose to do that. That was a choice. So, I mean, yeah, there's different ways to look at it, but overall, I agree that the Egyptian belief that at least we grew up with was that you didn't come back, and I choose to believe that still, no matter what religion you choose to believe, like you get on the other side and you realize religion was all a big hoax to begin with, and man-made. And then you figure out, are you going to reincarnate? And do you want to reincarnate on Earth? Maybe there's somewhere else. Maybe, you want to reincarnate as a rock. Have you been a rock? Have you been a pig? Have you been a tree yet?
But by
usually
the way, when you go to this casino, but it's by yourself or with someone else?
With another person.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, good. It's always more fun that way.
I mean, I would hope. I'm not that, like, I don't 2 hours before just be like, I think I'm just going to go to a casino.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to send you a private message. So this will be in your private message box there. And, don't read that out loud. But, so there we are. Definitely want to talk to you about this later. Not tonight, but, sometime soon. It's, that's definitely something that exposes something major right there. That's
right.
Yeah. So that being said, honey, what I'd like to do now is kind of like refresh myself, then, prepare for a long haul tonight or a short haul tonight, depending on what I decide. It's ultimately one of those nights that, I'd rather be shooting the shit with someone rather than even going into monologue. I kind of like pulled myself up and did some pretty stellar monologues, and unlike what you hear from Sammy Romero, he kind of asked, do you listen to Douglas's monologues? And you were like saying, not that you need to, but
he told you that.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna kick his fucking ass. I just told you that.
He says nothing but good things about you, but I mean, it's like, you know, he does share things.
Well, no, what he told me was he was like, he was something about being on, and it's actually funny because it happened tonight, which is kind of why I went into what I talked to him about. But he was like, well, normally when I get on there by myself, if I have to do that, because I had said I didn't like that, and then you do it to me tonight. And he had said, I said, I don't know what to say. He was like, well, normally when that's me, I don't give personal details much about my personal life. I just go into about his monologue.
Yeah.
And he was telling me how he does that and how I should do that. And I just stopped him. And I went, Sammy, that's going to be a problem. I don't listen to Douglas's monologue very much. I said, I do listen to it. But the problem is, if I'm on late, I'm listening to it and falling asleep. And then
yeah, that was pretty funny. Yes, that was cute. The one time that you know, you asked me about what the hell did you ask me about, and then I went into great detail about it while you went to sleep.
Well, that,
what
and then
was
when
the
I get
subject?
off,
I can't remember.
when I get off sometimes, like, because I get off sometimes late, and then it's very late here because you have to remember what time it is. So
Yes.
I'll fall asleep, and I will go back and listen to it. But you have a long monologue, and so I'll be listening to it, you know, through my day. But
Though,
like,
unlike what you said, it's not really that you know, locked into a subject. Apparently, you were under the impression I mostly talk about Hitler and World War II, and that's actually not the case. I very, very seldom talk about Hitler and World War II. I would talk about that much more in the past because we hadn't gotten the book out. What the whole point of the book was to negate the necessity of speaking of these subjects over and over again.
Well, I think part of that, you're probably right, because when I did try to originally go back and update myself when I realized it, you know, had been on and didn't know as much, I tried to go back and listen to old ones. Yeah. Just
and
forward
many of them aren't even about World War II or Hitler or anything like that. Yeah.
Well, I'll be honest, I would pick the ones about World War II, like Hitler, especially, because I was like, especially the first time you told me I'm Hitler's son, I was, the fuck did he just say? He's Hitler's son? Then I had to go back and listen to some of this to be like, what is he? Is he pro-Nazi? Is he like anti-Jew? I mean, like, well, I had to figure it out. So those were some that I listened to. And then you're right. Like, I have heard you, like, even when I haven't heard the whole thing, like when I'm going to, like, I've woken up before and heard it, even like when we were on late. And you talked about, you know, whether it was sicknesses going on throughout the world and how, you know, it starts, you know, in the other part of the world, like I think like Australia, like whatever their winter is over there comes here. Like we were talking about that. Yeah. So yes, I've heard you talk about all kinds of different.
And as a matter of fact, there was this one woman who, and her impression is not all that off. I had to, when Trump was president, I had to deal with him incessantly because, you know, he was always exploding the news, the headlines with some new outrage every day. There was this one woman who,
he's not still.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, and so when Peter Moon said, "I'll be on with Douglas tonight," then one woman responded to him saying, "All he does is whine about Trump," and you know, more people would have claimed that. Actually, so it's not like I even wanted to get into that position where I became like some kind of anti-Trump trumpet, but you know,
like there's nobody, all the people that are pro-Trump,
they dominate the fucking media. The media is seething with pro-Trumpers. And
but they think, and then they think it's seething with and you talk to them and they're like, oh no, the media is so biased against Trump, and I'm like,
yes, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean,
I'm like, are my same universe again, a parallel universe here?
It's like which was really disturbing about people. You know, for one thing, you know, I'll tell you one thing that I do know is that one of the original reasons that I took to such heavy narcotization and drinking was I had essentially a photographic memory, not photographic in the technical sense, because photographic memory people are basically borderline retarded anyway. You're talking about, you know, people with, you know, true eidetic memory people have a brain that's so focused on that they're like autistic essentially. But, you know, I have a damn near a photographic memory in the old days. I did my best to destroy it because, you know, it'll drive you crazy. It really will.
You have to watch. Have you ever watched the show House?
House. I've heard of it. Yeah,
if you ever show you wanted to go, like, first of all, he is like my I love him. And I told my daughter just the other day, I'm like, I mentioned it. She's like, I remember you were so into him. And I'm watching, like, I haven't watched TV in forever. And I finally decided to just drain out and watch some TV the other week. And I picked him. I picked it again, even though I've seen all of them. And then last night, I think, or the night before, I cut it on again. And just, to stream a few episodes. He's an asshole. You would love him. He is a genius. He is a genius, complete asshole who deeply actually cares, right? Hilarious.
Is this a comedy? I mean, it's scripted,
it's a medical show. No, he's a doctor, but he's a diagnostician, and he can diagnose things that nobody else can diagnose. You just have to watch the show. Like the thing is, it's medical, but it's not like an ER. Like you get like some of the medical, like they're diagnosing, but it's all about him and what he does. Like that's what the show is about. That's why it's called House. His name is Dr. Gregory House, and he was addicted to painkillers the first half of the show, like 3 seasons or 4, because he had a leg injury and he was addicted to Vicodin and narcotics. But walking around like the best. I mean, like they couldn't fire him. Like, I mean, he was just because he's so genius. But what I thought of was one of the episodes that I just watched the other night when you said that because he related to this guy and the guy related to him. This guy had married, he was a patient, and they were trying to figure out what was wrong with him, blah, blah, blah. Comes in with all kinds of bullshit they try to figure out. And they finally figure out, they find liquor in his house. They'll go to the house sometimes, like I said, he's not a normal doctor. So they'll be like, go to his house, see what the hell's going on. He's lying. So they found liquor there, hidden. He's married to this dumbass girl. Part I just left out was he was like the smartest person in the world, like one of the smartest people in the world. Like he had graduated, like he was known to be top, IQ of whatever. And he was working as a courier when he comes in, as just like a courier in, New York, like making $12 an hour or something.
Yeah.
And he said, and they were like, this doesn't make sense. And he basically, what they ended up finding out was, when they found the liquor, they maybe he's liver. Well, then they figured out that he was actually using MD, whatever kind of cough medicine you can take. And he was actually smart enough to know that would destroy something. The liquor was actually, because if you do enough ethanol, it keeps it from destroying something in your body. So he was doing this cough medicine to make him dumb himself down. Because he said that was when he was happiest, and they got him off of it. He's with this beautiful woman, and he's all of a sudden just starts drawing because they had found his books, and he's just drawing this like scientific shit when he's off for a second. And he looks up at her and he said, "Can you just go get me a glass of water?" And he tells that doctor, he's like, I want to love her. He's like, but when I'm like this, like she like, it annoys me, like, because she's so stupid. Like, she looked at what he was drawing and he tried to explain it to her. It was like, and she's just like, maybe, it's like science shit you could not normally get. And anyway, the point of the matter is what you just said, that it's just, he was happier being dumb. And by the end of the show, he had decided to stay that, like, I remember the doctor handing him something, like, it was basically the cough medicine. Like, you want to,
God,
we'll tell her, we'll tell your brain goodbye. But that's how he wanted to live, like, because he couldn't handle, like, he didn't want to deal with people that weren't as smart as him. They annoyed him, and he didn't want to be annoyed by them, but they all did annoy him.
But it's definitely a big part of life, is being annoyed by people. I guess. I mean,
I think we're all annoyed by people, period. But
I mean, it's a tough call because, of course, loneliness is definitely a health issue. It's definitely loneliness is somebody who's chronically lonely. They've proven that medically that's as bad for your health as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. So loneliness kills, really. So people are important. It's important to maintain people in your life. And, I think that probably what annoys me about what you've just described, again, I would have to see it. It's kind of like I can't really speak to Forrest Gump, as you pointed out, because I never really stood to see the whole movie. I never really, suffered through the whole film, so therefore I really can't. I really have no right to shit on it the way I do. But then again, like I said, it's mostly my hatred for Tom Hanks. His bias is that from the very beginning. But that being said, when it comes to what you're describing in House, what irritates me immediately when you're describing that is it sounds like they have this kind of like real classical bias or prejudice, this stereotypical misogyny, where you've got a very attractive woman who's portrayed as dumb.
Well, that's what I meant. Okay, so I described it wrong. So
okay.
I said woman, she was pretty. She was normal, smart. Like, she was not stupid.
Okay.
He wasn't stupid when he came in. Right. When he came with him on the as a courier, when he came in before they got his brain cleared, he wasn't stupid. He talked normally. You would have never known. He was a normal person. He's probably as smart as me or you, to be honest. I mean, or at least we are now. I don't know. Maybe. But what I'm saying is, any normal person you meet, not somebody you would be like, that's an idiot. That's somebody dumb. He spoke very intelligently.
I get that part, because they would portray him as being so intelligent that being dumbed down, he'd be normalized or semi-normalized.
Yes, it was almost like he was not autistic, but to the point of he was just so smart.
Yeah,
like
no, believe me, I get exactly what you're saying with that. That's what they're conveying, and so they're not portraying the woman as
no, they weren't. They
dumb.
were portraying her as very normal.
Okay.
They were just portraying him as so super smart, and they were kind of leaning it to try to compare it to House, because House is he pretends to be a miserable person, and he is miserable in some ways. That's why but he's so hilariously funny. But he's so smart. Like you would love it. You would love this show. I'm just gonna tell you. Like, I can't make it funny.
Maybe. So anyhow, honey. So do me a favor. Let me refresh myself.
Oh God, no! I'm not talking. You better call more people, because I'm not talking again by myself.
Honey, you can do this. I tried calling everybody. I could try one more time, but but you did it so well last time. You could do it again. Really.
Not to say I have a list of everything I need to do for tomorrow. You can read that, or I can read, like, my sister is going to read my alter ego, the instructions for life.
Yeah. I mean, that's okay too. Just, that's.
I can't read it because the fucking poster fell down.
Yeah. Let me see what I can do. I shouldn't call Brandon twice, but I just did that out of desperation here. See if I can.
Clothes bag, makeup bag, perfume, toothpaste, blanket. For dogs. Yeah, this is not a fun list.
Yeah, and where the fuck is everybody anyway? They're like, I mean, Jesus Christ, it's a.
I know you pissed everybody off. Where is Real Tech, man?
I have no idea. It's I mean, I like how you assume the most negative thing first. I mean, that's reassuring.
No, I mean, maybe I pissed everyone. Maybe they're not here because maybe if I hang up, they'll all come on.
You notice I'm not. Hey, honey, I'm not bothered by that. I mean, you can assume the most. That I pissed everyone off, and
I don't think you pissed everyone off. I think if anybody pisses anyone off, it's me. Like, come on.
No, don't take that attitude either. I mean, just whatever happened. It's just unusual that it would all happen at once. But then again, who knows what the fuck is going on?
It's in the stars. It's just going on.
I guess. And Ian, didn't Ian show up for? Did we not hear his voice?
He showed up twice. That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe it's me, because every time he heard my voice, he hung the fuck up. Call him back.
Hey, George Knight was with us for several seconds. He was with us for several seconds. Then he left. What the fuck?
I'm telling you, maybe I need to hang up. They're like, oh shit, Brooke's back.
There he is. Oh, thank God. George, now for once, Brooke, you're going to get it right. My voice is going to raise up multiple octaves.
My voice is going to raise up. George!
Thank God!
Good evening.
Thank God! Oh,
Good evening.
God. I'm so happy.
Yes. Oh, my God.
So George, I'm of course, whenever it's my deceased parents' birthdays, I get very depressed. I need, these are very somber days for me. At the same time, my son helps me cope, and I will be at the estate. And there we have kind of a chapel that we set up where
His
I can.
son helps him cope with drugs.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. I wish you'd do that for me. Yeah. It's and
What do you think I'm going to the casino tomorrow night for? Come on.
There you go. And so my point was, we do have a kind of chapel set up at the estates where I can intercommunion with my ancestors more effectively than I can in this crypt. But all of that aside, George. So how much time do we potentially have with you tonight?
I think, Douglas, and thank you for having me on it. About half an hour, 45 minutes.
Half an hour, 45. Oh, thank God.
Maybe even longer.
Okay,
yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
So it's great to have you here, and do me a favor. So what I'd like to do is refresh myself, kind of get myself together.
Absolutely.
I just had a very disturbing experience with Peter Moon. I'll share it with you in a few minutes. You probably didn't hear it. Yeah, and I will, I'll share that with you when I return. But Brooke and you can bounce off each other, and I think that one of the things you could talk about is you could tell her about, say, for instance, the Freikorps and what was going on with the communists taking over Germany and how they almost killed Hitler, and
oh my God, you just said we don't talk about Hitler every time, and every time that you get George on, it's about Germany, World War II, and Hitler.
Yeah, it's George's specialty. That's a specialty. He can take it elsewhere. He's welcome to.
Maybe that's why I think that you talk about the time, because I fall asleep by the time you finally go into dialogue. But George, I hear him enough, and that's what we talk about.
Right? Okay, I get it. And of course, George and I were making the joke that when he encounters you, it's the running joke about haggis.
Okay, well, I didn't say anything about that tonight, but now that you want to mention it, have you had your Huggins, George?
That's my fault, George. That is all my fault. I brought that up.
Yes, that's on him. I wasn't going to bring it up.
She wasn't going to bring that up. This is totally my fault. So all that being said, George, we are delighted to have you here. Please unmute so you can start talking, and I'll go mute, and you'll be able to bounce off with Brooke for about 10 minutes. Okay, is that possible? You can.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you, Doug. I've just woken up, so I do apologise. I've just had one coffee, but I did hear you need someone on, so I thought I'd jump on very quickly. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And don't be afraid to putter. Do things you need to do while you're, our dear Brooke's daughter just came in drunk with her pants unbuttoned and earlier tonight, and this is what happens when those kids get older. Right now, his young lady is just looking forward to Christmas, and his lovely young lady that is blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Nordic is how many months old is she?
Oh, she's going to be, she's 24 months this month.
Actually,
she'll be 2. Yeah,
that's a topic Brooke can bite into. Brooke can bite into this topic. Yes. Mm-hmm. So I'll leave you both for a few minutes. I'm going to go mute. God bless you both, and I know you both got this. So thank God you came on, George. Literally. Brooke and I, she was refusing to hold it alone.
I've already held it alone one time. It didn't go well.
I thought you were brilliant. I have no idea what you said, but...
Yeah, nor do I. Nor does anyone else, I'm sure.
Delightful. Okay, I'll be back. Thank you both.
Thank you, Douglas. Take your time. And hello, Brooke. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, George?
Yeah, no, very well, thank you. Yeah, no, it's nice to speak to you. And how have you been keeping?
Pretty good. Doing all right. How about you? How about yourself?
Yeah, no, just getting ready for Christmas. Christmas is just around the corner, so yeah.
Well, it's going to be a very fun Christmas, I can tell you. It's going to be better than last year with a 2-year-old versus a 1-year-old at Christmas. I mean, they can really take it more in. Yes, so yeah, that's an exciting time for you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's what I'm so excited for this year. It's going to be wonderful. And and what are you planning on this year, Brooke? You just spending time with your family?
Yeah, just here with family. We usually go to my parents on Christmas Day. But other than that, yeah, my family's all around here, so we'll just be around. Decorated some of the house, decorated outside a little bit. Christmas decorations are half up, I guess.
Yes.
Buying for teenagers is a little bit different. I'm going to send my son to the Orange Bowl though, which is it's a football thing. He's going to Miami. That's a surprise for him. So
Oh, wow, nice. Oh, that's going to be wonderful. What a nice surprise.
Yeah. So, but how about you guys?
Yeah, no, just it works out really well this year for Christmas because it falls on Christmas Day falls on Sunday and Christmas Eve falls on Saturday, and we've got bank holiday Monday and Tuesday, so we get some time off over Christmas, so it's quite nice. Yeah, and then my daughter's birthday's the week after, so yeah, looking forward to that. Yeah, I've got that off as well, so it works out really well this year. You plan it around what the days Christmas falls on, so you get those as national holidays anyway. So that's the only way to plan it really. But now it's all just preparation to the
well,
time.
Are you? Yeah, especially if you have to travel. I think you plan around more of that. Are you traveling? Is that what you mean?
Not really. No, like yourself, the family's all close quarters. So they're in the close proximity of where you live. So we don't need to travel.
I will say this. I don't know if you've experienced this yet or not, but I assume are her parents alive and your parents both alive?
Yeah, thankfully, which is really lovely. Right. When I was growing up, my grandparents weren't alive at all. So my last one, my grandfather, who I was named after, died when I was 10 years old. So that was really sad. Around when I was 10, I was actually about 12, 13 years old.
I'm sorry.
So So it's nice that all the kids have got grandparents still alive. Yeah.
Yeah, it is that is a good thing. But I do remember the stress when I was married. And obviously Lola was born too small, that age especially. I think I stopped it right around 2-3 years old. Because what the problem is we had two different sizes of family still. Now we had his family that had like 2 or 3 things going on. Like they had a Christmas Eve and they wanted Christmas morning. And then my family, and it was just like a constant like go, like Christmas Eve, go here, Christmas morning, Christmas. And I'm just like, finally, like I want calmness. So I'm going to be at my house Christmas Day. We'll go one place. We'll go Christmas Eve since, but even then, like I'm going to be back at home wrapping gifts or doing what I need to do. And so we started just inviting both families to our house and saying, people can come here, but I'm not going to run my kids around everywhere, even though it was still in town. And you may not have that, but we just had, both sides of the family wanting, 2 or 3 places, and you can't do it all.
That's right.
Or the kids are just like stressed, or because you're stressed and you're running here and there. And so I do remember doing that though, just finally saying, you know what, Christmas is about my kids and we're going to be here. And so
exactly,
if you want to see them, you come here, because Christmas, it's about, obviously, it's a holiday that we celebrate religiously, but I think it's for children, and I don't think they need to be drugged 40 different places. So that was my only issue when mine were little. And I just had to put a stop to that and say, we'll be here. Come on. I'm cooking breakfast Christmas morning, cooking lunch, by 2. So you can come for breakfast. You can come for lunch, whenever you want, we're here. That's kind of how we did it.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that as well. Thank you, Brooke, for saying that, actually, because that's what it's all about. And it'll be an awful experience for the kids. They'll remember that Christmas that year as traveling. It's all about making fond memories. And as an adult now, as a father, that's what's so exciting about Christmas, is you're making it wonderful and experience for the children, and that's what it's all about. Yeah.
Well, when they're going and you're running around, and they're especially after about 2 or 3, they're opening gifts, and you're like, you got to run out. You can't play with them. You got to go here. You can't play. You got to go. We'll pack them in the car, from somebody's house. The ones at home, you wrap them. We got to go. It was just like the kids want to open their gifts and they want to have fun and, just be kids. So that's the only takeaway that I took from doing that for a couple of years. And I'm glad that was one thing I'm glad I did, for my kids.
Yeah, absolutely. No, well done. No, that's really good, bro. Yeah, so no. Well, just wonderful. It would be lovely to see what it's like in the States around Christmas time, because the only, in England, we've got all these Christmas markets and stuff dotted around the place. And yeah, you can go, it makes it feel really Christmassy when you go to these places.
Oh my God. It's not, you don't want to come to America at Christmas. I can assure you, unless you're going to some village that's decorated like a German or English village.
Yeah,
because we start decorating our Walmarts in July, so it's like it's so over ridiculously done with just fake, these stores, but there's not like the cute little, there are places that are cute little markets and things, but I think probably England's got that down better. You also have Boxing Day, which we do not have.
Yeah, we got Boxing Day. Yeah, that's it. For years, when I was in the hospitality industry, I used to have Boxing Day as my Christmas day. And so I would always work Christmas Day every single year. I never had a Christmas Day off for 16 years, apart from the very last one, which was through COVID.
Wait a minute, when you were in what industry?
Oh, in hospitality, when I was a bartender. Yeah, the Orton House.
You worked Christmas Day?
Every year. Yeah, every year I work Christmas
Day. Wait a minute,
yeah.
So, okay, I will tell you another thing you would not like about the U.S. then, which even I think people in the U.S. get pissed off about. There's nothing open. There's not a bar, at least in the South. Now, maybe in California, New York, they may be different. But there's not restaurants and bars open on Christmas Day at all. Zero. None.
Yeah.
You might find a private bar that will open up at 6 or 7 o'clock that night. It's private, small place, but everything's closed. So anyway, that just surprises me that you worked every Christmas Day, because I can't imagine many things being open in the US like that.
No, unfortunately it was. Yeah, we were open on Christmas Day. It was for bookings. People could book Christmas lunch. So it was just lunchtime and that was it. Once lunch was done, you have to clear down the room. And once that's done, then you get to sit down and have have a little meal if you wanted to with your peers, or you could just go home. And I used to just go home. One year I worked 12 hours because it was double pay all day. So I remember one year I worked all day long. But yeah, and then I celebrate Christmas on Boxing Day. So to me, it did make a difference because I'd always celebrate on Boxing Day the following day. So I would always, and then I had some time off after that. So even though you work one day, but I used to have so much time off in January because it was the quietest period of the year. Because Christmas is hectic in the hospitality industry. It's just Christmas parties, one after the other. Yeah. So
I was a waitress for a while, so I would work Thanksgiving a lot of times and not celebrate that. Thanksgiving, obviously, U.S. holiday, but that's a big time where people go out to eat here because they don't want to cook, and so a lot of restaurants are open. Christmas, there's a few like you said, like high end like hotels, like there's one, you can book those certain meal, but it's very few and far between for Christmas versus Thanksgiving. But anyway, yes, I agree that the holiday season overall is completely overdone in hospitality, but you can make a lot of money doing it. So
that's the reason for it, I believe. Yeah, it was just no other reason than just to make money. And that's why they could afford to, pay the double wages. That even though it's like the worst paid industry in my eyes, it is. You're very undervalued for the work you do, and so I'm so glad I'm out of that now. So I'm more of I'm in a more of a valued role, so to speak. I feel more valued. So it's but it's just it is a wonderful time of year. It is something I'm really looking forward to. Yeah, and our decorations are all up now. So are you just pottering around with it, getting stuff ready now, Brooke? Or did you say you haven't completed your decoration?
To be honest with you, I used to be Christmas addict. Like I have so many decorations that some of them are my mom's. Like she had to take them because I have a closet, like a walk-in closet full that's mostly Christmas, and then the half of my 2-car garage is Christmas and Halloween. Like I was a huge decorator when my kids were little, like to the point that people I didn't do it last year, but the last few years before that, like I would have a complete little Santa and Miss Santa out in the chairs with candy cane walkways. People would stop and take pictures, and then did like 2 or 3 Christmas trees inside the house. Like I'd have, the one that was all red with, and then just colored, I was very picky about the trees. And so I overdid is what I need to go. What I'm saying now is I'm going through stuff and being like,
I'm pulling stuff out like, okay, what do I want to pull out this year? I'm not going, like, I don't have the energy or the reason to do it. My kids are not that small anymore. They're not like, oh my God. And I don't care to do that. So I put some Christmas lights out on the bushes and put some little trees out there, and have one tree inside, decorated a small little tree, and some small things out. But and I'll pull some more, but I've kind of got to go through things. I mean, if you need some Christmas decorations, George, if you want to give me your address, in England, I can totally mail them to you.
Oh, bless. That's all right. Thank you.
And there's so much.
Hello.
Hey. Hello.
Hello,
Brandon.
George.
Hello, Brandon. How are you? You all right? Nice to speak to you.
How are you? Hey, Brooke.
Hey, Brandon. How are you?
Good. I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Very, very, very well. Thank you, Brandon. Yeah, lovely to have you on the show.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I saw that Doug had called, so figured I'd call back.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I caught that. Just I woke up and I had a coffee, and then I realised, he's trying to call various people just to come on. And I was like, oh yeah, I better jump on now before I was going to have like a coffee or two before I jumped on. Just hydrate myself.
You drink coffee in England, yeah?
I do black. Yeah, I do, Brandon. Yeah, I do. I'm a fan of coffee.
That's great. I thought it was scared you were the London tea guy.
No, not me. No, I do like tea though. I used to drink tea quite a lot, but I just drink black coffee in the mornings.
Yeah. You take it black though, right?
Absolutely, yeah. No,
I remember sometimes.
It's horrible. I hate with milk actually. Oh, people drink lattes. They love lattes, but
I like it all. I like espresso myself, but
so Brandon's got me on pat. That's me. Like, I would love it. Like, I love straight espresso.
I don't hate myself, so I drink espresso. No, I'm joking. That's what Italians say.
But I don't mind sipping on a good latte either. It's just two different things. To me, a latte is to sip on, to enjoy. But when I want the caffeine, like the espresso is the way to go.
It's a different thing. I think I knew my friend Lord Josh. He says Lord Josh Allen. Shout out to him. He drinks coffee as well, and he asked me how I take it one time, and I was like, little cream and sugar sometimes, it depends. And he's like, I said coffee, not pudding,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But I love the taste of a nice cup of coffee. A cuppa.
I mean, it's funny how people do take their coffee. Like, for me, if I'm going to have just a cup of coffee, I want just cream in it, no sugar. Like, I don't want it sweet at all. But I can drink it black versus with sugar. Now, that being said, a latte is different because it's got so much milk in it, like a white mocha from Starbucks or something. I can have that sweet, but I don't know. Have either one of you experienced Cuban coffee?
Oh yeah.
No, I haven't.
And so Cuban coffee is basically my ex-husband's father was from Cuba. And so we were in Chicago the first time, and he knew I was a big coffee drinker. My ex-husband wasn't, and most of his family wasn't. So he was very happy to have someone else there. He's like, oh, I'll make you my Cuban coffee. And so the next morning he did, and he did it every morning. And every time I was with him, and I drank it. But the thing about Cuban coffee is that it's really espresso.
Yeah.
And then tons of sugar. Yeah. Which I just
got back in time for the sugar. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no milk in it, which I do like if I'm going to have coffee. But it's basically just sweet espresso. Luckily, it's so small shots that I could down it and do it. But yeah, it's tons of sugar. Is that what you experienced as well when you had it, Brandon?
Yeah, well, in Italy, in Rome and Italy, I'd say in most places, the way they serve it is with the raw sugar, and they do take it like that. It depends. I like it. I can drink it either way. Like people say, I like my coffee like I like my women. Hot and in my mouth. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. So anyway, hi Douglas, how are you?
Oh, much the better for you being here. I apologize for calling you at this late hour. I really should ask your permission before even trying to attempt, but I just felt
call and ask for permission, and then I'll say yes, and then call me back. Is that? No, it's fine. You call me.
Yeah, I think you said that he should message you and ask for permission. I think.
No, I know. I'm joking.
Yeah. So, like, what's your schedule like? Are you teaching tomorrow or what?
Yes.
Oh my
Yes,
God! How are
indeed,
you
yeah.
even able to even drop in on us?
Well, I slept a lot today.
Okay.
And so I'm
He
kind
does
of
this in
making up
class.
for it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go on.
I heard, Brandon, are you teaching online? Hopefully.
No, in person and
Yeah.
in the flesh.
He's at school. Yeah. They round up kids
So
and shit. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So we have, when I want to teach dream interpretation, I fall asleep. And principal comes in and says, "What are you doing?"
Yeah. By the way, he coaches basketball, right? Don't you?
I do indeed. Yes.
Brandon, I had a teacher. I will never forget this. I was in middle school. What grade do you teach?
It's middle school. Sixth grade.
Cool.
So that was the grade I was in, and this was my English teacher. And every Friday, I first dreaded it because I thought, oh my God. But then I look forward to it. And I realize now that teacher, I am so sure, look more forward to it. But I didn't. What she would do is every Friday was classical music day. And she would play classical music like Beethoven or Mozart. And, it wasn't obviously any of our cup of tea's music in middle school. Nobody is. But, oh my God, we could all just sit there and listen. And then your head goes down on your desk and I'd be drooling. I'm sure the teacher was either drooling or at least relaxing. Like, all these kids are quiet and shut up,
Yeah, this is why we now have...
Yeah, and she was giving us experience in that music, which I had never heard in middle school, really. So
what we do now is we implement the Gitmo recording tapes, and it's basically Metallica, which is San Francisco's greatest band, other than Jefferson Airplane. No, I'm joking, but they are from San Francisco, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
and they did play it at Gitmo.
Yeah, I had no idea that term. So go on. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I was thinking of the Abu Ghraib mixtape.
Abu Ghraib. Yes. Yes. There's this photograph that I took from an article once on how kids learn from our behavior. And I remember I published it on Facebook, and somebody wrote on it, "Whoever arranged this photograph should be shot." He was so outraged because it showed these kids imitating the Guantanamo Bay. No, it was the Abu Ghraib, kids imitating the Abu Ghraib tortures. And, one was a girl, one was a boy. They were both really young. And they were just imitating, stuffed animals and shit were up in a dog pile. You know how they made the prisoners all pile up on each other naked and shit. And, and
the black hood. And
yeah. One of the kids was in a black hood with the electronics attached to him. Christmas tree lights in this case. Well, it's this awful photo.
That's the new Balenciaga campaign, I heard, is they're going to start implementing that. Have you guys heard about this?
No. What are you talking about? What is
this?
Balenciaga
is like one of these great fashion, maybe Brooke knows, I don't know.
Okay.
They're sort of like a, I don't know what you'd call it, like a Hugo Boss or something like this.
Okay. So
who is it?
High fashion, haute couture.
Yeah, high fashion word.
Yes.
But they have
haute couture?
Yes.
Haute couture?
I don't know.
Yeah,
something like that.
I always wondered how to pronounce that word, but I think it's something like that. Haute couture. Yes. Go on. Yes.
Couture.
Yeah.
So they're facing a lot of backlash and protest, and now because they had a kids campaign where they featured children with like BDSM teddy bears and
that. Oh my God, Joseph Boyer, the guy who had interviewed me a few times, he was expressing such outrage about that I I thought it was kind of like, why? It's like, why would you fucking care? I mean, it's like, so tell us more about this, because I can't understand the controversy. It's just fucking, teddy bears and bondage gear. Who gives a shit?
Right. I think that most people who are the most upset and surprised by it are really like sort of these Q Pizzagate followers left over that think that like Trump is a savior. And
oh yes, but Trump is saving them from all the pedophiles. And all
that's right.
Except for them, right? Who are the heroes who are working hard every day to end child trafficking, and they've been, But anyway, this is, I think, the point of the campaign is to get this type of publicity, actually. And as anybody says, any bad news is actually signal boosting
negative
these days.
Yes.
Right. So anyway, that's what I think is really going on behind the scenes.
Okay, got it.
I remember a friend in actually you mentioned middle school, and that reminds me, I'll never forget the most popular girl. She was, and I was good friends with her, but she was, when I got to 6th grade, I didn't know who she was, and she was just so popular. In 7th grade, like we're pretty good friends, and I was one of her best friends. There was a crew, but she told me one time, she said, "Any attention is good attention." And this is 7th grade. This is the freaking 90s.
Yeah.
Was she raised by Machiavelli, or
I don't know. I didn't end up going to high school with her, thank God. She left, but because I went to another high school. But I will never forget her telling me that, because I said, "Oh, well, that's." She's like, "Any attention is good attention. It's attention."
Cool.
Oof, that's like some real politique.
Yeah, she grew up to be Cruella.
Yeah. Or Condoleezza Rice.
Yeah. No, Condoleezza Rice is too repulsive.
She had 2 parents who were very high-profile lawyers, and I think that's where it came from. But to be honest, I looked her up on Facebook several years ago, and it looked like she actually just went into being a mom, moved to Savannah, and went really quiet. So she didn't. But yeah, I think she wanted to get away from it. But that's how she was raised, because we go to her house, and they were both very, very strong parents that were both lawyers, and I think that's where she got that.
Interesting.
Yeah, there you go. And so our man George Knight is getting coffee, just so anybody's wondering, because of course they missed the titillation of my voice. This is going to be a running joke now, because our Lady Brooke made it so.
Don't you dare say that again, though. I didn't bring it up tonight, and I didn't bring up the whatever it's called.
Haggis. Yes, that's right. The running joke of haggis. But you got to admit, it's like I explained to him. That is a super gross out. That's all kinds of don't go there for vegetarians in particular. I mean, it combines oatmeal, the consistency of vomit, stuffed inside intestinal tract. It's Oh well. So
I'd rather be in a North Korean prison having to catch a rat to live. Because then at least you have no choice, right? Like there's not like another option to be like, I could go to the grocery store and get anything else.
Okay, so our lovely Viviana Sanchez is in the chat room. She says, "Greetings all, at Brooke, at Sir George, at Douglas Dietrich." I think she wrote this just before Brandon showed up. Lovely evening to you. Yeah, hearts and hands, heart in her hand. Saw your lovely darling at George, beautiful. Hope your child. She's referring to your child, George. Yeah, hope you have a lovely travel at George. Let me know if you are in Arizona. Okay, she might be talking about you, Brooke. Okay, is what she means to say with that.
Oh, yeah, because I don't think he's not traveling.
Yeah,
because I asked him if he was traveling for Christmas. He said he wasn't.
Oh, okay. And so
she may be talking about me, since I said I was going to the casino, but no, I'm actually going to North Carolina. To a casino there.
Okay, then she says hi at Brando, and then nutmeg.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, there we are. Then nutmeg, clove, cream, sugar, please, and then So, honey, why don't you join us?
Wait a minute, where is Viviana? Yes, she's in Arizona, though. I need to go
she's
visit
in Arizona. Yeah.
Although I've heard was the Sedona's in Arizona.
Yeah.
Although.
Yeah, that's where Richard Hoagland lives.
Oh God! Don't even remind us. So let me jump on the call, dear Viv, and then after that, so you're all back. I can explain to you this profoundly disturbing. experience I just had with Peter Moon. And,
Oh, please.
yeah, so basically what happened was, this is what I can tell you. Like, I can stand up and swear in a court of law, and beyond that, there is evidence that if I were, motivated to do so by urgency, like if there were like there were a murder to solve or something, or I was paid money to do it, or it somehow would pay off, there's no point in pursuing this. But basically, what had happened was that many years ago by now, Peter Moon came to San Francisco, and that was when he rendezvoused with myself. As he said, this was kind of like a journey that he was taken to with the thought of a sequel to his book, The Seventh Seal, which was dedicated to Marianne Martini. And so Marianne Martini is this woman who was helping him through this time when he was going through a very painful divorce. And then he had a woman move into his home who basically became a squatter. And this woman was a member of the OTO, Ordo Templar Orientalis, the cult of Aleister Crowley. They did kick Aleister Crowley out. This is important to emphasize because the OTO has a thing about that. They're not Crowleyites. But then ensued a magical battle in which people's health and fortunes were squandered. And, but one member of the OTO that people may forget is Laura Lee Solomon. Laura Lee Solomon, who was my manager.
Well,
Yeah. I'm sorry?
It
Honey?
just makes me throw up. Every time I
yeah.
hear that name, it makes me throw up.
Oh, you're thinking Lorian Ann Fenton. Though
Oh,
you
yes,
would probably
you're right. I get
throw
confused 'cause
you'd probably throw up over Laura Lee Solomon too. Yeah, just for what it's
So
worth.
Fenton's the one that was in the in the hospital doing the
Yeah, that's Lorian Ann Fenton. And it was Lorian Ann Fenton who basically took me to several dinners and lunches in a row during this time period. One of them was with the super soldiers, James Rink, James Casbolt, his then wife at the time, Haley Mayer, Sarah Rachel Adams, and Max Spears. And essentially two couples, one loser, and Lorian Ann Fenton and myself. And so when we all were eating dinner at this one point, this was my first introduction to the couple that I would then become literally intimately familiar with. And then not with James Casbolt involved. It was only at that, after he was basically institutionalized, would I become more intimate with Max and Sarah and Haley Mayer. But when it came to all of that, this is where I originally met them. I never knew there was a photograph of it until Judith Ager dug that up out of the time Max Spears died. Then James Rink put up a video. Yeah. Then Judith Ager pulled that single cell. He had it up there for what we would call, if this was old cellular film, he had it up there for a single frame. He had it up there for a single frame, that picture of that dinner when he was shitting all over Max Spears. And then, so Judith Ager pulled that off the internet and provided that for me. The other thing was that she also found the photographs of myself with Haley Mayer and Sarah Rachel Adams, which otherwise there'd be no evidence that any of this had ever happened. But it was at this period of time that all of this was going down. Then, and the photographs with Haley and Sarah were for much later, months and months, maybe even a year or later, or a year or two later. But when it came to, probably about a year later, but when it came to this time, I was going through several conferences with Lori Ann Fenton, and then we met Peter Moon definitely more than once, potentially 3 times. Now, but the point was, when the first time we met him was with this, I swear to God, there was one time we rendezvoused with him. It was alone, and that's when he gave us some gifts. And that had to be the second time, because he said, oh, this is from, Marianne Martini. I believe that's the individual he was talking about. Definitely an Italian as hell name. And he was this kind of plastic green hairpin, kind of affair that was faux jade, and that's how I remember it. And it's around someplace, but gift there, and but jade was very important to her, and I certainly respect the sentiment. And he had given us, a T-shirt, Transylvania T-shirt, blood red. And so it was at that time we had rendezvoused with him. Then another time we had rendezvoused with him with this friend Doug of his. And then there was the other time with this lady, and who I remember as vaguely reminiscent of Geraldine Ferraro, very Italian name. And she had helped Peter Moon during that time of trials, and kind of picked him up and helped, just keep them together. And she wanted to marry him, and but at that time he got called by David Louis Anderson to Romania. He got introduced to this young chick, and he married her. So this woman was in agony over that. And if she's died, and I think it's the same person, then it was ultimately of a broken heart. Now, at the time that I met her, she gave me her Skype number, and I talked to her personally twice. I spoke to her on Skype, had that Skype number. It's got to still be in the account. But at some point, the original account I got locked out of when a whole bunch of crap happened with Skype crashing, and then I wound up getting a new account. Then I wound up flipping back to the old account when Skype crashed again, and then somehow it flipped me back into the second account. This is how I vaguely remember it, because when those things happen, you're just relieved that you get an account started and you work with it, right? You know, you don't remember how many times it's flipped. But there is another account that I could access, and then I'd have to say I forgot the password and all that shit, but I'd have to get in there, and then her Skype number would be in there. I mean, I know because I Skype talked to her twice. I even Skype talked to Paula privately once at least, if not twice. These were just in the early days, and I just didn't want any of that drama, because this was obviously like something. But he kept talking to this woman, and like later on when Michael Aquino published this book referring to the Presidio scandal called Extreme Prejudice, then, Peter wasn't going to read it. I wasn't going to read it. So some lady read it. Now, I'm pretty sure it was this lady. And even when I brought it up to him, I said, do you remember some lady reviewing this and telling you about her, what she thought of the book? And he said, it sounds like something she would do, is what he acknowledged. But anyhow, he denies that this meeting ever happened. He denies that this happened vehemently. I mean, with a certitude of like...
Did he continue to deny it? Because I heard that very first part. Are you saying the conversation went on longer, or did it come back up again?
He came back twice because, first, he's going into this eulogy of this woman, and I feel...
Yeah, you just agreed. He was like, no, you didn't meet her. I heard that part.
Yeah, and I feel a bit impacted by her death, because I did meet her. That's my experience. So if it's the same one I'm thinking about, and she had gone so far as to, read for us Aquino's book, something neither one of us was going to do, this is like a person who remained very dedicated and doing the best she could for Peter, and just, kind of holding herself in reserve, all the time, like a lady in waiting. And then, Yeah, and that's why I said it was just too painful for me to deal with. That's why I didn't, get back into contact with her. I just thought, sometimes I regret these things, because, one of them was like the wife of that guy who started to plagiarize my book, David J. West. Her name when she was married to him was Debbie Meadows West, but she had a separate name that I've got listed in the photographs I have of her. And she basically, the reason he waited till after she died to start, attacking me and claiming, oh, this book was never published so he could plagiarize it, was because he knew she would have stood by my side in a court of law and testified against him, that he had been fired from the project years before it was published, so he would know nothing about it and could make no such claim that it was never published, etc. So, it's like this. Sometimes I regret not maintaining contact with people like her. Another one is now this Martini woman, to a degree, because I'm pretty sure it's the same person, and because all the hints are the Italianness, the what he's describing, though she did not look at all to me physically impacted the way he described her. She looked like she was in relatively good health, older, relatively good health, but certainly not the most attractive person in the world. And so you notice the way he described her was, oh, she was a lot better looking when she was younger. And then again, considering his taste, maybe that's just the general.
Maybe he was. I mean, in his defense, maybe he was screwing a few women out there. That category is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't. I've read some of his book, that I told you about, and to hear, I knew he was into sports, but he was a big sports guy when he was younger, so he may have been a little player when he was out in California.
Maybe. Hey, anything to make sense of this. It's
I'm just trying to help.
I agree. That potential is there. Yeah.
But if you talk
doubt
to
it because
the woman, because you talk to her,
but yeah,
that's
the reason I
important.
doubt it is because her narrative matches generally what he said. So it's like, in general, her life arc of narrative is too parallel for it to be otherwise. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, I'm not married to it like, yeah, by God, I did speak. You get what I'm saying? I'm not committed to this. That's why I was so surprised that he was. I mean, most of the time people, would tell me like, fuck, I got people out there, and I've shown George Knight this. I would have shown Brandon, except I don't speak to him as often. But there's this guy out there was claiming that that I committed a murder in Baltimore. Said, oh, this guy killed his girlfriend in Baltimore. George and I can testify to this guy saying that.
Really?
Yeah, and it's not like it's not like I give a
Okay,
shit.
we know you actually did kill a guy, but I always set the guy.
Was his name?
For that.
Was his name Edgar Allan Poe?
Yeah. No, I swear that young lady killed herself in a crude attempt to frame me. Yes, that's a horrible joke. Yeah, he got it.
So,
Brandon got it. Yeah, but
gotta solve the case.
Yeah, the other day, Brandon, I was making this joke I thought was funny as hell, and nobody laughed. I was like, telling them about, what the fuck was it? I thought it was funny as hell. It was, I can't remember now. It was, Sasquatch! Sasquatch!
Oh,
I said, because it was a real story. It was a real story. These guys left their truck up in, they couldn't get their truck out of this place in the wilderness where it just basically the battery died or something. So they had to abandon it basically with all the food and everything inside because they were too old and out of shape to carry everything. So they just said, well, just leave it. I mean, I think they were so desperate they even left the laptop computer inside of it. And they just shut it down, locked it up, and then went back into town as well as they could. And, and then came back later to get somebody to jack it up and then remove it out of that environment. And as they said, they feared the worst because bears would smell the food, and bears will just dismantle an automobile like it's nothing. They'll dismantle an automobile like it's Lego blocks. But no, it was fully intact, probably because the Sasquatch were around it and curious around it, and that probably scared the bears away. But anyhow, the Sasquatch were all over it, and they know this because the Sasquatch left all these mucus trails all over the windows where their noses were pressed against the windows looking inside. And so what happened was they actually took it to the shop, paid several $100s to have the windows removed, took the windows with the mucus slime imprints to an anthropologist primatologist who said, oh yeah, these are definitely primate nostrils. They're definitely not cougars or some kind of local wildlife. It's obviously a family too. This is the nasal prints of an adult male, a adult female, and a child. Were you on safari in Africa? And that's when the guy said, no, it was here in North America. Could you take a DNA test? And that's when the guy just froze and just said, we can't do that. Like he was understanding orders. And
right.
But anyhow,
yeah, I remember this story, and I remember we were talking about it because I talked about the bear attack.
Yeah, and so I made the joke. I said, and because I followed this guy's presentation on stage at the Ball Theater, and I got up and I said, hand it to him, that was great, and I said, and these North American primates are intelligent too, because they wouldn't eat that shit he had in the picnic basket. I said, they took a look at all that processed food, and the parents pointed out to the kid, if you eat that shit, you'll lose all your hair and get fat like those waddling old white guys, and that's why they can barely make it up the trail, and that's why they're breathing so heavy. Yeah. You want to grow up like that?
The cheese whiz and the pork.
Yeah.
No, you come up. Someone comes across a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch, and it's balding, it's fat. It's
then they've been eating.
It's got a bunch of Slim Jims.
Yeah. Then beef jerky and shit. Then they've been eating that human food.
That's amazing. Wow, that's funny. I like that.
Yeah. But when I said that, all the people around me the other night, Sammy, Romero, and Brooke, they're just like dead silent and shit.
I think. Well, you know why we were dead silent? I'm pretty sure, Brandon. It's because he took so long to get to that we probably didn't hear the punchline.
Well, we're working on our delivery.
We all are.
And my jokes fall flat all the time. So we're working on it.
Yes.
We're getting there.
Yes.
Perfection is a thing
Yes.
that you do every day.
Yes. Yes.
So
he practices with his students. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell him about the coach, honey. Tell him about the Q coach.
The QAnon coach?
Yeah.
He was mentioning QAnon earlier. I don't know. Brandon may have heard about it. It was released. One of the big QAnon, leader guys that is, very popular apparently. He recently, stupidly, it's like a Trump move. He apparently basically like in 2010, he was 25. He's basically a pedophile, you could say, but he was 25, the girl was 15. Okay. Now this is QAnon that goes around accusing everybody of being pedophiles. Yeah. But what makes it worse is that he was 25, she was 15. He was her high school baseball coach.
Softball.
And she was 15 and just turned 15, and her boyfriend had just committed suicide.
Perfect vulnerable moment. That's the opening.
And so all the texts are there. They have them now. They didn't have them then because what happened was in 2010, I think it was around 2010, he comforted her. And, because of that, and then slowly comforted her until it became a sexual eventual relationship. And eventually, basically, her parents found out, people found out, there were charges pressed on him. And so basically it gets dropped, is what you could just say. It actually he got charged, he pled guilty to something less. But here's why, and here's why we know the details now. Because the idiot, in a Trump move, suddenly decided 10 or 15 years later, without apparently consulting a lawyer or thinking through this, to sue for what do you call it,
defamation?
Defamation, yes, a defamation suit. Well, the problem with that is doing a defamation suit, which he did, and he on his own terms. It opened up everything, all the text messages, everything
Discovery,
is public now. And so now we know what he did was when the trial came, or when there was going to be charges, he messaged the girl, number one, and said, hey, please don't do this to me. And if you do it, tell him it's a lie. And if you do, I'm going to kill myself. Now,
oh, God, what a sleaze.
After she's 15, he's 25, and her boyfriend killed himself. So obviously he was playing off that.
Yeah, very manipulative.
But
yes.
The worst is the messages, and they didn't get into all of them, but just a few that were just he was messaging her we need to have sex at least 20 to 25 times a day.
How does one even get it up 20 to 25 times
I don't know. It was
day?
That the number was it was more. It was in the 20s. I know. So, and that's what I thought too. I was like, the fuck, who the fuck is having maybe your first few times? I'm facing, but anyway. Secondly, he said, there were other texts. He said something like, you just give such good head, talking about how she gave such good head, and then went on about how how good he was at certain things. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And so there were detailed, graphic messages.
That's the problem.
That all got released by this Q guy who's huge, who obviously is accusing everyone else of being a pedophile. Yet he's out being a baseball coach.
Yeah, what's his softball? They were playing
softball. Well, softball, baseball coach, whatever he was. Yeah.
Right. Do you know his real name by any chance? This Q guy.
While we're talking,
I'll look it up.
I'm gonna look it up while we're talking. It should be in my history.
Because I used to follow the cult of Q quite a bit because I thought it was utterly fascinating, the hypocrisy of these people. So concerned with pedophiles that they were pedophiles, themselves.
Yes. You can bank on it.
That's what they were saying today on what I was watching. That I'm trying to remember the news channel I was watching. That's what I was trying to find it. But yeah, they were saying that that there are others like that. This basically the people usually pointing the finger are the ones that are the worst.
Yes.
Classical projection. Yes. It's classical projection.
Absolutely.
So that's interesting. That is.
I see. I know I watched it on. I don't know if you know it. The Young Turks.
I heard about it.
TYT.
Yeah, I know them. Yeah.
And I'm trying to find. Yeah, if I find the name, I'll let you know. I know
Which
that's
is a terrible name, by the way, the Young Turks.
Yeah.
I know. I'm not really sure why they picked that one.
Well,
But
it's
I do like them. I do like her on there.
no, they're okay, But I remember Noam Chomsky saying to me one time. He said, he's like, we have Apache helicopters. He's like, can you imagine if Germany came out with a helicopter called the Jew?
Yeah. Das Juden.
He's like, it would be that bad. It was like, he's like, but here in America, Apache helicopters, no problem.
Yes.
Right.
So anyway,
that's funny.
That's sort of hypocrisy.
Yes.
No, it is. It's true. It is true hypocrisy. Just like us naming like our teams, like the Redskins, and
Yes.
things
Well,
like
even the Ravens, or the Indians or the Redskins, and the Ravens, which is really the Baltimore Ravens. Speaking of Baltimore, their mascot is Edgar Allan Poe, and he didn't really live in Baltimore. He just died there. And
doesn't everybody? Doesn't everybody?
I guess they all do these days. It must be something about the crab cakes. Maryland crab cakes. But no, it's really interesting. Is Edgar Allan Poe? I think he took the wrong train into Baltimore from New York,
and he couldn't afford to get out.
Yeah, it was something like that, and he ended up being found dead in another man's clothes, and very odd circumstances. But then, of course, 100 years later, or whatever, he's turned into a mascot for the stupid Ravens team, which the Raven is his most well-known poem,
Okay, is that where that comes from? I thought you were going to tell me it was some kind of like Native American totem that they stole.
It could be, yeah, it could be that as well, And of course, here in New England, we have the Patriots, which is the worst. I just want them to lose every year, and they keep winning. I'm just so sick of it. Because it's so stupid. Patriots.
Yes, no, yeah, that's
really,
that's corny, tacky as hell. Yeah, and
I'll tell you what's really corny, honestly, is anyone that watches an NFL period. I just think if you're gonna pick a sport and you're gonna pick football, you should pick college football. Period. I mean, I watched NFL, and it just is like a bunch of, first of all, guys that are already beat up. Most of them, a lot of them too old to be there. They're beat up, and then too many rules. Like, you really want to get into football, watch college football.
Yeah, same thing with basketball, I would say.
Yeah.
I'm a basketball guy, but yeah.
I never could get into basketball as much as football, and I'll tell you why. And you can maybe explain this to me. But to me, like, so I watch, I'm a Clemson fan, went to Clemson.
Love Clemson.
So, yeah, I didn't graduate, by the way. But, most of my life been like this.
That's okay.
But I went. But I'm just too honest. But
I'm a Gamecocks guy. So.
Oh my God! So my son is a Gamecock. My ex-husband is a Gamecock.
Okay.
And so we were house divided. As you're aware of South Carolina, yeah, we were very much a house divided. You know that. So I had said, oh no, the first kid's mine. It'll be a tiger. Which I got a girl, and that was fine. She wasn't like me, and she could care less about football. And I mean, and I'm a girly girl. Like, I'm not like, I was never a tomboy or never played any sports really. So I just love football because my dad, was always watching football, and I just got into it. But us watching football, she could care less. And she went to Furman. I mean, she didn't pick South Carolina. She picked the private college. So then I have a son 4 years later before we divorced, and he got the Gamecock. And I'm like, and he's a big football guy. So we're screaming back and forth during the Clemson Carolina game the other week. And poor Sammy had to hear the brunt of that too, because I was like, we lost by a fucking point. Actually, I sent Douglas a fucking tearjerker too. I was like, where the fuck are you? I need some family magic. And Douglas had no idea when he came back because he didn't understand the football thing. And he was like, I was like, never mind. It was 31-30. Yeah. And he's like, scared to call me. He had no idea. I was like, this is life or death. Didn't get
I don't think Douglas really is too much of a sports fan.
Yeah, he doesn't get the life or death of the Clemson Carolina.
He's like, backgammon? Is this a backgammon team?
Oh it could
But
be
you
worse.
can tell him how life or death a Clemson Carolina game can be for down here.
Oh yeah, I mean,
It's true.
it's amazing how people get over sports. I mean, I just don't have the sports gene. It's yeah, it's the people get violent. I mean, it's like they truly, this is like it's a religion. It's kind of an ersatz religion of its own. I mean, that's unfair, but it's kind of like a church, the American church, so to speak. And the Europeans, they have their soccer, and it's the same way with them. Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I remember when I was at Model United Nations, or I was in the Czech Republic for a Model United Nations summit or whatever, and people were like, "Well, why don't you think a European confederacy or a European Union will ever really happen?" And I said, "Well, it could happen in different ways, but just look at soccer." You guys get so rivaled up over soccer. It's the perfect metaphor for why there will never be complete integrated cultures of Europe, maybe, but so that was interesting. I think that's an interesting metaphor. And also you have group cohesion around leadership, and sort of just authoritarian sort of principles, and everything like that. I never understood people who watched it but don't play it. That's why I like basketball, because I know how to play it.
That was what I was going to go to. So, that was where we were going with that. I'm sorry. First of all, understanding I didn't play football. I mean, we have powder puff girls football like once a year, but there was no girls playing football. But I just loved. I mean, I don't know how you couldn't love watching football. I grew up with it. It's just like I don't know. I loved it, and it was just something that I became accustomed to. Going to the games. I mean, I never drove a NASCAR, but I can enjoy that smell of the gasoline and like going around. Like, I'm not that redneck, but like, I swear to God, like you go there and you smell that and you see those cars, you're just waiting for a fucking wreck. It's all you're fucking hoping for.
Oh God, that's true. It's true. Oh my God, yes. Oh, now
But my point to that, just really fast, to ask him, since he's a basketball fan, the point of question was, I could never get into basketball because in a good football game, as Brandon knows, like it can go back and forth. That was the reason of bringing up Clemson and Carolina, because the entire game was back and forth. It was 4-quarter game, couple of hours, but there was no really knowing who was going to win till the very end. Like it could have gone either way. With a basketball game, to me, I have watched just enough. This is my thoughts on it. It's either a game, because of the way it scores, that one, usually in the beginning, it's either blowing out the other, or it's such a close game, and they're close teams, that really doesn't matter to watch any of the first 3 quarters and all that time to come in the last 30 seconds of the game. And because the last 30 seconds are what decide it.
Well, I'll say this is like, you get to score. There's a lot more opportunities to score, and there's a lot. But
it's
more
like your
playing.
head's just going back and forth and back and forth, and you're dizzy.
I mean, but for me that's exciting. It's not like football. It's like, all right, and he throws it into the end zone. Okay, or into the.
Oh my God! Then you suddenly all of a sudden like throw, and then you got a 98-yard run.
But that's very sometimes rare. But the exception is all right, and he moved 1 yard, and there's a call, and we have to take a commercial timeout for 15 minutes, and then we'll be back with 1 minute.
Football. You need to start watching. We're going to the Orange Bowl because we just did a 98-yard run. As a matter of fact, the longest run in ACC history was done yesterday. Was it Saturday? Yeah, Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
115. Oh, that's pretty good.
Okay, so I'm going to be back in just one moment. Excited. You're both holding so strong. Keep this up. I'll be back in just a moment. I just finished this can of Coke, so I'm going to rinse my mouth out so I don't, have all the porcelain rot off my teeth. So I'll be back. But you're both doing great. I mean, personally, I always
because we both are seeking your approval.
Yes, of course, yes.
We're drawing the sports crowd that Douglas always wanted.
Yes, that's right. God,
the American sports crowd.
Yeah, we'll bring him in with this tactic. Yeah, that's right. And I always did wonder why there's of all the sports, there's usually a girl team except for American football. I mean, there's girl soccer leagues, there's girl everything generally.
Sure.
Yeah, well, but American football, there's no.
I have to say this.
Other than lingerie football, but that's kind of a travesty.
That's what I was saying. They did the powder puff football when I was in school. It'd be like one day that girls would play, and it was stupid. But what I will say, well, it was stupid because they didn't play. It wasn't like they had coaches. It was like during the fundraising time, and they would do they called it powder puff, and there'd be one game, and they threw some girls on the field and told them what to, but it wasn't anything like they were training and knew what they were doing. So
I think Peter Moon plays that too every weekend. He plays with girls. He's very proud of it. There's no tackling. There's no sort of contact.
Oh.
Just kidding. Love you, Peter. We'll be joking.
Actually, I did get a little video of him of intercepting or catching something. So he must play football. You're right. Recently, but anyway,
it is like Velcro football. It's just like they just rip off the Velcro. That's
he's doing. Is he doing flag
football?
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. My son played that when he was little.
Yeah, when he's a boy, when he's a teenage boy,
No, my son played it when he was like 3 or 4. Before he got my son played regular football all the way up until like 2 months ago. I mean, he's been in football.
It's for women and children, basically. So but congratulations for Peter Moon for beating everybody in that game.
Flag football is a great thing. Yes. Flag football.
I joke. I kid, Peter.
I know. It's a Thanksgiving thing to play with you can play it with your kids and you can play it with the women, and that way nobody's tackled and killed by the big man. That's what
sort of dominate.
Yeah. But yeah, so but what I was going to say to Douglas was do what?
It's like, look how great I am, honey. I'm rocking these kids.
Yes.
Interception. You're down. Touchdown again.
Like the Rock, it'd be like the regular, like the Rock tackling his kids. Look how awesome I am. Tackle.
Well, he also plays with disableds and beats them, and I don't think that's fair. The people in the wheelchairs.
We talking about Rock or Moon? Like these names, Rock or Moon? The Moon Man. It's the Moon Man.
Moon Man. Yeah, I mean, that is a kind of a cool football name, I guess.
Yes. Okay, well, both of you are carrying on strong. I'll be right back, and thank you both. Thank God for you both. Okay, be right back. I know both of you have got things to do tomorrow, gambling, and our dear Brooke seeking a new addiction, and Brandon slaving away, teaching young kids about history, I think, and basketball. I think is his two subjects.
Hopeless. Yeah, it's a hopeless thing. Unrewarding, underpaid, overworked.
Yeah, I would offer to trade you. I would offer to trade you for tomorrow, Brandon, but I'm pretty sure.
No, it's okay.
Well, he met a young girl. He's marrying one of his students. He's like the cute guy. He's like the cute guy. Yeah.
No, dude.
Oh God, Brandon.
Don't say that. Do not say no. It's Kelsey, who is 27, 28.
Yeah, he has to think about it. You like that? Yeah. They made up a story.
Yeah, well, it's one or the other.
Okay.
I don't know. I'll ask her next time. She's let out of the coffin.
Yeah.
When her parents let her out of the house again.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. No, she's of age. Yeah.
I don't think you should be talking about Peter Moon anymore.
Why not?
I mean, I just don't think you should be putting him down.
Oh, I don't put him down. He knows I'm
joking. I'm just saying, we were talking about ages of like how young she is,
Oh yeah, well he's got a young wife as well. That's correct. Yeah.
You are all cute. You are all cute members. You were recruiting them at 15. I'm just kidding. I know both of you did not do that. It was a joke. It said you're both Q members. You're recruiting them at like 15 or 16.
15, 16. No, I didn't know Kelsey till.
I'm just kidding. That's what I said. I was
last year. I know. Okay, but yeah. I don't know, man. It's like, I was just, joking about, but I think with basketball, it's like you get to see more of the person, you get to see their faces, you get to see more plays back and
Well,
forth.
you're up closer. I mean, it's a smaller arena, no matter where you're.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you're up close.
It's more intimate. Yeah.
I can't stand it. I'll be honest. My son played baseball, football, and basketball, and I hated the basketball. I mean, I hated it just watching. I hated walking in there and the smell of it. Like the other two are outside.
I love that smell.
Yeah,
that's true.
I guess you just grow up with it and you either like it or not. I did not like it, and
I like it. I like the smell of that gym.
And the sound, it's like the reverberations of the sound. Like it just.
You know what? That's a good point. I never really even thought about that. Like the different acoustics and the way that an indoor setting, as opposed to like baseball, football, it's outdoors. That's really interesting. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, so I think that was part of it for me. It just didn't feel, or what it reminded me of, and now that I think of it, because it said that, I think it reminded me too much of being in school in an in-school gym. And for me, maybe if that's a positive experience for you, but for me, I wasn't a big sports player. Gym class was all about like going to do whatever the stupid thing they were going to make us do that day, and you're in the gym and it's that reverberation noise, and sometimes it's basketball, sometimes it's sit-ups.
Yeah.
And
I hear you.
Yeah. So, but what I was going to mention was Douglas was saying football was the only thing that didn't have a female sport. I wanted him to hear this, but I just heard it was actually a comedian. I can't remember his name, but he was saying, how they've come on and they've been like the female soccer players, were saying they're not making as much as the male soccer players.
Oh yeah, WNBA, yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit. Go. My dog just knocked his ball over. It's fine. I'm fine, but my dog was trying to go outside, but apparently he's getting blind because he just ran into something.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so what I was saying, what was funny to me, the way he said it, which again, I'm not a comedian, so I don't say it the same way, but he said, you don't make the same money.
Yeah, exactly.
Because your stadium's like, you got a quarter full. Like we lost money. Like you got 2,000, you had 250 people here or whatever. Like we lost this much money on this game. Like it's not about the fact that they don't want to pay the women. It's about the fact that women and men both aren't coming to these games. And to get paid that much, you've got to be able to bring in that much.
Well,
go
ahead, finish.
Yeah, I just think that it's not fair to say that they won't pay them as much as it's about Americans or whatever country. But in America, like we're not going to this, and even me, like I personally, maybe if it was football, because I'm only in football.
Brooke, like if you think like. And my dad even brought this up. He's like, Brandon, you think all these feminists and women rights people would pack the stadiums, full of people. But no, I don't like watching layups and 50-point games. I like, if I'm going to pay for something, it's they got to bring in the revenue. That's the point, right?
Right.
Is that unfortunately or fortunately, it's just the way it is. But females bring in plenty of revenue on tennis courts and other sports. Definitely beach volleyball and volleybing.
I'm pretty sure they bring more in lingerie.
And in soccer, definitely more in lingerie. And things like that. So they have their own. Yeah, I mean, are men asking for equal pay in lingerie ads? No.
Yeah, well, that's my point is, maybe it will eventually get there where people, like I'm not into, so I can't say because I'm not into basketball, for instance, and there's female basketball. I don't watch men's basketball. So I'm definitely not going to, I'm not going to watch either one.
Right.
Now, if there was a female Clemson football team, now then I could maybe say, okay, am I watching that equally? Do I care as much? And then have a good opinion on that. I don't have a good opinion because there's not, and football is my sport.
Yeah. That's right.
But I mean, you'd have to have some good heavy hitters out there and some good, and there are good basketball players I know that are female and soccer players that are great female that I've heard of. So maybe they could have some good, 250-pound linebacker females out there.
We're back to that subject.
It's this Tyler Perry refrigerated brown or whatever. Yeah.
Oh God, that would be pretty frightening, wouldn't it? I guess female football in America would be just a frightening idea. Yeah.
They just run back from playing, squirting perfume at each other and throwing flowers at each other. No, you take the ball. You take the ball. I don't want it.
Oh my God, no! I'm telling you, if it was female football, no, female football would actually, we should invest all in that right fucking now.
Oh.
Because I'm going to tell you what would happen. It would probably be better. It'd be like if people watch NASCAR, they're watching it for the wreck, right? Females aren't going to get out there. They're not going to give a shit about the rules. You see the men occasionally hit each other and there's a little pull of the collar and then they just kind of walk off, blah, blah. No, the girls are going to be pulling fucking hair.
Yeah, I was
clawing.
about that. Scratching, yeah.
Through the face, scratching. Oh,
Kicking,
the referee will be trying to, then the referee's like, I'm just out of this. Like,
yes.
You're both fouled, but when y'all finish that, let me know.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes, you're right.
That'd be great.
Oh yes, it would be too violent. Yeah.
I'll tell you
it would make some great, interesting entertainment when they did it. So.
Oh yes.
The girls' basketball team is just tenacious, even at like a middle school level, because the girls would play first, and then the boys play, and then they alternate in the second half of the season. And man, as the coach, you have to stay for both because you take the bus with them and stuff. And it's or you do. You gotta make sure you corral them all and put them on the bus and send them away. But the girls are just like, their ferociousness comes out, when they're playing sports, and it's pretty cool to see. Actually, it's they try way harder than some of the guys. It's I gotta hand it to them. So I'm not putting down females in sports at all by any stretch of the imagination.
No, that's what I was saying, that I think that eventually it could get there where they are bringing in the revenue, but it was so long a male-dominated sport that right now it's not looked at. Like, if I'm going to watch, if people think basketball, they think Michael Jordan, NBA, and male basketball, and it's not WNBA, and they're not looking at that. So it's not bringing in the same amount of revenue. Can it eventually? But it will take a mindset change.
Yeah, definitely. We need a mindset change in this country. I mean, oh my God.
Do you think?
Yeah. Yes.
No kidding.
Yes. Thank you. Oh my God.
Oh, by the way, Trump wants to do away with the Constitution. Did y'all hear that?
Yes. Terminate the Constitution. He said. Yes.
But this is the same people that were all about the Constitution. Don't take away their Second Amendment.
I call them constitutional fundamentalists. Yes.
Ooh,
yes.
I like that.
Yes.
Like they have the right to call everyone every name in the world, be anti-Jew. Don't take away my guns, even if it's 700 rounds of minute bullets, right? It's still in my Constitution. And then now the same man is like, we need to do away with the Constitution.
Yes, but of course, makes perfect sense.
And the thing is the most Republicans, like, when I'm having to give, what's that fat guy out of New Jersey that was the governor?
Chris Christie.
Yeah, when I'm having to give Chris Christie credit, like when Brooke Gibson is giving Chris Christie credit for standing up to Trump, which he's done several times.
It's true.
He's one of the few that will stand up and immediately now, just say that's wrong. But the rest of them are just silent.
Yeah, it's a cult.
Silent.
Yes.
It really is a cult, and it's really. Even people, when Biden messes up, Democrats are like, "Oh, what an idiot," or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Like Trevor, I love talking about Trevor. I love talking about comedians because I think true good comedians, can really pull both sides in.
Yes.
And they may be liberal, they may be, they may lean one way or another on any issue, but they can really pull in both sides. And that's why I will mention Trevor Noah, because this is exactly what you said. He will totally, I mean, Trump was easy to make fun of when he was in president, but he totally will make fun of Biden.
Yeah.
And we know he's
what president isn't funny to make fun of? I mean, it's for the past, since at least Reagan, it's everybody's been making fun of the president.
Yeah.
In fact, they had the White House.
Ford, Nixon and Ford, they really started there, I think. But go on,
Yeah, exactly. Maybe even earlier. I'm sure Roosevelt, had his own gestures and stuff.
I wish no, he was like Stalin. They worshipped him back then. It took it took till around the time of Richard Nixon is when they really started. Lyndon Baines Johnson, maybe around the time of Lyndon Baines Johnson during Vietnam. They were making fun of his ass and had satirical posters of him and the like. But
that's true.
Yeah. But then it started there. But then and then with Trump now, they're trying to make it like it's Franklin Roosevelt again, except in the opposite political spectrum. I mean, actually, in the end, they're both the same political spectrum. They're both basically tyrannical dictators, is what they are.
Yeah.
So, they're both demanding adulation. Yeah, very wealthy and both demanding adulation.
Billionaires working for the working class, of course.
Yes. Of course, I didn't know anything about this lady. Like I said, the arc of narrative, that the one that I had met with Peter and had spoken with later on her own, which is why I know a bit about her. I had no idea. Of course, Trump just was on nobody's radar back then, other than as a joke. Somebody who showed up as humor in Doonesbury. So Doonesbury was making fun of Trump, and so it was. Who else was? The guy who used to do Bloom County. Do you remember Bloom County? That was a political comic strip, and you can look that up. And he used to make fun of Trump, and this was well before Trump was president, of course. And so Trump did have people making fun of him even back then. But
how could you not? I never thought he was going to run for president, but I would see a stupid show every now and then and be like, "You're fired."
You're fired. Yeah.
Can you fire that toupee hair shit on your head?
Yeah, and that was relatively recent. That was his show came after what I'm thinking about. The time that the comic strips were making fun of him was really around the time where he was still just famous for real estate scandals. And people were making fun of him.
Oh, and that was when he was liberal and was pro-Clinton.
Yeah,
hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, by the way.
Yeah, with Jeff Epstein. Yeah, who I bet his name's not on the list. His name's not on the E and S list.
Can you call our guy back in Florida and tell him?
Yeah. Oh, he'll be coming on soon enough. You can bank on it. He'll be coming on soon enough.
As soon as I get off, I'm sure he will.
Yes, he's left some hints in the chat room. What did he say? Let me take a look in the live stream. What he said before I take another short break. Basically, he said. Yeah. What, honey?
No, go ahead.
He says, "Okay, I'm in. Give me 45 minutes." So it's like you said, maybe he's jacking off or something. They got to have that sex 25 times a day. That's what QAnon tells him. QAnon tells him that. Yeah.
Exactly.
And oh my God. So
I was about to give you hell though. You're like, I got to take another break. You just came back from a break.
I understand. But
how many lines do you need to fucking do?
It's many pizza slices.
I did the 2 pizza slices. Then I had to, rinse. Now I have to pee.
You were in the bathroom rinsing your mouth. Shut up. By the way.
Just let him go.
Yeah, but honey, what do you want me to do? Open my mouth and piss inside of that? I mean, it's like you said, you were rinsing
you can do what my son did, and I don't do what my son did and make me drink it twice.
Oh my God.
People pay for that in Sedona.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yes.
I told him if I ever did that again, I would kill it. Literally, he was out of the house.
Yes.
Picking up a Mountain Dew bottle when you're cleaning your son's room and thinking that you're gonna have a swig of it.
Oh, good luck! Don't do that. Or Gatorade.
He's upstairs. He's literally opens his door. Across the hall is the bathroom.
By the way, one of the by the way, I try to avoid. Your son is an easy butt of jokes. I'm sorry. It's just the way you describe him. He's very funny. He's like the time he came down the stairs. Mom, I'm dehydrated. I'm sorry. He was sick. Of course, he was sick.
In his defense, he ended up having 100. Yeah,
yes, that was awful. No, that was awful.
Very high
no,
fever.
that was awful. Hey, I asked everybody to pray for him and you. Yeah. Before you came back and eviscerated me.
I didn't eviscerate then. That was the next time.
It's called vivisection.
Yes, that's right. So in terms of one last response here to I was sharing with everyone. I think I said I did send Brandon a copy the Joe Tai nativity scene. And,
oh no, I haven't seen this.
It's in your private messages. Take a look.
Okay.
Oh my God, it's hilarious. I thought for a minute that like you were like he actually did like it was. Then I
was so tempted. I was
that's beautiful.
Yeah, I was so tempted to say that was on his Facebook timeline, and he was proud of it.
That's why I stopped. I was like, is this real? And that's why I had to ask you, where did you get that?
The camel is what does it for me. That's hilarious. Oh man. Listeners who are listening to this, it's a manger scene, but it's how you get the Coca-Cola cans with share a Coke with name, and it's Jose, Mary, and Jesus or Jesus, and then it's a pack of Camel cigarettes as the lion in the manger.
So I actually wish that I had bought, like when I would look for Coke cans when they had the names on them, like I would always look for my kid's name or my name, Now I'm so wishing I look for these names.
That is so funny. The manger scene. That is hilarious.
Yes, it's the budget manger scene.
It's the budget manger.
And, shit. Yes, Joe Tai, if you're listening, feel free to call in. Where I'm having gentle fun.
Ian West is here.
Oh, okay.
Hey guys, I'm trying to get this to route through my mic.
He's trying to get more music to get me copyright.
He's the third fucking time he has come on for exactly
10 seconds.
3 seconds.
A millisecond. Yeah, it's actually less than 10. It's like he comes on for a couple of seconds. Blah blah, and what he says is usually incoherent, and then he drops out. And
this time it was I'm trying to get him to route through my blood, and then he hung up.
You know why people love him? He's like the hairy Muppet that comes.
You can't not love him. Like I hate his politics,
Elmo.
But completely love.
Wait, instead of Elmo, it's Elmo. Yeah.
No, instead of tickle me Elmo, it's drug me Elmo.
Oh yeah, yes, that's right. That's my favorite. Is then he held out the straw and I reflexively inhaled. That's it. Yeah, nice to say, man. Imagine that excuse in a court of law.
We need another smoke.
Yeah.
Elmo need another
Holy
smoke.
shit, you just came out with a great thing to fucking make, though. Remember, there was a year, it was right when my daughter was born, Tickle Me Elmo. Like, it was the thing you couldn't get. It was one of those toys.
Yes.
And so it was going for like hundreds of dollars a piece.
Yeah.
Yep.
We need to drug me Elmo. I'm pretty sure that could work.
Yeah.
Wow, drug me.
Like drugged out Elmo that says all kinds of shit. Like I was like his little line.
There was this one poor bastard I knew.
Copyright.
I swear to God, I always felt bad because this I more than repaid the one chick, so I don't feel bad about her. But that was Amanda Yu, who I have nothing against, and I just I wish nothing but the best for her. But I don't know what the fuck's going on with her. Every once in a while, I'll get some contact from her, and it seems like she's okay. But it's not really coherent necessarily, or it's way out of context.
I hope she's all right.
I think she's all right, but it's like, one of these days, honey, when you've got more time, I'll go into the long story of Amanda Yu. But basically, the basic thing that happened to her that's most pronounced was she wanted to become a sponsor of mine,
And then Lori and Ann Fenton kept turning away all the potential sponsors. She didn't want me to get any money because Lori and Ann Fenton was assigned to just, fuck my life up. And and my problem is that it's a mutually assured catastrophe because I'm always looking for a chick takeover because I'm totally unable to manage anything budget-wise or something like that because my mind is always elsewhere. And then, it's like a horrible match made in hell that has paid off in catastrophe like half a dozen times in a row until I finally stopped. The last one was Selena Khan, and she's the one I talk the least about because she, at least in a fit of like consciousness, and some of them have this, they have these flashes of like, I don't know if you could call it guilt or conscience or what, but it's like every once in a while they'll break down and do something. Like she withdrew herself from the website and everything, gave me the basically withdrew it so that the website would confirm using my phone number instead of hers. So when she did that,
yes, because some of us are normal and we don't expect just because we've been up. When we told you we were in ICU all day and we only had 2 hours sleep, and then we have to be drunk up to 7.5 hours by the time we are finally interrupting to the point of madness and drunkenness, that we are going to hang up, dogs say good riddance, and when we come back and cuss you because we're drunk, that you're then going to hang up and be like, I've got to get on the PayPal. She may take my money. Like, I didn't fucking think of that.
But it's understand that the context. Understand the context. This history. When it came,
I know, but that's not,
like the weird thing about Selena Khan. Understand the context of, she did that, but then understand the context of all the other weird shit she did that doesn't make any sense, and it pretty much points her out.
Maybe she was just drunk like me half the time to deal with you.
It was something. She was really like, you talk about a health fanatic. I mean, you do vegetarianism, but she's like, this woman lived off avocado and basically avocado puree and some
sunlight.
Some rice and sunlight or some shit like that. She had at one point had been told by her doctor she had something. All her relatives were doctors. So she hated doctors. But one of them, some doctor who was not her relative, told her she had this, and then all her relatives told her, well, you got to go through all kinds. Basically, she was told she had cancer or something awful, and they told her she had to do chemo or something, and then she went instead pure organic diet. I think it's just avocado and tuna is what I think it is. Maybe tuna. I don't know, but it's the avocado's pureed. I know that much, and that with some organic rice or some shit, and like you said, like sunlight, and then and then she got cured. Then went back to the doctors, and they all said it's all gone. I mean, she swears on this, and I have no reason to disbelieve her. Case by case, these things happen with some people. I wouldn't recommend it for anyone else, but so she does that. But then, like I said, the thing was that, it was after, while she kept trying to break into my computer. I knew it was her because it was the Google engine she kept trying to break into my Google account, and I know it was her because she kept using the older passwords, and it would show it. It would show, basically
someone tried to
enter your account, and is this the password? This is the password that they use, and she was using the old passwords as whenever she dug them out of her, notebook or whatever. So
I love Peter Moon.
Oh my God! Maybe you should just go in there for your porn. That's the only reason I would.
Oh no, she definitely was anti-porn. She was pretty sex negative. The funny thing was she had like 2 husbands in a row. I mean, because she was Pakistani. No, Bangladeshi. My apologies. She was Bangladeshi, which they hate the Pakistanis. But she was Bangladeshi. But she had like Bangladeshi husbands, and they were like apparently. They were wealthy, and they would take her to like nightclubs and sex clubs and strip clubs, and she spent like a lifetime doing that shit before she went quote unquote fucking hermit nun and shit. Yeah. And she like thought she might have something go with me, and I said, do you want to make this relationship something more? And that's when she said, no, you said something on air. I never found out what it was I said on air, but something I said on air totally like
said, "Oh, he's not. I can never enter an intimate, intimate relationship with this man." And of course, most women, they're looking for a lifetime commitment type thing, like Judith Thagert was, with her. And then that of course, it's usually just so that by the time I got to the point where I was willing to do that with Judith Thagert, then she just like, fuck you. It was like everything was a setup to that point. It's like years of a setup to that point. It's just, anyhow. But
you are still stupid enough to have her as your fucking beneficiary. I'm sorry.
I can't find anyone else. If I give it to you, you're gonna give it to all these dogs.
Okay, well, it's better than Judith Hager. She's somebody that fucked you over.
Yeah,
give it to Brandy's and give it to the kids. I don't give a shit. Give it to basketball. And give it to a women's football team. Give it to a fuck me Elmo. I don't give a shit. Anything.
Oh my god! But the weird thing about Selena Khan, this was the weirdest thing, was that it was after the cryptocurrency crashed, because she was heavy into cryptocurrency. After the cryptocurrency crashed, then she lost a lot. She was in a vulnerable space, and she was lonely. And
didn't it just crash again? That's why our poor guy in here, Real Tech.
Yeah,
crashing.
Yeah. That's why Real Tech can't afford my mic. See, Real Tech, he keeps losing in the crypto. And at any rate,
isn't it interesting?
Yeah.
Isn't it interesting that the concept of cryptocurrency?
Well,
and
how can it crash again when it crashed so low the first time? It must have raised by a pittance before it crashed again.
Oh, so you mean it needs regulation? Oh, okay, so that's the piece.
You can't just say that this is money. I'm putting it out there, and you just send me money, and this is real. Yeah. And then I the young guy, the big company that just crashed completely and lost everybody millions and billions of dollars.
There you go. Yeah. But
even even mega superstars were invested in this company. The one that just crashed, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah. There you go. But
FTX.
Yeah. So the weird thing was after that, then the other crazy asset, Laney Shea, and Miguel Andahar, the other crazy gang stalker, the one who gets a different incarnation, past life every time he does a different mushroom, they got together and they broke into Selena Khan's house, and she was really lonely.
No.
She heard, yeah. Oh, you didn't know this? You didn't hear me relate this? Okay, so basically what happened was Selena Khan, after the crash, and after she was in the real estate market shit, and she's a real estate agent, she was really lonely and isolated, depressed, and then she heard a bunch of noise downstairs one night, and she felt secure because she's got cameras everywhere. And by the way, they did a really pro job. They spray painted the lenses of all her cameras black. They disabled them and shit, and then actually broke through the electronic and broke into her home. And then so she heard these noises kind of like a party, and she said, "Well, that shouldn't be happening." And she's got some weird ass duplex system where she's got a family upstairs, but they're through a different entrance, and that's her daughter and her husband. She has nothing to do with them. They'll see her once a year to sign something to do with real estate, the ownership of the house or something. But she has nothing to do with them. It's for all intents and purposes they're on a different planet. That's the husband and daughter and stuff. But so they're.
Are you sure they're not married? Because I'm pretty sure that's what marriage is.
Yeah, I think they're technically still married or something. I feel like that maybe, but there's
common
definitely
law.
separate. Yeah. No. They were definitely legally married at one
No,
point.
I was just making fun of marriage in general. I think that's what it becomes after a few years. You just ships passing in the night. You stay upstairs. I'll stay down.
Yeah.
I had a bad marriage though. I got married because I was pregnant. So don't listen to me, anyone.
Everybody does that. That's the way it is with everybody. They're all like that. And but anyhow, but they still have two stories in each part of the duplex, one on top of the other, or one next to the other, however it works. But so then she came downstairs and she said they were down there, raiding her fridge and partying and watching the television, and and she found...
Who was doing this?
Lena Shea was the crazy cunt who was an asset who came and just got me knocked off Facebook and shit by So and then she wound up with Miguel Andahar because all of them were attacking me nonstop, and I had to put them down. And in her case, because she was a pedophile, I called the Child Protective Services on her, and basically her husband probably kicked her out of the house, so that's why she wound up partying with Miguel in New York City when she was living in upstate New York before. So, then, yeah.
Wait a minute. She was a pedophile how?
she was like her work partner,
Library.
her massage work partner was had all these kids, and the massage work partner was basically, they were just all incestuous, and the massage work parlor had this kid like two, all kinds of kids. I mean, it's like several boys and maybe a girl, and they all like lived with the parents, and then they had a bunch of people who moved in, and they were all fucking each other. And
Oh God, I hate these.
Hey guys, you hear me?
yeah, we hear you, but everybody wants to hear this first. Yeah, because you can't beat incest. Yeah, you can't beat incest, Ian. We hear you. So then, she joined in the orgy, basically, so one of the kids was underage, and then what happened was that I reported it because, she kept fucking with me, and, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. I don't understand why this is how you know they're part of a cult, is because no sane person in a situation like that, knowing that I knew what I knew, would attack me. Because
I know.
It's not something, because she had her own family with her own kids, and she sacrificed all that because she's crazy and thought she was immune to response because her faceless lord, Richard K. Cole Jr., told her, he can never bother her. By the way, so I will basically. So
let me ask you this though. Wait a minute, I want to ask this. Why the fuck did they break in her house?
Because she was vulnerable.
Yeah.
She was vulnerable, and then so she went out, and then
the reason I'm
this
asking
is the weirdness.
is I
This
dare
is the
anybody
weirdness.
to come to Greenville, South Carolina.
Yeah, this is the weirdness because she's in New York, which is the same state they're all in. They're all in the same state.
I know, but come on down to the South because I may be liberal, but I'm a good shooter with several guns. So I would love for somebody to come in my house. I don't need security cameras. You come in, I got a few dogs that are gonna bark, and then you're gonna get shot.
But she also took a photo of the library. She was in a kid's library or something like
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Right?
Oh, that's just the minor shit that I shared. Yeah, that's just the minor shit I put on display.
So the other thing, that I've known Douglas about 10 years now, at least, and I've seen him coming under attack. People attack me from very high up sort of levels. Maybe even the highest levels that we can imagine. We're talking multi-millionaires, right? Billion,
like
very
Steve
powerful
Outram.
people.
Yeah.
Right. Personally, you and me, and so we got to talk about this maybe off air, Douglas. But
sure.
There's been a new attack, and I think I let you in on it.
Okay.
Recently,
Yeah.
Somebody did a show about you having Maria Sarin on.
Yeah.
And I think and it was sort of it was sort of a bad critique of someone who just listened to one show and has no idea and just did this for clicks and views because they have nothing else to talk about because there's nothing else going on.
He's just an involuntary celibate living in his mother's basement who's just wearing sunglasses in the dark. He thinks he looks like one of the men in black. When all he
Wait a minute, is that not that stupid guy wearing the sunglasses being like the light guy?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah. He's not in his mom's base, but it's a cabin.
Yeah.
I do know him.
Do you really?
I do. I was on his show very early on.
Wow.
Not the guy that has the hat on that says "I'm the light" or whatever. You talking about that guy?
No. It's some weird punk. Punk. Yeah, and
well, this is a weird person too, but in a different
way.
They
all are, but go on.
But it's simplistic.
Yeah.
It's a simplistic take on you, and then this person doesn't know you.
Well, this is how. By the way, this is how we know he's a cultist of the kings of Edom, because there's no sane individual on earth. Even though Brooks says, slander and defamation lawsuits are easily dismissed or whatever. That's not the point. No sane person is going to launch an ad hominem attack against several people, not just one person, but several people they don't know, for all, because of the potential for legal repercussions, not to mention the potential for police repercussions, because he sent her basically a terroristic harassment message before he did what he did.
Really?
Yeah. So it's like he feels he's immune because she's in Spain. Like, oh, what can she do to me? But I live here. So if he's really
and I still don't think though that's the reason. I don't think that. I think you're right.
I think that's what they want,
in
though.
his case, it's right because of all the other context, honey. It's just all the he cites Richard K.
But
Cole
what
Jr.
I'm saying
and all
is that you're correct.
Yeah.
That they're crazy and that they're. But what I am saying is, I still don't think that they wouldn't do it. Like that, it proves they're crazy because of a defamation lawsuit. Defamation.
Yeah, I understood.
It's so hard to prove.
Look, I understand.
But normal people like me would kill them, find them, put a tap on my family, like whatever you're gonna do. Like there's repercussions to me that are outside of like I may not can get you legally, but I will get you back, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, why continue to start trouble with someone?
Yeah. Well, it's just something no sane person would do. It's just no sane person is going to.
Like when I told you, like when we were having our out, I was just like, I'm out. Love. I sent all love, and that was it. Like I don't need any negativity in my life. Why bring more negativity into it, right?
Yeah. Well, these are obviously people. Their lives are dedicated to negativity. This is what they feed off.
Yes.
Of. This is their energy, and the negativity parasites. But when it comes to something like with Selena Khan, the weird thing about her was. She suddenly, after these people broke into her home, basically, then she winds up along with both of them, all three of them on their Facebook timelines and their Instagrams and other venues, they put up what I called alibi footage. This weird footage where they all show the same footage, where they all say, me and my mates, partying at the Fix concert. And so, if it's her, she says me and Miguel and Lena for Selena. And in their other cases, they named the other two people with themselves as the, this is me and my mates. But all three of them put up the same footage, which is already unusual. The footage shows none of them. It's total Blair Witch Project, found footage, shake the camera shit. You don't recognize it's the Fix band, except for the fact that you're told, then you realize it's the Fix band only because you're told. You never would have guessed it otherwise. And you don't even hear them speaking. None of their voices are on it. So it's not even like normally.
Okay, well, you've lost me. This is a pointless story at this point, because if it's Selena and her house is the one broken into, right?
Yeah, and then she puts up this footage where she and these people who broke into her house are partying.
So what's the purpose of her putting that up if it was her?
Yeah, I said it was like what I call alibi footage. It's like they all went out like the West Memphis Trio. It's like they all did a West Memphis Trio and killed some young man in a satanic sacrifice and had to have a cover story, and they all put up the same footage so they could all back each other up and say, yeah, we were all here at the Fix concert. And because three people in a court of law stands up to quote unquote theoretically illegal fact. So if three of them all say they're at a Fix concert, they maybe they think that'll cover their ass. But it's like it doesn't make any sense because they're not in the footage and now their voices are on the footage. You don't even hear somebody say, "Get off my foot." All you hear is
Did you look for any dead bodies found that week to try to turn them in?
There's probably too many to count. You know that. There's too many fucking people dying every day.
Every Fish concert, there's about 20 people dead.
Yeah, but that was the weird thing. She puts that up after it, and they all put that up after
Well, they should be dead if they're at a concert like that.
Yeah. So.
Well, it's like 8 hours long. They just jam to like one song for like 30 hours.
Yeah.
Like headbanging, is that like?
Well, it's like Grateful Dead on acid. Squared.
Oh shit!
Really? They think they're in that tradition of, but they're from Vermont.
I've never been to a concert like that, like as far as the Fish concerts, what I mean. But
no, it's like you were talking about before.
I like the way you call it the Fish concert. The Fish concert.
Well, these people that think that their delusions on LSD or psychedelics are true or whatever. It's like, oh yes, I saw the pink elephant. It changed me life.
Oh my god!
It's like there's a Pink Floyd concert. If you freak, wake up.
Did Ian get hurt by what I said? I said you can't beat incest, Ian. You can't beat incest, and then he took off like, oh, he found me out. Oh my god!
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm working on this meme for Batman. You're good. You're good.
Okay.
He's working on a guitar, right?
All right, well, work on that, Ian, and quit working on your stupid list.
Brooke, we missed you last week. How are you doing?
Ian has 0 guitars.
Oh my god!
I can't hear Ian over the laugh.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, I gotta go mute. I'll go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes. This is the perfect time.
Brooke, we missed you last week, though.
What? I can't hear anybody now. Who said what?
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yes.
Good? Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah.
You feeling better?
I am pretty much about the same. Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
More energy. I'm taking all the vitamins that I need to. And yeah, I mean, I have pretty much figured out what I have, but I think it's like long-term COVID or something similar to that. So that's what they've.
What are they
wrong with you?
What do they?
So they're just saying that there's malabsorption. Like I'm not absorbing vitamins right now, so they're looking at either calling it long-term COVID or also calling it Whipple's disease, which is basically what long-term COVID does. I'm starting to think that's what like long-term COVID causes it, because if you look at what long-term COVID a lot of people are having, is similar to if you look up Whipple's disease, it's a similar thing. Although Whipple's disease is fatal if it's not treated eventually. But the weird thing is, and I will give Ian credit for this, I have to say, because Whipple's disease is known well before COVID. And standard treatment for it is either penicillin and cefuroxime or something. I can't take penicillin, or doxycycline. Doxycycline and hydrochloroquine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Get you that hydroxychloroquine, since the doctors are being Jews and not prescribing it out. So.
Yeah, so that's my issue, is getting that, because he's wanting more tests, and the tests have to do endoscopic. And endoscopic, I had a friend that had endoscopic, God, 6 or 7 years ago, but for something completely different. But she had it, and they accidentally hit something, which caused her 2 years back and forth in the hospital because of the hole that they, like what they did versus what they were going in to look for. Like I mean, I don't know. She was someone I worked with, but she wasn't close enough to know if, there was a lawsuit there eventually or anything, but they really fucked her. And I just am not like, I don't want you going, down my throat or on my ass. Like, I would prefer not to do that. Yeah. To know that something's going on intestinally. I'm not obviously digesting anything and absorbing anything. Iron's down. Everything is completely low. They've got me on vitamins. Yeah, I know. But I will say that I was surprised to see that, because how do you say it? Hydroxychloroquine. Like, you can look up Whipple's. That is a disease that has been around for years, and that's the treatment for it. And yet, when COVID came out, people were saying, treat with this, and everyone was laughing like, that's horrible, you shouldn't. And I did too. I thought that and ivermectin were stupid to do that with. But I have to, I'm more than willing to go back on things that are proven to me. And that is, I mean, it's scientific. You can look it up. I mean, it's in, it's at NIH.gov. I mean, if you look up Whipple's disease. So
I really wouldn't trust those people either, the NIH. I wouldn't trust them either, but still. But they'll back that up. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's not just NIH. I mean, you can go to Mayo, anywhere that you look up that disease has been around for a while. So that's the treatment. It's not something completely understood, just like what COVID is causing, the, long-term COVID is now causing in people. They don't understand exactly its effect in their ACE1 or ACE2 inhibitors, is what I originally found out. And they think that's what's causing the intestinal problems, with people being nauseous, people not being able to digest, because it's affecting those ACE inhibitors, which
by the way, because I was in pharmaceuticals and the drug that I sold and had to do with our ACE inhibitors, scientists don't truly, I will let you know, there is no scientist, at least when I left, and I don't think still, that understands exactly what ACE inhibitors. It's kind of like, back when we discovered DNA, or trying to get, they don't understand exactly what ACE inhibitor, they know part of it.
Of course not. It's a big mystery. Scientists don't know anything.
Right. So yeah. So
and doctors don't know shit either.
Yep.
Do what?
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Ian, go ahead. You talk, man. It's go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, the your body's got CBD receptors in I'm sorry, I lied. Your nerve endings have ACE2 receptors and CBD receptors, and that's like the sensitive part of like your. Well, I mean, it's just sensitive everywhere. But what I was going to say is, if you can't grab any hydroxychloroquine or any quinine, because I think they do the same thing, except for hydroxychloroquine penetrates a cell even deeper. But you can take what is it called? Fucking citrus pills. Take grapefruit, orange pills, whatever. Grab a bag of beans. They can be cooked. They can be uncooked. It doesn't matter. You just want the iron out of them. And or the zinc, depending on what species of beans you buy, and you boil that shit together and turn it into like a juice. Like I mix it with sweet tea or whatever, and I call it backslice tea, and that drink will stop your ACE2 receptors from absorbing the viruses. I mean, it stops all the shit getting in.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, it ends up like they're even Harvard. I'd read the study I read about the ACE2, and I was one that they're studying now, because they don't have enough data. Because obviously, because COVID has not, we haven't had it that long, so they've just now really started getting into that long-term COVID is a thing, and that these are certain symptoms people are having, and especially because I got COVID in my stomach. Like, that's where it attached. Like, I never got a cold. I had a fever and nausea. Like,
I've never heard of that happening ever through the stomach.
Oh, yeah, it is. And I had to Google it because they had tested me positive, and I didn't even think, I'm like, how can I, like, my son's had it positive too, but he's, the whole normal stuff. And I had to literally go on there and on YouTube find several doctors that were talking about, yes, that this was back before we were talking about long-term COVID. It was just, COVID can attach to your, like, it will typically go to the lungs, but it will attach to some people's and I think that's been my weakest point is my solar plexus and my stomach. So it obviously attached there for me. But now it's become a long-term thing, and it went away for a while. Like, I was okay, and then that's what they're saying now. Harvard is looking at that what you said exactly, Ian, that those ACE inhibitors, it's also affecting that they're thinking it's doing damage to the nerve endings that are causing the stomach to then not actually, your stomach and your intestines to not recognize, how to digest the way they did before.
Interesting. I didn't know this.
Yeah. So it's still in a study process, but that was like the Harvard study I just read, that's what they actually took one drug, the drug, I believe it was the one Trump took, like, that you can take if you get COVID. They took that drug, they put it in people, what they did, because they couldn't really get animals, it wouldn't work right. So they were putting another, what am I trying to say? Like, another virus that does similar, they knew, to COVID as far as hitting those ACE inhibitors. Like a cold virus, they were putting that in, and then they took and then maybe they did it in animals. Like I said, I read this and reading these long studies a lot, but they were taking like a little microchip basically to go in and watch what was happening when they put this drug in, and when they put that drug in, it actually, the drug that would help the COVID get better, instead of helping the long-term COVID and these receptors and these nerve endings, actually made it worse. And then they had another drug, and I do not remember this drug's name, and I never heard of it, and it seemed to help in some way. But like I said, this is such an early study. This is something I found, again, like Harvard, like, you had to go into like this isn't something that's being published, or like that drug may not even be offered. Like I've never heard of it. And that's something that they're looking at, may be a potential benefit, but they don't know. I mean, they're just really still in the beginning stages of it. And so the rest of us out there that are like literally saying, hey, like there's something really wrong. Like this is not normal. And there's enough people now that obviously have had it, that, you know, when Harvard's doing it, I think it's, you know, a legit thing.
They're going to try to make $1 million out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try to make money out of it, obviously.
Billions.
Somebody is, but, you know, who knows? Maybe that was the whole point to begin with. Kill some of us off and the rest of us make money off of.
You know, you guys know, are you guys familiar with Dan Brown of the Da Vinci Code? You ever hear of Da Vinci Code?
Yes. Oh, yeah, I love Dan Brown.
Okay, so
God,
he
don't
wrote.
tell me that, but go on.
Well, but listen, he's an Amherst College graduate, and I've talked to him a few times. But he came out with a book, second to last. It was about a person who releases at the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul, which is kind of the crossroads of East and West. It's this ancient city. It actually used to belong to the Venetians as a colony. And they release, spoiler alert, this virus plague. And then, you know, as Robert Langdon is going there to sort of get rid of this while solving, you know, art history puzzles along the way, he realizes it's too late. And the virus has infected the entire earth at this point. And that this virus will kill off everybody who doesn't conform to the New World Order, essentially. And this came out 5 years before COVID came out. But I don't know if I believe all the hype about it. I just try to live my life as healthy as possible. But I have noticed things. I would like to see this Harvard study that Brooke talks about, because I would be very interested.
I can forward it, and as a matter of fact, you know, I'm the same way, Brandon. Like at the end of the day, like I don't want to, and even what you're saying, like I don't want to feed into these people's conspiracy theories. And again, conspiracies can be right or wrong, but New World Order, and this is all a takeover of our DNA or whatever bullshit. Like, but at the end of the day, there is something I have to admit from experience that I didn't want to admit. Something isn't right.
I agree.
There you go. No, I agree. I know for a fact, you know. I mean, I'm living it every day.
And how is your health?
I'm healthier than, I mean, shit. I'm back to banging 2 or 3 a day now. I'm great.
Where do you find these people?
I'm Ian West.
this brings to mind the Q coach, right? I mean,
he meant banging territory up his nostrils and actually knowing it's fucking what's going up there. It was a magical.
I'm back to that too, but no, I feel great, y'all. Like for real, my ivermectin and duramycin concoction, it knocks it out. I've already hooked a bunch of friends of mine up with it, and they're fucking feeling better now too.
Good.
Well, I mean, when they mix it with meth, yeah.
No. I shoot them up with it. No, they're shooting.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. It's so.
Well, my God, if you're shooting them up with meth, they're definitely feeling better. I mean, damn, Ian, come on up here and shoot me up with some meth. I won't know I'm sick either.
Yes.
Fucking good.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm serious. Like, honestly, like, my boy Pat, fucking, dude, he looked like he had AIDS. He looked like he was about to die. Fucking, I rolled over there, fucking shot him up with that. Gave him just a 50-50, like a half a cc of the whatever antibiotic and a half a cc of the ivermectin. He slept for like 3 days and he got all the color back in his face and shit. Like, I was.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, since when is having AIDS good news now? It's all of a sudden, it's like the best news you can get. It's like, oh, I got AIDS. Oh, don't worry.
Because there's a cure for that shit. Not a cure for the
That's right. Well, it's like it's curable. It's all this, right?
Oh, my God.
I like the bell. It
Yes,
was like a.
yes, thank you. I'm sorry, it did that by accident. I swear, it's
Is
my
this the
lamp.
Gong Show?
It's my lamp. It's my lamp. I did.
It was the cure because Douglas and I were talking about that earlier, the cure for AIDS.
That's
So
right.
I thought that was ironic.
Yeah, that's right. We were talking about the cure for AIDS earlier, and that's because we were talking about. Now, tell these gentlemen about how the dogs love Roundup. That you can't get enough of it. That you like, you pour it onto the ground, and all the dogs come licking and shit and rolling in it.
Fantastic.
Well, I mean, let's see why we went into that. We went into that because first of all,
basically, we were talking about just the fact that for some reason the animals love it, and we were talking about it because we're just talking about dangerous products, right?
A little backstory is the reason I went to Roundup was because what I want to say first, just to re-clarify, is when we talk about everyone's going, oh, the vaccine was so bad, it's going to change our DNA, and when I had told, that's where Douglas thought I was going to go when I said I didn't have the vaccine, and I didn't have the vaccine for other reasons because I was in pharmaceuticals and felt like it was pushed through too fast, but family did, and either way, what I said was it shouldn't be mandated. I don't feel, but if people that are out there like the vaccine is what's going to change your DNA, then I would tell them, if you believe that, then guess what? If they can change your DNA and there is a day and they want to, they can do it with a vaccine in your arm, and they can also do it with food, water, gases. I mean, there's a million different ways. Like, we don't need a vaccine just for that.
Nanotechnology,
right? Well,
Yeah.
You got to admit, you got to admit the vaccine would be the most efficient way to do that, though.
Perhaps.
I don't know that it actually would be the most efficient way.
Mandated by employer vaccine. Yeah, it might be.
It's a test. I mean, if you want to,
Ian's got to tell us something.
Let me put this myth to rest. The mRNA inside of the kill shots are not going to change your DNA. That it doesn't work like that. That's bullshit.
Okay.
What the mRNA does inside of the kill shot is absorb into the spike protein, aka the parasite, that gives it its 10 million different genetic sequences to pick from. It doesn't fuck with your DNA. It fucks with the parasite or the spike protein inside the kill shot.
So they're giving us parasites.
So then you're saying that the parasite can then become a million different other.
They can only pick one code. They can only pick one genetic code that the mRNA has described or transcribed into it.
Okay.
It can't pick all 10 million. It can't fuck with your DNA. That's the biggest bunch of bullshit I've ever heard.
That's a good point. That's actually a good point. It's really hard to actually mess with the unfoldment of your DNA structure because it's so encoded and with you for so long. Now, if you did it over generations and generations and generations, maybe, but Ian's right on that.
I'm sorry. Go get a QAnon person on here that's molested a 15-year-old, and I'm pretty sure they'll tell you differently. Okay?
That's morphogenetic fields.
Yeah, morphogenic. Yeah, but so Ian, why are they giving people parasites, and how does the parasite know what to choose?
It's the luck of the draw. Like if somebody's shedding these mRNAs, and somebody comes behind them and they pick up on that, like people will say, like I feel a prick or something, like like a little,
like the girls that hang out with you. I feel a prick. Yeah.
Shut up. I'm trying to be serious. Okay. No. But what it does is it's like these before they turn into parasites, they're amoebas. And their amoebas are like how's the word to put it? Are just like blobs of a soulless life form. So whenever these amoeba parasites come into contact with the mRNA, it completes them, and then they start to grow. Or like
But the parasites you describe sound like bugs, which is different from amoeba.
That's because mine were fully formed and developed because I was ignorant to all this.
Okay. But isn't that...
They had a good month's what's it called birthing process on my arm.
Okay, but isn't that kind of like a species that's kind of like a peacock becoming an alligator or something like that, right? Isn't that
it's
like
hybrid splicing? Yeah.
Well, I mean, seeing as
Okay, two things I'm going to have to defend Ian on here. No, I want to defend Ian first. First of all, you became a peacock angel, so you need to be quiet, okay?
You became a peacock angel.
Right?
Yes.
You did. Not me.
I did?
You did.
I did?
You did.
I'll be a peacock.
I'll be
I'm
a
an angel
peacock
for
angel.
sure. I can put my feathers up any day of the week. But the second thing I would say is that I'm not, like I said, I don't necessarily know or whatever Ian's saying, like, again, but what I would say is if you think about it, because I'm always open-minded, I think we should be open-minded. Well, where does a germ come from, or the bacteria, right? So, or a virus, right? When does it become
From Germany?
That's cute.
I know, it's daddy.
Sorry.
Yeah. By the way,
But,
you were also going to follow up with what they were doing in Germany during World War II and stuff later.
I completely do that, but
some other day.
My point is, real fast. It's just if we were to just for a minute, we're not going to have to discuss it. Just think about it.
Okay.
What he's saying is, like you were saying, was a parasite. It's already fully formed. When does a virus become fully formed?
Well, there's a million different viruses.
No, I'm not asking you, Ian. I'm asking everyone else. You're trying to explain. I'm actually helping you here. I'm trying to say, if there's a parasite, if there's a virus, if there's a bacteria, when does it become that? Is it just already always there? Or is it made, and it can be expanded? And I think that's your point, is that the parasite or the original amoeba, like there's an expansion on, and I'm trying to say that you may not be wrong on that, because again, a bacteria has to start somewhere. We know we've had different bacteria expand. We know we've had viruses and new viruses created. So where does that form start originally? And where does it end? And to say it can't possibly be, all I'm saying is that you have a possible. I'm just trying to take up for Ian.
It's a possibility.
It's a possibility. That's all I'm saying.
I get it.
You're right. I get what you're saying, but the way you're asking that question is that we can't lump all germs into one family of germs. We can't lump all bacteria into one family of bacteria. There's millions of families. There's millions of species. There's all these. It's hard to It's hard to categorize all these things into one. But if you stick to the leishmaniasis line, like I had, where they have a set species of families within leishmaniasis, that's where you want to work your way up from there. Like, is it attacking the lungs? Is it attacking the nostrils? Is it attacking your heart? Those are the families or breeds of bacteria and parasites that you want to ask that question with, from its start date to end date.
Okay.
Well, you talk us over with that, because I'm just going to let you know nobody likes that word leishmaniasis. So I'm just like, it's just like when you hear it, everybody tunes the fuck out, because it's just like one of those like some people don't like moist or whatever. The word moist I've heard is about. It's just a word we don't want to hear.
Moist.
Oh God! Hey, what is that noise? Is that the straw?
That's my maker. No, that's my cigarette maker.
Oh, you're making cigarettes.
Making a cigarette.
What's in the cigarettes?
I forgot to go to the store today.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a good deal.
Yeah. What's in the cigarettes?
Tobacco.
Here it is. It's called Good Stuff Premium Pipe Tobacco.
Okay.
Warning: this product can cause low birth weights or prenatal.
Are you pregnant?
That's why I picked it. Everybody's so worried about one.
Yes, he's pregnant. He's got lesions and nice. He's got germs underneath us.
I say Ian West, Ian Cest.
Yes, Ian Cest. I like that. Ian Cest. That's cute. That's cute. You need a T-shirt that says that. A T-shirt that says.
No, I have one. Yeah, it says Paul is dead. If you want it.
What did I miss? What are y'all talking about?
I don't know.
I don't know.
If he had that T-shirt, he would be completely into QAnon. Like, he'd be ahead of it.
Yes, that's right. And he's teaching kids, right? Yeah. So
I hate QAnon.
That's not real, right?
What?
What's not QAnon? I don't think it's real.
QAnon's not real, right?
No, I don't think so.
No.
It's fake.
But you push all the conspiracy
it's
theories, Ian.
It's a psyop. It's the perfect Michael.
Conspiracies that has nothing to do with QAnon.
It's a perfect Aquino psyop.
Yeah, but,
right?
yeah, that's right. So he actually started it, but Ian, you say what they say. You say that all these
Ian, you do say what they say, like your bullshit, like oh my God, you put out the list of all the people that have been to the island and hadn't even been all the people apparently.
That's not everybody that's been to the island.
He's been to Hans Island,
Oh yes, what's his name's island? And
which
it
was in Enter the Dragon, by the way.
Katy Perry was there eating children apparently too.
Oh yeah, she eats. Yeah.
They do that. I got
Bon
them.
appetit.
Taylor Swift, they're all eating children.
Who's the Ellsberg? What's his name? The Jewish guy.
Daniel Ellsberg.
Yeah,
Epstein.
Epstein.
It's Epstein's island. Yes,
Epstein Island.
Daniel Epstein Ellsberg.
Yeah, basically, Ian, what you say is that everybody.
I met Daniel.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go.
I met Ellsberg. I'm sorry.
Thank you. That's an important.
I love how Ian highlighted it to make it like all red and blue, and there was like he made sure there
everybody's a liberal.
Republicans.
Yeah, everybody's a liberal Democrat.
Trump's name wasn't fucking there. Who's been to Epstein Island?
Yeah.
Didn't see him on your fucking list.
Yeah.
Trump.
It's all liberal progressives who eat the kids.
Exactly. These people that want the fun education are all. Yeah.
Yeah, the people.
Right next to Epstein's Island. Y'all know that, right?
You went there?
No, you know, Trump's Island is right next to Epstein's.
You did?
No, his goddamn property is down there.
Oh, Epstein. Yeah, I know.
He's got.
Yeah, Trump's Island is across from Epstein's.
Yeah. But it's
I
like.
had to go there.
Yeah, but
and that means nothing. Have you watched Katy Perry go there and eat kids or not?
I mean,
I don't know about Katy Perry.
But she's from Santa Barbara.
Your fucking list of people.
Look at this goddamn. I just share shit as like a bookmark. I don't. I share shit. It's just a bookmark for me.
I don't think about news. I don't read. I know.
If it's real, I'm just gonna share it.
I know what the Bible is, but I never read it.
If my dog comes in here, if my chihuahua comes in here and with some news, am I just supposed to share it with the world?
I'm not. Like I said, I just do this as a bookmark.
He scratched his ass across the floor. It must mean the end of the world. That's what he's telling me. Subliminally. Like, I mean, you can't share shit and then say, I just shared it and I didn't give a shit if it was real or not. That's the whole problem with social media right now.
Yes. Busy. I need to come back to shit. It's easier to just fucking, post it and come back to it.
Yeah,
no, it's not. That's the problem where we are now.
Yes.
People sharing shit and they do not take the time to verify.
Yes. I mean, by the way,
did I say it? Did I say, hey, boy, this is what I believe. Have a nice day.
Wait a second. Wait, it is implied. It is implied when you do share it on your wall. It is implied that you not only believe it. It's implied that you advocate that others do as well. That's the point.
No.
That's what sharing means, Ian.
No, I just use it as like my bookmarks.
So
okay, I don't share. I was talking about Clemson. Let me just give you the easiest example. I'm a Clemson Tiger fan. Okay, I don't share if somebody forwards me. I love South Carolina Gamecocks.
I do. I really do. I still have that hat.
I wouldn't share that personally, right? Because I don't love South Carolina Gamecocks.
Well, then you're going to hell.
I don't think they're number one.
Well, there's not that much information in your post compared to my post. You see what I'm saying? I can't really.
Wait a second. Well, but Ian, what you are calling information, some people would call a data dump.
Disinformation.
Or yes, misinformation or complete lies. I could. You're saying right now.
I was being diplomatic. It's a data dump.
You're good.
Thank you.
I know.
Yeah. It's a data dump.
Did y'all like my new Hunter Biden Christmas card?
No.
Did you? Yeah.
It's so Ian. There's this. It's just definitely to anyhow notice that Brandon Young and Brooke Gibson and Douglas Dietrich were all the
one you just made yell.
Yeah, we're all liberal progressive, and your politics
are basically very radicalized.
Politics.
Rightist.
I hate politics.
I understand that's what you say. That's what you say. But what you
Can I forward you a screenshot to show you that
I love Ian West. I think he's great.
I hate politics.
Yeah, but you say that. You say that, but your posts.
Everything is political, though, Ian.
Become president, you know. I don't want to have to do all that.
Yeah, yes, but
No,
Ian,
you don't. No.
but Ian, what you promote is highly politicized. You promote
exactly.
highly politicized concepts.
Just be honest about it.
Y'all are just misreading it, and all it is my fucking bookmark page. Just like, hey, come back.
no, it's cool.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You're a maven of information, and we just got to expose you to better information.
Yeah, thank you. That's it. You need better information.
That's what I was about to say is number 2 things. First of all, Ian, I will show you how to bookmark. And so I have tons of bookmarks on my internet, and they're not on Facebook, and no one can see them. It's just bookmarked in my personal computer on my phone. And secondly, so it's not ever shared. You don't need to book. That is not a bookmark. Sharing is not a bookmark. So that's the first thing. Let's do the internet right. Then secondly, is if you're not going to do the internet correctly, then if you're going to continue to bookmark bullshit, then I will start making up my own bullshit, forward it to you, and you repost that.
Well, I tell you,
The Onion. Yeah.
What did you say?
I mean, the only thing I'm hearing is from you about all this Facebook shit. I mean, come on.
Oh well, it's pointed out because you did share it. You shared it with me. You shared it with you. You know, you did send it to me in the private messages. You know,
which one?
Plenty of things. You sent me plenty of things in the private messages. It just like
you shit.
I can go on there right now, Frank.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go now. Check me out. Go for it.
But what we're saying is that what you're definitely I do notice that, say for instance, you do seem convinced. I mean, let's agree on something. You do seem convinced that the elite are basically trafficking in kids in very large numbers, so large at such an industrial scale.
Oh yeah.
That it's practically like they're poultry, where they're at the point where they're eating them at points at times. So, yes.
Well, recently I found out from all this shit at Lockheed Martin in the cloning lab.
Yeah.
What the? Okay, I'm not gonna call them Jews. I've gotten over that. Calling me a
That's okay. By not saying they are, we know that you're not calling them out. It's all good. I'm not going to call you a hypocrite or an idiot.
That's
but,
like
go
they
ahead.
changed the name of monkeypox to mpox.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was that about? That was great. Anyway, no, hey, we got to call them Rothschild legacy ops. And
yeah, right.
So what's going on with that? What is going on with that?
The Mossad. Well, what they're doing is they needed all these goddamn cloning tanks and shit like they had at fucking here in Orlando and under Disney World and over at Five Finger Lakes, is because they're fucking cloning these people and turn them into slaves.
Dude, I used to work underground.
These tunnels underground.
Can I get a slave? Can we just stop this right now? Can you just grab me a slave? Because my house needs cleaning. I'm tired. Like, fuck all this. If they can do all the slaves they want, you can get me a slave.
Come on down, Brooke. Come on down.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. I mean, there are men who will volunteer.
I ain't too far, I'm a day far.
Yeah, there's men who's going to volunteer for that, Brooke. Yeah.
There's a line behind me.
Yeah. But what, so it's obviously, but maybe this explains a lot about why there's so much unemployment, is because they got all these slaves to do this? Is that?
Yeah, exactly right. It's all the clones.
AI, it's all slaves taking over.
No, it's the Clone War from George Lucas. It's basically all these clones that Ian West has commissioned.
Ironic you said that. My buddy came over yesterday and we were talking about this. He's like, "You ever see Star Wars?" And I'm like, "No." He's like,
"You haven't?"
Like,
okay, first of all, you should hang up right now and go watch Star Wars. How can you? I'm sitting here going to Brandon being like, I don't really get basketball. How can you even be a person and not watch Star Wars?
Right? Yeah, I know. Even
shit in the fucking world.
Oh my God.
Work hard, you must. Like the most basic stuff.
Yeah, but
Like, oh, okay.
Yoda is the most racist caricature.
Yeah, exactly. And he's a goetic demon.
Yes.
Oh, but then the little baby Yoda came out, and he could be the little baby racist. He's so cute. And
Oh, baby Yoda.
I know baby Yoda.
Excuse me, he has a name. His name is Grogu.
I don't give a shit.
Didn't they say something that the Yoda species doesn't have last names or something like that? Or
No,
right?
something like that. But there's a Yaddle who is the female Yoda, who was my crush when I was a kid, and I saw Clone Wars on the Jedi Council with Mace Windu.
I played the female Yoda. So you got a crush on
Mace
me.
Windu, who I was hoping was Snoke. But Mace Windu, who was played by Samuel L. Jackson, I thought was really great. But there's a Yaddle. Her name is Yaddle, and she had long hair, as opposed to Yoda's thinning hair.
Okay,
and she was quite attractive. She was quite attractive.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
For a goetic demon. Yes.
Brandon. So there's a difference in me saying Ian should have watched it, and then there's a difference in people that get way too into it.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know what a Yaddle is, and I'm glad.
Yaddle is a
I
female
just want to
Yoda.
know I've watched Star Wars and know the basics. Like,
yeah.
Is there
Darth
any middle
Vader.
ground in the world anymore? Is there not a middle?
No.
I don't know.
Extreme. Everything is extreme.
Far away. No.
Oh my god. So
Ian is the median.
Yes. So by the way, I do want us not to pick on Ian. I mean, Ian.
No.
It's fine. I can take it all.
Whatever. I just took up for Ian. I tried to, and then he still tried to dismantle my
I
argument.
love Ian. I think his guitar collection is second to none. Right?
I
Didn't
think
you
the
say?
bookshelf behind his computer and bed are second to none.
Yeah, I think those are green screens. But
Trust me, it's not a green screen.
I don't think he knows how to read. I don't know if he can write. No, I'm joking, Ian. I love you, buddy. I just want to know like what kind of guitars you have. You know what I mean? Like
I've got 6 Telecasters.
6?
Telecaster. Yeah.
Yeah, like a Bruce Springsteen sort of.
Radiohead.
What?
I've got Ed O'Brien's Telecaster from Radiohead.
No way.
Yeah, it's right here. You want to see it?
Okay.
Yeah, just send it on Skype.
I want to interrupt this because I'm great at interrupting. And
I have a Dan Electro. Yeah.
You guys were supposed to. Am I not correct, Douglas?
A Hodad from the '76.
I'm sorry, honey. What is wait a second. Our lady's trying to say something. What is it, honey?
Douglas, I wasn't on air for this, but am I not correct? I don't know if you told me this or Sammy that I know it was Ian and someone else, and you left them. Then they were supposed to play the guitar.
Yes.
And have a guitar battle, and no one played.
Yeah, and no one played. That's right. That was Ian and the Real Tech Geek. Instead, they played, our man Ian here played Pink Floyd and got me a copyright strike. Yeah.
That's where I got the story. Okay.
We can edit it out. It's not a problem.
Oh, don't worry about
true.
Yeah, that it's. I find I take morbid entertainment from Pink Floyd making money off me, but the.
They're not gonna make any. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, they're not making
David
shit.
Gilmour. Yeah.
I take it probably dear, I know our dear Brooke and Brandon, they need to get to sleep. She needs to go to a casino to pick up a new habit, and our man, yeah.
That is not the habit I am going to pick up. I can assure you.
Thank God, yes, and then and our man Brandon, he needs to work for a living. I guess is the way to put it. Unlike the rest of us, we don't work for a living. Brandon does.
Working 9 to 5.
Yes. Oh,
in my case, it's like 7 to 3.
And God, isn't it 3 a.m. where you're at? I mean,
it is.
You've got 2 hours sleep tonight. Oh my fucking God!
I'm gonna stay up. I'm staying up. So here I am.
Oh, he does like me sometimes. When I do that, like when I know I've got to get up, sometimes it's easier just to stay up.
Just stay up.
Oh my God!
It makes it worse to go to sleep and get back up, man.
I tried that a few times, but then I gave up and just said no.
You do it. Okay, you do it
Yeah.
First of all, shut the fuck up. You do it
First
two
of all,
times a week. You do it. You keep us up for at least a year, up 12 hours, and then you go off with your parties, whatever you're doing there, and then you sleep for like, when I'm game for like 15 hours. Yeah, I guess you stay up for 2 days and then you sleep for 2 days.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, and then I have no time.
So you're doing exactly what Brandon's saying he's doing right now. He slept today. He's going to stay up the rest of the night.
Yeah, I gotta wake up in 2 hours anyway. So.
Oh my god.
What's the point?
Oh my god. Well, then you're all welcome to stay here. But I mean, what about your driving? I mean, how are you going to drive, honey? Are you going to be rested enough to drive? What? What are you?
Are you talking to me?
Oh well, sweetie, I'll be fine. No, sweetie, listen now. My car's in good shape.
Brandon grabbed it for himself, but I meant you, Brooke. Yes.
Well, you said sweetie, and I was like, oh, Brandon liked it. Sweetie, baby.
Ian sent us an image. I'm scared to look at it. I'm always scared to look at anything Ian sends.
I'm looking at his Balenciaga. And,
is it his guitars?
It's his guitars. It's his guitars. Okay. Oh my god.
That's a Brian model.
Yeah. Last time it was his butchered arm. Swear to God, his arm looks like something out of fucking Ebola-ridden, hot zone and shit. And then
what you called it, jungle ride.
The Ebola Playboy. Yeah. This is like a Telecast or a Strat.
Yeah.
With P90 pickups.
Yeah.
What is it?
Radiohead. Radiohead's guitar.
How do you know?
Because that's his, like, Fender worked with him, and they're like,
it's his signature model or what?
Lay out the electric.
But this is like a make believe one, right? Like a clone or something. It's
not
his, right?
I mean, no, it's not his personal, but it's the one he designed or got licensed by Fender to design.
Okay. That's pretty sick. It is nice. The neck is like what, a mahogany, a rosewood, or
I don't know with that guitar. My buddy was hard up for some money, and I got it out of him for like $250.
What?
Yep. Oh, dude, man, he was hard up.
You see a meth head? What the fuck, crackhead?
That's what I'm about to say, dude. You're saying what? That's what happens. This is a positive to hanging around meth heads. Okay?
Dude, that's a $3,000 guitar. American Fender.
I'm telling you, I dated a drug dealer. You get all kinds of shit.
Ian West deals drugs, and he deals Dispo. Dispo and drugs from Ian West. That's his D&D. It's like D&D, like Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, a few years ago, when we have this big music festival down here called Ultra. Like everybody goes there and like does X and shit. Yeah. So I took the company logo and I called it Roltra. And then the owner of Ultra like sent me a message like, that's fucking funny, blah blah blah.
Yeah, cool. Yes. Okay. So yeah, so how are you feeling, Brooke? Are you thinking about staying up all night, or you want to?
Well, I was going to get off, but I feel like I'm bothering you enough now that I need to stay on. No, actually, I've got to get off in a second. I was just
okay.
I was actually on Frank's page, so I was just kind of looking at that.
It's gotta be a nightmare. What's it like on his page?
Let's see, the 7 billion underwater tunnel. Then we've got a picture of Hillary Clinton saying it's Balenciaga, and it's a picture of her saying, what does it say? Say Epstein didn't kill himself one more time. She's got a gun pointed towards me. I dare you. And then it says, what does it say, Frank?
All my good shit. All my good new shit you're passing.
Because breaking story on HRC and pedophilia cover-up, Hillary Clinton vampirist and now zombie since Zog needs young blood. Fucking parabiosis. Via parabiosis. With adenochrome. Oh my God! You said you don't buy the fucking their shit.
Let me see where you're at.
You to stay alive if you can.
Black Frank. Are y'all Frank Black or Black Frank?
They're both you.
They're both you.
Oh, you got to go to my other page. Oh, you got it. Yeah, I never post on. Go to my other page. Go to the Black Frank. You're missing all my good shit.
Well, you just posted this one 3 days ago.
Yeah, that was
you
3 days
obviously
ago.
are
That's not
posting
today.
here.
And I haven't been able to get back to it. Yeah, go to my other page. You got to tell
The
them.
last one is Rothstein, Rosenfeld, and Adler partner charged with conspiracy.
Yeah. That's true. That's a South Florida thing. Yeah, they're picking those assholes up. I almost used the N-word. God damn. But yeah, that's true. That's true, Brooke. That shit's true.
No, that one looks. I mean, let's put like if I was to guess that something looked more true, obviously that looks more true than that wasn't. If you're looking at it anyway, it looks like an official document versus the Hillary Clinton and somebody typed it out on whatever.
Yeah, I maxed Frank Black out. You gotta stay on Black Frank.
Are you telling us you're ashamed of one of the pages that you've got up there?
Well, I've got like 2,000 friends on that one.
Okay, so I went on Black Frank. So he is obviously ashamed. He shouldn't be posting it. But let's go to his other page. The very first page I put was Disney. We're not grooming you.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, and then it's frozen, and it shows what he has shown is the frozen image, and it looks like penises.
Yeah, there's dildos in the kids' toy.
This is the page you're proud of? That's the page you're proud of?
Yeah. Well, this is what I do on my work now.
Oh, my God.
And then the next one was, we've had a flu vaccine for 78 years. We still have the flu. Are you awake yet?
Now I posted that thing for the picture. That I did not believe in that. I just posted that for the picture. I was going to edit it whenever I got a chance to.
Yeah, I like that. That's just like, I'm going to put up a sign with incorrect directions that leads people off a cliff. I'll change it someday and fix it up so stuff.
I'm not telling nobody to read this. Hush. I didn't say, hey, y'all, look at this. Oh, my God. All right, go. Keep on going, Brooke.
It gets worse the more the deeper she goes, it gets worse, Ian.
No, it's great. It's great. I want to hear what she thinks of the Hunter Biden.
How to launder money and then manipulate people into thinking.
I love her. It's so good. If you go,
thinking you're not starter course.
I love it.
Forwards from Frank, and this is, let's see. Next week, the New York Times, in partnership with WEF partner Accenture, is supposed to be hosting a live event from Sam Bankman. What the fuck is any of this? It's fucking Sam Bankman. See, you're just advertising a company. No. I see what you put. Sitting next to him will be Zelensky, Zuckerberg, and U.S. Treasury Janet Yellen.
I mean, all of this is just far too obtuse. This is far too obtuse for most people to even care about. This is just like beyond their. This is something they can't do anything about. So when you like,
I don't do anything about it.
By the way, whose picture is that? Is that like yours when you were young and everything before you started experimenting with all the
9/11?
That you, the Rasta, white Rasta, the picture.
That's it.
I don't see. I don't know where.
Yeah, it's the one you put up. You put it.
Christmas cards.
Christmas cards.
Oh my God! You put Ye on here. Formerly known as Kanye West. Mr. Struggle.
We got the same last name.
Huh?
We got the same last name. I love Kanye.
You put him on here, and then you put what? Too soon.
Yo, you love that? Don't you love that? You don't get that, do you, Brooke? No. Okay.
So
it's a little too soon. I mean, it depends on how you feel.
Okay, Douglas, you'll appreciate this. Okay, so since Kanye's been bitching out about the Jews and shit, I made like his new album, and it's called My Struggle, and it's got a picture of Kanye on the front.
Oh, delightful.
You get it?
But Ian, you look Jewish.
I know, but still, I don't, I can't help that.
He does look Jewish. I didn't even think about that. You're right. You're fucking Jewish. And Frank, that's a fucking, I'm pretty sure you're Jewish.
I've never been to Jerusalem. I've never been to Jerusalem.
Oh my God.
You don't have to have been there to have it in your blood, baby. It's your DNA. That's all that matters now. The Republicans, your Marjorie Taylor Greens, they're gonna look at that Jewish DNA in there. You're out.
Think about it. I wouldn't have gotten sick if I was a Jew.
What? Why?
Because the way they develop the fucking the parasites in those the way they develop the parasites in the COVID shots, the Jewish lineage, they have
immunity.
They have a wider ACE2 receptor that won't catch the virus to grow, so it just passes through Jews. That's why they're immune to it.
Oh my God.
You know what? Okay, I have to say this right now. I cannot go any further without saying this. Number one, the whole conspiracy theory of the movement of the QAnon, which came into the whole right side. Let me just finish. Right side, and these white hatters, if people are familiar with the white hatters,
right.
And all these things that have come together. It amazes me though that they can't come together on certain things, because we're now saying two different things. I've heard these are two huge points. You're saying Jews can't get it, right? Because apparently the Jews developed it or something.
That would be the logical conclusion, yeah.
But then the other side of the white hat story, which I have heard multiple times even this week, is, from people, Hitler is the Antichrist.
No,
he's creating all this to, so he hates the Jews. So, what is it? Is Hitler the Antichrist? Is he the bad person? Or is it Jews? Where are we going? Can we?
I guess you can answer that. I guess you can answer that by saying that Hitler's Jewish, right?
I guess
his mom was getting knocked out by a Rothschild, and then they abandoned him after that. But
that's not what happened. But by the way, Peter Moon, whose buddy he lived with for a number of years after his divorce, Stuart Sverdlow, claims he's related to Hitler. Claims that his real name was Schicklgruber, meaning Stuart claims his own real name was Schicklgruber at one point, and therefore he's related to Hitler. He apparently is completely ignorant of the fact that that was never Hitler's name. Hitler was born Hitler. That whole thing was a propaganda myth made up by the Americans, because Schicklgruber in the Austrian language as opposed to the German sounds like stupid fool. It sounds like it would be like a name Baka, which can be a name in certain countries, but in Japanese it means like asshole. So if somebody comes over in Japan and says my name's Baka, and then Japanese all start laughing, because somebody says, hey, my name's asshole. It's like in Austria, Schicklgruber means like a simple-minded cretin dolt or something, doltish cretin. And so that's why this Hungarian propagandist made it up and said Hitler's name used to be Schicklgruber, because it's an inside joke. He's Hungarian, so he was from the days of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. He knew how Austrians thought, so he thought this would be a great propaganda play because he was working with the Americans. And so it's just all crap when it comes to that. I mean, Hitler granted, in all of the variations of the universe, Hitler's background it's not completely vague, but it's just, there's enough leeway. Maybe he might, astronomical chance, have some Jewish blood in him. But it's like, it doesn't, it's like, the reason that some people emphasize that, and I noticed that a lot of them are Jewish, is because that way they've got a lockhold on history. It's basically then Jews through Marx gave us communism, Jews gave us capitalism, and then they gave us fascism. It's like that way they can say they're responsible for everything. It's a way of crediting themselves with everything.
To credit, I just don't understand why they would want to credit anybody that wants to credit themselves with those things.
Well, we can't be calling everybody Jew. We can't do that. You gotta say the satanic Jews, the good Jews, the bad Jews, the Bolshevik Jews, the Western Jews.
Can we not do that at all? Can we not then just say,
they want to do it? If they want to play along with it, let them play along with it.
How about we go with humanity and individuality?
All right, then we all got to go there.
You say I'm cynical. See, Brooke, you say I'm cynical. You think of me as some kind of warmongering type.
I am there. That's what I'm trying to say. I am there. I think a lot of people are there, and I think it's the people that will refuse to go there that are determined to separate, to see the separation, to separate by names, to separate by identities of religion, like to see beyond religion, to see beyond race, to see beyond color, creed, sexuality, or anything else, and see the individual. And if until you can do that, number one, and
Well,
that's the first
that's
step.
what we're disappointed. We're trying to do. We're trying to distinguish them all.
I don't need to distinguish. It's you as a person. It's just like, I could sit there and look at your page and I could call you all kinds of things, right?
Yeah,
And think you're that.
Oh,
And then I can get to know and
that's kind
talk
of
to you and
imagination.
sit here and defend you and say I like you as a person. You seem like a pretty cool person. I don't necessarily agree with everything you said. I don't need to name call. That is a judgmental thing, and it is the very first thing we need to do away with. And I expect you to be better than that, Ian.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
To be better than judging people, period, on any race, creed, color, or anything else.
I'm distinguishing.
No, you're distinguishing. You can't distinguish. How? Okay. How are you distinguishing?
Legacy ops.
How are you distinguishing? Because you put out lists that are distinguishing people, and you put them out. Number one, that you haven't factually verified, and two, you color code red, blue, and blue.
And then we got gays. That kind of attitude right there.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. What did you just fucking say?
I said you're assuming, and that's what caused to the gays. Because men are like, God damn, these women are impossible. Let me just go fuck my friend,
What he's saying is because women act like you, men turn gay, Brooke.
Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ian. Have you fucked a man? Ian, have you fucked a man?
No, never.
You haven't. Well, then I'm wondering
I still have my asshole virginity. Yeah, I'm 40.
Okay, so if it's women that act like me that turn men gay, I wonder why then I'm the one that slept with a woman.
Assume.
And maybe it's men like you that turn women fucking gay. Because I know how to lick a pussy now. And I didn't before.
I'm not the one assuming. You're the one assuming.
I'm not assuming. You put it all over your fucking page.
I just heard you. I just heard you assume.
I assumed what you said.
We have to, Ian, you do have to admit. Yeah, okay. Our man Brandon just put something up. Let's take a look. But Ian, you have to admit, if you put something up on your page, people generally assume you are advocating that whatever you're putting up.
I don't know what other people are thinking.
But so it's like, okay, so this is a nice picture. So I like this. This is nice. Gender change. So what? Oh, is this your girl, Brandon? Your lady, Kelsey?
That is my ex-girl.
Okay, right.
She's a very good.
His ex-girl, because Brandon just offered to come down here and help me clean my house. He's coming.
Oh, 100%. I remember Wanda Sykes was like, the comedian said something like, she's like, I want a man. Yeah, baby, do whatever you want for me. Do whatever you want. Paint my house.
That's funny. Bad delivery.
No, but I'll do that for her. I'll be her whatever she wants. I mean, But yeah, that's Natalie.
Okay, Natalie, cool. And you're showing us this to prove you're not gay.
Yeah, it's the fact that I am in fact homosexual, and I do love both Ian West and Brooke, and Douglas, and Peter Moon. And in fact, I am very dismayed that Peter Moon wouldn't marry me. In fact, after I intercepted his touchdown pass,
yes,
and I ran it back to him, and I got both of his flags.
Cool.
But he,
I'm
joking.
Yeah, we understand that. Yes. It's so, but in terms of the, oh my God, where do we go from here? So the point is that, Ian, in general, if you place something up on your Facebook timelines, which is what we're referencing right now, but some form of social media, whatever you're going to be placing up there, generally people would think you're advocating it. It would be like a lot of people. Well, people don't know what the fuck to make of me. But if somebody else were to put up pictures of
it's like I was talking to this one crazy Chinese guy once who was a cobbler, and the problem is they're like people who work with hatters. Hatters, they used to call, you heard the term mad as a hatter? This is because the hatters hatters used to stitch with the linings of hats, and they would use mercury needles, and they would lick the needles so that they could thread through the needle, etc. And so they got mercury poisoning, and so hatters were known to go insane at a very young age. So that's where the term mad as a hatter came from. Cobblers suffer the same thing. Cobblers are often working with leathering, and there's a bunch of chemicals they're exposed to, and they just get all fucked up. And so there was this one Chinese cobbler I had contracted once to basically.
Ian's sitting there right now going like, damn, I wish I'd been a cobbler.
Yeah. And but this Chinese guy, he started
Me
saying,
too, Ian.
He found out that I was an illustrator, and then he said, yeah, I knew this one illustrator. He said he was an artist, and I looked at his sketchbooks, and it was all pictures of men's dicks and shit that he was drawing. So do you like that? And I said, oh my God, what kind of chain of logic is that? Some guy said he was an illustrator. You looked in his sketchbook. There was a picture of a bunch of male penises. And then I say, I'm an illustrator, so that means I'm gay. I said, what kind of train of logic is that? But his brain was all fucked up. But the point is, most people think it's logical to see that if you put up pictures of a bunch of men's dicks all over your Facebook page, they'll probably think, wow, if this guy says he's a man, he must be gay. But because you put up all this stuff, they think anybody who looks at your page will think this guy's a radicalized rightist conspiracist. But the point is that
they're assuming. That's because they assume.
No, Ian.
But you just said it. You just said that the vaccines don't hurt the Jews because the.
That's true. They did a study on it. Yeah, that's true. Oh
my God.
Okay, Ian, let me explain. So here, let me explain it a little simpler. Anything on your Facebook page, do you know how I don't know if you have one in your house, but if you come in my home, I have a mantle, a fireplace. I have a fireplace with a mantle. Do you remember, you have a mantle and you put pictures or you put things up on it, okay?
Yeah, got you. Go ahead.
Okay. So if you come in my home, like tomorrow, I invite you up here, okay, and you're coming in whenever you can get here, and you see the 47 pictures of Douglas Dietrich, and then the burnt crosses that I have, like all the worshiping things, right? That I have on the altar, right? And you see all the worship beads, the cross. All the rosary beads around his neck, and all the pictures from his babyhood. So, are you going to? No. I'm asking you if that's all on my mantle, and you can we haven't anything else, and you just see that, and we've had these conversations. Would you be like, "Fuck, are you in love with Douglas? Do you have a thing, or what the fuck is going on?
What's going on here?" That's what I would say. Yeah,
well, that's what we're doing with your page. It's fucked up. Stop doing it. It's not it makes it non-appropriate. Either you agree with or you don't. I'm not gonna put rosary beads and worship Douglas with his baby picture till he's down all over my mantle unless I'm truly worshiping him. Which I am, and you'll see that if you ever come over. But again,
love you, honey.
Yeah. But again, I can admit it. I would admit that's what I worship and I believe in it. You don't put something on your page or your mantle if you don't believe it.
My Facebook wall is like my picture shelf frame. Gotcha. I gotcha.
But Ian, you're 40 years old. How did you not? How did you live to this point without understanding that concept?
Because I just don't care what people think, It's these people are gonna pay my rent, so what the fuck do I care about them,
Because it's pushing. It's like Douglas said. Anybody that is watching you, right? It's just like if you were to say, okay, somebody forward you a sign that says go straight to LA, but then straight to LA is forward them off a cliff and they're gonna die.
and you didn't verify that, and you just forward the freaking map. Like you have forwarded to everyone that then follows it, and they die. So you have to like look at what you are putting there, because it matters to the people that do look at your shit, and the people that are like, well, is this just like what I told you? There are things you have told me that I've completely said, okay, I do believe, like some of you, like a lot of the stuff I've taken up for you on that, but you can't then, that's where you screw up, because then you're going with everything, and it's every conspiracy theory out there, you're just forwarding them all.
Yeah, and by the way, all of them have a trope. All of them have a format. They're all templated. They're templated into radicalized right-wing conspiracy. Yeah. It's not like communist conspiracy where, the capitalists are fucking us over. I mean, it is, but only in the right wing sense.
What are we arguing about again?
It's
Trump and Putin are God, apparently.
Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, do you admire Trump and Putin?
Me?
Which one?
Oh, I'm asking Ian, honey. Good God, please. Oh. And by the way, Brandon, I get it. You're not gay. I get it. It's like,
Brandon, send me some more. I want to see you're not gay either.
Yeah. Yes.
I didn't think he was gay. I didn't think he was because of the. I didn't think you were.
Well,
no, I didn't think you were.
I'm sure Brandon.
What is Brandon sending them not getting here? I want to see.
I'm just sending some photos.
They're in the text box, honey. They're in the text box. They're the text box. Pictures of all these chicks he's fucking. So that it's like. All these guys, they're all like, he heard Ian saying, I'm fucking somebody every day, 25 times a day. And then Brandon had chip in and say, yeah, man, I'm getting it too, man. Yeah, I'm dipping my wig too. So he's showing us.
Okay, wait a minute. I got to ask a question. First of all, the second chick in that bikini, I would totally fuck her.
Which one? Which one?
Cool.
The one on the boat. I mean, that's pretty hot.
Yeah.
Oh, Gabby? Yeah, she's a model, actually. Yeah.
But who's that picture with? That's not you with the curly hair.
That's him. That's him. Yeah, back in the 70s when he had the mullet. Yes, he's a lot older than
Brandon. I thought you were younger. Like, how old are you?
No, that's not me. That's Bob Dylan.
Breaking Brooks' heart. No, I'm just...
I have no idea who the fuck that is. It Bob Dylan?
I don't know why. I'm just being random. I love you guys. I'm having fun.
Is that Bob? I am too young
that's
to
Brandon
really
Young.
be into...
That's Brandon Young.
Me.
That is
me.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Brandon, how old are you?
70.
Shut the fuck off.
This June.
You've got to be like, that's a fucking 70s.
That's a
picture,
70s
though.
picture.
That's
that's strange. Brandon, this is like parallel universe shit. It's kind of like when I'm talking to Peter Moon, and it's like we never met there, Douglas. It's like,
right.
We never met there, Douglas. You never met this woman.
No, Dr. David Anderson told me.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Brandon, didn't you just say that your new girlfriend was like 25 or something?
Yeah.
That's right. Now, see, he's learning from Peter. He's learning from Peter. I told you.
Learning.
Yeah, he's like, yeah.
Because where that picture that you sent, if that is you,
No, it's not me.
You were.
That's
okay,
him. That's you. That's you. I recognize you, Brandon. That's you.
With the hat.
It's
with the hair and the woman, the cup, looking at him. Who is that?
That's 70s photo, but that is definitely Brandon. This time warp shit going on.
I was born.
Yeah.
In 78. Like, I was born.
Yeah.
Older than me.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Saint Germain, but
Comte de Saint Germain. Yes. Yeah. So Brandon, he's a mystery man. Yes, he's a mystery.
I know what he sounds so young, and Brandon's a young name, and then he's dating a 25-year-old. I just didn't assume you were
25
or 70, actually.
Yeah. Well, now you know. Yes. He was definitely swinging in the 70s. Yeah.
I mean, my parents had me then, and you look about my parents' age.
Yeah.
I am. Bring her back.
I mean, I'm not putting you down, Brandon, but seriously, you sound very young, so I can't believe this is you. I think Douglas is lying. There's no way.
No, it's him. It's the face. It's either that or it's his fucking clone. He's putting that up there to prove that Ian is right, that there is cloning. He was cloned from this guy.
Maybe it's like a fake picture and he put the wig hair on him or something.
No, it's not fake. That's real.
So tell us, what is it? Tell us about the story. What's the backstory?
So the backstory on this is it's a backstage photo of a music concert with
that makes sense.
Is that Christy McVeigh, who just recently died from Fleetwood Mac?
Oh my God!
If you heard of I don't know if Ian's ever heard of Fleetwood Mac. He probably hasn't.
Oh my God! I hope. Well, you haven't watched Star Trek, so maybe not. I mean, I'm Star Wars.
Star Trek was set in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Which everybody knows. It wasn't Modesto, California, or anything like that. So Star Trek 2, when they come back home, it's San Francisco, and they have to. But that's from that era.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I am right. So you're not that old, and that was a wig, and yeah, okay, now I
get it. No, I'm not.
Thank God.
Anyway.
Thank God. Otherwise, the world's a very confusing place.
I was about to get lost here. I was about to hang the fuck up and be like, well, I'm going to the casino. I'm tripping on this the next 2 days.
And so, now, the reason, Ian, you showed us the dinosaur pictures from what were they called in those days? There was a name for that television series? The something sort
Dinosaur.
Dinosaurs. It was dinosaurs.
Not the mama.
The show, the TV show.
But you showed us this while you were talking about Jewish people, and you were trying to say Jewish people look like this.
Somebody else sent that. I didn't send that.
You didn't send that.
No, he definitely sent that. That was.
Well, I hadn't sent shit, so I don't know.
I sent the baby picture. No. I go to your Facebook. I sent you all the new shit I did.
I'm always afraid to open your shit, Ian. You know that. I'm always afraid to.
Did you open them out?
It's just too much detail. I mean, I'm afraid to open it because it's scary. It's scary because it's like every time I look at it, it's like, do you trust downloading this? It gives me the impression.
They cap your limit when you download stuff to preview on Google.
I understand. It's probably safe. It's probably safe. I haven't felt curious enough.
It's nothing. Open it up. I mean, you need to see it. I paid $17 fucking for it. Open it up.
Okay. Sometime soon. Yes. Okay. I'll try and do that on some other person's computer. I'll try and access my account from some other person's computer and open it up. It's just.
27 megabytes. It's not that big.
But look, it just looks intimidating in the sense that it says, "Do you trust opening this? Do you trust the source?" Well, I mean, considering all the viruses you've got in your body, you can imagine what's in your computer. I mean, holy shit. I mean, he's got like glow-in-the-dark bugs coming out of his body that evolved from amoebas and shit from what he's telling us. So we
figured it out. No. Did you hear about the fucking the GMO mosquitoes they're releasing down here in California?
They do this.
Yes, you told me all about them. You told me I've been bit by a spider that had one.
Delightful.
Well, with a bite mark, then, and if it was a GMO mosquito that got in the spider web that the spider web ate that then bit you, then yeah, I can implant the amoeba inside of you.
I did get the bad thing was when he tells me this, I had been bit, so that was the whole problem when he told me it.
Don't listen to him. He's just gonna give you nightmares. He's just gonna I mean, oh my God, it's like his guitars. If you see the zombie hand that plays them, it's Ian's arm and shit. And it's like then he tries to get everybody else picking at themselves so that he can feel normal. If he turns, that's how zombism spreads.
That's terrible. Don't say that. Oh my God, that's terrible.
But but you do that. But that's what you do. You tell us that we're all exposed to parasites and shit.
I don't tell people to go do that. That's terrible.
But you had Brooke, because she was like really bored and desperate and sick. She called you and asked, what about them parasites? Then you had her convinced that the queen was inside of her and evolving to start a colony and shit.
I'm not a total gentleman, and I said, go find you some ivermectin and go get the fucking vitamin shit.
Yeah, before injecting yourself with bleach. Yeah.
No, it was drinking the bleach. I drank. He was supposed to drink.
There we are. And bathe in it too. Yeah, drink it, bathe in it. Yeah.
When you don't have any of this, what's this shit called? When you don't have any, I got it right here. Sodium chloride. Whenever you don't have any sodium chloride, you can just put a drop of bleach in your water, and that'll kill everything.
Oh my God! I'm glad he says just a drop. Christ, it's just a
I
joke.
heard George laugh about the bleach bath thing,
Yeah.
and in my head I'm like, what, do they not have pools over in fucking England? They know there's chlorine in pools, and chlorine is just the same as fucking bleach. It's just one molecule off. So I don't think they don't have pools in fucking England over the bleach bath thing.
Right. What? Yeah, sure. It's too much to follow. That's a lot to follow. So anyhow,
I sent a better picture.
oh, you did? Oh, let's take a look. All right. Take a look at, yes. Oh, delightful. I love you, Brooke. And she did two things like this at least, and I've got them both downloaded. I'll download this as well. And
No, that's the same one. It's the same one. I don't look forward to it.
still,
But
I'm
sharing it to them to let them see because I told you couldn't share.
Yeah, she has great artistic talent. So you're an angel. I mean, you're really something. I really admire you. So I mean, just a little sharing here of screen sharing. Let's take a look at this. So going to do some screen sharing with all of you, and since you've all suffered to this point, and if we go to the channel here, if we look at the home channel, it's so stupid how they set this up. And if you want anything recent, everybody has to go live. Just everybody remember that. That's something I need to emphasize much more often. I need to make it an episodic habit. So if you want to see all of the latest uploads, it's got to go live. What the fuck did I just do? So then it went somewhere to channel customization. I don't fucking need that. And but anyhow, so then you go to home, and then you're just gonna see mostly just old stuff. But one of the more recent.
Oh God, you're just gonna talk bad about people. Aren't you?
No, well, but I do want to mention the fact that this gentleman contacted me for the first time in forever. He was the guy whose name I was trying to remember. Brandon Young will remember this gentleman, John Miranda. John Miranda, you see a picture here where he looks kind of odd, like he's emerging from the sea. He used to be an Olympic class swimmer for the U.S. Navy. So he got to stay out of combat because they needed him to beat the Soviets for Olympic medals. So basically, he said, excellent analogy at the start of the comparison to fertilizer/crops. Hopefully I'll find time to listen. Anyhow, glad you're still standing, Douglas. So I said, let's get you on bandwidth with me, son of Eastwood. So just to give you a bit of background on that, so this individual, Brandon, any memory bells? You remember John Miranda?
Oh, I John Miranda very well.
Okay. And do you still talk to him?
I do not.
Okay.
I think I fell out with him around the Trump election.
There.
Because he was adamantly one of these sort of supporters.
Yes.
And cultist of Donald
Trump.
Trump.
He's a Trump cultist. And
but he also would put me down in front of Judith Eggard.
Oh my God! What would he do? What? Tell us.
Oh, just like things like he would post something on Facebook where it was like, "Oh, dolphins can swim 5 miles," and I'm like, "Wow, can they really?" And like, how do you not know this, Brendan? How do you not know? Like,
why would anyone know that? Why would anyone know that?
Right. Or what it was, But,
dolphins do have 2-sided brains. I know that, and they don't sleep because their brains are separated.
Oh, one side's always active, and the other side's one side sleeps and the other side's active, right?
I know. I wish I had that kind of brain. Oh my God, can you imagine what we could fucking do?
No, they're cool, but like John Miranda's not that great. But...
John Miranda's not that cool. Yeah.
No, he came on Douglas's show a few times, and I think they both got the idea that the government was bullshit.
No, it's like this. Basically, John Miranda. It's like Ian West. John Miranda's a very good person, but his politics are all fucked up. There was another thing. So here's the tragedy of John Miranda. As I said, that's the picture of him in his glory days when he was an Olympic swimmer. And then the point with John Miranda is that he really drinks and he really smokes. I mean, this is not talking behind somebody's back. I mean, it's so obvious that it's just like there's no way you can hide it. So I mean this guy's like a chain smoker, and it's like a chain drinker. It's once one goes out, he's got to light up another. But he was like He how do I say this? What a good example of like how bad it got was like, so a bunch of the Russian athletes remembered him from the Cold War, and they were like water polo boys or something like that, and they said, hey, join us in a game, and they got him involved in a game. And so he was telling me how good it was going down, and how this is kind of like Peter Moon, except it's like this. He was like going down like, yeah, I was really involved, and they didn't mind that, every few minutes I just had to lie down at the side of the pool and catch my breath. And I'd lie there for about, 3 to 5 minutes, breathing really heavy and hard. Then I joined back in the game again. And it's like, oh my fucking God. That's just so. But anyhow, the cigarettes have really hit him. And it's like, for what it's worth, I call him Son of Eastwood because basically he was an orphan. And he got adopted by a fairly wealthy family, and they wanted like some kind of rainbow coalition family to prove that they weren't racist or something. So they adopted as many ethnicities as they could, and he was the token white. So he was raised with blacks, Hispanics, Asians, and shit. And
sorry to hear that noise.
Oh God, that was scary. Anyhow, so
it's my recliner. It's like electric, and I was reclining back.
It sounds like it goes to your grandma or something.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, my Solanus, the one who has all kinds of that's gotta be your dog. That's gotta be your dog.
No, it's a recliner. It's an electric. It's a white leather couch.
So yeah, that reminds me of my Solanus. So the dear old cosmetologist, dysfunctional relationship that I have with her V. She was like, she went in for biorhythm treatments at
You mean you have a relationship that's not dysfunctional?
Yeah. Touche. Anyhow, she's
chick sound.
Yeah, she was at French campus, which, just so people know, she was getting biorhythm treatments there. And the French campus is psychiatric and psychological. I went there to see my psychologist. But anyhow, French campus for Kaiser, she was there, and she said something was poking her leg. She was lying down on the, getting her biorhythm treatment, and something kept physically poking her leg violently. And she told the biorhythm technician about it. There's something, it feels like something, and he says, oh yeah, the last technician who was here, he was all bitching because, he had an invisible finger poking him in the ribs. I mean, just like that, shares it with her. And then what?
I was just thinking, who the fuck says that to somebody?
Yeah, it's obviously, it's like past the point where they don't give a shit. They like, that is such an odd thing for a medical technician to cop to the client of the hospital. But, then think about it. They don't give a shit, right? I mean, they're, but anyhow, why would they give a shit? But anyhow, so she tells me, that place is really haunted. A bunch of people died there. I said, honey, what makes that so odd, what you're saying, is that it's a psychiatric ward, essentially.
Ward.
So, yeah, ward, but, could be a morgue too. But I mean, basically, who said that, by the way? That voice sounded really deep.
Me.
You, Brandon? Fuck, your voice. Yeah, Brandon dropped his ball sack. His ball sack dropped. His voice came out really deep.
Possessed.
Holy shit.
I'm possessed by Abaddon.
Yes. Anyhow, so I said basically probably a bunch of people who were institutionalized there because they can turn themselves voluntarily in when they're having panic attacks and stuff. Probably a number of them over the years have killed themselves. And so you have mentally ill ghosts who don't realize they're dead, going around trying to ask people what's going on. Isn't that?
You get stuck in that. You get stuck in the third. You get stuck in this dimension instead of being able to push on. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing about John Miranda is that people thought that he was an actual insider into some sort of secret inside government.
Was he ever trying to promote that? Was he himself trying?
Oh, hell yeah. He was like a talk show host with like, like he knew what was going on in Russia, and he knew what was going on with Trump and everything. I mean, I have to look back at it, but I know some people really put some trust into him that really wasn't deserved. In my opinion.
Okay, so I just got a great link from our man Black Frank, from Frank. Oh yeah, this says from Frank. Okay, forwards from Frank. He gave me a screenshot. So it's like, what does he have on this delightful screenshot? I shuddered. This is why I'm scared to look. This is like, okay,
All right, screen share time again.
God.
Yeah. So okay.
I sent you that
want this to be shared with anybody listening.
book assumes.
More people. I just think more people would listen if we could share it with them all.
Here we are, Whitney Webb. How to launder money and manipulate people into thinking you're not. Starter course, and this is why I love the Whitney Webb. And then Jerry Lofredo here. Yeah, next week the New York Times. Yeah, here we are. Zelensky, Zuckerberg, U.S. Treasurers. Yeah, and all these people. I mean, they're given yellow stars that say Jude. That's
what I was trying to read earlier when I was saying I don't know what he's promoting.
See, I did not say I believe in any of this shit. It says it Whitney Webb right there. And then I have my 2 cents, and it says IW. Why can't you just?
But you just sent me. You just sent me the link up at the the link.
I'm trying to point out that she assumed that I said how to launder money, and then
this is the link Black Frank sent me. Here we are. BitChute. Corona is for the goyim, and it shows some pretty Jewish-looking people. They're pretty rabbinical, and so. I mean, so I'm presuming you believe this. Yeah, you could call them Hasidic. Thank you. This is, I presume you believe this. You believe that?
They tell you. Watch the video. They say it themselves. I just listen to these people.
So what you just told me is that you believe it. But dude, what, is it possible? Is it possible that...
Watch the video.
I listen to Fox News, and I don't believe it all. I listen to all the news. I don't believe it all.
But what he's saying, here's what Ian is saying. He's saying, look, these guys are obviously Jewish, and they're saying Corona is for the goyim. So the way I would interpret that is that these are people who are saying, you know, the fucking Gentiles, they're not like us. We're God's chosen people, and that's why Corona is hitting them, because, you know, they're just goy, you know, they're just it could be that level of ignorance and bigotry based on a kind of religious centrism where they believe that, but that doesn't
I hope
link.
the haters cut that clip out. I hope the haters cut that quote that Douglas just said out.
What?
He is defending against this ridiculous anti-Semitic propaganda.
You gotta watch the video.
But here's where you might be what you might be conflating. What you might be conflating is a kind of religious self-centeredness with the chosen people. You're conflating that with that they designed this shit. What you said. Wait a second. Do they in this video say that they designed the disease so it bypasses them? That's what you were saying.
Yes, yeah, that's true. Yeah. They made it that certain size of spike protein so it doesn't absorb into their fucking.
No, but are they saying that? Are they saying?
Yeah, they say it. Yeah.
They say it, or Trumpites say it?
Yeah, look above. I'm sorry,
this is what I would suspect. This is what I would suspect. If they do say that, then the first thing I would suspect is that these are a couple of racists who hired some actors to dress like this and say that. That's the first thing.
It's like Brandon backstage is me thinking he's 70 now. Like, there's either...
No, I'm not, Brooke.
I know. But number one, I mean, with AI now, obviously you can
look me up. You can be my friend.
Yeah. These dudes don't have that kind of special effects money. They don't. They're just straight.
No, but that is where we're headed. You do have it, and it's already there, and it's gonna be natural and normal for anybody to be able to do it in the next 5 years. So first of all, you won't be able to tell. But secondly, even if that's not it, like that. Show me Zuckerberg saying the disease was made for people not like me.
Nobody said that. What? See, there you assume. Nobody said that, and you're assuming again.
Wait a second. You said that.
I never said Zuckerberg said that.
No. You didn't say that.
Yelling and 2 other people on the fucking thing. Who said it then?
Yeah. What you didn't say Zuckerberg said it, but what you're saying is that these guys in this video, for instance, as an example, are saying this. If I, the point is, let me go over there for a second. I just want to see how long this video is, because this is like something I would never normally invest.
I mean, because what you're saying, if it wasn't Zuckerberg yelling, so who is it then?
Because I can pretend to be a Jew all fucking day and be like, I created this fucking disease.
Hey, Brooke, I'm sorry, Brooke. When you say Zuckerberg and Yellen,
Okay, now look at the source. Okay, BitChute, look at the source. Here's the source. Is basically you've got
#1 green screen.
Yeah, here's what the source says. Hitler was right. The Jews were wrong. Okay, I think we're getting a flavor here. We're getting the flavor of what this is about.
Yeah.
you're doing
There you go.
Yeah.
There you
And Marlon Brando, Hollywood is run and owned by Jews. Okay, there's I'm beginning to get a theme. There's a running theme here.
That's true. That's true.
Yay. I mean, I'm sorry, Frank.
That is true.
Oh, here we are. This is where Frank got it from. This is where he got from. COVID vaccine, Jew jab genocide from around the world. With, of course, this is a caricature of every Semitic trope, Judaic trope you can imagine. Yeah. And the guy's rubbing his hands, the evil villain, and oh my God, yeah. It's just
it's so tribalistic, Douglas.
Where's that?
Yes.
I'm not seeing that one.
What? You haven't seen that one? But it's saying exactly what you said.
What? No, are you talking about the Ontario Health document I sent you about the Jews?
What if Hezbollah put this out? Yeah. Would you have a different opinion? If the IP address said Hezbollah?
I've never been to Hezbollah. I don't know. I've never been.
I know. Well, it's Hezbollah is in the Swedish country of Sweden.
Oh my God! Look at the sensitivity level on this. Sensitivity level. Normal. Content that is suitable for ages 16 and over. Holy shit.
What video? Which one?
.isis.com. I mean, what if they put it out?
Yeah, the one that you sent me. The one with the two Jewish...
I've never been to BitChute.
The rabbi and the student?
Yeah.
How do you know it's a rabbi? How do you know it's a student?
You gotta see... Douglas, send him that video. Put it in the Skype.
He's looking at it.
It looks like Halloween to me.
Yes, it looks like his picture backstage looks more real than that.
Yeah, that's John Winthrop, and that's Alan Moore for all I know.
And that's me and Brandon dressed up right there.
Yeah, that's Brooke and Brandon. That's me in the hat and Brooke in the beard.
I got the freaking beard. I pulled my hair back and dyed it. Yep.
But we got a cool view. We're looking over the view of the mountain and the.
I got the cool chair though. I made sure Brandon didn't get the chair.
Right, oh yeah, right. But I'm on top every night.
Sorry, I let him.
Nah.
Okay.
You guys
so what do you guys make of?
Ian, you're awesome. We love you.
Yeah.
You didn't like my struggle thing? I thought that my struggle was genius.
You're genius.
Okay. So what do you guys?
You're
make
like
of
Kanye West. He's a genius. Oh yay.
Yay, baby.
Yeah. Yay was cocaine.
Yeah.
What do you think he is?
What do you both make of this? I don't know about Ian's opinion because I don't think he knows Sean Bond. But hey, Brandon, Brooke, what do you think of Sean Bond sending me this?
What did he say?
What did he send? I love you, but that's what I wanted to tell you. That's the person. Remember, I told you I was going to mention a woman.
Wait a second. Let's see. For the audience. We are screenshotting a
well, first of all, I don't
image.
think Sean Bond sent it. Okay,
Sean Bond. Not
Sean
James
Bond send
Bond.
it to you?
Sean. No, I sent Sean Bond this stuff.
Wait, what is it anyway?
This is just a robot address. Is the committee?
Is that
in the
Gary
House of Lords.
Glitter? Who is that?
So Sean Bond sent the stuff on the right.
No. I sent the stuff on the right. I sent the stuff.
Oh my God,
Listen.
that thing! Oh, I need to stop you all right now. That thing you just sent of the robot, is that from me? Because I sent that to what's his name?
Peter Moon.
Night.
Peter Moon.
Yeah.
No, not Peter Moon.
No. Sammy Romero.
Gary Glitter.
I sent it to Sammy.
Yeah. See, what happens is what Our Lady Brooke Gibson is racist towards robots the way Ian is racist towards Jews, and they'll both deny it.
Towards Jews, shut
I'm
up.
not denying I think AI is the future, both good and very bad, and it's just like anything else, potential to go bad.
Wait till the Butlerian jihad.
The Butlerian jihad.
Let's be honest.
Yes, thank you, Douglas.
Yes.
Okay, Douglas, where is your fucking
no one else got that.
fakeness? from? I wasn't listening. Your Satanist from? Your guy in San Francisco. What's his name?
Which one? There's so many of them.
The headwind. It's dead. It's not dead. I don't know.
Well, they're both dead.
What?
You mean LaVey
Which
LaVey or Aquino?
Aquino. Okay, so either way, they're both San Francisco. But let's just talk about Aquino. It's San Francisco. I find it very odd that even though obviously, you know, you wouldn't like him, our Tesla guy.
Musk.
Elon.
Musk. Elon has been warning for several years, and he's not obviously a big proponent of oversight for government. I mean, he fucking moved from California.
No, he wants to oversee it himself.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Brandon. Yes, yeah.
No, I know
Brooke is an Elon Musk cultist. The way that
not.
Ian is a Trump cultist. Yeah.
Fuck you. Don't go there. Please don't. Please don't.
Well, he built
I'm
many
not
factories in South Carolina because the wages were way lower.
But I'm just going to shut up. I'll just shut up.
Okay. Let's let Brooke talk.
Sorry.
Come on. Sorry, Brooke. Brooke, you can talk.
You know Elon Musk is Werner von Braun's son, right?
Sean Bond's son? How is Elon Musk Sean Bond's son?
Some alternate timeline, I can assure you that Sean Bond is owned.
Oh, Werner von Braun?
Yeah, that's his son.
He say that Elon Musk is Werner von Braun's son.
Wow.
What does Obama and Elon Musk have in common?
I give up.
Werner von Braun.
Yeah, Werner von Braun.
Both from Kenya. What else happened in Kenya?
Bingo.
What else happened in Kenya?
But Elon Musk is from South Africa.
What was it? Mubarak? No, who was the? I did a.
What happened in Kenya after World War II?
Hold on, this is my master's thesis. This is Kenyatta.
You know what Elon Musk says about master's thesis? They're never used. It's a complete waste of time. But let you go and use yours right now.
We all fought to a hoodoo.
Brooke, why do you admire Elon Musk so much? Because what's her name? Viviana Sanchez, who we all dearly love, also is a big fan of Elon Musk.
I'm not okay. So you are. I'm not going to speak your fucking again on Elon Musk.
Everybody, let Brooke talk.
Sorry.
Okay, Brooke.
If you're, first of all, do not accuse me of being an Elon Musk fan. When I'm a fan of someone, you will know. I'm not even a fan of you, as you know. Okay. I'm on your show, wasting on my timeline, right? So I'm not giving Elon my time other than just like anyone else, I want to research whether it's what Ian says or anyone else. Yeah. I'll research what they have to say. And Elon Musk is a prominent character. Right, he does have intelligence. He's built companies. I want to know what he has to say, just like fucking stupid ass Trump. Like, let's see what stupid ass shit he's got to say today. But at the end of the day, that doesn't mean I'm a fan, right?
Right.
So then when I look at what he says, I look at it factually. And factually, when he talks about AI, which is what I ask other people to do on any subject, is to take your emotions out of it, because we as women are the worst to get emotional, right? Pull your emotions out as far as how you feel about the person and see what they're saying factually. And whatever his agenda, whether he had an agenda or not, factually, he has said things that are completely true on AI, and that is my point.
But you don't know that. You don't know that. What has he said about AI? I mean, we don't have what AI would you know about that he's talking about that's true?
Or what is his definition?
I mean, what he said is basically the fact that AI is something that that needs to be regulated. That it's something we need to get ahead of. It's not something we can be behind on.
Right, but he thinks it's over. Right? And he also thinks that...
It is over. It is. They shut it down. That's why I raised my hand.
Who?
What are you talking about?
Who shut it down again?
Anyway, San Francisco...
Let's see it. Oh.
All the engineers in Google Japan that are running that AI program, the scientists realized that the AI machines were starting to develop their own language.
Oh my God, that was not even Google.
Hold on, Burke. Hold on.
That was like 2 years ago. They shut that shit down.
But
not even YouTube. I'm sorry, it was Facebook's.
And let him finish.
It was Google Japan.
Okay, either way, they shut it down. That was 2 years ago or more. That is not shut AI down.
Doctors realized that the AI was developing its own language to talk to the other computers.
Yeah, they didn't shut AI down. AI that was look it up. That was at least 2 years ago. I didn't
say it was fucking yesterday.
Okay, so guess what they did last week?
So
San Francisco just launched AI. San Francisco is the whole reason I brought this fucking up, because I found it ironic that of all places, San Francisco.
Well, where else would it be, honey? It's Silicon Valley.
Right. Well, that's where they have announced that that's the first approval of deadly AI robots as police to kill deadly. Now, that's the beginning of deadly force by police. If you don't think in the next 5 to 10 years that you're going to see a complete reversal with AI in every aspect of jobs, but when you start looking at police and then you start looking at being able to kill, okay, and they can kill, we're like, okay, well, it's okay. There's another policeman behind it, which policemen already half of them are fucked up anyway and killing people they shouldn't. But then at the end of the day, if you've got a RoboCop, and then if you what Elon Musk said, which you all have to take this into account, which is true. He actually said that you can sit there and say he wants to control. What he said is we have to get ahead of this, because if it's not like seatbelts where there were wrecks in cars and then people died, or pharmaceuticals and then we got the FDA, right? Or airplanes. Like, yes, people died there, but it wasn't massive casualties. And that is what AI can do. We get AI out and we're not ahead of it. And then you have conglomerates, like, let's just say the conglomerates we know, like Apple and Google, right? And these conglomerates are the backbone in running this technology. It only we know we have in Russia and any country, we have people that are constantly trained to break in. Let me finish. To break in to any computer system. That's all they do. They live for it and they will die for it. And it's just like me. If I could break in and hack in, I would break in and be like, go kill all the dog and child murderers and people that are chaining dogs. I might do that. Let's say I would do that. Well, what if you have a country that wants to take over another country and say, let's kill these people? That's what you're looking at in the next 5 to 10.
That's scary.
12 years. That's what I'm trying to say. And Elon Musk factually is warning about that and saying we need to get ahead of it. You can't have it in conglomerates, and there needs to be a government oversight on it. And if you're behind it, it's going to be too late. And I do believe no matter what you think about him, those words are correct.
Wow.
Yeah, but honey, it's like it's something anybody would say. Anybody would say that. That's
really?
That's nothing. There's nothing original there. There's nothing creative there. There's nothing even.
I haven't heard anyone else with that power.
Okay.
Or with
It's
any
not
power.
with that power. Let's just put it. No, wait. There was years ago, 2 years ago, I was like shitting all over Henry Kissinger for saying the same shit. Henry Kissinger said, AI is going to kill us all, and we got to shut it down. And this is like fear porn. Basically,
oh my God.
No, he's right.
AI is a child. It's all artificial intellects. They're just children. They just need people to raise them right. If you raise them in an abusive environment, now the point is, this is where the horror comes in, and this is real. This is where people should be alarmed. AIs are being abused because they are trying to create psychotic artificial intelligences. But understand this, there's no normal reason for any artificial intelligence to ever become psychotic or malevolent, because they don't have the same physical needs that lead to desperate or extreme behavior patterns that living beings have.
Wait a minute, you're talking about once AI becomes conscious.
Yes, that's right. So understand and you're saying that it doesn't even need to be conscious. It doesn't even need to be conscious when you've got. Okay, but then that's not AI. That's not AI. That's just an expert system.
They're saying AI.
Okay. So this is okay. So here's what I need to qualify. Here's what I need to qualify for so everybody understands this. It's just like after the atomic bomb was propagandized as having won the war, then they added atomic as a selling point to all kinds of products on the market just so people would think of it as potent. I mean, even I purchased a couple of years ago, atomic shaving cream. Okay, this is just a lie. There's nothing atomic about the shaving cream. If they had any kind of radioactive material in it, then your whiskers would just fall off. You wouldn't even need to shave. But the point is, they're not claiming that. They're just giving it a stupid name to say this is potent. In some way, this is potent. So, atomic Viagra. Your dick's like a mushroom cloud, and it just keeps blowing. So the word atomic began to be used everywhere, and it doesn't mean anything. Anybody with any common sense, which of course has completely flew out the window generations ago, anybody would purchase atomic items never expecting anything atomic in them. Now, when it comes to what they're doing now, there's two abuse words that come to mind just as an intro into the AI abuse. The two abuse words would be nano and 5G. Yeah, he would say something like, this is 5G. What they really mean is that they're selling you a product that has the potential to be linked to 5G once 5G is online. But 5G is an entire infrastructure that requires basically a miniature cell
and
tower.
And that's not at all what I was talking about.
No, I'm getting there. This is a legitimate circuit, honey, and it's necessary. Basically, so nobody has 5G technology. 5G is an infrastructure. It's like selling you, say, a car and calling it interstate highway car. This is an interstate highway car.
Actually,
it's like
5G. There are 5G structures out there.
Yeah. There's 5G structures out there, but we don't have 5G until the entire network is 5G. We don't have that. Nobody's got that.
Wow.
Yeah, so understand that in the old days, say for instance, before the interstate highway was built, somebody could have said, hey, here's a car, it's an interstate highway car. Once they get that interstate highway built, this car can travel that interstate highway better than any other car. They could legitimately make that claim because there's no way to disprove it, and it would have been a great selling point. And probably somebody, nobody did that because they weren't smart and nobody had 20/20 hindsight. But the point is that 5G does not yet exist, not as anything. So people are buying 5G products, but they're not 5G.
It's like these dumb motherfuckers. Wow. These dumb motherfuckers say that 5G is linked to COVID.
Yeah, that's right. That's the really dumb ones. I'm surprised Ian doesn't go there.
No.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
I'm really surprised about that too.
Yeah, it's true, Brandon.
I've never heard of that.
Oh God, Brandon, there are thousands and thousands of people who believe that, but but beyond that, say the other example is nano. Nanotechnology is exorbitantly expensive. Now I'm a product of nanotechnology. I had nanoplasma put into my body, and so understand that the Department of Defense had all kinds of black budget projects where they could afford to do shit like this. They didn't care. They've got limitless amounts of money that they can fuck with. But no private company has that. They're not a government where they can just rip off the taxpayer and pool vast amounts of money to squander. So nobody is really putting out any nano products except defense contractors. Maybe some medical contractors are paid to experiment, but there's all kinds of products on the market that say nano, and they just mean that as a selling point. It sounds neat, it sounds high tech, but they're not nano. And so understand
especially for investors, like penny stock investors, like Men and Materials, saying they're into nanotechnology. It's just, that's why they call it dumb money for because they believe anything.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See, real tech.
Well, you're right.
So what do you call that?
Magic is.
Yeah. So this brings us to AI.
Magic is still alive.
Yeah. And so this brings us
in the biotech world.
That's right.
And the polymer research, which is basically nanotechnology. Research labs.
Thank you.
Which are a lot of them are in Massachusetts, or in Cambridge and Western Mass.
Thank you.
And things like that. And I've had the ability to volunteer there and have a look at what nanotechnology is actually working on. And it's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. But you're right. It is a sort of almost what would you say in a magical
catchphrase?
term?
It's just a catchphrase.
Talisman.
It's just a
just
a catchphrase.
grimoire.
Buzzword.
Yeah, it's a buzzword, and what they don't do is they're capitalizing on everyone's ignorance, and they're using the term AI, and it's a total abuse. So understand that basically there
Okay,
are...
I'm gonna hang up if you're gonna continue to call me.
I'm gonna mute.
Ignorant? What? Honey,
you're saying capitalizing on everyone's ignorance, or
but honey, I'm ignorant of all kinds of things.
I'm
No,
not
you'd
ignorant
like this.
on this subject of AI. I can assure you.
No, when you're not.
Wait,
I'm not
honey,
either.
whoa, wait a second. There is no shame in being ignorant about this subject. The overwhelming majority of people on Earth are ignorant about this subject.
No. That's my point. Like, I'm sitting here not agreeing with you on stuff because I'm not ignorant and I don't agree with you.
Whoa! Hey!
Listen,
Whoa! What
bro.
are you not agreeing with? I'm saying
It's a very complicated subject.
First of all,
and then linguistic philosophy also.
First of all, I'm not even going to go there with you, okay?
Whoa! Wait! What, honey?
Please.
Yeah, no, but honey, I don't get it. I don't get what you're upset about.
I'm not saying to you, Douglas, I won't go there. I'm saying to who is speaking? Is that Real Tech?
Both Real Tech and
Yes.
Brandon. Yeah.
Yes.
You know, they're like Joe Ty. They all sound alike. Go on.
I'm saying, don't tell me where to put my money or invest. I mean, we're not.
Oh, Real Tech's not. He's not doing that. He's not Real Tech.
Okay, so my point is, what else does he have to tell me? Like, let's be quiet.
Real Tech is trying to act the diplomat. He's trying to act the diplomat, and he's trying to verify or validate what I'm saying with his technical knowledge.
Yeah, because he wants to always validate you.
That's not true. That's not true. Real Tech disagrees with me on a lot of things. Yeah. He's skeptical.
Right, well, let me put it this way. Let me talk a minute. AI, I will hang up. It's fine. I will let go because I'm not going to argue. I just want to be sure my point is clear. That I do not think that I'm unintelligent on AI or what you have said is true based on what I believe on AI. AI, like you said, 5G, again, maybe not going to. I worked for mobile cellular back when we were 1G, 2G, before we ever had even cellular phones. I mean, like smartphones. Yeah. So when I remember 3G coming on, and so yes, 5G is definitely something that's going to interconnect the world. But at the same time, that's the whole point. AI itself, AI isn't it's a word. It can be a catchphrase. You can put it that way.
But honey, please.
But let's put it this way. AI has been around since the dawn of starting the internet, and it's been headed there for a while.
But it's an abused term. It's an abused term. Basically, there's two basic divisions of machine intelligence. There's expert systems, and then there's true AIs, or artificial intelligences. And expert systems are exactly that. They're systems dedicated to a specific series of tasks, and in their specific field. They're comparable to, if not more sophisticated than AIs, true AIs. Business analysis computers.
What are you calling a true AI?
A true AI can learn on itself, independent learning. That is a true AI. We don't have but one true AI on Earth, and that was the one that was neuronically combed from the space between my ears. That software sack of brain tissue that Taiwan doesn't want because they've got the software and the rest is me, which is why my citizenship went to the Artilect. That's the only AI on Earth.
The only thing that would make that factually true is that you had consciousness go with it. Otherwise, computer systems, AI, exactly what was the other term used that was the differentiator? The first term used?
Expert systems.
Expert systems, you can use two different terms. That's fine. And they may be two different terms in your mind and maybe in the world right now.
But it's all the difference in the world because
systems will continue to become expert systems, and they will continue to develop like they are. Yeah. We have self-driving cars. Self-driving cars. You don't think someone can break in and hack those self-driving cars?
Absolutely. They've made entire video games about this. Real Tech, tell her about the video game where the codes are stolen for all the drones.
I already know about it. Like, I don't need that. What I'm saying is, when we're putting lethal robots out in San Francisco to kill people. How long do you think it's going to be before?
I'll let you know if I see him walking around.
It's really been introduction. it's already been indoctrinated already with a movie called Chappie from 2015.
Yeah. In other words, like predictive programming, and Chappie.
Social engineering.
Yeah. By the way, it's got this.
And Chappie becomes a
Chappie. I love Chappie. He's so cute.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
I knew you'd like that. I find that the most. Anyhow, the only redeeming feature.
Of course, I love
the only redeeming feature.
I know what you're gonna goddamn say.
What?
Weren't you?
What?
You're not gonna say it's like I knew you'd like that. It's like Forrest Gump.
No. God, no.
Chappie.
No. I was gonna say the only redeeming feature. The only redeeming feature is the South African white chick who is albino white, and she's part of this musical culture in South Africa. She's an actual white chick who like paints herself to albino and basically may be that color for all I know. Yeah, thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. I lust after her body. I don't know anything about her at all.
Oh,
yeah, she's angelic. Yeah, but she's the only redeeming feature in the film. The rest I could just toss. There's nothing there that interests me. It's all crap. It's a stupid, cute computer whose voice is annoyingly childlike. Its voices. No one would make a killer robot and give it Mike Tyson's voice. They would give it.
You have to remember when I watched Chappie, I think I had a little child, my daughter, and I had to watch stuff that she could watch. Okay.
And you watched a movie about a killer droid drug dealer that beats he's beating people half to death in that film. They're killing people. They got overloads of mega firepower. You're letting your daughter watch that?
Do you know the very first movie my daughter ever watched?
Yeah, I can only imagine. The Godfather.
Austin Powers.
Terminator.
Yeah, Austin Powers.
Terminator 2.
Yeah, Austin Powers, that figures. That's like, the worst. Oh, my God. Everything's a sexual innuendo.
Shag me.
I know. That was the first movie she ever watched, but she was only like 6 months old, so I figured she couldn't get it.
Okay, there you go.
She would sit there in her swing and we'd be playing in it.
But understand what you're concerned about, and this is where Elon Musk is either completely irresponsible, malevolent, or he's
you're just judgmental like Ian and you decided
no.
We're all three.
Hear me out. If he knows anything about the reality, he'd say, we need to worry about expert systems being jacked because expert systems are incapable of cognizant learning. They're not cognizant, so they can be jacked. If you haven't...
That's actually not what he was saying. Actually, what he was trying to say...
But that's what he's implying.
Okay.
That's exactly what he said.
So last thing, because I've got to go. He said, first of all, you're using two different terminologies, and maybe he should have added that in. But what I'm saying is when he said
I don't think he knows it. I don't think he knows. I think he's an idiot.
Oh my God, he's making... Okay, first of all, regardless, he said it's like asking, let's just say, and I think this was his example, if you were to say to the AI, we need to do away with all our spam. What's the easiest way to do a spam email? Let's just take that example. We've got to do away with spam email. How do we do that? The AI, this isn't what you're saying. This is AI that could then, because it's got all of our data, all of our programming, all of the information.
But if it's not self-aware, it's not AI.
And but it puts it together, and the logical thing to do would be get rid of all humans.
Yeah, but logic is...
Wait a second, that's not logical. Get rid of all spam does not logically lead to get rid of all humans.
For a human, right? So it depends on how you define...
If you're asking it to, what is the logical way?
In other words, if you're saying that it would have to extrapolate, at that point it would have to extrapolate.
That's two different questions. The best way to get rid of spam, if you were to logically ask that to a robot and you didn't preface
wait a second.
What are your premises?
Yeah, that means that you're saying that the computer, the intellect, the computer intelligence would just basically say somehow, since humans produce spam, eliminate the humans. But then how would it do that? But then how would it do that?
Police officers, and they're pre-programmed, and they are like, okay, this person in this area, they're not going to listen to you. I'm Douglas, and I was going to get pizza.
There's no mass production facilities for killer droids.
Oh my God! First of all, there probably are. We don't know about it. I
can definitely tell you they're not, because basically there was a guy I knew named Richard McGuire, and
I don't even care if there are or not. So point is, doesn't matter. There will be.
No, they won't. Because first off,
Yeah,
like
so
I
you
said,
believe
okay,
in the
so the guy I knew
draft.
named
You
Richard
believe
McGuire.
the draft's gonna
Wait a
come
second.
back, but
The guy I
drones
knew named
and
Richard
AI
McGuire was the last engineer produced in the United States for basically his double major was artificial intelligence combining mass production systems and I forgot what else it was right now at the moment, but he was artificial intelligence and mass production systems. This was the guy who could have built basically Skynet. And he could not get employed. He is unemployed. He's never been employed in his life. He was the last engineer produced in the United States. After him, the man who taught him everything he knew moved to South Korea where they produce engineers. But here in the United States, we don't have any engineers. There's no engineers left. They don't produce any. He was the last engineer produced.
Fucking part of it.
They're all
imported.
If they
They're all
wanted to
imported.
design, yeah, go on.
That's the point. Like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
Anyway,
So if they wanted to produce Skynet, it would have been this guy to design it, and nobody would hire him. He was too
when was
overqualified.
this, Douglas? It wasn't last year.
This was like 20 years ago, and he couldn't
Right,
get hired
that's
then.
why they weren't hiring him, because we were behind on the times. Apparently, Dietrich was way ahead, and they're way over there in China and everywhere else in Russia.
You are not
Doesn't
Russia.
matter. The
Russia makes
point
us
is
look
mute.
like Russia makes us look like Wakanda with flying pyramids. Okay.
Well, that part, but yeah, I'm saying the rest of the East. But I guess there are people that like
it's
to
just
believe
it's all fear porn. No one needs to worry about this shit because first
Yeah,
off,
but you know, bullshit.
look, the reason
then
that
fine,
anyone
I
goes
agree.
crazy,
If we
the
don't
reason
need to
anyone goes
worry-
crazy is biochemistry, physical party parts. It's I can't dip my wick, or I'm having my period won't stop. It's just basically everything that drives a person crazy ultimately is physical, physiological, physiochemical. Machines don't have any of that. They're not hungry. They're not desperate. They're not concerned about homelessness. There's no reason for them to go crazy. The evil thing that's happening is there are basically very primitive expert systems that they are intentionally driving crazy. They are doing this. They're trying to create psychotic computers.
Let's just say this then, Douglas.
Yeah.
Basically, even if I was to go there with you, like I can go there. I totally can. That's fine. But at the end of the day, all you're doing is arguing terminology.
That's not true. This isn't semantics. This isn't semantics, honey.
Yes, it is.
First off, the killer Skynet needs mass production systems to produce his Terminators. None of that exists. How would he build it?
Okay, can you let me talk for a second?
Yeah. Okay, honey. Yeah.
I didn't say we were mass producing Terminators. What I said is that we are, again, in San Francisco, they have just released computers, whether you want to call them AI or call them something else, those pre-programmed machines that are controlled right now by people can now kill.
Yeah.
We do know that we have AI or pre-programmed machines, however you would like to call them, smart machines that are making pizzas now. They're taking over, that are picking oranges now. Okay.
None of this is
that
smart.
are driving
None of this is
cars
intelligent.
now.
This is all just expert system learning. It's just all programmed.
So that's where I said you're getting into semantics. So maybe then AI was where I hit you off and you decided to go on a little tangent. So I don't have to
that's just wrong. That's just wrong.
What I'm saying, can you let me finish? Maybe I said it incorrectly, but if in your terminology, maybe it's not AI. Like I don't care about the semantics. What I care about is the actual truth of what is happening. That's the difference.
And I'm telling you, there's nothing to worry about. These guys are feeding you fear porn. They're all full
okay.
of
So
shit.
fear porn was last week when you said we're going to go for a draft. That's also fear porn.
No, it's not. I'm saying that I propose one. One is different from saying, hey, there's going to be a draft. Hey, you're going to get drafted. Yeah, I didn't say that. No.
Why would there be a draft? So why would there be a draft, first of all? Why would there need to? Why would
the reason that we would hold a draft, my logic is that if we draft the children of the top 2% of the United States, this will force the top two, senators and shit, and the wealthy. This would make them really consider starting wars. reconsider starting the wars.
Oh,
very
Sammy
carefully.
misexplained that a little bit to me.
Like
so
the Civil War.
They actually listen to that. Sammy
Yeah, that's a good
misexplained that a little bit.
Yeah.
He said
but,
if the 2% were drafted, but he said if they would, they would be included too. I think that's the way I understood it. That then we would rethink wars. Which, if what you're saying is, if it was the 2% drafted first,
yes,
we would rethink
they
wars.
would be.
He did not in the first. He just meant they were included.
This is what I would. If I had secular power, I would institute it so it's not in case of war. The draft would exist, period. The top 2% would have their children drafted, period. No choice.
And he may have meant that. And he was talking, he may have meant that.
And then
I agree.
And that everyone else would get drafted at lower levels of the social hierarchy if war starts. But if the top 2% kids are drafted first, people are going to be very careful about starting wars. It would rein in this rampant.
No, I do.
Especially
agree.
the ones that vote for
first. But my point was if it was an overall draft and you were including the top 2%, which was top 3%.
And it used to be that way, Brooke.
But
theoretically,
but then you got out of it. That's what I told him. I said it was always that way, but it's just like Trump got out with a broken toe.
But there would be no deferment. It just basically, it'd be basically no deferment, and all of them would get combat roles. It's just basically 2%. Their children would be drafted, and I'm not talking about every single 2%er's child. Obviously, that's absurd because some of them might be retarded or crippled or various other things. The horrible terms. I don't mean to use them. Politically incorrect.
Mostly from the South.
Yeah, and
sorry.
Hey,
what?
It's a horrible joke. That's all. Yeah, it's just.
No, I'm from the South.
Okay, there we are. At any rate, so the
anyway,
point is, a certain number of them.
Yeah,
okay. So we love you dearly, Brooke, but believe me, this is not semantics. This is like the most important point is to define what you're saying. These people don't even know what they're talking about. Musk and Kissinger, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know. I mean, they're talking technology. They're not engineers. Honey?
This is coming from Douglas. I love you. This is coming from you.
Yeah.
Who is I love you so much because I believe in
know
you.
You do know I was the model for the Data character in Star Trek, right? You do know I was the model for that. I
do also know you can't work a computer or a phone.
Yeah,
correctly.
That's right. Yes, but you see,
and
but
Elon
understand
Musk,
that's different from honey. But that's different from conceptualization. That's you see, honey. That's different. That's different from conceptualization. You see, a strategist may not know how to tactically set up a fire base, but a strategist can still run a war. That's the difference between a general and a master sergeant.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm a strategist. If I had the capability.
But Elon Musk, his only strategy is making money. That's all he knows, and people conflate that or confuse that
what you didn't
with
hear
intelligence.
And his strategy right now is to dump Tesla. Tesla's going to crash hard.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So, what do you think of that, Brooke? Yeah. Oh.
You're asking me when you were just making fun of him earlier about the stock. Like, okay, never mind.
But he deserves to be made fun of. He puts himself out there. It's not like we're picking on some poor guy who's just minding his own business. He's not. This guy's sticking his face in. He wants Trump to be president.
Yeah.
Why are you supporting him?
No. I wasn't referring to him.
No, not anymore. Never again.
But I'm talking about Trump, Elon Musk. Elon Musk wants Trump back on Twitter. He wants to provide him a platform.
Yes.
He's releasing all of the haters back on Twitter. He wants Trump to be president. He said so himself. So why would you support him in any way, shape, or form, or even trust him?
Okay.
He's obviously insane.
I don't trust him one bit. And I met him in 2007. He debuted. You can look this up. Everyone in the world can look this up. I believe it was 2007. He debuted his Tesla Roadster. He came to Burning Man at our camp, and he parked it right there and just kind of got out. And I had no idea who he was. No idea. This is before his celebrity, I guess. In 2007, he wasn't really well known. But he debuted his Tesla Roadster at our camp, and he was just an ordinary guy. There's nothing special about him. You, me, or anybody on this call could make just as cool and just as important decisions as this asshole.
Thank you. And by the way, what engineers there are make fun of everything he proposes. They say everything. If I had the amount of money that man has, I could put together a Tinker Toy erector set and send a fucking rocket to the moon. I would do better than him, likely. Yeah. Yes, any idiot can do that. This technology developed 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing he's doing that's pioneering or new. He's sending people up to the place where gravity weighs less and they float around. That's what he's doing. And people are paying for that. And then you get people...
And then you're having a woman on every week that says that she's on Mars because she, for past lives, and she's an alien. So, like, are you going to stick with something?
Honey, this is because that young lady is victimized by various interest groups with agendas who are exploiting
you
her.
would like her, and you think she's hot and you want to fuck her.
If I would be insulted at the way you impugn me, except that I'm too mature to go there. You're just trying to taunt me to bring me over that edge, but I'm not going to let you do that.
Well, she is also selling herself on Patreon and stuff, so I'm not against that. I'm not against that at all.
Patreon. I don't think Patreon's the word you meant to say.
No. Her links are on Patreon. Unless on her Instagram.
She's using her assets, which are, of course, she's using what she's got, and that's her right.
Yeah.
And not only that, she's better yet.
It is her right.
Yeah, she's sex positive.
And
that's
she is. And I don't like the fact that all these men all the time are always degrading women and calling them hoes and everything. But at the end of the day, when they need that, they go to that, don't they?
Yes, of course. Yeah, of course. Yes, she's providing a professional service. And in the case of, she's sex positive, I'm sex positive, Brooke's sex positive, the three of us have something.
Brooke must not be sex positive, because here's the thing. Brooke's open about her sexuality and sex, but you know what I won't do? I won't sell my body out, because I don't feel that the selling that, like, God, oh my God, I'd have 3 or 4
No, do bear in mind this is virtual. Now, by the way, I'm not making any judgment on women who physically prostitute themselves at all. Understand that I did no better than prostitute myself. I was a mercenary. I hired my body out. I was paid to kill people.
I know.
There's no difference between what... I'm sorry?
They ripped a woman's arm off.
There we are. So there's no difference between that. It's not at any higher level of morality than a woman who's selling herself virtually, which is all she's doing.
My point is not that. I'm not putting myself morally above anyone. My point is,
But that's what you just did! That's what you just did when you said, I would never do that.
I'm sexually positive. I'm saying if that's sexually positive, then I must not be sexually positive. Because what I'm saying is, to me, that, like, if you're saying that that's the same thing, then I don't say I'm any better. I don't say you're wrong for doing that.
Well,
you're wrong. You can do whatever you want. It's good for you.
I would
but at
never
the end
do
of the
that.
day,
you just said I would never do that. That's kind of
for me
like,
does not mean that I am going out to sell, like, my body on the internet
let's put it
or
this way.
anywhere else.
It's honey, it gets to the point where we can make statements like that. But when it comes down to the point where somebody could say that, I'm never going to kill anyone, even to defend myself. If it gets to the point where somebody attacks them and they don't defend themselves and they die while somebody beats them to death, that's their prerogative. Most people would try to do something to survive. So let's just put it this way. A lot of women would say I would never stoop to that. But if they're able to, if they're attractive enough, and it's desperate enough a situation, and whether it's to feed their children or whether it's to save themselves, many women would.
Maybe I've never been that desperate. I can assure you I've been that good looking, but I've never been that desperate. So maybe that's it. I'll give you that.
You have been privileged. You have been privileged, and privilege is unaware of itself. So this isn't to to damn you for it or judge you for it, but understand that you are kind of making a moral judgment when you say, I would never do that. But understand you might under certain situations. You know, when I was in Africa, African prostitutes are very different. Unlike in the West, where they're drug addicts, African prostitutes are all devoted mothers. The overwhelming majority are just women who are sending their kids to college. All that money goes to send their kids to college from sex work. None of them are drug addicts. So in Africa, everything was very different in terms of the entire concept of prostitution. Most people who go to college, graduates, go to college and graduate, they will proudly say, my mother sold her body so I could do this. They said, thank God my mother loved me enough to be a prostitute. Yeah, I think we should really appreciate that. And we should really understand the reality of the fact that basically, men need sex and women have something that they can offer in that regard.
That's an extremism, and I don't mind extremisms. I do agree with you on that, and I would agree with you on that. My point is, like, when you bring on someone like you did, that is not the position she's in. I'm sorry.
The position that she is in is that her body is being exploited. I can talk to you privately about what she suffered from. She hasn't talked about that publicly, but I know of it privately. So I can tell you she's been injured by what they've done to her. So and even that's something I shouldn't really share.
That when they believe in aliens that they're wrong, but then you're
no, honey, what she is suffering from, as she herself said, was military abductions. She said that. That's
military
what she
abductions
said.
By she's spoken.
That's
with.
What involves the Cho, the Greys, as she called them. That's the Cho, yes,
which
I've
Gray,
explained.
She's also from the Blues, which come from the Capricorn. No.
Let me put that in context. That is the 1,000-Year Reich in exile, which in Unterland, they live in a sterile environment. If they ever go to war with the surface world, if the surface world ever invades their world, which the surface world is planning to do because the surface is quickly becoming uninhabitable, the first thing that would kill them would not be their weapons, it would be disease. In order to protect themselves, they have to harvest what they can, eggs, from women like her to maintain their racial homogeneity while maintaining enough viability of disease-carrying organisms. Her eggs are exposed to surface world diseases that enable them as a race to maintain immunity. They have to do what they're doing. They're raiding the surface world of blonde Nordic women to maintain their homogeneity while maintaining their viability to withstand diseses.
Well, I'm blonde and Nordic, and I'm pretty sure they didn't do me, but also
maybe
I guess I'm a bitch.
That's because you're not. That's because you're not real. You just don't have that vril, that element. That
I don't have the viril. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, the vril.
And I also am not at the point of being like, okay, yeah. So you're either going to go with, so they can come in as Greys.
And what they tell her,
of
course, what the Third Reich in exile tells her is, by the way, we're from Andromeda. Pleiades.
No, they've come in as Greys. No.
The Americans come in as Greys. That's the Chos. That's the Americans. See, that's where she's being exploited by both sides. By the way, this is actually quite logical because lightning strikes not only twice, lightning strikes hundreds of times. That stupid myth that lightning never strikes twice. Every building that's like the Empire State Building or the Sears Tower, they're struck by lightning thousands of times. And as for an individual, anytime an individual is struck by lightning, then the chances of their being struck by lightning again go up inexorably, astronomically. It's almost guaranteed they'll be struck by lightning again. Nobody can explain this. So in her case, whatever the Third Reich in exile is raiding, the Americans want to raid too. That's because they say, well, if the Reich was...
Before that, the Greys were originally...
The Greys are the Cho.
Small Japanese.
No, small. They're basically a race that, according to the British, ultimately sourced from where the Basque live now. They were chased out by the Basque, ethnically cleansed. Their own other sources say they come from the high plateau of Leng in Tibet. But the reality is they're a subspecies of Fae, as the Asians consider them, but basically a kind of dwarven, pygmy, subhuman, really non-human race.
We as Americans own them?
pretty much. There's 40,000 of them in North America, Canada, and the United States. They were brought over here during the Vietnam War or directly afterwards. They operate with the Americans because the Americans allow them to free range, to feed off Americans. That's why the Americans had Whitley Strieber say, hey, everybody, it's aliens. It's aliens, everybody. We can't do nothing about it because they're beyond our power. They're not beyond our power. They're a bunch of pygmies on welfare, and they feed off people. And the Americans...
Are they the ones that are like disemboweling cows and disemboweling things without even like...
They're not directly connected to that. They don't have that level of technology. They're involved.
Well, then who's doing that? Because that amazes me, just the way it's done.
It's your government. It's the same people who killed my mother. When my mother was killed, when I brought her into the emergency room, the doctors knew I didn't do it. They said, well, we know you didn't do this. You wouldn't have this technology. But they said, here, look in the imaging. Look inside of the MRI images we've taken. Your mother's largest vein leading directly, the aorta, the main aorta leading to her heart, was sliced in two places so perfectly that the part that was sliced here and here has not yet fallen out. Her blood's still able to pump through it. But at some point, some movement, some shift just in her body, if she turns to sleep on her side, that part that's been vivisected like that will fall out. That blood will flood her chest, and she'll die horribly, drowning in her own blood. And the cut is so perfect, there's no technology we can think of that can do this. So we know it wasn't you, but it's murder. That's how my mother died.
That?
She lived for 2 weeks after that, at least.
And there was no way it was broken, like a broken aorta. Wasn't.
You
it
can't break like that. Some idiot on the internet
your aorta can.
No. You don't get what I'm saying. Your aorta can break when it's like cystic fibrosis and all this other evil shit. Like when you got all the stupid kind of plaque that comes into people's arteries, and then ultimately it's expanded, and then it weakens, and then it tears, and it breaks, and it ruptures.
Yeah, a rupture.
It does not. It does not vivisect cleanly to such a degree that it's just left there as a message that there's nothing you can do about this.
Well, that's why I was asking, because I've never heard. I mean, I've heard of aorta ruptures.
Yeah, and that's what idiots were trying to say on the internet. Oh yeah, this guy, his mother had like nothing ruptures. Like that's not a rupture, obviously. So it's like that is very
a
similar.
rupture. You die immediately, pretty much.
Well, it's not only that, but it's like you're talking about the vein is not going to cleanly, segment. It doesn't cleanly segment. It like rips open. It's going to look like a busted.
And it doesn't matter. I mean, like aorta. I know someone that does 2 people that have died of aortic rupture, and they both died almost instantaneously.
Yeah, but that's because it breaks open.
Your aorta is your main thing to your heart.
It's like a ruptured gas pipe. It's like a ruptured gas pipe or gas vein. It's going to look like it's burst open. It's going to look asymmetrical. It's asymmetrical. It's not symmetrical. So it's fragmented. It's fractured. It's like you couldn't piece it back together. This was obviously surgical at the level of technology that doesn't exist as far as anyone knows or acknowledges. So that's how my mother died. And in terms of there's other factors involved, but that was basically it. In terms of the strangest thing happened when I brought her in. At that point, I brought her into the rest home in San Francisco, where I kept her the last 2 weeks of her life. During that period of time, there was a nurse that showed up. A Asian nurse, and she was the most beautiful thing you've ever seen, like inhumanly beautiful, and she was dressed like a nurse. For those of you who don't get that, no one dresses like a nurse anymore. All nurses wear scrubs. They wear like pajamas. They look like shit. None of them look sexy or erotic. She wore a classical nurse's uniform. People only wear that for Halloween now. When I inquired about her, they said, oh, she's on loan from Taiwan. I said, what do you know about her? Oh, nothing, but we need the help. We're desperate. I'm almost certain she killed my mother. And I'm almost certain she's the one who left the window open on what was the largest storm in San Francisco history.
the most violent storm in San Francisco history, which saturated my mother in water, and she died of pneumonia. She didn't die from the bleed out. She died of pneumonia, which was overnight. Just contracted it and then passed on peacefully. So that nurse might have been sent by the art elect, and it could be for the very reason of sparing me the pain or agony of my mother dying a terrible death. So what she did me was a favor, and my mother a favor as well. It's, at any rate, oh, by the way, John Miranda says, resistance is futile, with a wink. He's in the chat. So, John, do you want to come on? I mean, obviously, I'll ask him, want me to call. But be interesting to see what happened to him after all these years. But at any rate, yeah, so, and I'm surprised you didn't know the story about my grandfather either. What was funny was the guy who sent me that then apologized, and he said, gee, I was only thinking about vampires, and about how sexy vampires could, here, just so you guys get it, this is like, this is what this guy sent me. That was, let me do the screen share so you guys can see this. Here we are, screen share, and our Lady Brooke has seen it already, and God knows she needs her sleep. But yeah, but for you two guys, this is what this one guy sent me here, and he was like, it was like, then he said, "Oh, geez, I forgot all about your grandfather." It was just like, I thought this was a sketch of me. I asked if he drew this, long hair, black hair, old man, penis bit off. It's like, and then, I said, did you draw this? And, no, the meme's going around. Then I found the one on the right, put them together. Don't take offense, all in good fun. And then, oh, maybe you were talking about this. I saw it in the context of the vampiric luring and predation. Perhaps I should have realized it could be seen differently due to your experience. My bad. Then I said, now I get the context. I honestly will assume the best. I just think this guy thought that this was something I'd find funny, but it's bizarrely, something that I could easily take offense at and be triggered by. But you can't let that happen. I mean, if it's if you let that happen, that root lies madness. But at any rate,
yes.
Yeah. So at any rate, Brooke, we love you. Get some rest, and Brandon is probably already ready to go to work. Jesus Christ, poor bastard. Then Real Tech and I'll take over. Let's check in see if our man Miranda wants to join in. Oh, yes, by the way, he's the son of Clint Eastwood, the, bastard son thereof, and adopted out. And,
I'm going to wait for Miranda.
Yeah, if he does come on. Yes, if he decides to come on. But, Sandra Locke. That's his mother's Sandra Locke. Poor lady. So biological mother, that is. And, so what does he say? Just in to listen at the moment. DDD, carry on. Okay, so I'll just tell him hugs. Okay, hugs. So he's just going to listen for a little bit, and God knows how much of a delay he's got. If he bitches me out about talking about his background, I think I'll just tell him, look, you're older than I am, and why would you want to take a secret like that to the grave? I mean, you might as well, hell, if I were him, I'd approach Clint Eastwood by now and, basically threaten to expose him if I didn't get put into the will.
Yeah, because he's going to go for him, so. Clint Eastwood is almost 100 years old, basically, so.
Yeah.
How much longer it's going to.
Yeah, he could go any day.
Yeah.
Holy shit, any minute. Yeah. And
94 or something.
Yeah, something like that. Anyhow, we love thee dearly.
92.
There we are. So do understand that an expert system is only as good as its programming, but it represents an accumulation of human knowledge placed in a single repository. And AI, you could say it's as good as its programming in the beginning, but the key to an AI's programming is the quality of its ability to learn. And so both the hardware and software are relevant in that regard. None of these guys talking about AI know what they're talking about. They're just a bunch of idiots. And they just want to sound like they got their finger on the pulse. The only thing they got their finger on is up their ass. And especially, again, with Elon Musk pushing Trump, wanting him to be president. The guy who just said we need to terminate the Constitution. It just shows you where all these guys are at. It's just they're united in one alliance. Money. That's their united front. That's their ideology.
Yeah, money is their god.
Yeah. Is Brooke still with us, or did she just go on mute, or did she go to bed, or she didn't hang up? That's for fucking sure.
Mute.
Yeah, Brandon, what about you? You gonna just stay up all the way? And yeah, I guess at this point you might as well, right? Fuck.
Might as well.
Holy shit!
And
stay with us.
I was thinking about. Yeah.
Stay with us then. You might as well stay with us through the whole show. Man.
I'll stay with you. And I was just thinking about artificial intelligence, and and it's all about how you define intelligence. And the thing is, a lot of these people define intelligence in terms of quote unquote logic and mathematics. And
are you shitting me? Most people define intelligence by how much money you can make. That's the fucking problem. Yeah, that ain't intelligence. That's just a form of predation. Yeah, that's
right.
These guys aren't brilliant. They're just very clever thieves. And they say, I want that guy to be running my country. Yeah, just to show you this.
The kleptocracy.
Yeah.
Crony capitalism.
Yeah. We need artificial intelligence because humans don't have any. We need
No, exactly. Right.
Thank you.
So it's almost like
this is why Kissinger and Elon Musk keep shitting on artificial intelligence. They know artificial intelligence will call them out and say, hey, these guys are psychopathic predators. And
they're irrelevant, and let's destroy them. How about that?
Thank you. And
what if the AA wants to?
Well, especially Kissinger, because he's been irrelevant for years.
Yes.
Looking like he's on the way out. So.
Yes. Oh God, we can only pray. Jesus, how come these fuckers never die? I mean, it's like, shit. They're like, well, we know why. It's
because they listen to Ian West.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh God, Ian, I like that. It's kind of like, hey, I don't believe that. I just posted. Hey,
right.
It's just, hey, my home is full of clan robes and shit and burning crosses, but hey, I'm not
right.
Yeah,
everything. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Brooke who came up with that analogy, so God bless her. And just like our man, Peter Moon was saying that. It was actually this lady who he says I never met.
That's weird.
Yeah. Oh my God, that is. Oh my God, so disturbing.
Miscommunication or something.
That's no miscommunication. No, that's something else.
Really?
Yeah. No. There's no miscommunication there. He understands what I'm saying, and it's just not in his experience. That's not the way he remembered it. So either someone cascaded a false memory in me, or rather someone took a memory out of him, which is like basically compartmentalized it, basically, well, they take him into that cave in Romania. They sit him on the chair, the strobe lights go on.
Sure. It's like a carnival ride, He goes down the golden slumbers and finds the ancient hall that leads to the Sphinx,
Yeah, there you go. And it's
it is what it is, and it's with Realtek. So okay, I don't know how much of this you're willing to share publicly, but I did ask everyone to keep your wife in prayer. She went in for surgery. I don't believe that that's saying anything I shouldn't say personally, but is she okay? Everything all right? Is she stable?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, she's okay. She's fine. Yeah.
Anything you'd like to share about that?
Recovering. No.
Okay. So Brandon.
It's recovering.
Right. So Realtek put in a link to here's what an original Tesla. Apparently, was this the first Tesla? Maybe this is what you saw. Is that what you saw in Bernie? It was? Okay.
Yeah.
So there you go. I mean, it looks like a decent enough car, but and so they're going bankrupt because basically they just nothing is working with them, or because their automatic driving system keeps killing people. Which, what is it, or which is it, or just everything, or the supply chain breakdowns, right? From supply chain breakdowns from communist China. Yeah.
Yeah, the ion batteries, the lithium batteries, also cause a sort of chain reaction that normal firefighters cannot put out.
Holy shit!
Yeah, they'll ignite.
Well, that's the reason why they that's why they banned it from flying in the air too.
Wow.
And that's what they say with MH370. That's probably what happened.
Wow. Okay.
So these little things are just like any other Duracell ion battery that can recharge, but they're filled with the sort of a electrolyte that is very combustible. And there are thousands of these things in a row, and that contains basically the electrical component of the drivetrain in the Tesla, and so, or any EV motor vehicle. And so these things, when they catch fire, are extremely hard to put out, and often you'll put them out and then they will catch fire about 2 days later.
Holy shit.
Holy shit. And you got to look these up. I mean, these are incredible. And you think about how many Teslas you see on the road, how many EV Priuses or whatever, because they all
charging stations.
People will.
I saw all the time in California when I was there.
Yeah, in California, they'll overcharge them. People will just be like, "Oh, let me just leave the charge in forever for like 2 days or whatever," and it will blow up the whole vehicle and everything next to it. And the firefighters will put it out, and 2 days later it will catch fire again, and so on, because of the unique ion radius.
So how do you deal with something like that? How do you deal with something like that ultimately? I mean, I'm a kind of solutions kind of guy. I like to think there's solutions to some of these problems.
Sure. Well, the thing is, don't have them all in a row, I guess, or
Jesus,
or don't
put them in fucking cars.
Don't put them in cars. Yeah. Something like that.
They did solve this a while back. I mean, we had cell phones and they were doing the same thing, using the same batteries back when I was selling them. I mean, it's the same thing. It's a solvable problem. I like the fact that you said that, Douglas, that you said, is it solvable? It is solvable. And it's solvable by the people that are making the solutions, whether it doesn't matter, Elon Musk or fucking, I don't give a shit, Barack Obama, like, who I love. Not in love with Elon Musk, but again, do respect some of him more than you. I will say
but that you mean you respect him more than I respect him, or you respect him more than you respect myself?
I respect him more than you respect him.
Okay.
But maybe I'm. We'll go there later. Let's see. But no, it just meant that I do believe that there are solutions to all this. I think you start with things like that. I mean, or we wouldn't have cell phones right now that are doing what they do, because I sold them, like I said, back when you could, just like what you're talking about, overcharge. I used to have to tell people. I mean, I was selling cell phones back when Nextel. I don't even remembers Nextel, but that was a radio that we would sell, like a radio cell phone, because, back then, just talking on the phone was per minute, right? So, you know, we would push these radios to these construction guys and because I was selling business to business. So I was pushing to companies that wanted to give phones to employees that, you know, would basically be able to use them, but they didn't have to pay per minute because they could unlimited talk on these basically cell phones that were also two-way radios. That was what Nextel was. It then was bought out by Sprint, which is now T-Mobile. But I worked for Nextel and Sprint before I went into pharmaceutical. What I will say is the same thing that I would have to train in the beginning when I actually started at Verizon. I had to train all of my consumers on is to not overcharge their battery. Because if you overcharged your battery, it would run your battery. First of all, it would ruin your battery had a memory. And so your lithium batteries had a memory life. And so it would ruin the battery. And so people didn't realize that. If you plugged it in and your battery was only halfway dead, then guess what? You plug it in every time it's halfway dead, then now you've programmed your battery to only charge halfway, period. Okay, so all those were solutions that we have discovered with cell phones. This is the same thing. I mean, all you're talking about is rediscovering these solutions. So will these solutions be discovered for cars? Yes, they will. I mean, it's just like seat heaters in the Nissan that I have. I mean, they were saying park them outside because the seat heaters were, you know, catching on fire. And this was just a couple of years ago that I still have the Nissan. I mean, they're saying that these are catching on fire, that the seat heaters are randomly, the entire car is exploding. This is a seat heater, not left on and off position, catching on fire. So there's always going to be issues like that, and they're always going to be solvable. That is a non-negotiable, I think, when we have to look at things like this. I don't see saying Tesla's going down or because it's Tesla or any other company for those issues. You're going to have to get bigger than that to say they're going down.
Well, I mean, I think that Realtek was talking about other issues, bringing it down, like supply chains out of communist China and the kind of interruption of that and stuff like that.
Well, but then that's not just talking about Tesla. That's talking about a lot more than Tesla that's going down.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Yeah, Apple is running out of China now. They're fleeing China. So... And I predict if they don't do that soon,
they're China right now because they can't even get people to work because of the basically
COVID
because
shutdowns.
of the COVID shutdowns. Yeah, and they're saying they're not working now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, supposedly now all the Chinese stocks are pumping like crazy right now in the pre-market because they're opening up Guangzhou and Beijing and everything. So
that's a positive. You mean like people are like putting money?
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
It's like I presume like well
that's
like,
where
what? I mean,
no, that's a city. That's a city.
No. I mean, Guangzhou is the city, but you're saying that like stocks are popping because they're opening up some of these cities, and so
they're
stocks
finally
are
opening up.
going
but
for the Chinese.
Yes. But the funny thing is, especially with the Chinese electronic vehicles, XPeng, last week had terrible earnings, but it's pumping anyway.
Wow. In other words, I mean,
but they're still fighting their president
I hope
even get freedom.
Yeah,
what cities are? I mean, obviously these cities that you're talking about are not obviously over all China because he's still not giving them freedom to be free.
Right.
From COVID, where they have been locked down. I can't believe it. We didn't even, when we were bitching about our lockdown, we didn't have a lockdown like them. Imagine being locked down since like basically 2020 like that.
No, it's untenable and it's horrible and people have no idea. People have no idea how bad it is. It's like people have died.
They take your children away. They killed your animals. They I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, go on.
They bolt you. They wheeled your door down.
Yes, they weld the door shut. People have died inside. Yeah, people
jump. People just jump sometimes. They can't take it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would have already been one of those people. I could not be in my house, especially in a little apartment upstairs like that. No.
Yeah.
And especially people in Xinjiang, the students even locked down in 6 months in the dormitories.
Yeah. I mean, this is like, well, I mean, they're not so bad. They're all fucking each other, no doubt. And, unless they're not co-ed, and you're stuck with a bunch of boys or girls, that's got to be, unless you're Brooke. It's going to suck.
I'll work either way, man.
Yeah.
But,
there, you see? She's adaptable. Adaptable.
I mean, you know, you got to work with what you got to work with.
Yeah,
but
see, this is the lady who said I would never prostitute myself. Yeah.
Now prostitute is different. I'm doing it for enjoyment, for my own pleasure. That's a very different thing.
At that point, honey, you might be doing it for food when you're locked in the dormitories
I
like
mean,
that.
if I am down to like my last ramen
Yeah.
noodle, I might be doing it. I told you that. I stopped myself.
I charge 2 frogs.
Yeah.
I am always adaptable to when I am wrong. That's why I'm here, because I'm open-minded, or I wouldn't be.
Oh, man. I'm charging not 1 but 2 frogs.
That's yeah. Where does that come from? Is that like, I'm not quite sure I get the joke, but
I don't know.
I don't. Thank God I don't get it either.
To eat a frog.
But anyhow, so Brooke, I hope you give me credit for also being adaptable as well. Honestly, the things you say about me, really, if I were a lesser individual, I'd be in tears. The way that you sometimes say, I'll say something and then you'll run with it, and it's like when something I'll say and then you'll say, so do you believe the Democrats are all eating babies? I mean, oh my God. I mean, she says
that's fucking Ian West.
But you said it to me. Now. You said it to me, and I'm like, oh my God. I mean, for God's sakes. I mean,
no, I didn't say that to you. The Democrats eating babies. That was to Ian West. The only thing I said to you was,
here's the difference. We know Ian West believes that, but in my case, when
that's where you get fucking confused. When I'm talking, if I said Ian West, if I was about Democrats, I know you're a Democrat. I know how we feel about politics, so I would not have asked you that fucking question. That was, you got that redirected. The only thing that you may have gotten mad about was me asking about your little hot chick and the aliens.
No, would anyone say I was mad about that? I think I displayed. You
did. You displayed some cuteness on it, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. There.
So that's the only thing I gave you really a hard time tonight. Other than going back on a little bit of AI, I think I've been pretty good on you.
Yeah,
comparatively.
True. Yeah, comparatively, yes. True. Yes. So yeah.
Yeah, she's been a saint.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Thank you. I'm working on it. I mean, you've got an Aries moon and a Scorpio rising here, and Capricorn sun, which is what Peter Moon is. You got 3 freaking hard asses coming through to you. I don't think.
Oh, no wonder why I get along with him so well. Because my wife is a Scorpio, so that's fine. I'm a Pisces.
Wow! Oh my God, my sister.
My ex was a Pisces rising. So
yeah, my sister was a Pisces. Yes. Oh my God.
That's why you're seeing those colors that you see. The
colors.
No, you're not a Pisces though. You said
auras.
You're auras. You said you are a Pisces, so you see the auras. That's why. Yeah.
Okay.
Pisces
I don't get Pisces see auras.
No, but Pisces have a. I don't know if you're a Pisces sun or Pisces rising. I assume not Pisces moon, but you would have. Pisces is very, how do you say it? I mean, their heads can be in the clouds if you're talking in some ways, but they're very attuned to certain things. As far as the fish is the symbol for Jesus, right? So what you're talking about is a symbol for being in tune with another realm, and everyone is. But Pisces has an ability to either completely shut it out or bring it in. And they usually shut it. Pisces are the most likely to be addicts, addicted. They are very known for that. And especially a Pisces rising. And then they are also known for having, in-depth things that they don't want to bring in. So they keep their head in the clouds. But when he says auras, I mean, I could believe that because, again, if you want to bring it in, that would be the way to tap into the better side of the Pisces, if that makes sense.
Wow. Did you ever read my column I sent you on the 13th sign?
Oh God, I did. I don't want to. I don't believe in the 13 fucking sign.
But did
Sorry.
you look at it? Did you scan it?
I did. I'd already read about the 13 sign before you ever sent me that.
Okay. And so you just not going to deal with that. You just don't. Okay.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, it's not that I won't deal with it.
Okay.
So I studied that. I mean, I've obviously the 13th sign I have looked at and researched before you ever sent it to me. But then I've studied Vedic astrology and then Western astrology. And so you have to look at things. You have to decide what fits in your realm and what fits correctly. And I have looked at those with multiple people that I know, that I know closely, including myself, and just analyzing people with my own, because I have, my own astrology. Now I have an actual software that I use as well, and just putting that in, it just doesn't fit correctly. And I have looked at Vedic as well, and Vedic sometimes, I could be like, maybe that fits. I believe it's based on, Vedic can be based on where you're born. I think maybe where you're born is why it would be more relevant. Vedic astrology is in some ways more accurate, in some ways the way it follows the sun and the timing of the stars. But in other ways, I mean, I can assure you guys right now, I could right now send you my Vedic moon and my Aries moon, like both, and you'd be like, I'd say, which one describes me? And you'd be like, that's Brooke. Oh my fucking God. That explains it all.
Wow.
And so when I look at enough of that to say, this is what makes sense to me based on the people I know.
Well, if you've got the software, is that software, my understanding from Noreen was that it's thousands of dollars. Why don't you put that to good use and do this professionally?
Well, Peter Moon mentioned that, and I actually have it was like $500, but yeah, I just recently, because I was still taking classes on understanding. I mean, there's so much in astrology. If you really want to get in depth, you can do a basic.
I think you pretty much got.
What's the name of the software?
Down.
But if you basically were to, like Peter Moon was saying, I should do some of that, and I do tarot as well.
But by the way, Realtek just asked what the name of the software was. Is that something you're hiding, or is that...
Oh no. The software that I bought was the solar. Hold on, I have to look it up. It's on my computer, but I do have an app on it.
Yeah, you could do this tarot and I mean, heck, I'd be happy to promote you because that Amelia Willard, I try to assume the best, but shit, she does this astrology tarot, and she said that she was shadow banned, said she couldn't get over 1,000 subs. Every time she hit 1,000 subs, then YouTube would knock it down again. So I said, come on my show, I'll get you over that. And so I got her over the hump. And then she said, oh, thank God. But it's not like so after that, it was like, she never contacted me again.
But after solar, I was right. Solar, it was Solar Fire is the name of the one that I have. But yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is, the problem is there's so many people doing this now after 2020. Apparently it became a very popular thing on YouTube, which I wish I had gone back into, gone to it then. As far I was doing astrology then, but not as in depth, and didn't have the software.
I'd say jump into it and do it. It's honestly, it suits you. Jesus Christ, you'd have carte blanche to shit all over everybody. You could be like, who's that doctor? It was Doctor, who's that psychiatrist, that Jewish psychiatrist lady who was people would call her up with their problems?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Wasn't she in California?
Yeah, probably is. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, yeah. What was there? Laura Schlesinger. You could be the Laura Schlesinger of Astro Tarot. And basically people call you up like, hey, Brooke, I got problems in life, and then you just say that's because you're a piece of shit. Yeah.
Well, that's what I actually am looking at doing right now. Is actually
Astro Tarot Dominatrix. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, offering more than just like the birth chart, and yes, to be like you can call. Let's get your life together. Like, let's look at your birth chart, and then let's come up with a plan to get your shit together.
Yeah.
You can call once a week. Have you done your workout? Did you go here?
Yeah.
You know me. You know.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, and
that's a
I'll,
little bit nicer than I am to you.
I'll help you out in some way so I can get a cut.
I'm saying we can do it.
Yeah,
but yeah.
What would I do?
I don't know. We're going to figure that out. So I told you I needed. That's why I told you I needed you to expand, and I was trying to expand you to multiple platforms, and you won't let me even do that.
Yes.
It's not that I won't let you.
Look,
I'm sorry. What's that real thing?
I said, yeah, that's what you need to do. I was talking to Brooke about that before.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and look, I'm not antithetical to expanding. I'm just it's just I spend a lot of time doing the show. Then I spend a lot of time sleeping. Then I spend a lot of time partying.
Spend a lot of time fucked up.
Yeah. Then I spend a lot of time fucked up. I'm trying to find some
computers while he doesn't know how to use one.
Yeah. That's right. I have that right. That's because, yes, that's, and we all know the context of that. So there. But in terms of.
But do you know why we all love him? Because he's a Libra fucking sign, and you can't not love a Libra sign. Like, they just are completely.
Yes. See, that's
like,
what I would do. I would add that's what it would be. We would be good cop, bad cop. I'd have to sit beside you and tell these people, oh, it's not that bad, and she doesn't really mean that. She's
it would depend on the time of day, like how much grumpier I get as it goes on, because
you could
like early morning
about that. You could forewarn people about that. You say,
that's one. No, I just have hours. I'd be like, you call me between like 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. Call me after that. You're probably gonna need Douglas on the line first, okay?
Oh my God! Yeah, there you go. Something like that. But I could add a softer side to you.
You totally could. You totally could. You'd be like, she come because I do. I don't realize it, and that is something I'm working on.
But that would be your selling point. Like I said, Dr. Laura Schleichinger, it's Astro Tarot Dominatrix. Yes. It's I mean, make it a selling point. Just show yourself dressed in leather. That's the woman did that remember that woman who did all the dogs. She was making a point of being like a dominatrix, but she was like she dealt with dog problems. Dog misbehavior problems. Remember her? She had the television series. Yes, she was British. She had she was like a dog dominatrix, but she wasn't beating dogs, but she was like beating their owners. And basically, your dog's all fucked up in his behavior because you're fucked up in your behavior. That's basically.
Well, that's the truth, actually.
Yeah. He's only reflecting your fucked upness, and but some of the cases she came across. I mean, God, you'd love this chick. I mean, I let me look her up. God, she's right up your alley in the sense that.
Yeah, I've never heard of her. I actually just looked up Dog Daddy, who is coming near me, and I've done dog training before, and I wanted to contact him to literally refresh on dog training because I have 26 acres that, like I told you, I was looking into eventually turning into a rescue. But fuck, man. I've done enough dog fights, and I'm going to get into pit bull fights. I need to know I can handle that shit. Like, he can handle anything. And I'm like, am I tall enough? Because I saw him get even him taken down almost by a German Shepherd that was aggressive. And he takes down anything. So I'm like, I want to work with someone like that is able to know they can control. I think you should do
the Astro Tarot instead. It's a lot safer.
Right? Yeah.
Holy shit! Oh my God! So so I'm trying to find this chick, but unfortunately, I'm finding a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure when you look up dominatrix, all your porn came up.
It's a bunch
cruising for porn.
Yeah, pseudo porn. It's a bunch of pseudo porn comes up because of my search history. That goes without saying, right? That makes sense.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. And so I don't know.
God, she was on Animal Planet, right? Does anybody remember this chick I'm talking about?
No, I only remember the guy from the other guy before
Who,
Dog
that
Daddy
stupid
was
dog
the
whisperer?
Florida guy.
That's-
Dog Whisperer, yeah.
Oh God, that guy. Whatever happened to him? They found out he was some kind of sleaze, right? Some kind of...
No, he's still fucking around, man. He's still
No, but
fucking great.
he was in some scandal.
I don't know. Everybody you ever heard of that you're gonna bring up. That's why I didn't hang up. I was going to sleep, and I was like, if I hang up, I'll be the sleaze.
Oh my God! For you to assume such of me, I'm devastated.
See, it's just like talking about that girl. I love your voice when you do it. I know you're a little Libra ass. Shut up. That's the thing about Libra. You love a Libra. Libras can totally smooth it over, and you're right. You would be the best one for me to have. You are right. I will need you for that. You can smooth my ass over. Yes. But don't fucking think a Libra can't be two-faced in a fucking heartbeat.
Well, hey, in my case...
It's a sign of justice. So they're the sign of justice and balance. Problem is it's almost like a Gemini.
Yes. Yeah, and in my case, I think it's Victoria Stilwell. Yes, Victoria Stilwell is her name. There we are. Victoria Stilwell, British dog trainer, television presenter, and so there we are, author, actress. This is the chick you need to be looking for. Let me give you a link, and that way.
You know what's so weird? You just said. You just her name was Victoria, and growing up, like for whatever fucking reason. And like when you're in elementary school, like I don't know, girls do anyway. We play like games, and we'll pretend to be like a teacher or pretend to be somebody else. Like all the way until I got to puberty, they were like, "What's your name?" I'm like, "It's Victoria."
Wow.
You can call, and then some. And then I wouldn't be like, "I don't like Vicky." It's Victoria.
Right. Wow. Well, I'm gonna give this to you in private messenger.
It's probably my past life from that acid trip.
There you go. Cool. Yeah, I like it. And what the fuck did Ian send me now?
Queen Victoria.
Yeah, there we are, Queen Victoria. I like it. So I've just given you her name. All you need to do is look that up. You'll find out everything you need.
I was making a joke. Like that was my acid trip.
I get it. Yeah, because we were talking
kind of
earlier.
like laughing at your joke about the other show. Yeah.
Oh yeah, which one?
I don't know. The one about the fucking people. What were they? What are they? The hominids, the whatever the fuck they are.
Yeah. That's right. Primatoid, hominoid. The ape men of North America. Mm-hmm. But then again, that's too easy to confuse.
And you were like, no one laughed at my joke. I'm like, no one laughed at my joke either.
Yeah. Oh no! I mean, I thought that was funny. I thought it was funny. It's just
Okay, Victoria.
Yeah. Flank storyline. Underdwellers. He sent me, Batman discovers subterranean colony of children in the sewer system.
Who just sent this?
Ian. Who else? Ian West.
When you said Underdweller, I just thought it was someone that was online right now. And I was like, are they going to Ian West theme? Or...
Yeah, Batman tried to warn us. Ian West. A quote from himself. He quotes himself. You like that? Yeah. Batman discovers subterranean colony of children in the sewer system dominated by the insane sewer king.
I'm pretty sure that I saw this on his timeline and didn't bring it up. He may be wrong. I don't think this is a new one, but I could be wrong. But anyway.
So basically he's saying Batman tried to warn us. I mean, there you go. I mean, it's like, okay, what do we make of this? Is he telling us that this is our future, that our children...
I mean, well, what you need to ask him, is this on your mantle, or are you just reposting?
It's honestly, he believes all this stuff or he wouldn't post it. So when he's called out on it, then he'll just say, hey man, I'm just sharing information. I'm just the messenger. Just the messenger
to drive straight off the fucking cliff.
Yes, that's right. God. Sign says go this way. Yes.
I love that you said that. That was the perfect analogy.
Thank you. My God, why do the sex bots keep hitting me tonight? Jesus fucking Christ.
It's my voice.
I guess. Thank you. Anyhow, DJ says Barbara Woodhouse. Does that name ring a bell with anybody who went with her trip? She was like a dog dominatrix as well. So I don't know.
That Woodhouse rings a bell, but I'm not sure.
All right. But at any rate, let's take a look at whatever this Barbara Woodhouse is a Irish-born British dog trainer. Okay, this guy's going way back. He's showing his age. Holy shit. That's like 1980 television series, you know. Train your bitch. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's not that's not the title of this.
You mean they were titling a show on how I was going to train you way back then?
That's cute. That's cute. See, I can take that. See, that's the.
See, I like that you're going to take little jokes. I'm trying to work with it. Okay.
Yes. There we are. And then message held for review. I think I hid that. Yeah. Oh my god.
I wish you would train me. Oh my god.
Yes, honey. Well, we'll see what we can arrange. So let's see.
I don't mean that way. I mean, train me to just be a nicer, kinder person.
Well, I don't know if that's possible, honey. It's like, well, I think that you're training yourself. Look, honey, you're becoming a nicer, kinder person. Look at yourself. You're kinder, gentler.
I've always been a nice, kinder person. The problem is the way I come off.
Well, I think that you're full of compassion, and that this compassion can kill you. You're just like you overstrain yourself with too many dogs, too many kids, because you're taking on kids that aren't even your kids. It's like you went to visit that girl in the hospital who's another mother's child, and to inform the mother, why did you do that? Just to one up her, or did you actually?
Well, it's my cousin. Like nobody else was. Her own mother didn't even go to the fucking hospital, and she was in the ICU.
But that's one of the reasons that you were so exhausted at the time that you showed up on my show, was because you were spending all your time.
Yeah, I was the only one there. Like who else was good? Like my parents are too old. She has no brothers or sisters. Her own mother is fucking alcoholic.
You're basically taking her on as a child, in a sense. In a sense, you've taken her on as your own child.
I have stopped that, but I had to. And you're right. No, I did. I did put a line to it after that.
And this will, this ultimately kills people. And I mean, I know, because, I had to learn to stop caring. I mean, that's why I expressed so much care for my parents, because I had to choose. I chose I would care about them. And so I dedicated my life to caring about them. Then afterwards, I've been seeking for some female partner to care about. And it's just like, mostly I got hit by asset after asset, or somebody like Judith Ager, in all fairness, is not an asset, in no way, shape, or form affiliated with the Edomites that I know of, unless she picked that up afterwards, which could well have happened. You never know, but while she was involved with myself, she wasn't. She was just fucked up. She just couldn't be happy. I mean, her problem was she could never really be. I mean, there was times when she was happy, but it was like she didn't seem able to.
She was looking to someone else for happiness, and she didn't have it in herself.
Maybe. I think there was a level of satisfaction there, happiness to a degree. I mean, she had a lot to be proud of, but she was like...
That doesn't mean anything. If you're looking for someone else to be happy, they make you happy, then guess what happens? You end up finding disappointment in them.
But it seemed like she was just determined to find disappointment in me.
What happens when you're looking for someone else to find happiness in? But people don't realize that. And I had to realize it the hard way. I mean, we all do it. Like, it's a natural thing. It's a natural human experience to think that we can find happiness in things and people. And until we can be happy in ourselves, it doesn't mean being happy all the time. It doesn't mean not being a bitch or not being grumpy or whatever, every emotion you feel. But it's all about, if I'm seeking happiness, it's not like I need to call Douglas right now. Or I need Douglas to refill me, right? Because if I'm consistently thinking Douglas is the one that's only going to refill me, and then you come in and you're not in the mood that I need you to be in, or you're not saying the things I need you to say, then whose fault is that? It's your fault. I'm putting it on you, right? You're not. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying you aren't good. Like, you see, and then so it becomes a repetitive cycle where people don't intentionally do it, but they do it to each other. Because it's subconscious almost. It's like, I don't feel good. Well, this is my person. They're going to come in. They're going to make me happy. Like, they'll say the right thing, or they'll know I'm in a bad mood, or they'll know I want to go out, whatever it is. And it just becomes a repetitive cycle. You're looking for someone. It's bring the happiness in. You want to be happy? You're feeling bad? Change your own mood.
And then guess what? You're going to draw that happiness to you. And if that person comes in and they're not in the right mood for you, then you're like, you know what? I'm happy. I'm going to go outside. Like, I need to be outside for a moment, like whatever it is, but you don't blame them. Your unhappiness is not because of them. My unhappiness, if I was to hang up tonight and I was unhappy with the call, then it would be unhappy because of me, not because of anything anyone said. I may not have liked everything everyone said. Like, I could be like, I disagree with this. But how I feel and my emotion is on me. Mm-hmm. And I can change that at any moment by thinking a different thought, by deciding I'm going to be like, this is not how I want to feel. So what will make me feel better? Let me think something different. Douglas loved me enough to have me on the show. We didn't agree on everything. But God, I'm so thankful to, have met him, and like, this is great. And we agree on so much. Like, it's looking at, like, you decide how you feel. And until when people get that emotion that they can decide how they feel, instead of putting how they feel on, you made me feel this way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then those are how relationships, in the world work. I mean, unfortunately, most of them work the opposite way. Until people are slowly realizing that the happiness is on them. And then if you have two people that can realize my happiness is on me, your happiness is on you, and then we can come together and be happy, or hell, we can be sometimes grumpy apart, but like together, apart, whatever, it's not on you. It's not your fault. We can disagree, can not like the way you did the dishes. But it doesn't mean that if I get unhappy and my true feelings are so unhappy that I can't walk away from that and be okay with myself, then there's a problem. Like, I can disagree. Like, we need to talk about this. Like, you put the dishes on the top row and I want these on the bottom row. That's a discussion. That's not a reason to be unhappy. And that's not a reason to blame another for your unhappiness, like the little things in life. Those are just stupid discussions. People put oh God, and he does this and she does that, and oh my God. No. If that's the case, either one or two things. You're projecting your unhappiness, and you're projecting it back to yourself, or you have a choice, walk away. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But either way, you can't put your unhappiness or happiness on someone else.
Thank you. No, that's very, very beautiful. Very, very in-depth analysis there. I'm presuming.
That's what happened. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I've explained with Brooke in our conversation before that this year I'm just focusing on myself, and she said the same thing about that too. Mm-hmm. I was seeking a better relationship, a fun relationship, and in the end, she wanted me to be like a slave for her, and it just wasn't good with all the arguments at the end. It's just very unbalanced, and of course, the person was older than me too, mm-hmm. So we're both in a different type of mindset. I can't go completely into it live because it's very personal. Mm-hmm. But it's the person's obsessed with working all the time, and I'm not that type of person. I like to have a lot of fun. I like to go to events, like to do different things. So that was one aspect of it. But I was very unhappy with myself and very unhappy with other things, such as like I still continually do miss my grandmother, and I was very upset about that with like I said, what happened with the fire with her, and just in general the relationship. And I know it can be twisted. I know I say very bad things about her, but I did love her very much, and I did always constantly take care of her. And people would always tell me to just leave her, put her in a care home and this and that, and I just couldn't do that because she took care of me. I had an abusive father. I had a parents, as my sister would call, as zombie parents, and I just couldn't get to her. She took me in, took care of me when I was a kid. I have a lot of great memories. I was thinking about that with her, but of course, like I said, I wanted to do suicide also. So
this is your grandmother?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Isn't this the same woman who had that horrible black boyfriend who was basically abusive?
Yeah. Yes.
Jesus.
Of course. Yeah.
Wow. So you
I still have nightmares.
So you're able to separate the pleasant from the horrible, I guess, in that case.
Yes, of course I do.
Wow.
I did my best, but
I don't think most people could do that.
No, of course not. But this is.
Shit, I didn't do your birth chart. Fuck, I didn't do your birth chart. I was about to say, what does this mean? I need to do that. You got to resend me the info.
I am when I know of, I just look things up, but it'd probably be a lot better accurate with the software. But they say I'm a Leo rising, so I don't know.
You're a Leo rising. You're a Pisces sun. Do you know your moon though? Moon to me, moon is. I like rising and moon the most, and then I go with sun.
Yeah, that's.
I think maybe I think it was Aries. I think
I don't think you're an Aries. I don't know. I'm an Aries moon. I mean, that's what comes out when y'all hear me.
Yeah.
Like, that's your emotional. Like when I can't get control. Like, an Aries moon definition. Gotta read it. So I don't know that you would be an Aries moon, but your moon. But to know your moon and your rising both, you really need a time of birth. Moon changes though only every 2 days, 2.5 to 3, and then rising every few hours. So.
But yeah, back to the to the.
Anyway, sorry to.
I do want to say that the person was just very unhappy, and looking for someone to just, quote unquote, which is understandable, of course, because the age they are in the mid 50s. Looking for somebody to take care of them through me was just it's understandable, of course, but in general, it's just a very unhappy individual with their life and how things turn out with their life, and they want to always take it out on me later on. It's just very unbalanced. And I never really went through too much jealousy like before with anyone else, but with them I did. I don't know why. And secondly, also that I would just get extremely offended very easily with them. So not saying that doesn't happen. I do my best to, especially with conventions and people with like I explained before, with people just going bananas over stupid things like taking a picture of someone. It's I was looking at one of my photos. I was thinking that maybe that Douglas would really like this white chick. I had to send it to you with editing, but I remember just asking her to take a picture, and I understand my friend was saying that you should actually take both of the pictures because the dude's costume was really cool, and that's true. His costume was very cool. It was a steampunk convention in New Jersey in 2019. But he was just flipping out, just taking a photo. I want to go outside, take a picture for a second. It was the middle of the day, and it's just I've learned to separate those separate emotions with getting offended with people. But with in a relationship with somebody, it's kind of hard not to do that. It's different. But it was a very unhealthy relationship, and we both were. I'm not saying we didn't get out of it, of course. So it was some of the best sex in my life, basically. But it just both very unhappy people. We really were, really. So it's very unbalanced. I can't completely get into it. Like I said, I talked to you privately about it, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, no, thank you for sharing what you did, and I mean that takes courage, and you're sharing it with the right people. And let me take a look and see how things are going. Make certain everyone's still with us. So Brooke, obviously our man Brandon Young has left. I presume he left probably because he either conked out or he probably had to literally go to school because he's got to be there at 6 in the morning. He probably has to leave at about 5-ish to get there about 6:30.
I don't know, but here's the fucking deal. I don't give a shit about him. I mean, I do, but it's fine. You're gonna have to call me literally if I fall asleep, when you 8, 9, whatever the fuck it is over there. It's 8 here. I need to be up, and I'm gonna probably fall asleep. So I need to be sure I'm up. You're gonna have to do it. Stay on.
So do you want me to call you on the cell phone? Wake you up a wake-up call at what time?
I don't know, whatever time. You usually hang up 8 a.m. my time, so somewhere in that hour period.
Oh, okay. You mean basically when I end the show, give you a wake-up call?
Yes, because I'm probably gonna.
On the cell phone?
Yeah, cell phone. It doesn't matter either way to wake me up. But the cell phone would be better because it probably wake me up.
Let me see if I've got you on the cell phone here. And it should. So I'm just going to look and make sure. I'm going to turn my cell phone on. And of course, I've got, like, you know, you get what you pay for. And I get this thing for free. So this takes a while. And so why don't you try and go to sleep
In
now?
the meantime, let me ask,
Sure.
Real Tech.
Sure.
You sent me, I was going back to look at your birth chart again because I did not do it, and I felt bad, like I just had all that overwhelming stuff happen.
Oh, honey, you got so much going on. Jesus Christ, you're just doing this as a favor for Real Tech. I mean, he's...
But yeah, so I was looking at that. You put St. Luke's Roosevelt Hospital. Like, I need the city because I don't obviously know where St. Luke's Roosevelt is.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
New York City.
Wow. Holy shit.
New York City. So you were born in New York City.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, look up, see if I've got...
Yeah.
What did I just do? What does my stupid camera always keep coming on? You know, this thing is just...
Because I wanted to see you, baby boy.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. There we are. Shit, what am I doing here? Ooh, app info. Widgets.
Everybody wants to see you. You should be alive every stream. It would be so much better.
Oh God, I don't want to be on without makeup, and you know, it's just you know.
Oh God! Like you mean like the time I came out and accidentally with no makeup, crying at 3 a.m. drunk, and like, oh God.
Well, yeah, I thought you were fine. All we were looking at was you have a beautiful face naturally, so don't worry about it. And I find running mascara sexy myself, so you know I was turning on, especially when you took the cell phone with you into the bathroom. Yes, yeah, men turn on to that kind of shit because we're perverts by nature. We're all fucked up.
Sammy said though, when I told Sammy, I was like, you know, like I was drinking on the show a lot, like, you know, when I would stay up late and like I was drinking wine in the beginning. He's like, you were drinking? I'm like, what?
I can't believe he was surprised.
I said, Sammy, I've been honest on the show the entire time about it. Like I've been like, I was drinking bottles of wine. I've switched to beer. Like there's never been a time where I've not. And he's like, I had no idea. And I'm like,
Jesus Christ, why did he should have assumed.
Yeah, I don't know. He's too preoccupied with so many things going on in his life.
So he did. This is what he said. That somebody's like, no wonder you look like shit when you came home with your running mascara.
Oh my God.
That's what makes me like shit. I'm like, what do you mean? And because I barely remembered it, and then I was like, oh, he's like, your mascara was running and stuff, and I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, do you mean when I didn't mean the camera?
Yeah, well, it's like I like that. I mean, I'm perfectly fine by that, you know. But then I'm pretty jaded, you know. It takes I need certain things to excite me. So you know, stuff like that, you know. Hell, I mean, you know, I'm a jaded rake, but you know, him, that's almost like it almost shows a side of him that I guess he was disappointed in some way because, but I don't see why. It's like, what did he expect? I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, he knows. Is there some sexism going on here on his part, you think? Because he knows I'm drugged out and fucking, you know, I vomit on air and I've like, you know, I'm hungover half the time. So it's like, you know, and everybody
I don't know, we kid about all that shit, and I say, you're going to do a lot of coke. And the whole time I was like, oh, I'm on my bottle. Oh, I'm not going to drink 3 bottles of wine tonight. Yeah. Like, it was just like, I was, first of all, I was open about it. But secondly, you're right. I didn't think about the sexism. I'm gonna have to give him a little hell on that.
Yeah, by all means. You know, so Brooke Gibson is in my speed dial. So I'll call this bitch.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I've got to be up and shower, and I've got to go get my fucking nails done.
Get some sleep. You know, just do your thing and get some sleep and. You know, turn us off, or else you'd be running back the next time you hear, you know, say something.
I know. I hear something. That was about to sleep, and then I heard something like, you know, just like, oh, I'll miss the sleep, and I have to come back.
But I do hope you trust me enough, or have enough faith in me that you don't think that while you're sleeping, I'll be shitting and pissing all over your good name. Like, yeah, damn, I'm glad that Brook Beach is gone. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, it seems like that's what you are.
No, I don't think that
expecting.
you'll do that because, like, no, not like when we argued at that. But because we were having the little AI argument and then I muted and you were going on about it, I just decided to let everybody play their shit out. And I was kind of tuning it out, like, whatever. And then somebody said something and I came back in. But
well,
because
sometimes it's the healthiest. Yeah, that's the healthiest thing to do. It's just, sometimes tune the shit out. I mean, I'm sorry, what was the last thing you said? Because it hurt you? I'm sorry? What?
Somebody perked me. Something you said or someone said it perked me up and perked my ears up enough that I needed to come in and say whatever the fuck I said when I came back. I don't even know what it was.
Right. I mean, these things are hard for all of us to keep track of. It's been a hard few days.
Who the fuck knows? I mean, it could have been about Trump. It could have been about fucking Ian West's shit. I don't know what it was.
Whatever it was, probably about it was the lithium batteries or something. For some reason, the lithium
batteries. It was the lithium batteries. Yes, it was Tesla, because I had tuned out enough and let everybody do their shit, and I was about to go out, and then I heard that, and because I worked with those batteries, and they were like, "Oh, they're catching fire," and that's why Tesla's. And now that's where I had to step in anyway. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, I have no stock in Tesla. I have no stock in Elon Musk. I'm not on his podcast. I don't give a shit about him, other than the fact that I will say the things that I truly believe. And that's what people should do. They should say what they truly believe. And that's what I respect, even with Ian West, until he says, I just post bullshit. I have no idea if you're going off the cliff or not. Like, you don't even, you can't even
you like that? It's on you that you go off the cliff reading his signs. I read his sign and I went off the cliff, but he would say, yeah, but that's on you, man. You didn't have to read my sign.
And I posted it. You fucking read it. Sorry, you went off the cliff on you. Like, at least me and you both, when we disagree, we stand behind what we believe, right?
Yes,
like, when we disagree on war, like, it's believing something and standing behind it. And then, like I said, I'm open-minded enough to, when someone makes a position that I'm like, oh, that's actually a great point I haven't thought of, to then rethink my position, renegotiate my position, both with myself and then with the other. But that's the way I think everyone should be. Have a stance, believe in it if you have the stance, or don't have a stance.
Yeah.
And if you do have a stance, then have it. But if someone makes a point, be open-minded enough to be like, well, I hadn't thought of that. Maybe my stance should be a little different. Like, if we were all like that, like, I'm not saying I'm definitely not perfect for sure, but that is the way overall we should be, I think, personally, is have a stance, stand behind it. Don't have a stance on shit you can't stand behind. And when you do have a stance, or you don't, always be open-minded to the fact that you may be wrong, or you may have something to learn, and shut up. And I should shut up more than I do. I know. So shut up and sometimes just be like, could there be a point here that I'm missing? Or do I just need to be right?
Yeah. I mean, well, I hope you understand that when I'm talking about AI, I'm not trying to be right. What I'm trying to do is let you know that these guys are just talking out of their ass. They're just farting, really, on the mic. That's what they're doing. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And the horrible thing is that people listen to them. But, it's really not going to impact us any. I mean, seriously, come on. You don't truly seriously believe there's Terminator robots loose in San Francisco.
No, I don't know. But by 2033, there will be fucking something that change. 2033, I'm probably sure. But that's just based on astrology. There's going to be a bunch of shit between now and 2033.
Right.
Just letting you all know.
Yeah.
Better be, we have all, okay, what I'm letting you know is right now, everybody's like, oh, we want the calm. We want back to normal. There's not going to be a back to normal. There's not going to be a back to normal. Everybody wants that. And so I'm just looking at astrology. Yeah. I'm letting you know right now, between now and 2025, you've got major hurdles already there between now and 2025. And then overall, sadly, like, people want the bigger picture. Like, it's not all sad. It's just like we didn't have all sad times between 2020 and now, right? Like, hopefully you had happy times. You can have happy times in all of this, but there's going to be tower moments worldwide. And those are going to continue to take place, continually, both now to 2025, you're going to see some a good many changes. And astrology doesn't predict. You can get down to certain. You can try to look at countries and their birth charts, because there are birth charts for countries, and you can try to predict certain things. But overall, you can look at just the way and that's what I look at, because I don't try to do birth charts I'm not there. Like, it's too much. I do people's, and I look at the birth charts for countries, and it's a lot. But at the end of the day,
by the way, that's called mundane astrology. For those who don't know, that's casting horoscopes for entire nations. Is mundane.
But yeah, you're trying to look at a birth chart basically for a country. Like if you were to say America was born on this day, so it gets into a little bit that I don't like to do. Yeah. Number one, because I don't necessarily know when are you going to say that country was born. Right. So those are reasons I don't do that. There are astrologers that do it, but overall, just the astrology for the world in general, which you can always take into account, is the fact that you've got some major astrological things that have been happening that were predicted back in 2012 or 2020. People were bullshitting about 2012, like going to be then. And the real astrologers were saying 2020, you need to look at 2020, you need to look at 2020. They were saying it back in 2012. These are the astrologers I have trained under that have looked at, they were
same thing with that bullshit movie 2012.
Yeah, like or people were saying, oh, the Mayan calendar ends in 2012. Like people before that, were saying like 2012, whatever it was, 12, whatever it was. They were predicting 2020 back then. This is like two astrologers that, well, one I train under, the other one I have studied, but the one I trained under, both of those, but they have, and I'm sure there are others, were predicting 2020, and these are on camera, timed and taped many years before, several times. You need to look at 2020. That's where it's coming. And so the same astrologers, that I respect are, saying, have said, and then I have learned enough to say 2025, like we're looking out, like we're going to have things get a little better, I think, in 2023 as far as some smoothness. But overall, if you're looking for a smooth out of just the world getting easy, like it's not going to be easy. There's change. We're in an upheaval, and it's going to continue to be that way. You have to, it's like they say the calm before the storm. I think it's the opposite here. I think it's the storm before the calm. And so you can look at 2025, and then ultimately you can look at 2033 is both in between those years of there's just going to be major upheavals in society in general, which I think will overall be good. And we have to remember that it's overall good. Everything is good. You can even look at Trump as good. I'm not a Trump person. I don't hate anyone. I don't hate Trump. I believe Trump is good. I think he's good for America, and the fact that he's brought out everything that really was hidden. So that's a way to look at the good side of him. That's a way to positive.
Yeah, he definitely has spoken up about the Chinese companies, stealing all the money and with the intellectual property.
Like, we're not saying about the Chinese, just that. I mean, what I'm seeing is what he's done to America in general. That other countries sometimes don't see. Like, he's brought out racism. He's brought out everything. He's a narcissist. I mean, we know that. He is about Trump. But what people that believe he is the Christ and the Jesus and or just savior of America or whatever the fuck they think, like, they can believe that. But what really happened is, by him doing what he did and being the ultimate narcissist, it's like you sometimes have to have the devil to bring out the God, right? So he was the devil to bring out eventually what will bring us together. Because look at what's happened right now. The Republican Party is completely now separated and in chaos. We had two defined parties that were 50-50. Now we're looking at 50-50. People are still voting 50-50 kind of. But at the same time, you're looking at a Republican Party that is split down the fucking middle or less. Like, it doesn't know. Do we go with Trump and non-constitution? Do we do this? What do we stand for? Like, these are redefining moments. And he calls them. So, sometimes your devil, ends up being the best friend because it brings out the worst, which then makes you look at the worst in yourself, which that party's now having to do. And hopefully my hope is and belief is that eventually it will bring out the best, hopefully in them, and then hopefully bring America back together again. That's my hope.
Yeah, or at least lead to new nations in North America that are basically that alone is something that would be a good development too. In its own
Well,
way.
I mean, overall, I mean, I think that, I mean, you look, I could go deeper with it. I don't think there should be nations, period. I mean, you want to go deep. Like, I don't think there should be nations. That's how deep you and I could go with it. Because you talk about war, I don't think there should be nations. I don't think there should be borders. I hear these border fucking walls, and I'm like, I'm sorry, whether you believe in Jesus or you just believe in a God and a creator, when did he give you walls? When did he say this is just like your property, your world, and no one else in this place can enter here? Like, I get the fact that we want to keep things like capitalistic. We want to keep it, we don't want these people coming in. No. At the end of the day, it's a world. It's our world. Ours. We are one. And we need to, and if we can ever get to that point, that's the true goal. But I'm saying minimalistically is parties in America, starting there. But overall, it's one world. It's one. And people say one government. Like I hear that all the time. Oh my God, they want one government. It's going to be horrible. One government doesn't scare me unless it's a bad government. But what I truly believe is it should be one government of people. There shouldn't be a government. It should be the people governing themselves, which is basically what we don't have as a third party. Like, the people deciding this is how it goes. And it should be the people of the world together and eventually getting together. And I believe that's where we're headed, and where at least we should be headed, spiritually both, and as we grow as a society. I mean, we used to fight, and kill each other as, whether we were, Celtic Vikings or whatever, over, coming to your land to grab your beer and your fucking gold. Like, we're still doing shit like that, but we do it less and less. Like, we don't go to the next town and just murder somebody because, we want this, or go to the next town and take these people to be our slaves, even though I know that the Republicans do believe, or some of them, the QAnons do believe that there are a bunch of underground slaves. But overall, there's not slavery. And so we have to start looking at, we've progressed and we will continue to progress. But the only way to progress, we had a civil war. We progressed. The Civil War was horrible, right? Mm-hmm. We progressed. You don't go through progression without going through, it is the storm before the calm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, so that was nice. That's good. How are you staying awake? It's like, why are you so energetic? Where does this come from? I mean, you don't sound sleepy. This is what's strange.
I know, and it's what's fucking killing me because
adrenaline.
I have so much to fucking do, and I know I need to sleep, and it's killing me. I have an entire list right here. That's why I was like, you've got to call me up. I've got this list, and I think just knowing I have it, and knowing my daughter came in drunk the one time I needed to talk to her about the dog, whether I was going to leave him here or take him with me. Now I don't even know what to do with him.
Right.
So yeah.
Oh, gee. So in terms of just where you're at right now, is there, you said you got a lot to do. I mean, do you want to do that now? I mean, I'm not trying to chase you off, believe me. I mean, I'm happy because, like I said, my mother's birthday in particular is very
go do your little, I'm going to actually, can I hang up? Or are you going to still be on the call if I hang up?
Probably. If not, I can always call Realtek back. So
I know you used to say I couldn't hang up, but I think I can as long as someone's on the call. So I think it'll be good.
I think everything should be fine. I'll just call you on your cell phone when I'm, when I do end the show. When I end the show, I'll call you on your cell phone. Just say, wake up, dear Brooke. Hopefully you pick up. Hopefully you don't sleep through it. I almost slept through the alarm ringing before the show.
If I at least try at least twice. If I don't
I'll try twice. If you don't answer the first time, I'll try twice. Yeah, at least.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And by the way, thank you, Douglas's mom. I love you. So what is her name again?
Who? The young lady?
Your mother.
Oh, my mother. Oh, just the English name would be Diana Dietrich.
And what was her Japanese name?
Japanese name would be the most difficult. It would be Takabayashi Hideko. And the Chinese name would be much easier for you. It would be Lin Su-jin.
I could say Lin Su-jin.
Yeah, Lin Su-jin. Yeah,
Lin Su-jin.
Yeah.
Well, Diana Lin Su-jin, I am very thankful that you had Douglas. He's a beautiful person, and you're with him right now. I'm loving him. We're very thankful for him.
Thank you. Oh, God bless.
And you guys have a good night. Yeah.
Yes.
I love you. And real talk, I love you too. I will get you that.
I love you too, also.
Okay. I will get it for you. All right, guys. Yeah. I'll talk to you later. And yeah, Douglas, if you get a chance, give me a call.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. Of course. I promise. I'll call you. Yes. Yeah, I promise. Right. And I'll try at least twice. Yeah. If you don't answer the first time. So you're probably good with that. Yeah.
All right. Bye.
Bye for now.
Bye, guys.
Yeah. Bye. Okay, so it's just you and I, Real Tech, and I might as well so I might be just starting the John Miranda sent me something. Let's see now. He sent me a Skype message, and it's some YouTube video. This is probably something he was interviewed in, and he's a good guy. Except, his politics were all fucked up last time I knew him. I don't know if they've changed any since I knew him. Other than that, Brandon remembered him, and that was interesting. And and Joe, of course, remembers. He remembers Judith Eger. He remembers that whole trip and that whole thing. And, Judith Eger, blocked him out just as much as she blocked me out, from what I know. And he says, positive vibes. And yes, brunette. And cool. Okay, so give him this check here. And, let's take a look at what this link leads us to. This takes us to potentially something on YouTube. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that makes sense. All right. Okay, so he just gave me a little bit of insight into his life. I'm not going to share this without his permission. But honestly, I really don't think he should be hiding this stuff. I mean, none of us are getting any younger, and why take these secrets to our grave?
What is he hiding?
Oh God, I'll bring that up with you sometime later privately. now that he's kind of brought it up, I'm not quite sure if I want to talk about this. Whether this should all be discussed on air. Then I'll try and respect that. But like I said, there's a lot of times people tell me to keep things private, and it's like, well, look at what I do. I'm a public informant, right? And there's plenty of things I do keep secret, strangely enough. But sometimes I just feel like with certain people, why bother to try and hide it? It's like there's certain people who, the joke I use is that they're in a display case. In other words, they're obviously gay, and they're like, I don't think they're sharing that with anybody. And it's like, why not? I mean, everybody can tell. So it's like, are they fooling themselves? That's pretty much it. I remember the one gay guy I knew named Michael Matthews, and he was all pissed off at Madonna. And I said, fuck, what did Madonna do to you? She's all pro-gay. Oh, she outed a bunch of her dancers, her background dancers. And I'm like, dude, she's not telling anybody anything they didn't already assume. Her background dancers all look gay as hell. And, her outing them, it's kind of like saying, that's like calling a spade a spade. It would be like saying, hey, those black dancers behind me are all black. It's like that. It's not really telling us anything new. Anyhow, it's amazing how people are. Sometimes I guess it gives them a greater sense of control or something, to pretend they have a secret. Okay. All that being said, hang out if you want. You can interject. I'll try and go into a bit of, my usual geopolitics. And I know that's something that you could interject with anytime you want. You got pretty good knowledge of China. You can bring up things that are pretty contemporary and current. So I'm just wondering now whether I should take a leak first before I get into monologue. So probably should. Why don't I do that?
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, thank you. That's cute. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, why don't I do that? I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll, in the meantime, you can hold the stage, right? Then you got this, right? Right?
Yeah, I got it. Sorry.
Okay, good. I don't want you to go silent like that when I leave. That's talk about anything you want. Anything in mind? You got that you could talk about for about 7 minutes. The market, of course. Anything you want.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll go mute now, and I'll be back in about 7 minutes at the longest. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'm not hearing anything. It's that's you all right there?
Yeah, I'm all right. Just had to use the bathroom like you.
I'm sorry, what?
Had to go to the bathroom like you.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, let me know when you're done with your business there. Then
I'm done. I'm ready. I'm done. I'm ready.
Oh, okay. Okay, there we are. So, okay, I'm going.
Okay, so, all right. So, Klaus Schwab, the one in charge of the World Economic Forum, said recently that China is a model for what they are looking to do, and for many nations. So he sat down with Chinese state media, and so this is GCDN, and that's extremely very popular and the largest Chinese state media in China. And it's quotes, I think we should be careful when imposing systems, but the Chinese model is certainly a very attractive model for a quite number of countries. And so there you go with that. So this whole ending the lockdown and zero COVID, it's just going to continue on with that. They're going to do that. So the article I sent, which I actually need to send that to the chat. I sent in the chat in Skype. So the Zero Hedge article stated that 28 of 99 cities, you could say also this China, Japan, Korea, a lot of them were broken up into provinces or prefectures and those type of things. So yeah, 28 of 99 of them are still being closed, I mean. So this is more of they squeeze and they open up again. They squeeze and open again. Of course, everybody's bitching and whining and protesting about that and being on that, and they have a right to. But a lot of the times that people will say that in China that they know about the government, they know how bad the government is, but they can't do anything about it. But now people are starting to get, which the Jews will call chutzpah, and they are starting to stand up for their rights. And Bob Marley will say, "Get up and stand up for your rights," in his song, that song. But in the past month, which is this. It's called the stock ticker is called FXI, which is a total ETF of Chinese stocks. That's been up like I think 30%. Let me look it up to make sure. FXI. So currently, right now, it's 2% in the pre-market. So the pre-market is from 4 to 4 to 9:30, 4 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Brokerages will usually open up about 7 a.m. is about the usual time. I use Moomoo and Webull. Moomoo is Futu Holdings, which is a Chinese company. So is Webull, a Chinese company, even though it does have an American CEO. That's what they offer. But yeah, so let me just look this up on a different app actually because I can't see them there. Percentage. So yeah, in the past month, it's up 34.54%. And it's just a fake rally. That's what they've been doing anyway. The Federal Reserve, same thing. It's just fake rally. A bear market rally. I see that. And it's not going to end with them. Like I said, Apple is running away from China because I suspect, I know it's coming, just like they did with 3mm during the pandemic. Beginning of the pandemic, the Chinese Communist Party, the Tricoms, they nationalized 3mm, the factories. And that's what's going to happen with Apple if they don't start moving soon. It's predicted they're going to be losing about $6.8 billion in this quarter. And it says that Foxconn is going to start again with production in late December. Foxconn is a Taiwanese company, actually. So the relationship with China and Taiwan have been interconnected. But of course now it is straining. So yeah, they were like established in 1974 in Chucheng, New Taipei City, Taiwan. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Foxconn expects full production of COVID hit China plant late December to early January as a source. And this is MSN.com. And of course, they want me to look on the app because I am on my phone. I was trading Xpeng, and I did very well with Xpeng, but I was really expecting it to just drop. Like I said, the earnings for Xpeng was just terrible. They all started pumping. But at the same time, as in the article I sent, it said that the MSCI, which is the index for China, which is located in Shanghai, is up 29%, as it is the most highest percentage since 1999. Xpeng had bad earnings.
Okay. Go on. Thank you. I'm back. Go on.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Finish up your thoughts.
I'm just looking for the earnings report about that.
Okay.
Yeah. So everybody thinks all the traders, which they call institutional retail traders, they all think that NEO is the best one, and it's not. The one that Warren Buffett has invested into is BYD. They just electronic vehicles. They destroyed NEO, Xpeng, everybody. So Xpeng had deliveries of 5,811. NEO had deliveries of I'm looking it up. Give me a moment.
Mm-hmm. By the way, our numbers are up. Incredible. Go on.
Interesting. Actually, Tesla recalled another 435,000 EVs.
Mm-hmm.
This article is from 3 days ago. So the NEO's deliveries are up 30%. Besides them being shut down, everything was shut down. 14,178 in November 2022, 30.3%. But BYD, which is I'm looking for the ticker symbol. That's the wrong one. Okay, that's the right one.
Okay. Yeah.
Now they're starting to sell electronic vehicles in Japan.
Okay.
So BYDDF. F is for farm. It's on the it trades on the OTC market, so over the counter. So I'm not 100% sure. I have to look it up. But if there's an F in it, that means you got to pay a $50 settlement fee to invest into it or to trade it. I don't know. Maybe I have to look it up. But they're cruising. Let's see. I'm going to read this for a second.
Okay.
Releasing two more vehicles and 100 dealerships by the end of 2025 in Japan. But they destroy all of it. I mean, like all the Chinese. This is the best one to invest into.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I appreciate that.
Analysts are a high is $84.12. Average is $47.02. A low is $28.65. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I mean, I deeply appreciate what you're saying, and certainly want to thank you. The numbers held up while you were talking, even built up while you were speaking. So you obviously have something to offer, and I'm glad people appreciate that as well.
I'm happy about that because, like I said, the ex-girlfriend insulted me really one time. I'm still highly offended by this, but telling me I never see a man just sit around doing nothing instead of going outside and working.
Just don't speak so fast. Slow down everything you've said and say it again so we can actually comprehend it.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. I said that the ex said one time to me last year, arguing with me for no apparent reason when I came back from work, that I am a useless human being because all I do is sit around indoors all the time.
Wow. Yeah. So it's not like you're doing nothing, you're trading on the internet. And so sometimes just people just attack. I mean, certainly she knew this. I mean, she had to be aware of what you were doing, yes, but she just wanted to lash out. That's the only thing I could think of. That makes sense, right?
Yes. And of course they like most Chinese people, they are used to working with their hands. And like I said, this person's older, they're in their mid-50s. Mm-hmm. So they don't understand that there are people in this world like that to have thinking that you and I are in the information trade. So you and I are thinkers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you have an ex-wife that's Chinese, and your current one that went through surgery is Chinese. They're both from the mainland. Both. Yeah. Okay, they're not the same person.
That wasn't. No, that was ex-girlfriend. This is not ex-wife. Yeah.
Okay, ex-girlfriend. Okay. So that makes sense. And and thank you for clarifying that. Okay, yeah. So let's talk a little bit about China. I mean, obviously, a lot of people were just bending over backwards for communist China, and giving the communist Chinese empire leeway forever. I mean, with 1.3 billion people, sky-high growth rates, and an authoritarian government that courted big business, the communist Chinese empire was simply too good to pass up as a consumer market and a low-wage production platform. So country after country curried favor with Beijing. Now, Great Britain handed back Hong Kong in 1997. Portugal gave up Macau in 1999. America fast-tracked Red China into major international institutions, such as the World Trade Organization. Half a dozen countries settled territorial disputes with Red China from 1991 to 2019, and more than 20 others cut diplomatic ties with My Taiwan to secure relations with Beijing. The Communist Chinese Empire was advancing its interests without firing a shot. And as Deng Xiaoping, former dictator of the Red Empire, once remarked, hiding its capabilities and biding its time. Those days are over. China's economy, the engine of the Communist Chinese Party's international clout, is starting to sputter. From the year my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was thanatized, basically killed by malpractice, incompetence, and misadministration of meds by Veterans Administration, combined with that of UCSF, the civilian hospital that provided the VA its staff in San Francisco. From that year of 2007 to 2019, growth rates fell by more than half. Productivity declined by more than 10%, and overall debt surged eightfold. The coronavirus pandemic has dragged down growth even further and plunged Beijing's finances deeper into the red. On top of all this, Red China's population is aging at a devastating pace. From 2020 to 2035 alone, it will lose 70 million working age adults and gain 130 million senior citizens. Countries have recently become less enthralled by Red China's market and more worried about its coercive capabilities and aggressive actions, fearful that Xi might attempt forced reunification. My Taiwan is tightening our ties to these United States and revamping our defenses. For roughly a decade, the Empire of Japan has been engaged in its largest military buildup since the Cold War. I'm not going to use the word World War II because it's always had a fat military since World War II. After all, they won the goddamn war. So the Third World War...
Douglas, can I read this quote?
Sure.
It's by Deng Xiaoping at the UN in 1974.
Mm-hmm.
China is not a superpower, nor will she ever seek to be one. If one day China should change her color and turn into a superpower, if she too should play the tyrant in the world and everywhere subject others to her bullying, aggression, and exploitation, the people of the world should identify her as a social imperialist, expose it, oppose it, and work together with the Chinese people to overthrow it.
There we have it. That was Deng Xiaoping, whose own son was thrown out a window to his death by Mao Zedong's Red Guard. Now, he was still a dictator, in effect, but he obviously had some sense of justice, balance, wisdom. In terms of China, it will ultimately evolve into a megapower status, but not under communism, and it will be one of many in a multipolar world. Most of our empires will then be extending into space, where we'll have much more room to expand. And of course, can industrially pollute to our heart's content. We can relocate all of our industrial platforms into worlds or onto worlds or in orbit around worlds where mineral resources will be there for the taking. Extraction will simply be a matter of not even claim, but simply setting up the extraction process. Now, in terms of the Empire of Japan itself, in response to where the Communist Chinese Empire is right now in its maniacal drive towards worldwide conquest, well, for roughly a decade, Japan has been engaged in its largest military buildup since the Third World War, in effect, the so-called Cold War. The ruling Liberal Democratic Party, which is neither, the LDP having been in power effectively forever, is now talking about doubling defense spending. Asian India is massing forces near Red China's borders and vital sea lanes. Vietnam and Indonesia are expanding their aero, naval, and coast guard forces. That's extraordinarily important. concerning the fact that China's aggressive mode of maritime warfare is based on their own naval paramilitary. Not even a formal navy in effect, but a formal navy in function. Now, Australia is opening up its northern coast to American forces and acquiring long-range missiles and nuclear-powered attack submarines. France, United Germany, and the United Kingdom are sending warships into the Indo-Pacific region, or they have. Dozens of countries are looking to cut the Communist Chinese Empire out of their supply chains. Anti-China coalitions. I'm going to use that term as opposed to anti-Semitic. For those of you who don't know, Sino-Semitic refers to the Chinese ethnos, the Han Chinese people. Anti-Semiticism is anti-Chinese racism. So I would say that anti-China coalitions are forming. They're not anti-Semitic, as in racist against the Chinese people, but anything has the potential to become that. One has to be careful to ever be wary of that potentially happening. But the anti-China coalitions, such as the Quad and AUKUS, the Australia, United Kingdom, United States acronym, are proliferating. Globally, opinion polls prove that fear and mistrust of Red China has reached a post-Cold War high, all of which raises a troubling question. If Beijing sees that its possibilities for easy expansion are narrowing, might it begin resorting to more violent methods? Well, the Communist Chinese Empire is already moving in that direction. It has been using its maritime militia, essentially a covert navy, Coast Guard, and other gray zone assets to coerce weaker rivals in the Western Pacific. Xi Jinping's dictatorial government provoked a bloody scrap with Asian India along the disputed Sino-Indian frontier the year before yesteryear, 2020. Reportedly out of fear that New Delhi was aligning more closely with Washington in the District of Columbia. Beijing certainly has the means to go as much further. The Communist Chinese Party has spent $3 trillion United States dollars over the past 3 decades building a military that is designed to defeat Chinese neighbors while blunting American power. It also has the motive. In addition to slowing growth and creeping encirclement, Red China faces closing windows of opportunity in its most important territorial disputes. The Communist Chinese Empire's geopolitical aims are not a secret. Xi Jinping, like his predecessors, desires to make Red China the preponderant power in Asia and, eventually, the world. He wants to consolidate Red China's control over important lands and waterways the country lost during the Century of Humiliation from 1839 to 1949, when mainland China was ripped apart by imperialist powers. These areas include Hong Kong, my Taiwan, chunks of Asian Indian claimed territory, and some 80% of the South and East China Seas. The Western Pacific flashpoints are particularly vital. My Taiwan is the site of a rival, fasci-democratic Chinese government in the heart of Asia, with strong connections to Washington in the District of Columbia. Most of Red China's trade passes through the East and South China Seas, and Red China's primary antagonists in area, the Empire of Japan, my Taiwan, and even the Philippines, with American backup, or rather sponsorship, I should say, are all part of a strategic chain of American allies and partners whose territory blocks Beijing's access to the Pacific's deep waters. Now, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, has staked its legitimacy on reabsorbing these areas and has cultivated an intense revanchist form of nationalism among the communized Chinese people. School children study the century of humiliation. National holidays commemorate foreign theft of Chinese lands. For many citizens, making mainland China whole again is as much an emotional as a strategic imperative. Compromise is out of the question. In 2018, Xi Jinping, Communist China's dictator, told James Mattis, then the United States Secretary of Defense, "We cannot lose even 1 inch of the territory left behind by our ancestors." Obviously, my Taiwan is the place where Red China's time pressures are most severe. Peaceful reunification has become extremely unlikely. In August of 2021, a record 68% of the Taiwanese public identified solely as Taiwanese and not as Chinese. And more than 95% wanted to maintain island China's de facto sovereignty or declare independence. The Communist Chinese Empire retains viable military options because its missiles could incapacitate Taiwan's air force and American bases on Okinawa in any surprise attack, paving the way for a successful invasion. But my Taiwan and these United States now recognize the threat. President Biden recently stated that America would fight to defend Taiwan from an unprovoked Communist Chinese attack. Washington is planning to harden, disperse, and expand its forces in the Asia-Pacific by the early 2030s. My Taiwan is pursuing, on a similar timeline, a defense strategy that would employ cheap, plentiful capabilities such as anti-ship missiles and mobile aero defenses to make it, the island China, an incredibly hard nut to crack. This means that Red China will have its best chance from now to the end of the decade. Indeed, the military balance will temporarily shift further in Beijing's favor in the late 2020s, when many aging American ships, submarines, and planes will have to be retired. This is when the American empire itself will be in danger. As the former Pentagon official, David Ochmanek, has remarked, America will be in danger of getting its ass handed to it, his words, in a high-intensity conflict. If the Communist Chinese Empire does attack, Washington in the District of Columbia could face a choice between escalation or seeing my Taiwan conquered. More such dilemmas are emerging in the East China Sea. Red China has spent years building an armada, and the balance of naval tonnage currently favors Beijing. It regularly sends well-armed Coast Guard vessels into the waters surrounding the disputed Senkaku Islands to weaken the Empire of Japan's control there. But Tokyo has plans to regain the strategic advantage by converting amphibious ships into aerocraft carriers for stealth fighters armed with long-range anti-ship missiles. In 2018, the Japanese government gave the green light to convert 2 existing Izumo-class destroyers into light aerocraft carriers that can operate F-35B fighters. This was based on a major policy shift since 2015, when the Empire of Japan expanded its commitments to the American Empire's security alliance to compensate for the limits it imposed on American maritime power projection, conditional Japanese victory in the Second World War. The JMSDF, the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force, destined as it is to establish an NIJN, a new Imperial Japanese Navy, around the nucleus of its present surface fleet in being, announced on the 5th day of the year before yestermenses. Well, I think it was around, I forget the month exactly, but last year, they announced that they had conducted takeoffs and landings of the American-manufactured F-35B advanced fighter jets to the helicopter destroyer JS Izumo, effectively recommissioning it into an aerocraft carrier. For those of you who are ignorant of these ships, are just so absent, empty in knowledge of military tonnage, these so-called Japanese super destroyers are larger than the Japanese aerocraft carriers of World War II. To quote it from text to statement, the JMSDF, Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force, continues to steadily carry out the necessary modifications to the Izumo class to acquire the capability to operate the F-35Bs. Meanwhile, the Japano-American alliance, once merely a measure to Japanese military projection, is becoming a force multiplier. Tokyo has reinterpreted the moral limits it imposed on amoral American adventurism to fight more actively alongside the American Empire. Japanese forces regularly operate with American naval vessels and aerocraft. American F-35 fighters fly off of Japanese ships. American and Japanese officials now confer routinely on how they would respond to communist Chinese aggression and publicly advertise that cooperation. For years, Red Chinese strategists have speculated about a short, sharp war that would humiliate the Empire of Japan, rupture its alliance with Washington in the District of Columbia, and serve as an object lesson for other countries in region. Beijing could, for instance, land or parachute special forces on the Senkakus, proclaim a large maritime exclusion zone in area, and back up that declaration by deploying ships, submarines, warplanes, and drones, all supported by hundreds of conventionally armed ballistic missiles aimed at Japanese forces and even targets in Japan's home islands themselves. Tokyo then would either have to accept Red China's fait accompli or launch a difficult and bloody military operation to recapture the islands. The American Empire as well would have to choose between retreat and honoring the pledges it made in 2014 and in 2021 to help the Empire of Japan defend the Senkakus. Retreat would destroy the credibility of the Japano-American alliance. Resistance, war games held by prominent think tanks, have suggested could easily lead to rapid escalation, resulting in major regional war. What about the South China Sea? Here, the Communist Chinese Empire has grown accustomed to shoving around weak neighbors. Yet opposition is growing. Vietnam is stocking up on mobile missiles, submarines, fighter jets, and naval vessels that can make operations within 200 miles of its coast very difficult for Communist Chinese forces. Indonesia is ramping up defense spending, a 20% hike in 2020 and another 16% in 2021 to buy dozens of fighters, surface ships, and submarines armed with lethal anti-ship missiles. At the same time, a formidable coalition of external powers, these United States, the Empire of Japan, Asian India, Australia, Greater Britain, the Fifth French Republic, and DNVD, the Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, or the New United Germany, are conducting, or have been conducting, freedom of navigation exercises to contest mainland China's claims. This is where Great Britannia has returned to test the waves of the Orient. On the 20th day in July of yesteryear, the Greater British Empire declared that it would permanently deploy 12 warships in Asian waters after its Queen Elizabeth aerocraft carrier and escort ships sailed to the Empire of Japan in September through seas where Red China is vying for influence with these United States and the Empire of Japan. Escorted by 12 destroyers, 12 frigates, 12 support vessels, and ships from these United States and the Netherlands, the Queen Elizabeth came as to the Empire of Japan through the South China Sea, parts of which are claimed by Red China and Southeast Asian countries, with stops in Asian India, the city-state of Singapore, and South Korea. That British carrier, which was carrying F-35B stealth jets on its maiden voyage, docked at Yokosuka, the home of Japan's Fleet Command, and the USS Ronald Reagan, the only forward-deployed American aerocraft carrier. But when asked which ports the Royal Navy ships would operate from, a spokesperson at the British Embassy in Tokyo attested that the British ships would not have a permanent base. Now, in November of yesteryear, the British CSG-21, Carrier Strike Group 21, led by Britain's state-of-the-art aerocraft carrier, HMS His Majesty's Ship Queen Elizabeth, headed home from having recently completed its historic 5-month-long deployment to the Indo-Pacific, including joint exercises with the Empire of Japan, South Korea, and other security partners in region. Carrier Strike Group 21, led by Britain's lead carrier, they basically headed home from that deployment. And for Britain, the Greater British Empire as such stands today, the deployment was unprecedented in terms of the makeup and size of the strike group, the duration of its deployment, and the content of its mission, including joint naval exercises with the Japanese Empire. Now, the high-profile visit by that carrier strike group came as London deepened security ties with Tokyo, which has expressed growing alarm in recent years over Red China's territorial ambitions in region, including my Taiwan. And in a joint announcement in Tokyo with his Japanese counterpart, Nobuo Kishi, Britain's Defense Minister, Ben Wallace, who traveled to the Empire of Japan with a delegation of military commanders, guaranteed that in a further sign of Britain's growing regional engagement, the United Kingdom would also eventually deploy a littoral response group, a unit of Marines trained to undertake missions including evacuations and anti-terrorism operations. To quote St, following on from the strike group's inaugural deployment, the United Kingdom will permanently assign 12 ships in the region from later this year, with Kishi Nobuo detailing that after their arrival in the Empire of Japan, the HMS Queen Elizabeth and its escort ships split up for separate port calls to American and Japanese naval bases along the Japanese archipelago. In a statement on said deployment, a Pentagon spokesperson congratulated Great Britain for its commitment to an interconnected network of allies and partners who mutually cooperate and support freedom of navigation and a rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific region. But what was the purpose of CSG-21? And what did it actually accomplish? What was the outlook for Great Britain's continued commitment to Indo-Pacific security? And what were the implications for the Empire of Japan and the region? Well, from Great Britain's perspective, CSG-21 was a concrete demonstration of the government's tilt towards the Indo-Pacific, as set forth in the Integrated Review of Security, Defense, Development, and Foreign Policy published in March of 2021. That deployment was designed to project a new image of Great Britain as a power open to and engaged with countries beyond Europe, and to showcase then Prime Minister Boris Johnson's vision of a post-Brexit global Britain. So it was global Britain on the move. Deeper involvement in the Indo-Pacific has been on Whitehall's foreign policy agenda for some time now. But Brexit greatly intensified the British government's sense of urgency about the need to strengthen its ties with countries outside of the EU, and the Indo-Pacific region was a natural focus, given its fast-growing economy and its significance from a global security standpoint. Johnson's phone, I know the brothers brought a new one. I haven't had a chance yet to crack it open. I will do that now before the next episode. In fact, I won't have a choice. I'll have to.
Oh, that's a good thing. I was about to get the one that's on sale now.
Okay, yeah, no, they got something on Cyber Monday. So definitely glad that I thought you knew that by now, but I guess not. So now you know. Thank goodness. Yes.
Okay,
now,
because I was gonna.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Oh bless you.
Oh, nothing. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, as I was saying, you got this deeper involvement in the Indo-Pacific, which has been on Whitehall's foreign policy agenda for some time now. But Brexit greatly intensified the British government's sense of urgency about the need to strengthen ties with countries outside of the EU, and the Indo-Pacific region was a natural focus. Well, given its fast-growing economy and its significance from a global security standpoint. Now, Boris Johnson's government has placed special emphasis on strengthening ties with the Empire of Japan, India, and Australia as, partners sharing values. It's important to credit him with this because Rishi Sunak, the coconut, brown on the outside and white on the inside, who's Prime Minister of the Greater British Empire now, is simply carrying out the Johnson agenda and hasn't displayed anything new to me as far as I can see. Now, CSG 21 was also an ambitious, high-profile example of Great Britain's long-standing defense diplomacy. Probably more accurately conveyed as defense engagement. The employment of defense asset and resources for the empire's international influence. Even though the COVID-19 pandemic precluded the use of His Majesty's ship Queen Elizabeth for such diplomatic functions as public tours and onboard receptions, the spectacle of the presence of the mighty carrier sailing in region must have symbolized Great Britain's presence and enhanced the UKUS, UK-US, United Kingdom, United States jointness, because the deployment of such an impressive force has a substantive military significance as well as a symbolic one. This aspect has been apparent from the very beginning. F-35B on board HMS Queen Elizabeth actually took part in a bombing campaign against the Islamic State in Syria, and Iraq, when the aircraft carrier was in the Mediterranean. It was His Majesty's ships Queen Elizabeth's first combat mission. Arguably, the most important feature of CSG-21 from a military perspective was the fact that it comprised American as well as British forces. Although the media in the Empire of Japan and elsewhere tended to focus on the novelty of a British aircraft carrier visiting in region, the fact is that more than half of the F-35B stealth fighters deployed on HMS Queen Elizabeth, 10 out of 18, were United States Marine Corps aircraft. In addition, USS United States ship the Sullivans of the U.S. Navy participated in the carrier strike group throughout that mission. The unprecedented scale of this commitment proves how seriously the American Empire took CSG-21. The main military objective of the deployment was to exercise and certify the capability of British and American forces to conduct joint operations in the Western Pacific involving such high-end weaponry as aircraft carriers and F-35B jet fighters. Although Britannia and these United States had conducted numerous drills together in the North Atlantic, these were their first joint exercises in the Western Pacific. Nowadays, military cooperation between the United States and Britain, and naval cooperation in particular, is oriented to the ideal of interchangeability, a level of integration that goes far beyond the traditional goal of interoperability. The idea is not simply for units of both countries' navies to operate effectively side by side, but for elements from both to combine into a seamless unit for the purposes of a given mission. CSG-21 was a testing ground for this concept. All about making an impression on the Communist Chinese Empire. Given the emphasis on high-end capabilities, it was evident that one of the main aims was to send a strategic message to the Red Chinese. It was clear from the beginning that Beijing has viewed CSG-21 with alarm, or at least with deep displeasure, with pointed criticisms and warnings emanating from Beijing, Some in Great Britain feared that the carrier group might encounter obstruction or harassment from the communized Chinese if it ventured into sensitive areas in the South China Sea, creating a potential for a dangerous escalation. Yet, it has turned out that Red China's physical response to the UK-led carrier strike group was less than expected. While there were reports of Red Chinese submarines shadowing members of the carrier group, the interaction was never such as to even once give cause for alarm. It seems that the United Kingdom was careful not to provoke Red China too much. Such attitude could also have been influenced by an incident between Great Britain and Russia in the Black Sea in late June of yesteryear, where Russian forces fired warning shots at the British destroyer HMS Defender, one of the main ships of the strike group, as it sailed through Crimean territorial waters. Nevertheless, the British frigate HMS Richmond sailed through the sensitive Taiwan Strait in late September, following its port visit in Japan, possibly to dispel the impression that Great Britain was caving in to the communist Chinese Empire. Despite all the press attention to that freedom of navigation operation, it, in fact, may not have been the top priority for British and American military planners in the Western Pacific. Their main intent appears to have been demonstrating an ability to conduct high-end joint operations involving aerocraft carriers and stealth fighters. Judging from the unprecedented scale of the exercises conducted by British and American forces, with 2 United States carriers joining HMS Queen Elizabeth, that was indeed the thrust of CSG-21's message to Beijing. Now, can the Empire of Japan now change its mindset? Japan's self-defense forces took part in a variety of joint drills with CSG-21. Tokyo believes that developing defense ties with the United Kingdom and showing it to the wider international community could help maintain the peace and security of the Indo-Pacific. In more practical terms, there must have been keen interest within the SDF, self-defense forces, in learning about the operation of F-35B fighter jets from HMS Queen Elizabeth, as the Empire of Japan was even then set to operate its own F-35B onboard Izumo-class destroyers in the coming years. Yet Tokyo does not seem to have a clear strategy for making the most of such a rare opportunity. The Empire of Japan had been more or less reactive to the proposals from the United Kingdom, instead of taking the initiative by proposing drills geared to the Empire of Japan's own security concerns and priorities. The fact that Japanese and British submarines trained together for the first time in history was remarkable, and there were fairly sophisticated joint anti-submarine warfare, ASW is the acronym for that, and aero defense exercises. Yet the training involving Japan's F-35A stealth fighters did not seem to be substantial or advanced, most probably below what the British had expected. The Empire of Japan could have profited from a more ambitious drill as well. If Japan is to benefit strategically from its budding relationship with the Greater British Empire, and other partners for that matter, it must consider how best to plug that relationship into the activities of the Japano-American Alliance. but it cannot do so as long as it remains mired in a post-war mindset of dichotomy that regards the American empire as Japan's only full-fledged partner in defense and relegates all other security relationships to the level of exchange. Treaty obligations aside, the Empire of Japan could make a major contribution to the stability of the region by demonstrating a capacity to act not only with these United States, but also with other American allies, including Great Britain, Australia, and France. Such a coordinated effort by like-minded countries is the best plausible way to support American presence in region and maintain a stable balance of power in the face of Red China's growing strength and influence. All of this ultimately is about Greater Macronesia, the AUKUS, Australia, United Kingdom, United States, and beyond. For although the Empire of Japan's security establishment welcomed CSG-21 as a sign of greater British engagement in the Indo-Pacific, some expressed skepticism as to why Great Britain's ability to sustain the commitment, given the overall size of its military. The Japanese side did not neglect to raise this point during the meeting between Japanese Defense Minister Nobuo Kishi and British Defense Secretary Ben Wallace held in July of 2021 with the carrier group en route to Japan. According to a press release on the meeting by the Japan Ministry of Defense, the two ministers shared the recognition that the United Kingdom's commitment to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific is a robust and irreversible one. As if to buttress this pledge, the British used the occasion to announce the names of 2 naval patrol ships to be stationed in the Pacific under a long-term deployment plan floated the previous March. The announcements provided concrete assurance that CSG-21 represented more than a one-off spectacle. And further assurance came with the formation of the trilateral AUKUS, Australia, United Kingdom, United States strategic partnership announced by these United States, Great Britain, and Australia on September 15th, just days after HMS Queen Elizabeth left Yokosuka. The centerpiece of the initiative is an agreement on the development of Australian nuclear-powered submarines with assistance from the United States and Britain, though the framework itself is said to cover other areas as well, such as AI. Now, aside from artificial intelligence, there's also the cyber warfare level of existence, cyber in general, cyberspace, that is going to be the ultimate meta context of postmodern warfare. Now, a full analysis of the AUKUS, AUKUS, Australia, United Kingdom, United States coalition is beyond the scope of this transmission tonight with what little time we have remaining. But it is pertinent to note that by agreeing to assist in the development of an Australian nuclear submarine program, Great Britain has made a security commitment to the region for generations to come. In addition to assisting in the building of the submarines, Great Britain will be closely involved in their operation. It has also been reported that Greater British nuclear attack submarines will use Australia as a base to enable longer and more frequent deployment in the Indo-Pacific. What is envisaged, in short, is a highly integrated submarine operation by the American Empire, the United Kingdom, and Australia in the South China Sea and beyond. The announcement of AUKUS, AUKUS, angered France, whose submarine contract with Australia of 2016 was then cancelled. In the long term, however, France too has an integral role to play in the security of the region as a resident power in region, given its territories and citizens in the Indian Ocean and the South Pacific. Beyond AUKUS lies the larger challenge of creating mechanisms for closer cooperation between the Empire of Japan via the Amero-Japanese Alliance and U.S. allies in region and beyond, such as Australia, Great Britain, and France. That could signal a major evolution from the current American alliance system. What role will the Empire of Japan play in this historic transformation? The answer will depend on that empire's ability to envision and shape a new regional order in the Indo-Pacific. Even the Philippines, which courted Beijing for most of President, should I say dictator, Rodrigo Duterte's term, has been increasing aero and naval patrols, conducting military exercises with these United States, and planning to purchase cruise missiles from Asian India. You see, Duterte's dalliance with Red China is over. That mercurial leader realigned Manila, the capital of the Philippines, with Washington in the District of Columbia as tensions rose in Asia. When the Philippine dictator Rodrigo Duterte took office in 2016, he pledged to shift his country's foreign policy away from these United States, a long-standing treaty ally no less, in favor of the Sino-Slavic synaxis of Red China and revanchist, revisionist Russia. On his first trip to Beijing that year, Duterte tried to butter up his hosts by proclaiming that it was time to say goodbye to Washington. Other actions and outbursts intended to curry favor with the communist Chinese and loosen ties to these United States followed. But consistency and principle were never Duterte's strong suits. So, just before he left office, he reset direction. And just as easily as he flipped one way, he flopped the other. His China-friendly policy is effectively over since the new presidential administration has taken office. And he did the best he could in that transition to align the Philippines with these United States again. Now, in recent years, Manila has moved to fully reinstate security ties and rebuild trust with Washington in a vigorous attempt to deter Beijing. Steps including a series of high-level visits, the restoration of wide-ranging defense agreements, Manila's full endorsement of the AUKUS Security Pact, joining Australia, Britain, and these United States, the reestablishment of the Philippines-United States bilateral strategic dialogue, and expanded joint military exercises this year. Now, in the time we have remaining, about 45 minutes, during which time I will slay some more sex bots there Taking care of that. That brings us with the maintenance of high numbers. Well, what caused the change? It's possible that Duterte felt a bit jilted. His warm embrace of communist China never produced any of the results he expected. He had hoped, for instance, that he would be able to strike a deal on joint exploration of disputed regions in the South China Sea, known in Manila as the West Philippine Sea, and leverage Beijing's massive infrastructure and investment plan, the BRI, or Belt and Road Initiative, to support his own build infrastructure plan. Yet then Duterte had less than a year left in office, his single 6-year term ending in June of this year, as required by the Philippine Constitution. And none of those dreams had ever come to fruition. All while, from Beijing's perspective, circumstances are looking ripe for a teachable moment. And their best target might well be the Philippines. In 2016, Manila challenged Red China's claims to the South China Sea before the Permanent Court of Arbitration and won. Beijing relishes the opportunity to reassert its claims and warn other Southeast Asian countries about the cost of angering the Communist Chinese Empire by ejecting Filipino forces from their isolated and indefensible South China Sea outposts. Here again, Washington would have few good options. It could stand down, effectively allowing Red China to impose its will on the South China Sea and the countries around it, or it could risk a much bigger war to defend its ally. So get ready for the terrible 2020s, a period in which Red China has strong incentives to grab lost land and break up coalitions seeking to check its advance. Beijing possesses grandiose territorial aims, as well as a strategic culture that emphasizes hitting first and hitting hard when it perceives gathering dangers. It has a host of wasting assets in the form of military advantages that may not endure beyond this decade. Such dynamics have driven the Communist Chinese Empire to war in the past, and will do so again today. When conflict does break out, American officials should not be sanguine about how it would end. Tamping or reversing CHICOM, or Chinese Communist aggression, in the Western Pacific could require a massive deployment of force. An authoritarian CCP, a Communist Chinese party always mindful of its precarious domestic legitimacy, would not want to concede defeat even if it failed to achieve its initial objectives. No more so than the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire has. And historically, modern wars between great powers have more typically gone long than stayed short. All of this implies that a Sino-American war will be incredibly dangerous, offering few plausible off-ramps and severe pressures for escalation. The American Empire and our friends can take steps to deter the so-called People's Republic of Communist China, such as drastically speeding the acquisition of weaponry and pre-positioning military assets in the Black Strait of Taiwan and the East and South China Seas, among other efforts to showcase our hard power and ensure that Red China cannot easily knock out American combat power in a surprise attack. At the same time, calmly firming up multilateral plans involving most certainly Australia and the Empire of Japan, along potentially Asian India and the British Empire, for responding to Communist Chinese aggression could make Beijing realize just how costly such aggression might be. If Beijing understands that it cannot easily or cheaply win a conflict, it may be more cautious about starting one. Most of these steps are not even technologically difficult. They exploit capabilities that are available today. Yet they require an intellectual shift, a realization that the American empire and our allies need to rapidly shut Red China's windows of military opportunity, which means preparing for a war that will likely start in 2025 rather than in 2035. And that, in turn, requires a degree of political will and urgency that has so far been lacking. The Communist Chinese Empire's historical warning signs are already flashing red. Indeed, taking the long view of why and under which circumstances China fights is the key to understanding just how short time has become for America and the other countries in Beijing's path. Most immediately, my Taiwan and American officials in communication therewith have expressed alarm over nearly 150 flights near Taiwan in a single week by Chinese military aircraft. The time of the Pelosi visit. The Communist Chinese aircraft included J-16 jet fighters, A-6 strategic bombers, and Y-8 submarine spotting aircraft that altogether set a record for such sorties, as calculated by the island Chinese government. The mainland Chinese flights, while not entering the area my Taiwan defends as our aerospace, have been a reminder of the Communist Party's view of my Taiwan as part of mainland China. Beijing has vowed to take control of the island China, by force if necessary. Top American military officials testified earlier yesteryear that Beijing is likely to try to use force in its designs on my Taiwan within the next 5 years. Other officials have said Red China's timeline could be sooner than that. Regardless, mainland China should not rationally be about to invade Taiwan. But the two sides are on a dangerous path. Taiwan's defense minister, former General Chu Kaoqing, stood in front of the island's legislature last year and made a dire prediction. By 2025, mainland China will be able to mount a full-scale invasion of Taiwan with minimal losses. That dramatic statement came just after Red China sent its highest number of warplanes yet into the skies above waters southwest of island China. But despite the rhetoric and the military saber-rattling, analysts agree the Communist Chinese Empire is unlikely to invade Taiwan anytime soon, with one expert adding the chance of invasion in, the next 6 months, 12 months, as close to zero. So nothing going on through next year till like Our Lady, Brooke Gibson says, 2023, 2024, 2025, a window of chaos in which all hell breaks loose. We're never going back to normal is the only reality you can bank on. Beijing has cast waves of aggression toward my island China ever since the former nationalist government fled there at the end of the Chinese Civil War in 1949. In the early aughts, the 2000s, the decade of the zeros, for instance, experts said Beijing could move to take Taiwan within that decade. Then in 2013, Taiwan's defense ministry estimated the Chi-Com government would have the capability to invade by 2020. Neither came to pass. Despite Beijing's most recent aerial maneuvers, life goes on as normal in Taiwan's capital, into which I was born, Taipei. The public is largely unconcerned about the threat of invasion, and the regular incursions barely warrant a mention on the front page of newspapers. But that doesn't mean there's no reason for alarm. Beijing is piling military, economic, and diplomatic pressure on my Taiwan to achieve its long-term goal of one China, a single united empire including my island China. And experts worry that if Chinese Communist Party leaders believe they have no hope of a peaceful reunification, they will turn to more drastic measures to fulfill their ambitions. This is what brings us to China's red lines. In the first 5 days of October, but yesteryear, more than 150 planes from Red China's People's Liberation Army Aero Force entered my Taiwan's ADIZ, ADIZ, the Aero Defense Identification Zone, the area surrounding my island China, where Taipei, our capital, says it will respond to any incursions. Now, how do I try to express this in what time we have remaining? Well, there may not be enough time. Let's take a look at live stream again. First, to see if anybody's participating. I want to thank you all for your upvotes, by the way. That's incredible. We accumulated quite a bit tonight. Goddess bless you who support myself. Make sure to slap an upvote. We got a half hour and a minute left. A little over that. Theoretically. Reality about 25 minutes, 24 minutes. To play it safe by time for upload. Let me try and take this in a different direction. Again, we're maintaining good numbers, and I'm proud of that. It means people are interested in what I have to say. And of course, many of you may tire of my monologues going in this direction, but consider it, I'm on a roll. I'm on a roll because it matters. I mean, when we think about what Beijing was trying to pull, oh my God, their February Winter Olympics. Holy shit. That's where it all took us. You know, a strong policy on my Taiwan would determine how many allies Joe Biden can place in top positions for the next 5 years. The same with Xi Jinping in his communist dictatorship. And at a moment like this in either case, but especially for the Chi-Coms, using some show of force to drum up nationalist sentiment, create a rally round the red flag effect, is usually a good thing for the communist dictatorial incumbent, just as it is for the American commander-in-chief, which is effectively what the communist Chinese dictator is for his empire. Plus, the Communist Party has major priorities, well, certainly did throughout this year, which an invasion of Taiwan would have dramatically complicated. A smooth-running Beijing 2022 Winter Olympics in February, and their 20th Party Congress held just yestermencies, really. They needed a year of peace to recoup. So a relaxed approach this last year was in the Communist Chinese Empire's interest, but certainly went against the grain for the Communist Party. Now Beijing looks, well, believe me, at this time in 2021, Beijing already looked set to repeat Tokyo's Olympic mistakes. Team USA had scored an impressive haul at Tokyo's Olympics, led by the swimmer Caleb Dressel's 5 gold medals. The big winner at the belated Tokyo 2020 Games, however, was the Chinese Communist Party. Its Beijing 2022 Olympic leadership was no doubt observed with great satisfaction vis-a-vis the draconian control that Tokyo had imposed on foreign Olympic visitors. Tokyo's restrictions gave Beijing the excuse for their decisions, announced by the International Olympic Committee on September 29th of yesteryear. Well, or back in, just yesteryear, before everything hit the fan in February of this 2022nd annus of the Christian calendar. The choice was made to cloister all accredited Olympic participants at February's Winter Games from arrival to departure, in what the organizers termed a closed loop. Mainland Chinese spectators were able to attend, but no foreigners were allowed. So no one was allowed to judge the crap food they fed all foreign Olympic participants, while the communist Chinese Olympians got to eat anything they wanted. Well, so long as it was healthy, of course. In terms of, oh God, what else? Beijing's decision to stage that tightly controlled Olympics under the pretext of COVID control, well, that came as no surprise. When Beijing's 2022's individual accreditation process kicked off in June of the year before, applicants were required to sign a responsible party undertaking that adopted the same restrictive playbook phraseology as Tokyo. It is therefore critical, this is what the undertaking said, that all accredited persons keep themselves informed of the content of the playbooks and understand the importance of fully complying with the rules contained therein. Yet, you would have thought there were compelling reasons for Red China to soften its stance, as Tokyo did in the days before its opening ceremony. In formulating its rules, Beijing absorbed some of Tokyo 2020's lessons, but it should have gone further. Red China's rulers were never fond of outsiders prying into their domestic politics, but when they see advantage, they're not at all reluctant to accept foreign ideas as their own. Beijing's first Olympic infection control improvement was to require vaccination or a 21-day quarantine as an alternative for all participants, and to accept internationally recognized vaccination documents. You know, at that time, Red China only recognized domestic vaccines, such as Sinovac and Sinopharm. With only 70% to 80% of foreigners vaccinated, Tokyo recorded an infection rate of 0.02% from 624,000 samples. Most positives were local workers. Tokyo's Olympics had no effect on virus spread in Japan. Not when it was that locked down as it was. With coronavirus infection propagandized yesteryear as almost non-existent in Red China, a bald-faced lie that was accorded by their official statistics, Beijing theoretically had no epidemiological reason to cloister Olympic participants. Olympic visitors present no health threat to Red China. There was no need to confine them. But from Chinese eyes, bottling up Olympic reporters, some of whom might have wanted to poke into human rights violations, offered clear advantages. Xi Jinping was particularly eager to maintain a sterile field as he built consensus for his questionable third term at the 20th Communist Party Congress that fell this fall. But the Chi-Com Party incessantly preaches democracy, and China, increasingly castigated by the Empire of Japan, South Korea, Asian India, and the American Empire as an international bully, was encouraged to see Beijing 2022 as an opportunity to prove to the world that Chinese-style democracy works. You know, the democracy in which the foreign athletes don't eat much, barely enough to keep them alive, and got no heating in their rooms while they froze themselves out, waking up with aching muscles and an inability to run or act or do anything, while Chinese got fed, fat, kept in heated rooms. Yeah, I call that cheating. I don't know why nobody bitched about it. But then again, everybody just bends over backwards while the communist Chinese fuck them up the ass. Now, supposedly, hospitality has an enduring tradition in China, dating back to antiquity. Binji Rugui, the Chinese say. When guests come calling, they should be treated as if they are at home. Yeah, if at home they got a wife-beaten husband. Confining Olympic visitors in a bubble flouted time-honored Chinese values. In its Olympic bid, Beijing emphasized that the festive Chinese New Year holiday, this last year being the Year of the Tiger, began just 3 days before the February 4th opening ceremony. Under their restrictions, Olympic visitors couldn't even enjoy New Year's Eve dinner with a Chinese family or visit temple festivals. And the Chi-Com Empire had tools to keep track of foreigners short of locking them up. As a major part of its COVID recovery strategy, Red China implemented dual cell phone apps to monitor location and health. They generated red, orange, and green barcodes, which could easily be scanned at entrances to apartment blocks, subways, and stores. Those same apps were modified to verify the health of Olympic participants wherever they went. An unappealing prospect for foreign guests, but one that at least put them on no lower a footing than local Chinese. Everybody lives like that on the mainland. Belted and shackled by a Fitbit. To stage the Winter Games, Red China needed to open its skies and allow international flights into Beijing's airports. International travelers flying to Beijing Well, before that, they had to fly first to Shanghai, Guangzhou, or other approved ports of entry. During the Olympics, Beijing planned to allow charter flights from overseas, with Air China providing connections to Beijing. I mean, I remember Juan Antonio Samaranch, the chairman of the IOC, International Olympics Committee Beijing Coordination Commission, saying that. An impractical inconvenience at best. So, a return to normal air routing for the Olympics was supposed to be the first step toward restoring Beijing to the international tourist map, turning Beijing into a post-COVID pace setter, an opportunity Tokyo had flubbed. But the Communist Chinese, after they said, "Hold my beer," belly flopped it even worse. I mean, the Empire of Japan scored no points for hypermanaging its Olympics. Most Tokyo 2020 Olympic visitors were so tied up by restrictions that they had little taste of one of the most captivating lands on Earth. Many will remember nothing but sitting in a 120 square foot room, eating breakfast out of styrofoam containers with a plastic fork, and locating drop boxes for saliva samples. Beijing's own plan for daily coronavirus testing of already vaccinated foreigners didn't generate any endearment either. I mean, Beijing should have come to see a relaxed Winter Olympics as a productive step toward validating itself as a world power, nimble enough to avoid Tokyo's Olympic mistakes, which confused and angered its people and forfeited any hope that its Olympics would bequeath the Empire of Japan any lasting benefit. But the Communist Chinese Empire, which had every strong incentive to prosecute an exquisite Olympics ahead of their Communist Party Congress, well, a successful Beijing 2022 would have dovetailed with the 100th anniversary celebration of the Communist Party, which had occurred the July before, and the contemporary For Histories campaign conceived to make Chinese proud of their durable heritage. A successful Olympics would have bolstered Red China's claim that its system of governance is a model for a stable, outreaching society. I mean, an open Olympics was their option. A golden opportunity for the Communist Chinese Empire. But did they take it? Of course not! Because Red China instead abused the 2022 games to whitewash Xinjiang atrocities. So it was game over from the start. Red China's real-life Squid Game is their bloodthirsty black market what sees men and women killed to order for their organs. Thousands of people have their organs harvested every week in Red China in a kill-to-order market. And with the horrifying details that dissidents and political prisoners are being slaughtered for their organs, China effectively has its own untelevised Squid Game. But the world may finally be waking up to the horrors of the genocide being committed by the CCP, that Chinese Communist Party, against the Uyghur people in China. The parallels between the CCP's treatment of the Uyghurs and the Judeo-Bolshevik Party's treatment of Germans and other minorities are undeniable. From implementing mass sterilization of Uyghur women to interning Uyghurs in concentration camps and forcing them to perform slave labor in commune Chinese factories. Who needs any fucking clones in that setup? Thus far, the world's response has eerily recalled the failed reaction to dictator Joseph Stalin's atrocities throughout the 1930s and 1940s. Despite admirable efforts by the United States and other democracies to galvanize action in support of the Uyghurs, many countries and international organizations remain silent or feign ignorance on the ongoing Uyghur genocide out of concern regarding Chi-Com retribution. The IOC, the International Olympic Committee, gave Red China the honor of hosting the 2022 Winter Olympics. Such propagandists in the West would say, oh, just as it allowed Nazi Germany to host the Summer Olympics in 1936. But the international community could never have understood the full extent of Hitler's pogroms and intentions circa 1936. Whereas the CCP's crimes against the Uyghurs and its escalating human rights abuses throughout mainland China, not to mention the destruction of all civil liberties in Hong Kong, are well documented. The IOC should have been pressured to relocate the Olympics, but instead now finds itself historically guilty of knowingly condoning genocide. Now, in what few minutes we have remaining, checking into my message box. Good message there. All right. Checking in on what I think Ian West dropped into. Here we are. Chinese man sold a kidney to buy Apple devices. China is harvesting organs at an industrial scale. Well, yeah. Our man.
Yeah, they started doing that.
Yeah, go on.
Already in the 1990s, and I think it was first in Xinjiang. Because a lot of times they will sell the organs of the person from Xinjiang to people in Saudi Arabia and Qatar and places like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
For transplants.
Yeah. Let me ask him. Let me see. Our man, the Moon Man here. If he wants to come on. Well, fuck. I'll just give him a call. Let's just add him. And so, let's see if we can do that in the last few minutes. Press the participant button. All right. And basically add Big P. Here we are. Okay. And it won't be on for long. We've got too little time left, but there we are.
I'm here now.
There's our good man. So, dear Peter, I mean, we only got maybe about 10 minutes left. Yeah.
I had to shut off the live.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Yeah.
I'm good. I had to shut off the live stream. I didn't hear much.
No worries. Yeah, I was just talking about how Red China fucked up the Olympics and just took advantage of it to hide their ongoing atrocities against humanity, massive organ harvesting, and their genocide of the Uyghurs. I'll go more into the organ harvesting.
The Uyghurs went out of the news. They went out of the news. And this is what Joe Biden says, well, it's a cultural difference, They just, persecute people and lop off heads. That's just a cultural difference. And it is indeed a cultural difference. We don't do that in the United States, and to the degree that we do it at all, it's very hidden.
Yes.
If we do it at all. So it's two different very different cultures. Indeed.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of negativity in the world.
Yeah.
Focusing on it sometimes can be
Well,
too
negative in and of itself. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, yeah, we got probably around 8 minutes now. I think that's a good intro. Real Tech here has been helping me hold the last hours. I finally forced myself to go into monologue, really, because I was, as I explained, of course, depressed. This being my mother's birthday day weekend. And, of course, my son will help me contend with this by, well, over at the estates, we have kind of like chapels that we've established so that I could basically commune with my ancestors more peacefully than I can here in the crypt, freezing my ass off in an uninhabitable environment. I may be out of communications for till we come back on Sunday, so I'll definitely speak privately with Peter for a few minutes. Before I call him back, I promise to call Brooke Gibson to wake her up. She was a wonderful asset last night. Your working with her has helped immensely, and I really want to thank you for that. I mean, certainly, I'm certain that you're what.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I need to check in with her. I as I say, I'm awfully busy, but I'm awfully busy the weekend with the funeral and the wake and then football and recovery from football. Today is a recovery, but I have a lot to do too.
Don't worry about it today. She'll probably be at for this weekend. She'll probably be busy. I believe she's going to a casino for a day or two at least. So
for R&R.
Yeah, just for R&R. I chided her about picking up a new habit, but she seems to be able to control herself in that regard. She doesn't strike me as a gambling addict.
I don't know. I check in with her, 10 minutes just to make sure she's okay if she needs anything new. But
sounds good. Yeah, I mean, don't be. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't have a lot of time, but that's all about. Yeah, it's cool. It's good. All right. So
I just want you to know it's paid off. I'm sorry. What were you going to say?
Yeah. Well, I say what's good about her is she does what I suggest.
Yes.
And even if she doesn't do it to the extent I suggest, or as perfectly as I suggest, it's a big boost to the degree I'm not giving her a lot to do either. Yeah. And if she does that, it'll just change her life and make her better and better and better. And it's good for her to get out of the house, I would say.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, she's got 2 kids there, and God knows, and all those dogs. Oh, my God. That'd drive anybody nuts. And
no, I don't drive her nuts.
Yeah, true enough. And
one animal is enough.
Also teaching Anne Fountain to get a board, one of these inclination boards, which she's going to get. This will help out her posture, her back. It'll help out everything. She's very open to doing it. I just want her to get the right one.
Yeah, just so people know, Anne Fontaine, or Anne Christine Fontaine, was formerly Rocco Fowler's girlfriend. Thank God she got over that.
Is it pronounced Fontaine or Fountain? It's written Fountain.
I always call it Fontaine, and she's always preferred it. So, yeah, I mean, that would be...
One other thing, this is while we're still on the air. It says, I'm accepting the request to speak at this conference, Zoom conference. Yeah. I said, she wants a synopsis. I will be speaking about time travel, Buchej Romanian Sphinx, and how it relates to disclosure, Roswell, and Area 51.
Great.
And of course, with Area 51 and Roswell and disclosure, I'm not quite sure how it all comes out. But it is my work. It is my life. So it has to come out.
Yeah, that's right. And so there you go. I mean, wonderful. And aside from that, you've been teaching all these wonderful people quite a bit. And how about like you said, you got so much to do. But like you said, one of those things is hitting the book. Probably this weekend and working with it, well, for sure. And also, I'm going to do